Chapter 1. Unrefutable. Ouch. It hurts so much. Rue Jinshin felt as though all her bones had shattered and her internal organs had been displaced. She groaned in agony, yet no one paid her any heed. Her body burned with pain, while the ground beneath her felt frigid as ice. Damn the king of hell. Cursing inwardly, Rue Jinshin regained her senses, hearing a man's sorrowful voice nearby. Your Majesty, please do justice for my sister. Please, Your Majesty, grant mercy for my sister. Justice for what? Could someone come and check on her first? The pain was unbearable. Rue Jinshin realized she was unable to voice her distress or even lift her eyelids. Where is she? A flash of memory struck Hera girl, suddenly lunging toward a masked man seated in a wheelchair. By sheer misfortune, she stumbled before the wheelchair, one hand tearing at the man's robes while the other landed in a rather inappropriate place. In her clumsiness, she inadvertently squeezed, prompting the furious man to throw her away with great force. Heavens! Could that girl possibly be her? From above, a woman's voice echoed. Minister Rui, the legitimate daughter of the Rui family, has committed an indecent act against the heir of the Xian Wang. She deserves no pity. Rue Jinshin scoffed inwardly. The woman's voice was soft, yet her words were harsh. Your Majesty, my sister is innocent. She was framed. Please see the truth. Yes, yes, she was framed. Hurry and investigate. A mocking laugh came from a nearby woman. Innocent? Who in the capital doesn't know that the Rue family's daughter is a lovesick fool, drooling over handsome men? Who? Are they talking about her? You also said that my sister likes handsome men. Is the heir of the Xian Wang considered a handsome man? Hence, my sister must have been framed. A hush fell over the crowd. The heir, known for wearing a mask, was said to possess a face of unspeakable ugliness. Perhaps it truly was not intentional. Your Majesty, I meant no offense to the heir, yet he has grievously injured my sister. Please grant her justice. At this point, Rue Jinshin was utterly convinced that she was indeed that lovesick girl. That man, who seemed to be her father, could someone please summon a doctor? Move her to another place, then you may discuss justice and compensation. Rue Jinshin desperately moved her mouth, believing she was shouting loudly. Yet no one heard her, nor did they see her lips trembling in frantic motion. The queen, feeling troubled, cast an annoyed glance at the woman who had spoken earlier, exasperated by the unnecessary fuss. Minister Rui, your daughter has inappropriately approached the heir of the Xian Wang before the eyes of many. Even if it was unintentional, it is still a fact. She has also harmed the heir. While death may be avoided, punishment must be administered. Your Majesty, my sister is innocent and should not be punished. The heir is unharmed, yet my sister is in grave danger. Yes, yes. Hurry and find a doctor. Move me. Rue Jinshin's cries were once again disregarded. What sort of people were these? Did they not know to save a life first? This was not the time for inquiries. Did anyone truly care for her? Your Majesty, the royal physician has arrived. A voice announced from outside the hall, and the minister anxiously shouted, Royal Physician Wang, why have you only just arrived? Quickly, see to my daughter. The minister nearly pulled the royal physician down in his haste. It turned out the royal physician had been summoned earlier. She had wronged him. The grand hall fell silent as Rue Jinshin felt someone take her pulse. After a long moment, her eyelids were gently lifted, revealing a handsome middle-aged man before her. She is gravely injured, but not in immediate danger. Quack. Her heart had been ripped out, and she was not in danger. Her mouth was pried open, and a pill was placed inside it, melted upon contact, quickly alleviating the searing pain, and her tightly furrowed brow eased slightly. The handsome physician's remedy proved effective. It was designed for internal injuries, not only addressing her condition, but also possessing remarkable efficacy. Royal Physician Wang, may I move my sister? The ground is cold. Oh no. She was mistaken. She was being cared for. Not yet. We need a physician's assistance to check for any fractures. She must not be moved carelessly. The royal physician had heard that she was injured by the heir of the Xian Wang, and he knew the heir well. Despite his physical ailment, he was remarkably skilled in martial arts and possessed formidable internal strength. A blow from him would leave anyone severely harmed. With this thought, the royal physician paused, curiously checking Rue Jinshin's pulse again. Strange. She had been struck by the heir in a fit of rage, and yet had not perished. Moreover, this medicine shouldn't have worked so quickly, right? Examining Rue Jinshin's pale face closely, he found it inexplicable that her pulse had suddenly strengthened. Royal Physician Wang, is my sister all right? Minister Rue, your daughter is not in immediate danger, but she must take great care to recuperate, or future progeny may be difficult. The royal physician's final words were spoken softly. Minister Rue wailed, Oh, my poor daughter. The sight of a grown man weeping pitifully moved many within the hall. The queen was deeply frustrated. Her flower appreciation banquet had been disrupted by such an incident, and the minister's lamentations only added to her vexation. Wang Qi, what is the state of Miss Rue that has caused the minister such sorrow? The royal physician, feeling helpless, approached the queen, knowing he had to answer truthfully. He stepped forward, lowering his voice to repeat what he had just said. Oh, future progeny may be difficult. The queen feigned surprise and sadness. That is indeed quite unfortunate. She turned to a nearby matron, instructing, Go and see if the heir has changed his clothes. He must be present for this matter. Understood. The matron complied and went to find the heir. Minister Rue, drenched in tears, pleaded, "This old man has but one daughter, even if it costs me my life. I demand justice." Rue Jinshin felt touched if this old man knew his beloved daughter had died. With such fervor, he might indeed risk everything. The queen, boiling with frustration, realized that Minister Rue was a pillar of support for the emperor if this matter was not handled well. It would be challenging to explain to. The emperor, the heir Mo Yunkai, was on his way to the grand hall, and to his astonishment, the woman had not died. The situation was unexpected. He had not caught a clear glimpse of her features, yet she turned out to be the daughter of Minister Rue. In the grand hall, the queen finally conceived a brilliant idea. With joy, she proclaimed, "Minister Rue, do not despair, I have a proposal." The crowd listened intently as the queen continued. "The heir has gravely injured the minister's daughter and must take responsibility. By my decree, the heir of the Xian Wang, Mo Yunkai, shall marry the minister's daughter, Rue Jinshin, after her recovery, with a wedding to be held on a chosen date." The assembly fell into stunned silence, while Rue Jinshin inwardly screamed, "I refuse." The heir, appearing at the hall's entrance, vehemently objected, "I will not marry." The queen's voice turned stern. Such words are unrefutable. Mo Yunkai's guards sensed the surge of anger within him. In the next instant, Mo Yunkai leveraged his strength, propelling himself and his wheelchair into the grand hall, landing before the queen's high seat. The queen was startled, her expression darkening. Mo Yunkai, do not be so audacious. The heir displayed no fear. "I implore you to retract your decree." The queen retorted angrily, "My decree has been issued and shall not be retracted." The sobbing minister, bewildered, turned to his son. "Surely I am not imagining this." "No, the queen has betrothed Jinshin to the heir." Rue Jinshin replied foolishly. Everyone was incredulous the queen's plan was this. The turn of events was far too drastic. Rue Jinshin incessantly cursed this woman was deranged. Just moments ago, she had been indignant, demanding punishment, and now she was bestowing a marriage. "Excuse me, did you consult my opinion?" The lower half of Mo Yunkai's face visible beneath the mask darkened, resembling the black iron of his facade. He was about to defy the decree once more when the emperor arrives. The heir of the Xian Wang has come. Chapter 2. Embracing a new identity. As Rue Jinshin felt a gust of wind caress her, the alluring fragrance of dragon's blood incense filled the air. The courtiers bowed to the emperor, who took his seat upon the elevated throne, surveying the assembly. The empress wore a stern expression, while the crown prince's countenance was clouded with discontent. The prime minister Rue bore a sorrowful visage. Beside him lay a woman with her eyes tightly shut. "Yunsu, I am already aware of the events that transpired. Regardless of the circumstances, you must take responsibility for the grievous injury inflicted upon the daughter of Prime Minister Rue." "Your Majesty." The emperor cast a languid glance at Mo Yunsu. "Let us proceed as the empress suggests." Mo Yunsu opened his mouth to protest, but the Prince of Xian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, silencing him. The emperor addressed Prime Minister Rue. "I shall send a physician with you to ensure the well-being of Jinshin, and once she recovers, a suitable date will be set for her marriage to Yunsu." Prime Minister Rue gazed deeply at the emperor, bowing in gratitude. The physician arrived late, inadvertently causing Jinshin pain during her examination, which led her to faint. When she regained consciousness, it was already the following day. Morning light filtered through the bed curtains as Jinshin stared at the ornate patterns above her. Once a modern-day doctor with expertise in both medicine and poison, her vibrant youth had been misdirected by fate, resulting in her physical demise and an unrelenting journey to this unfamiliar realm. Flashes of the original owner's memories flooded her mind. She now inhabited a parallel universe, the Great Yong Dynasty in the 17th year of Shengxian. The original owner shared her name and was merely 15 years of age. Her father was the current prime minister, astute and adept in his dealings, unwaveringly loyal to the Shengxian emperor. His only flaw was an excessive indulgence of his daughter, to the point of blurring the lines of right and wrong. As the sole legitimate daughter, with her mother having passed away early, she was excessively cherished by her 3 full brothers. Additionally, there was a half-brother, a pitiable boy often subjected to her teasing. The pampering from her father and brothers had rendered the original owner naive and foolish, yet brazen and capricious, with an affinity for beauty that often led her to pursue handsome suitors. Many harbored disdain for her, yet her father would defend her, claiming that an appreciation for beauty was a universal trait. His daughter was innocent, merely possessing a love for aesthetics. Such a father and brothers were adored by her. Rue Jinshin joyfully embraced her new identity. "Miss, are you awake?" The curtain was drawn back, revealing a bright-eyed maid who gently inquired. It was her head maid, Xianglan. "What time is it?" It is almost the hour of Chun. Miss, do you feel better? Is there still pain? Before Jinshin could respond, another voice broke in. The young lady is awake? I shall fetch the physician. A flurry of footsteps approached, and a figure rushed in. Miss, you have finally awakened. I was so frightened. The maid burst into tears. It was Xianghua, one of her 4 primary maids. Do not cry. I am still alive. Jinshin reassured her. Xianghua wiped her tears, lamenting, if only I had been there yesterday, you would not have been hurt. It is all the fault of my cousin. She claimed she would care for you. Yet calamity ensued. Xiangyu entered with a basin of water, adding her grievances to the mix. Jinshin recalled the events of the flower appreciation banquet. The original owner had been struck by something that caused her to fall unexpectedly onto Mo Yun-su. Should I discover who is responsible for this, they shall pay dearly. Miss, the physician has arrived. Xiangchao exclaimed, breathless. The physician sauntered in deliberately. Xiang Lan, displeased, questioned Xiangchao, why the delay? Where have you been? You seem out of breath. Oh, I forgot something and had her retrieve it. The physician replied nonchalantly, yet Jinshin sensed an air of impatience about her. What is your name? Were you the one who examined me yesterday? My name is inconsequential. Yes, I examined you, and your bones are unbroken. You possess a remarkable constitution. Jinshin maintained her composure. That is splendid. However, your examination was quite painful, causing me to faint. I thought my bones were shattered. What? You caused her pain? Xianghua interposed, blocking the physician's approach. What are your intentions? You allowed the young lady to faint. She was already fainting, the physician retorted. You lie. Our young lady stated that you were the cause of her fainting. Xiang Lan turned to Xiang Chao, instructing, go summon the prime minister and the young masters. The physician, vexed, declared, what are you planning? I was sent by the emperor. Even if you were sent by a monkey, it matters not. You shall not escape from mistreating our young lady. Xiang Yu's remark nearly made Jinshin chuckle. Xianghua added, you have no name. You must be a remnant of a disgraced official. In the great Yong dynasty, those officials who commit crimes and whose families are condemned to slavery are stripped of their names. What nonsense! I am the daughter of imperial physician who you? Humph. The young lady inquired about your name. Why did you not respond? A physician, yet you looked down upon our young lady? Hu was left speechless, while the bettered Jinshin found herself laughing to the point of exacerbating her internal injuries. These maids were truly remarkable, a testament to their upbringing, placing the young lady above all else. Jeaner, my precious daughter, who has wronged you? Sister, third brother is here. Who wishes to harm you? Before their figures even appeared, their voices were already heard. Jinshin's eyes welled with tears. How endearing her family was. As the prime minister entered the room, he found his daughter in tears and immediately pushed past Hu, rushing to her side. Jeaner, do not be afraid. Father is here. Sister, third brother is also here. Eldest brother is fetching imperial physician Wang. Where does it hurt? I shall blow on it for you. This third brother, robust in stature, spoke in a manner reminiscent of comforting a child, a dissonance that brought a smile to Jinshin's face through her tears. Father, third brother, indeed I am here. The prime minister's face was etched with concern. Jeaner, where does it hurt? My entire body aches, she replied. Xianghua interjected, Prime Minister. It was this woman who caused the young lady's pain. Without seeking clarification, the prime minister cast a cold glare at Hu. You are sent by the emperor. I shall not make things difficult for you, but you must explain yourself to the emperor. Hu trembled with indignation. You do not inquire into the circumstances and simply assume my guilt? The prime minister asserted, if my daughter claims you are in the wrong, then you are indeed in the wrong. Jinshin was perplexed. She had scoured the original owner's memories and found no trace of this woman. What animosity could exist? Father, does she bear a grudge against our family? I fainted during the examination last night due to her actions. The prime minister's fury ignited. You intentionally harmed Jeaner. Why? Initially reluctant to inquire further, he now felt compelled to uncover the truth. Hu frantically protested, I did not. She was already fainting. I was unable to open my eyes or speak, but my consciousness remained clear. Your actions were deliberate. Hu, feeling cornered, feigned composure. Do you have evidence? Miss Rue simply dislikes me. I shall return to the palace to report to the emperor. Do not slander me here. Indeed, there was no evidence to present. And Jinshin suddenly realized that the pain in her body had significantly diminished, her breathing eased, and her speech regained vigor. The medicine from Imperial Physician Wang was remarkably effective. Or perhaps, her own recuperative abilities were extraordinary. Chapter 3. The Dark Hand Father. When will Dr. Wang arrive? I am in pain. Hurry, don't be late. She has already healed herself, and she doesn't wish to be seen as a freak. The Prime Minister, Rui, winced in sympathy as his daughter cried out in agony. His face twisted with concern. Go check if Dr. Wang has arrived. As he turned, he spotted Hu Yu and waved his sleeve. Are you still here? Do you wish for me to escort you myself? Father, be cautious. She might speak ill of you before the Emperor. Indeed, we cannot let her spread falsehoods. The Prime Minister hurriedly commanded Xiang Lan, keep an eye on her. When Dr. Wang arrives, I will personally escort her back to the palace. The Prime Minister exuded a commanding presence. Hu Yu felt regretful. Her actions yesterday had been impulsive. She had thought Rui Jinsi was unconscious and had not anticipated this infatuated girl would possess awareness. Now, she had harmed herself. I did not mean to. I had no idea I had hurt Miss Rui. I apologize. This admission only fueled the Prime Minister's anger further. Rui Jinshan glared fiercely at Hu Yu. You bully my sister. You deserve a beating. He held no reservations against striking a woman if she harmed his sibling, regardless of gender. Dr. Wang, hurry. Came the urgent voice of the eldest brother, Rui Jinshan. In an instant, a tall figure carrying a medicine box strode in, followed by a middle-aged gentleman from the previous night. Let me catch my breath, Dr. Wang gasped, stabilizing his breathing as he noticed the anxious faces surrounding him, then silently approached the bed. Rui Jinsi opened her large, glimmering eyes, blinking with vitality, looking far from a severely injured person. Dr. Wang scrutinized her closely. Her complexion was pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her breathing was slow. Now this is the appearance of a patient, he mused. Old Wang. Hurry and examine her. Why are you dawdling? Dr. Wang shot him an irritated glance. What is the rush? I am looking. Xiang Chao moved a stool to the bedside. Placing Rui Jinsi's hand on the pulse pillow, Dr. Wang sat down and began to take her pulse. Rui Jinsi noticed his brow furrowing tighter, her heart sinking in apprehension. Surely, she could not be truly unwell? Dr. Wang felt a sense of uncertainty. He knew the potency of his medicine well enough, and that recovery could not occur so swiftly. It must be that this girl possessed extraordinary recuperative abilities. The Prime Minister, anxious, inquired, how is she? Jiner is in great pain. Dr. Wang regarded Rui Jinsi with a puzzled expression. Is it truly painful? She shifted slightly, feeling a misalignment in her bones that caused her discomfort. I cannot move. It hurts too much. Xiang Gua interjected urgently. That physician deliberately hurt our young lady last night. Dr. Wang then noticed the physician, Hu Yu, standing by the wall. From her shifty eyes, he discerned the maid's words held truth, and his expression darkened. Sir, have eldest young master retrieve my nameplate and summon physicians in for a second examination. Hu Yu bit her lip. Realizing the infatuated girl was far more perceptive than the rumors suggested, Rui Jinshan swiftly took the nameplate to the Imperial Medical Institute, and physicians arrived promptly. The crowd retreated outside, leaving the physician to examine Rui Jinsi. The family awaited nervously. Hu Yu attempted to sneak away, but was caught by Rui Jinshan, who yanked her back, throwing her to the ground. She cried out, her palm bloodied from the fall, a testament to Rui Jinshan's strength. Dr. Wang shook his head in disappointment. Hu Yu, why did you act this way? It was an accident. What exactly did you do? The door opened, and physician Sin emerged, stating, she has misaligned Miss Rui's shoulder and hip. I did not. It was the young master who struck her. I simply applied too much pressure. Dr. Wang's face hardened. Do you take me for a fool? A strike would result in fractures or breaks, not misalignment. You tampered with her during the examination. Rui Jinshan impulsively moved to retaliate but was restrained by Rui Jinshan. Come down. The Emperor will hear this matter. You wicked woman, how dare you act with malice? Rui Jinshan's anger was palpable. Rui Jinshan's voice was cold as he questioned. My sister does not know you. Why would you do this? I was frightened by the atmosphere yesterday and acted unintentionally. Hu Yu whimpered, attempting to appear pitiful, though Xiang Lan and the other maids were incensed, shouting, What a fade! Just moments ago, you looked down upon our young lady with such arrogance. Enough. The Prime Minister suppressed his fury. Attend to the young lady. He turned to Dr. Wang. Can we have physician Sin remain to tend to Jiner while you accompany me to the palace to explain this matter to the Emperor? Of course. Dr. Wang, who had a good rapport with the Prime Minister, agreed, as he would report the truth without reservation. The two men escorted Hu Yu to the palace to seek justice from the Emperor. Physician Sin repositioned Rui Jinsi's bones, causing her to scream in pain. After the ordeal, her breathing became easier. Miss Rui, you must remain bedridden for at least half a month. I will return for a follow-up examination then. Thank you. Rue Jinsi expressed her gratitude sincerely, her clear gaze causing Physician Sin to doubt the notorious arrogance associated with the Prime Minister's daughter. Rue Jinsi sensed her thoughts but could not explain. It was hardly appropriate to mention a change of heart. Physician Sin was shown to a room to rest, allowing Rue Jinshun and Rue Jinshin to finally approach the bedside and inquire after her well-being. Rue Jinsi gazed at her equally handsome, yet distinctly different brothers, a sweet smile gracing her lips. It was no wonder the original owner of this body was enamored by beauty. They were truly a feast for the eyes. Sister, when second brother returns, we shall avenge you, Rue Jinshin declared vehemently, causing Rue Jinsi to feel a pang of anxiety. Third brother, you cannot confront the young master. It is futile. Besides, I was the one who first encountered him, so the fault lies with me. The entire city knew the young master was cold and aloof, despising closeness. In unexpected situations, he would react defensively, and Rue Jinsi understood this well. That is unacceptable. He has harmed my sister. He must be held accountable. Third brother, the true culprit lies elsewhere. Rue Jinshun and Rue Jinshin sat up straight, asking seriously, Sister, did you see who harmed you? Rue Jinsi strained to recall. There had been many people around. She had been speaking with her cousin when someone announced the young master's arrival, and they had hurriedly stepped aside. As she turned, her leg had given way, causing her to stumble forward. Eldest brother, you must ask my cousin. She was behind me and may have seen something. Very well. I shall ask her and ensure we uncover the person responsible. Indeed, whoever dares to harm my sister shall face consequences. Third brother, do not act rashly. We must remain composed. Rue Jinsi's gentle voice softened the hearts of her brothers. Sigh, I will listen to my sister. No rash actions. Rue Jinsi looked at her third brother as if he were a cute creature, wishing to ruffle his hair. With such charming brothers who cherished and pampered her, she could easily enjoy a life without marriage. Her brothers were strikingly handsome, so she must have inherited pleasing features as well. This thought reminded her of the engagement to a masked man, stirring discontent within her. Eldest brother, why did father agree to this marriage? Rue Jinshun glanced outside, whispering. It likely pertains to the current political climate. For specifics, we must consult father. Chapter 4. Accusation. At this moment, Prime Minister Rue was in the palace, presenting his grievances to the emperor. Your Majesty, my daughter has inadvertently offended the young master, and her severe injuries are already a great injustice. Yet, she must also endure the humiliation from such small-minded people. My heart aches, and I cannot accept this. Emperor Shengxian looked at Prime Minister Rue with a mix of affection and resentment. This loyal minister, who had always been a steadfast ally, transformed entirely when it came to matters concerning his daughter, viewing her as the innocent victim amidst a sea of perceived villains. Rue Yen, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims that she has bullied your daughter? Dr. Wang can attest to this, replied Rue. Dr. Wang stepped forward and clarified. It cannot be considered definitive evidence, merely a reasonable deduction. Emperor Shengxian cast a downward glance at the kneeling Huyu, who trembled under the oppressive aura of the imperial presence. Your Majesty, I did not intend any harm. Your unintentional actions have caused my daughter great suffering. As a physician, how could you allow this to happen? If your skills were truly adequate, how did you gain entrance to the Imperial Medical Office? Dr. Wang's heart sank as he remembered that she was the daughter of Hu Tai. While her medical skills were debatable, her ethics were evidently lacking. Emperor Shengxian contemplated the matter of medical ethics and deemed that this woman should no longer remain in the Imperial Medical Office. Bring forth this physician. Dismiss her from the Imperial Medical Office and administer 20 strokes of the rod. Investigate how she gained entry. Huyu nearly fainted at the thought of 20 strokes. Should she survive, she would be severely incapacitated. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Hu Tai hurriedly crawled into the grand hall, kneeling and repeatedly bowing. Your Majesty, Huyu is my daughter. The Prime Minister scoffed lightly, so she relied on nepotism to enter the Imperial Medical Office. And no, my daughter's medical skills are acceptable. She passed the examination and is qualified. Father, save me, I meant no harm. Your Majesty, please spare my daughter. I shall offer my apologies to the Prime Minister and compensate Miss Rue. Prime Minister Rue remained obstinate, while Dr. Wang tugged at his robe sleeve and whispered, as officials of the same court, do not sever your own path. Am I afraid of him? He speaks of compensation. Compensation? I do not covet it. Dr. Wang reminded him, the remedies for the young lady are quite costly. Realization dawned upon Prime Minister Rue. His household was not affluent. He cleared his throat and smoothed the creases of his robe. Dr. Wang exchanged glances with Emperor Xingxian, both silently acknowledging the Prime Minister's pretentiousness. Dr. Wang addressed Hu Tai. Prime Minister, Hu Tai is willing to compensate. What say you? Receiving the cue, Hu Tai quickly offered. I am willing to provide 3,000 taels of silver to aid Miss Rue's recovery. Humph. Do you think the Prime Minister's household is a beggar? 3,000 taels is hardly enough to cover the cost of my daughter's medicines. Indeed, Dr. Wang confirmed. Miss Rue is using precious medicines like Great Recovery Pill and Ginseng Snow Pill. What? Such precious remedies? Hu Tai was taken aback. As a physician, he was acutely aware of the value of those two medicines. The Prime Minister was indeed extravagant in his care for that infatuated girl. Emperor Xingxian was not surprised. He knew the Prime Minister indulged his daughter excessively. 3,000 taels is indeed too little, he remarked, knowing that Hu Tai was wealthy and adept at accumulating riches. With a reluctant bite of his lip, Hu Tai declared, I shall compensate 10,000 taels. The Prime Minister disregarded him and stated to the Emperor, Your Majesty, I do not seek compensation. I only desire severe punishment for Hu Yu. This was a matter of insufficient recompense. Hu Tai cast a forlorn glance at the Emperor. Then at his daughter, knowing that his carefully nurtured child was incomparable to the Prime Minister's infatuated girl. To part with silver felt like a sacrifice. Dr. Wang observed his troubled expression, feeling disdain. The Prime Minister was willing to risk everything for his daughter. While the bond between the Hu father and daughter was insincere and unworthy of comparison. Father, I do not wish to be punished. Save me. Looking at his daughter's beautiful visage, Hu Tai gritted his teeth, pained as though he were cutting flesh, and said, 50,000 taels, I cannot provide more. Humph. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Emperor Xingxian cleared his throat, signaling Prime Minister Rue to accept the offer. After a moment's contemplation, Prime Minister Rue graciously replied, Since Hu Tai has shown such sincerity, I shall not press further. Just as Hu Tai and his daughter breathed a sigh of relief, Prime Minister Rue added, Your Majesty, with Hu Tai's sincerity, let us reduce the punishment to 10 strokes. Hu Tai nearly vomited blood, while Hu Yu lost consciousness. Emperor Xingxian was well pleased. He had compensated Prime Minister Rue while preserving his own authority, and he spoke without remorse. Prime Minister Rue awaited the arrival of the compensation from the Hu residents, observing as Hu Yu endured her punishment. Only then did he prepare to leave the palace. Turning to Emperor Xingxian to say, Your Majesty, my daughter has suffered. I hope young Master Su will provide additional compensation and send it promptly. With that, he left the Emperor dumbfounded, departing with an air of nonchalance. That shameless old man. Driven to desperation, he expects compensation after I have already offered him Su. Prince Xian entered from the side hall and remarked to his elder brother, The Xianwang Manor will prepare gifts of apology. Is Su still brooding? He will come to understand. There is no need for you to worry, brother. Poor Su. Indeed, it hardly counts as a grievance. Rumors are often misleading. Ruoxin is quite fond of Miss Rue, claiming she possesses true character. The preferences of these sisters have always been rather peculiar. Emperor Xingxuan's expression grew somewhat melancholic as Prince Xian shifted the topic, hoping that Prime Minister Rue would grasp the Emperor's intentions. Emperor Xingxian chuckled. That old trickster is quite astute. Otherwise, he would not demand compensation, aiming for the Xianwang Manor rather than myself. We have indirectly aided him. If his daughter were truly married off to the Northern Zhou, he would be devastated. Were it not for his excessive indulgence, the Empress would not have inadvertently assisted us. As for the Northern Zhou, they could not scheme against Prime Minister Rue, who knew whom they would target next. That matter aside, let Yinsa thoroughly investigate last night's events. The secret guards discovered 2 beads in the Spring Appreciation Palace. It appears Prime Minister Rue's daughter was framed. Prime Minister Rue clutched the 50,000 taels in silver notes as he exited the palace alongside Dr. Wang. Rue Yen, has the young lady consumed any other medicines aside from what I provided? No, she has only taken your medicine. Why? Oh, it is nothing of concern. Perhaps your daughter absorbs the medicine well, thus experiencing rapid recovery. That is good. My daughter is indeed fortunate. Of course she is fortunate. With a foolish father and brainless brothers indulging her, she is practically swimming in good fortune. Rue Jinxin had barely rested in bed for 10 days before she could no longer remain still. This was only due to her understanding of medicine, compelling herself to lie down for so long. She was astonished by her recovery capabilities and contemplated the sole possibility, Her arrival had altered the original host's constitution. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. In an era with severely inadequate medical conditions, possessing good health was of utmost importance. Gradually, she sat before the dressing table, gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Her large, dark, and clear eyes, soft, full red lips, delicate upturned nose, serene and elegant countenance, and porcelain-like complexion left Rue Jinshin quite satisfied with her appearance. The original host was truly exceptional, possessing a delicate and gentle visage yet engaging in the most audacious pursuits for handsome men. Xianglan, assist me in sitting outside for a while. Rue Jinshin slowly rose, cherishing this body of hers. The injuries were real, and she must ensure proper care. Even though she had recovered significantly, she would not be careless. Xianglan and Xiangyu set aside their tasks, aiding her as they moved outside. Chapter 5 Family Meeting, Part 1, Reclining beneath the eaves. Surrounded by blooming roses and enveloped in their fragrant aroma, I idly swayed my feet. Had it not been for my injury, this day would have been quite delightful. The original owner of this body relished in life's pleasures, indulged by her father and brothers, savoring all the resources of the residence. Akin to a princess, surpassing even a royal. My lady, freshly baked rose cakes, do taste, exclaimed Xiangcao. The scent was delightful, undoubtedly delicious. Rue Jinshin delicately took a bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss. The flavor was profoundly moving. A small head peeked in from the courtyard, eyes fixated on her, a tiny tongue licking at his lips. It was her half-brother, Rue Jinxiang. Their mother lay languishing on her sickbed, aware that her time was short. In a bid to ensure reliable guardianship for her children, especially for her daughter, she elevated her maid to the status of concubine. Unfortunately, Rue Laopao remained steadfastly loyal to their mother, never visiting the concubine's quarters until her death. Grieving, he drowned his sorrows in drink and spent a night with Lu Yinyang, who had come to tend to him. Rue Laopao's actions were rather despicable. Upon sobering, he felt remorse for his late wife and cast Lu Yinyang aside to fend for herself. Jinxiang was the fruit of that night, and due to his mother's lack of favor, he became somewhat invisible. The original owner frequently bullied him, for his existence served as a constant reminder of their father's infidelity. Upon noticing Rue Jinshin had seen him, Jinxiang turned to flee. Stop! Rue Jinshin commanded Xiangcao. Bring him here. Xiangcao dashed over and reluctantly dragged the little boy inside. Why run? I am not a tiger. Rue Jinshin pulled him closer, and Jinxiang flinched. His melancholy gaze, lonely emotions, and a blend of fear and yearning did not escape Rue Jinshin's notice. Oh dear. Just a pitiful child of 6 or 7. Though she had bullied him, she secretly observed him with a hint of tenderness, overshadowed by her resentment. Why are you so dirty? Xianghua, fetch a basin of water. Jinxiang's eyes widened in surprise as he obediently let Rue Jinshin wash his hands. After drying his hands, she offered him a rose cake. Eat. Jinxiang glanced at her timidly. Swallowing hard, his face flushed. Come now, enjoy it, Rue Jinshin urged. Unable to resist the allure of the rose cake, Jinxiang began to eat heartily. And she poured him some tea. Slow down, it's all yours. Thank you, sister. Ah, such a polite child. Rue Jinshin scrutinized him closely. Jinxiang bore a resemblance to their elder brother, possessing a refined and handsome demeanor, though he was too thin and not very tall, suggesting malnutrition. Has your mother not fed you well? You're so frail. The food from the big kitchen is not tasty, and the concubine lacks the authority to prepare special meals. Rue Jinshin pondered the state of their household. Though their father held a prestigious position, he was not avaricious. Their only income stemmed from the elder brother's official salary. The entire household was devoted to fulfilling the original owner's every whim, thanks to her father's affection. Fortunately, her brothers excelled and often received royal rewards, selling what they could and utilizing what they could not, all while tightening their belts to ensure she lacked for nothing. Rue Jinshin found herself somewhat speechless. Her brothers were adept at frugality, but lacked entrepreneurial skills. No one in the family was skilled in management. Most of the silver that came into Rue Jinshin's hands had ended up in her cousin's possession. Humph, you scheming girl, once I am able to go out, I shall reclaim what you have swindled from me. Jinxiang, seeing her expression turn fierce, startled, and let out a hiccup. Rue Jinshin burst into laughter and suddenly covered his mouth and nose with her hand. When she released him, he was astonished to find he no longer hiccuped. Sister, you are amazing. Just a small feat, have some warm water. Jinxiang obediently complied, his round eyes sparkling like a puppy's. Rue Jinshin couldn't help but ruffle his hair affectionately. Jinxiang looked at her in confusion. Sister, you are so gentle today. Rui Jinxin offered no further explanation, instructing Xiangzhao to prepare another portion for him to take home. Jinxiang expressed his gratitude multiple times, clutching the rose cake as he dashed off. Be careful. Rui Jinxin knew he intended to share it with Luin Yang. Sigh. She had hoped to be a carefree fish, leading a languid life, yet the circumstances of the residence made it unsustainable. Reflecting on her past life, she realized she had focused solely on study and work, neglecting the nuances of life. Even familial bonds felt tenuous. Surely, her absence would not invoke much sorrow among them. Rui Jinxin cherished her father, appreciating his protection and affection for the original owner, as well as her brother's indulgence. Since she had come to enjoy the benefits of the original owner, she ought to reciprocate her family's affection. Xianglan, how much silver have I received these past few days? My lady, there are 100,000 taels, 50,000 from the Hu family and another 50 from the Xianwang residence, along with various jewelry and trinkets sent from the Xianwang residence, totaling 5 chests. Such extravagance. They think throwing money at me will solve everything? We shall see. And how much silver remains from before? Xianglan replied urgently, My lady, please save some for yourself. We cannot continue to support your cousin. Why should I support her? I merely wish to ascertain the extent of our assets. Oh, there were 300 taels remaining, but your new jewelry was borrowed by your cousin. Aside from the set worn at the flower banquet, the rest are outdated. Rui Jinxin felt anger rise within her. The original owner was not merely naive, but rather foolish, easily manipulated by her cousin who had swindled a significant portion of her wealth. It was pitiable that the residents lived in poverty while the Gu family and Li family thrived. Xianghua, go inform my father and brothers. I wish to convene a meeting. Bring Luin Yang as well, and Jinxiang. A meeting? Indeed, a council. The household cannot continue in this manner. Even Luin Yang? Xianghua inquired, seeking confirmation that she had not misheard. Yes, go summon them. Instruct the small kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone at Yeyuan. Once confirmed, Xianghua hurried to the outer courtyard to notify the gentleman before making her way to the inner courtyard. In Jinyu Pavilion, Lu Shi was savoring the rose cake brought back by Jinxiang when she saw Xianghua rushing in, mistaking it for a sign of Jinxiang's wrongdoing and standing in alarm. Do not panic, Yin Yang. My lady wishes to convene a meeting and has sent me to inform you. She also invites you to dinner at Yeyuan. Lu Shi was bewildered by the concept of a meeting, but pondered the reason for the dinner invitation. Before she could inquire further, Xianghua had already departed. She glanced anxiously at Jinxiang. Is my lady in a good mood today? Today, sister is exceptionally gentle. Lu Shi struggled to fathom how the arrogant young lady could exhibit gentleness. Their mother had become a concubine for the sake of the young lady. Yet this had only birthed hatred in the young lady's heart. Even Rui Laopao, apart from that one drunken night, had not approached her again, seemingly averse to her presence. Had it not been for Jinxiang, she would have left the residence long ago. Although no one bullied her and her son apart from the young lady, the days of being overlooked were equally difficult. The mother and son donned their only set of new clothes, made for the new year, which were not due to Rui Laopao's withholding, but rather a shared struggle within the household, even affecting him, save for Yeyuan. Jinxiang, when we see father and your brothers later, remember to pay your respects. Understood, mother. It is in Yang, remember. Little Jinxiang nodded, somewhat bewildered, as Lu Shi anxiously led her son toward Yeyuan. Chapter 6 Family Meeting, Part 2. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the small kitchen of Yeyuan. And Rui Jincheng caught a whiff from afar, his mouth watering uncontrollably. How delightful. His sister, the cook, truly has exceptional culinary skills. Rui Jinbo, the second brother, cast him a sidelong glance and quickly shut his mouth, swallowing hard as drool threatened to escape. Rui Jincheng hastily covered his mouth, receiving a disapproving glare from their father, the Chancellor, who scolded him for his lack of composure. After a moment, he turned away and discreetly swallowed again. It was hardly his fault. The large kitchen had been devoid of rich dishes for too long, and he had not tasted meat in ages. The Chancellor's suppressed longing was quite comical. Utterly devoid of the dignified aura he usually projected, as if he were a different person altogether. Rui Jinshan observed in silence, choosing not to expose the truth. After all, they were all equally guilty. Within the entire residence, only his sister enjoyed an abundance of delicious meals, each banquet a feast of variety and balanced nutrition. The original owner was quite discerning and indulgent with food, having cultivated a shapely figure at the tender age of 15. The father and sons occasionally managed to share a meal, not out of stinginess on the original owner's part, but rather due to their own shyness. The original owner, blissfully unaware, would simply host them if they visited, but would not extend invitations otherwise. The four of them harbored no grievances, content with an occasional meal together. Eager to partake in their daughter's bounty, the Chancellor quickened his pace, prompting the three brothers to follow suit. Outside Yun, the four family members encountered the anxious Lu family. The Chancellor frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" "Madam, it was Miss who sent me," Lu replied, taking a breath and nervously clutching Jinxiang's small hand. "Dad!" Jinxiang exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his father, but quickly corrected himself upon noticing the Chancellor's stern expression. "Lord Chancellor." The Chancellor turned away, unwilling to engage. Jinxiang called out to his three brothers, "Hello, young masters." Rui Jinshun hesitated, glancing at his father and then at Yun, ultimately remaining silent. The Chancellor awkwardly said, "Since Jiner has summoned you, you may enter." Rui Jinshin had been waiting in the main hall, and, upon seeing them arrive together, could not help but complain. "Why did you take so long? I'm already starving." The Chancellor immediately plastered a smile on his face as he took his seat at the head of the table, declaring, "It's my fault for the delay. Let us eat. We must not let my precious daughter go hungry." Rui Jinshin wasted no time. Knowing she could not linger at the table for long, "Jinxiang, come sit beside your sister," she beckoned. Jinxiang looked to his mother, who offered him an encouraging glance, and timidly approached to take a seat on Rui Jinshin's right. "Madam, please sit next to Jinxiang," Rui Jinshin suggested to Lu. Lu, glancing nervously at the Chancellor, quietly complied, while Rui Jinshun and his brothers settled on the Chancellor's left. "Dad, today marks our first family reunion. Please don't frown," Rui Jinshun urged. "All right, I shall heed your words," the Chancellor conceded. This indeed was Jinxiang's first time dining with his father and siblings, and he was the most delighted among them. After the meal, Rui Jinshin announced, "I have something to say, but right now." She chuckled at the sight of everyone staring intently at the dishes laid before them, feeling a pang of sadness. Such a wonderful family. And the original owner had failed to appreciate them. "Dad, let us eat." "Oh, yes, let us eat," the Chancellor exclaimed as he picked up his chopsticks and seized a chicken leg, prompting everyone to dig in. Lu hesitated, feeling awkward and not knowing where to begin. Little Jinxiang was unsure which dish to try first. Rui Jinshin kindly served him another chicken leg, and he beamed with delight. "Thank you, sister. Do eat more." "You are too thin," Rui Jinshin said, causing Lu's eyes to well with tears as she lowered her gaze to her bowl, which had mysteriously filled with a variety of dishes. The Chancellor paused, glancing at Jinxiang, and pushed a bowl of egg custard toward him. Little Jinxiang joyfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Chancellor." Rui Jinshin playfully tapped his forehead and reminded him, "Call him father. He is your real father." "Can I?" Jinxiang asked hesitantly. Rui Jinshin shot a stern look at her father, who quickly nodded. "Yes, you may." The surprise was overwhelming for Jinxiang, who joyfully called out, "Father." The Chancellor responded, awkwardly lowering his head to continue his meal. The three brothers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about their sister's sudden change of heart. Had she not despised Lu and her son? Yet, adhering to their sister's wishes, they accepted her transformation without question. Rui Jinshun served soup to his father and sister, then filled a bowl for Jinxiang, who excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, young master. Call me older brother. I am your elder brother. Indeed, from now on, you must call me second brother. No introductions necessary. I am the third brother." Thus, a simple dinner morphed into a heartfelt reunion. Lu felt a surge of panic, sensing that she was caught in a dream, fearing that it would soon end with the dismissal of her and her son. Finally, the dinner concluded, and aside from Lu, the father and sons had eaten to their heart's content. Rui Jinshin refrained from teasing them and thoughtfully arranged for hawthorn water to be served, placing a plate of pastries on the tea table beside Lu. Reclining on the exquisite couch, Rui Jinshin surveyed her family, feeling an overwhelming warmth from this tender scene, an experience she had never known before. "Sister, Xianggui says there will be a meeting." "What kind of meeting? Is it about business?" The earnest Rui Jinshin could hardly contain his impatience, his curiosity bubbling over. Rui Jinshin cleared her throat, allowing Xianglan to place another cushion behind her for comfort before she began to speak. "I wish to express that the Chancellor's residence is rather impoverished." The Chancellor's eyes widened as he abruptly looked up. "Jiner, have you been wronged? What do you desire? I shall procure it for you." Dad, do you have any money? Rue Jinshin teased, observing her father's blind indulgence. The Chancellor rubbed his forehead, realizing that his salary for the month had likely been exhausted. The eldest brother, Rue Jinshan, pulled a pouch from his bosom, saying, Sister, I have a single coin here. Take it for now. Once my salary is distributed, I shall purchase whatever you desire. Rue Jinbo chimed in, Sister, what do you want? Second brother will find a way to earn money for you. The third brother will receive his wages in 2 days and will give you all of it. Rue Jinshin felt a swell of emotions. Realizing how the original owner had been spoiled, little Jinxiang produced a copper coin from his pocket, saying, Sister, here. I'll earn 3 copper coins tomorrow by helping at the Wang residence. Lu instinctively wished to cover his mouth, but it was already too late. Helping at the Wang residence? Which Wang residence? What sort of help? Rue Jinshin bombarded him with inquiries, her astonishment palpable. Jinxiang, fearing her anger, fell silent. The Chancellor and his son shared puzzled expressions as the Chancellor turned to Lu, questioning, What is happening? Lu, flustered, stood up and explained, At the Wang residence. He was simply playing. The servants thought he was a common child and asked him to help pick leeks, giving him a copper coin. Jinxiang extended his small hand. Offering the coin, I didn't hide it. They said I could earn 3 copper coins tomorrow by picking beans if I collect enough. Rue Jinshin felt tears prick at her eyes. He was the young master of the Chancellor's residence. Indeed, it is commendable that you understand the value of earning money to support your sister. The Chancellor's expression softened, and he cast a look of approval. Dad. Rue Jinshin became incensed, frustrated with the Chancellor and the original owner. He is still just a child, a young master of the Chancellor's residence. Is it not disgraceful for him to work for the servants? Oh, my daughter, earning money through hard work is nothing to be ashamed of. It brings shame upon me. HM? That one do. I cannot allow Jeaner to be embarrassed. Chapter 7 Family Meeting Part 3 Rue Jinshu was utterly speechless. That was not the crux of the matter. Father, how can the dignified Prime Minister's residence demand that children earn a living? It is simply excessive. My daughter, sister, is upset. The Prime Minister and his sons immediately straightened their postures, anxiously gazing at Rue Jinshu. Jinxiang hid in his mother's embrace, instinctively fearful, yet he understood that his sister was defending him. Rue Jinshu closed her eyes, gradually regaining her composure. Father, you are the Prime Minister, a pillar of the Daong dynasty. The residents cannot be so impoverished. Jinxiang should be enrolled in school, and the elder brothers should be courting. The household requires a capable matron. To put it plainly, we need a mistress. It is impossible for you to remarry, but perhaps we can consider the available Lu family. However, further observation is necessary. Everyone was taken aback. They had never contemplated such matters, only wishing for their daughter, sister, to live comfortably and joyfully. The Prime Minister glanced at his 4 sons. The eldest was 20, while the second and third were twins, both over 18. Young men of other families at this age were already cradling children. As for Jinxiang, he had merely been given a name, never receiving any care or attention. The Prime Minister viewed Jinxiang as a testament to his own unfaithfulness, unable to confront his own feelings. The innocent child bore the weight of his grievances. Jeaner, what do you suggest? I shall heed your advice. The Prime Minister, adept at maneuvering through the court and employing strategy, became a mere puppet before his daughter, allowing her to dictate. Observing her father, who was not yet 40, yet showing signs of graying hair, Rue Jinshu sighed. Her father and brothers were inept at managing affairs and utterly clueless about domestic matters. It seemed the burden of responsibility fell upon her shoulders. Are there still farmlands and shops at home? Who oversees them? What of Mother's dowry? The Prime Minister looked toward his eldest son, signaling him to speak. Rue Jinjin weakly replied, There are no farmlands or shops left. Uncle Fu manages the household income and expenses. No farmlands or shops. Rue Jinshu pondered, realizing this was the result of the original owner's actions. The Prime Minister hastily added, Your mother's dowry. I have preserved it for you. Nothing has been touched. Does Mother's dowry include any shops? There should be, but I can't recall. Did I not give you the shop deeds? At this moment, Lu boldly interjected, Madam had 5 shops and 2 farms, with 2 of the shops located in the bustling area of Chili Street. Xianglan whispered beside her, Miss, don't forget, you entrusted the shops to your cousin for management. Is that so? Rue Jinshu searched her memory. It was during the period shortly after her mother's passing when her cousins had incited her, claiming her father would remarry and seize her mother's dowry, persuading her to hand over the shops to her cousin for management. Rue Jinshu was once again infuriated by the original owner's foolishness. That cousin had initially sent monthly account books in silver. However, for the past 2 years, he claimed business was poor and had ceased to send any accounts or silver, even coaxing her into further losses. How foolish. Rue Jinshu glared at her father and brothers. You let my cousin deceive me regarding the shops, and you did nothing to stop it? Sister, it was you who said your cousin was better at managing business. Trust him. Rue Jinshun spoke the truth, only inciting more anger in Rue Jinshu. How could this family become so dim-witted upon encountering the original owner? Utterly foolish. The Prime Minister and his sons remained silent, obediently listening, perplexed by how their daughter, sister, had become so flustered that she began to scold herself. Lu recognized the situation. The young lady had experienced a profound transformation through adversity. She reminded, Eldest Miss, quickly check if the shop deeds are here. Rue Jinshu turned to Xianglan, who responded, Yes. They are. Since Cousin Miss arrived, I have personally safeguarded them. I will check again. Xianglan hurried off to the bedroom. Rue Jinshu addressed everyone. Previously, I was ignorant, causing father and everyone to suffer along with me. Jin are you unwell? The Prime Minister voiced what everyone was thinking. His daughter, sister, was acting unusually today, exhibiting strange behavior. Lu felt delighted. The madam would surely be pleased to see her daughter's transformation. Rue Jinshu smiled. Perhaps the young master of the Su family has enlightened me with his wisdom. I have become more astute. Jin has always been clever. Regardless, the Prime Minister remained convinced that his daughter was the best, unique in her own right. Xianglan returned, holding a delicate wooden box. Miss, the shop deeds are here, along with the deeds to the farms and the keys to the storeroom. However, many of the jewelry left by Madam has been borrowed by Cousin Mississippi borrowed. What is borrowed must be returned. Once I can leave the house, I will certainly reclaim them. The three brothers looked at their sister with bright eyes. Sensing the change in her demeanor, she seemed so composed and even better than before. Rue Jinshu regarded Lu, who was the person her mother trusted the most. Having previously assisted in managing household matters, she was the ideal steward. Father, we are all family. Lu, having been with you and bearing Jinxiang, should oversee the household affairs. The Prime Minister's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, You may take charge of the household. Very well. From today onward, Lu will assist in managing the household. Rue Jinshu decisively appointed Lu as the steward and turned to Jinxiang. Since my mother is passed, and there is no mistress, you may simply call Lu mother. The poor child had to be cautious even in addressing his own mother. The Prime Minister did not object, and Lu and her son felt immense gratitude toward Rue Jinshu. Rue Jinshu instructed Xianglan to fetch the silver box. Father, from today onward, you shall receive 50 taels of silver each month. An elder brother shall also receive 50 taels for his activities in the court. The second and third brothers will each receive 40 taels. And Lu will receive 40 taels as well, while little Jinxiang will receive 20 taels. All other servants shall also see an increase in their monthly allowances. Lu, you can manage this. Jinshun excitedly exclaimed, We're getting rich. Thank you, sister. He had never possessed such wealth before. His impoverished state was due to his sister. And now his fortune too was thanks to her. He must treat her well, for she would surely provide him with even more silver. Who claimed he was foolish? He was quite astute. Rue Jinshu continued, This is merely temporary. There will be more in the future. The Prime Minister's residence will thrive. Everyone quietly questioned, Is this truly the case? Lu, summon a tailor tomorrow to measure for new garments for everyone. Each of us shall have 4 sets of attire, while the servants shall each receive 2 sets, to be made quarterly. Look at Jinxiang. Father, it is time for him to start school. You shall oversee this matter. Alas. Additionally, we need to replace the cook in the kitchen with someone skilled, and add a dough master. Rue Jinshu then scrutinized her brother's attire and accessories. Lu, please procure some accessories for my brothers, and choose something nice for Jinxiang as well. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Oh, Lu, I shall give you 10,000 taels of silver to manage various household expenses. Moreover, the Prime Minister's residence needs renovation. It must embody a fresh spirit, as the current state is far too dilapidated. Jiner, keep that silver for yourself. I will find a way. What way? Shall you seek imperial gifts again? I fear the Emperor may dismiss you from your position, and then we would have nowhere to live. Gifts from the Emperor cannot be casually bought or given away, and the Prime Minister was engaging in risky behavior. Second brother, third brother, focus on your studies and do not seek employment. I shall earn for the family. Over 10,000 taels had already been spent, and Rue Jinshu felt a pressing urgency. She needed to earn money swiftly. The sudden arrival of happiness left everyone in a daze, merely nodding in habitual agreement. Chapter 8: A perfect match recently. Officials observed that Prime Minister Rue and his son walked with an air of confidence, their spirits high and their appearance radiant. Their attire had notably shifted from excessive simplicity to a style befitting their esteemed positions. Emperor Xingxian could not help but commend them, noting that they finally exuded the dignity of a grand state minister, rather than appearing impoverished. Has the Prime Minister struck it rich? Haven't you heard? The daughter of imperial physician who offended the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household and had to compensate with 50,000 taels of silver. Such a significant sum. Those who usually looked down upon Prime Minister Rue gathered to exchange barbed remarks. Not only that, Prime Minister Rue seemed invigorated by joyous tidings. What joyous occasion? Naturally, it pertains to the marriage of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter to the Crown Prince. Is that so? I heard the imperial edict has yet to be issued to both households. The Emperor has already agreed. It is a matter settled. The brash and infatuated girl is marrying the unattractive and disabled Crown Prince. They truly are a perfect match. A few boisterous men discussed this matter openly in the palace courtyard, unperturbed by their surroundings. On the left side of the palace wall, the Crown Prince sat in a corner, observing the Emperor's guards train, hearing every word they uttered with clarity. A perfect match? His face, perpetually hidden behind a mask, remained unknown to all, genuinely ugly, and he could not walk. That woman is renowned for her beauty, her fame echoing throughout the capital. He preferred to remain low-key, while she flaunted her status, relying on the indulgence of her father and brother to dominate the capital. Could they truly be a perfect match? A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Meanwhile, standing by the wall on the right side of the courtyard were Prime Minister Rue and his son, exchanging glances upon hearing the gossip. Could they discern who was speaking? Indeed, the son had taken note. Yes, remember this. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Jenner shall not be tolerated. Both father and son revealed wicked smiles simultaneously. At the corner gate stood Imperial Physician Wang, who, upon witnessing their smiles, shuddered involuntarily, wondering which unfortunate soul had provoked this duo. Prime Minister Rue's gaze fell upon Imperial Physician Wang, and he immediately displayed a sincere smile, warmly inviting him. Old Wang, come to my residence for a drink today. Have you truly struck it rich? Imperial Physician Wang asked with skepticism. Could it be that you withheld the compensation silver? Would you be so stingy as to deny your daughter? Nonsense. That silver is meant for my daughter. How could I possibly withhold it? Then how could a poor man like you afford to treat? Hee. Jenner now manages the household, and we've hired a new chef. The dishes are quite delightful. Jenner is managing the household. Isn't she supposed to be out causing trouble? Imperial Physician Wang's incessant chatter irked Prime Minister Rue, who quickly amended. Jenner has grown skilled in management. I must go see for myself. Prime Minister Rue beamed again. Come, let me take you to have a look. The three exited the palace, and when Imperial Physician Wang insisted on taking his own sedan chair, the Prime Minister pulled him onto a carriage. The carriage appeared ordinary from the outside, but was spacious and comfortable within, featuring a small tea table laden with tea and snacks. Previously, Prime Ministers always traveled in official sedan chairs, and when those were unavailable, they would walk to court. The only luxurious carriage in the household belonged to Rue Jinxin. This doesn't seem to be Jenner's carriage, Wang observed. It was specially arranged for me by my daughter, Prime Minister Rue replied proudly, pouring tea for Wang and offering him snacks. Later, when we return home, we must check Jenner's pulse. She should be recovering well. Physician Sin mentioned her remarkable resilience. Perhaps it is due to her pampered upbringing, making her constitution stronger than that of ordinary folk. Jenner has been meticulously cared for by her mother since childhood, rarely falling ill. If it weren't for the injury inflicted by the Crown Prince, she would not have been bedridden for such an extended period. Noticing Prime Minister Rue broached the subject of the Crown Prince, Imperial Physician Wang inquired, what does the Emperor think? If he has agreed to the Empress's betrothal, why has he yet to issue the edict? Prime Minister Rue, not wishing to conceal anything from his old friend, replied, the edict has indeed been issued. But due to the Crown Prince's circumstances, the Emperor has temporarily withheld it. Oh, may I ask why you are so willing? Prime Minister Rue regarded his old friend solemnly and stated, I consent because I do not wish for Jenner to marry into Beizhou. Imperial Physician Wang's eyes widened. Was Beizhou truly seeking a matrimonial alliance? Indeed, Beizhou has proposed sending a princess for marriage, requesting that Daong reciprocate with a princess as well. Emperor Xingxian has only 2 sons and no daughters. Should a marriage alliance occur, candidates would fall upon the grandsons of noble families and officials' daughters. Beizhou has set its sights on Rui Jinxin, and Emperor Xingxian would prefer not to have his close ministers entangled with the enemy state. Thus, when the Empress made her unusual proposal, the Emperor and Prime Minister Rui tacitly agreed to this marriage. The Wang residence is merely a wall away from the Prime Minister's estate. Marrying into the Wang household would be far more advantageous than marrying into Beizhou. However, the Crown Prince has been quite obstinate. Prime Minister Rui scoffed, "My daughter has no interest in him. Once the situation with Beizhou passes, a divorce will be in order." The doors of the Prime Minister's household will always remain open for Jiner. Imperial physician Wang had never understood Prime Minister Rui's indulgence towards his daughter. But these words touched him deeply today. He too had a daughter, and when she faced difficulties in her marital home, he lacked the courage to allow her to return. Alas, the daughter of Prime Minister Rui has been born into a life of privilege, utterly pampered, and has thus developed a rather arrogant disposition. The carriage halted outside the Prime Minister's residence, and as Imperial physician Wang stepped down and looked up, he couldn't help but smile. "Oh, the entrance is quite impressive. Indeed, my daughter insisted it should reflect our status. What a show-off." Though the Prime Minister's residence may not rival the Wang estate in size, it is undoubtedly the largest among the officials' residences. Previously, it had been rather desolate, but today it was vibrant and full of life. "Jiner has done quite well, hasn't she?" "Yes, quite well." The steward, Uncle Fu, accompanied by servants, set about preparing tea and snacks. The Prime Minister instructed them to inform the young lady that Imperial physician Wang had arrived and would check her pulse shortly, inviting him to stay for lunch. Imperial physician Wang lifted the teacup, removed the lid, and was greeted by a delightful fragrance. Is this flower tea?" The Prime Minister, smiling, replied, "It is honeysuckle tea. Recently, she has been coughing a bit. My daughter mentioned that medicine can be toxic in large doses, so she drinks this flower tea, which helps clear heat and soothe the throat, as well as alleviate lung, heart, or stomach fire." When did Jiner become knowledgeable in such matters? This injury has kept her bedridden, and feeling bored, she had her maidservants find various books for her to read, which is how she learned all this. As Imperial physician Wang felt for the Prime Minister's pulse, he remarked, "She has learned well. This is quite appropriate." Hearing his daughter praised, Prime Minister Rui beamed with pride. After finishing a cup of tea, he personally escorted Imperial physician Wang to the elegant garden, where the scenery had transformed remarkably, now appearing much more refined and uniquely arranged. There was no need to ask. This was undoubtedly the work of Rui Jinxin. Jiner has changed so much. Indeed. Yet the reason for this transformation is rather heartbreaking. What do you mean? Jiner was injured by the Crown Prince. She was framed, and this has taken a toll on her. Imperial physician Wang understood that many people experience changes in temperament following significant trauma or emotional distress. Rui Jinxin's transformation, however, was quite endearing. "Father." "Hello, Imperial physician Wang." A delicate young girl stood beside a flowering bush, her smile radiant as if blooming flowers, lifting everyone's spirits. "Jiner, why are you standing? Lying down is quite uncomfortable." She settled at a tea table beneath the corridor, which held a medical book about herbs. Imperial physician Wang picked up the book and smiled, asking, "What is this? Are you interested in medicine?" Chapter 9. Preparation for Rainy Days Indeed. "Can Uncle Wang teach me? The pill you gave me is truly miraculous, and I am eager to discover its ingredients. One must be prepared for the future." She must find an excuse for her sudden medical knowledge. "Those 2 herbs are from a royal prescription and cannot be disclosed casually." Dr. Wang stroked his chin while addressing the Chancellor, who was dismissively curling his lips. "What is there to keep secret? Quickly tell Jiner, and I promise to assist you with the task." No sooner had he spoken than Dr. Wang joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent." Rui Jinshu blinked in surprise. Has she just sold her father? In high spirits, Dr. Wang turned to the fragrant pomelo beside him, saying, "Fetch me paper and pen. I shall write a prescription for your young lady." Just moments ago, he had claimed the prescription was royal, yet now, due to Rui Xiang's promise, he readily divulged the information. Rui Jinshu felt this transaction was unbalanced. "Wait a moment. Father, you cannot casually agree to others without knowing what they may ask of you. What if it involves something undesirable? As for the prescription, I can ponder it myself. You must remain unharmed, for this is my safeguard for a future of ease." "Oh, my daughter worries for her father?" "Fear not. Uncle Wang would not bring harm." This modicum of trust still existed between them. Dr. Wong feigned anger. Do you no longer wish for the prescription? Yes, please write it down. I have agreed to it. Rue Xiang, fearing his old friend might retract his promise, urged the pomelo to hurry. Rue Jinshu pouted. Very well. I suppose I have acted rather petty. However, I genuinely wish to know the prescription, as there are several herbs whose properties I have yet to discern, and I sense they are crucial. Dr. Wong diligently filled 3 sheets with his handwriting, emphasizing. These herbs are not listed in the order of usage. Do not show them to others lightly. Should anyone attempt to replicate this formula, it could turn from a remedy into a poison. Royal prescriptions are not to be carelessly shared. It is permissible to inform Jeaner of the herbs' names, but the process of preparation must remain undisclosed. Rue Jinshu felt somewhat cheated. She quickly scanned the sheets, finding that her findings aligned closely with what she had tasted. Save for 2 ingredients she had not anticipated, motherwort and chicken bloodvine. Both are known for invigorating blood flow. She had assumed they were intended to halt internal bleeding. However, their inclusion in Shinshue pills seemed contradictory. Noticing her intense focus, Dr. Wong curiously inquired, Do you comprehend? Rue Jinshu's gaze flickered. Not entirely. I happened to come across the information that chicken bloodvine should not be consumed alongside ginseng. This formula happens to include both. I have indeed imparted knowledge. These 2 should not be consumed together nor prepared simultaneously, yet their inclusion in this medicine is acceptable. Dr. Wong concluded, taking a sip of tea, signaling his desire to say no more. Rue Jinshu rolled her eyes discreetly. This likely involved ancient techniques, and she would not press further, opting to study it at her own pace. She longed for her laboratory, filled with advanced technology that would make analysis far more efficient. After examining her pulse and confirming her recovery, Dr. Wong cautioned, Your healing ability is extraordinary, yet you must still exercise caution and avoid excessive exertion, as your injury is internal and requires nurturing. Rue Jinshu understood he spoke of the damage to her womb, and she nodded obediently. Lunch was served in the main hall, where Dr. Wong and Chancellor Rue shared a drink. It seems my Jeaner has developed an interest in medicine. Do take the time to teach her, Rue Yin remarked. One must have principles when indulging a child. Why? Do you not wish to teach? Dr. Wong dropped his chopsticks in surprise, prompting a servant to swiftly replace them. Resigned. He nodded. If she wishes to learn, I shall teach her. Is that satisfactory? That is more like it, Rue Yin replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Were it not for the exquisite food and wine, I would have left long ago. Your chef is exceptional. Every dish, whether hot or cold, is delectable, and even the noodles are perfectly chewy. Paired with the finest apricot blossom liquor, it is truly a great blessing. Xiang Chao relayed this to Rue Jinshu. Revealing that Dr. Wong had a penchant for good food and drink, she now knew what to offer him in future dealings. Adjacent to the Chancellor's residence, the Xianwang mansion sprawled majestically, boasting a beautifully designed garden. Its grandeur rivaled that of the Imperial Palace, a testament to the deep brotherly bond between Xianwang and Emperor Sheng Xian. The young master, Mo Yunkai, had just returned from the palace, pushed by his guards toward the Qingsong courtyard. This courtyard was expansive, rivaling the entire Chancellor's residence, situated on the far right of the Wang mansion, directly adjacent to the Chancellor's estate. Upon entering the courtyard, a figure landed before him. Young master, those 2 pearls belong to the daughter of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister, Jean Ruochu. She killed her maid for losing them. The owner of the pearls had been found, but who had assaulted the infatuated girl? Or had the pearls merely fallen by accident? The infatuated woman was likely lying. My subordinate discovered that the Chancellor's eldest son is also investigating this matter. He is looking for the second young lady of the Yuan Marquise, Gu. Mo Yunkai raised an eyebrow as the shadow guard continued. Gu is a cousin of Rue's daughter, and on the day of the incident, she stood behind Miss Rue. What relevance does that have? What was that woman doing? She has been recuperating in the mansion. Humph. She better recover for a lifetime. I ought to have crippled her hand for daring to your highness. The Wang has summoned you to the study. A servant's voice interrupted, prompting him to wave off the shadow guard and investigate everyone present that day. The shadow guard vanished, and the guards pushed him toward the Yuyuan study. Father, you summoned me? The tall and refined Xian Wang was reading a letter from the palace. Upon seeing Mo Kai, he sighed inwardly, lamenting, what a pity. Kaya, you are aware of the discussions in the palace today, correct? I am aware. I heard it with my own ears. Xian Wang rose and sat beside him. Your royal uncle just sent word. He intends to issue a decree. Mo Yunsai's expression turned icy, his demeanor emanating an aura that made others reluctant to approach. Xianwang discreetly rubbed his arms, feeling the chill of his son's presence. Why me? Is this not mere happenstance? Your royal uncle initially chose the son of the Marquis of Wuhan. However, circumstances changed abruptly, and the Empress intervened. Mo Yunkai clenched his fists in frustration. Your mother has a different perspective on Miss Rue. She claims to have encountered her before and perceives her as innocent and passionate. Innocent? Chasing after men all day is hardly passionate. Huh. That young lady isn't blindly pursuing. She seeks out handsome men, and her taste is impeccable. The Xianwang Fei entered with a cheerful demeanor, boldly taking a seat across from the father and son. Mother, surely you jest. Nonsense. Your mother is still young and beautiful, with keen eyesight. Do you not know that the infatuated girl is quite arrogant? Arrogance, yes, but not overly domineering. Lu Xian, you seem quite familiar with Miss Rue. The Xianwang Fei shook her head. Not familiar. She simply appears particularly pleasing to the eye. I find it strange, but I inexplicably like her. Kair, marry her and make your mother happy. The young master fell silent, utterly speechless. If you like her, then you should marry her. I would. But do you think the emperor and your father would agree? Xianwang's expression darkened. Absurd. Chapter 10. A table spanning 3,000 miles. Rue Jinx was unaware of her future mother-in-law's inexplicable fondness for her. She had no desire to wed the perpetrator who had caused the original owner's demise. Each day, she reclined in the courtyard, admiring the flowers and reading, even annotating unfamiliar characters. Her most frequent pastime was instructing Xiang Cao on the preparation of various lifestyle delicacies, which Xiang Cao could replicate to perfection, much to Rue Jinx's delight, who praised Xiang Cao as a culinary goddess. She relished the pleasure of eating and conversing, preferring to indulge in the fruits of another's labor, which surpassed her own efforts. Allowing her greedy nature to bask in enjoyment, Shangguo entered with the steward's assistant, announcing, Miss, your cousin has arrived but was stopped by the steward, who insisted she present a letter first. Well done. Aunt Lu's handling of matters is most satisfactory. Do you wish to meet her? Yes. I have been wounded for so long. This is her first visit. These past few days, she had been contemplating reclaiming the shop and retrieving what had been deceitfully taken from her. The timing was fortuitous. It was a chance to probe her intentions. Before long, a young woman in her 20s was led into the courtyard, complaining, Jinx, the steward of the residence attempted to expel me, daring not to recognize who I am. And who might you be? Rue Jinx regarded her coolly. With a delicate, jade-like oval face and almond-shaped eyes framed by willow-like brows, she was indeed a beautiful woman. Alas, the scheming glint in her eyes tarnished her allure. This visage bore a striking resemblance to the original owner's mother, who had passed away, leaving the original owner reliant on her for trust and affection. Yet, she had conspired with her cousin to deceive her, pilfering a substantial portion of the original owner's dowry. At that time, this cousin was merely 12 or 13, yet she wielded her cunning effectively. Gu Qingjing questioned, have you been struck dumb, failing to recognize your cousin? Cousin? I have lain in bed for over a month. Did you ever visit? Oh, well, Gu Qingjing replied awkwardly, there has been much to attend to at home. As you know, with in-laws to serve and young ones to care for, I truly have been overwhelmed. In truth, had it not been for Rue Jinshuan's inquiry about that day's events, she would have preferred to remain absent. You are but a concubine's daughter. It seems the main wife does not hold you in high regard. Most of the silver she had coaxed from Rue Jinx had been offered to that legitimate matron. Isn't this a rare opportunity to visit you? Gu Qingjing, slowly realizing the shift in Rue Jinx's demeanor, noted the unusual coolness that accompanied her presence. In the past, she had always been met with warmth. Today, however, her tone was decidedly askew. Without further thought, Gu Qingjing plopped herself down at the tea table, helping herself to the pastries. Your pastries are delightful. By the way, upon entering the residence, I noticed changes. Has Uncle prospered? Rue Jinx regarded her with disdain, her voice laced with hostility. From the moment you arrived, you have not inquired about my well-being. What is your purpose here? Oh, what manner of address is this? Is it merely because I did not visit promptly? And yet, here I am. Rue Jinx's expression darkened with anger. What do you consider yourself? Merely a cousin. A cousin is still a sister. Gu Qingjing assumed she was upset over not being visited and playfully remarked, very well. I shall apologize. Do not be angry. As she spoke, she rose to examine her surroundings, inquiring about the supposed treasures lost to the Xianwang residence. She made her way to the vanity, reaching for the jewelry box. Slap. Ouch. Xianglan, how dare you strike me? Xianglan, with a stern countenance, retorted, you cannot meddle with the Mrs. Belongings. What? Huh? I can handle your Mrs. Belongings however I please. She hasn't uttered a word, so why do you act so mad? Rue Jinx, approaching with a frigid demeanor, stated, you are not to touch my possessions. From now on, you are forbidden. Gu Qingjing, unable to fathom her cousin's sudden change, waved her hand before Rue Jinx's face. Jinx, have you truly lost your memory? It is I. We are good sisters. Rue Jinx pushed aside her hand, demanding the return of her borrowed jewelry and the silver taken over the years. Stop with your nonsense. Those were given to me. They were lent. What is borrowed must be returned. Return everything you have taken over the years. Rue Jinx's icy tone instilled fear in Gu Qingjing, who stammered, have you lost your mind today? I am your cousin. A table spans 3,000 miles. Some accounts must be settled. I see you are possessed, spouting nonsense. As she spoke, Gu Qingjing retreated toward the door. I shall take my leave for now. Quickly summon a doctor for your miss, lest she be afflicted with hysteria. Upon reaching the courtyard, she muttered curses under her breath. What a stroke of ill fortune. One should consult the almanac before venturing out. Miss, shall we let her depart just like that? Rue Jinx narrowed her eyes. Xiang Cao, follow her. Ascertain if she returns directly to her residence or heads elsewhere. Understood. Xiangyo, please summon the second and third young masters. Xiangyo hurried away, and Rue Jinx instructed Xianghua, find a reliable servant to discover where my cousin is and what she is doing. Xianglan, visibly anxious, asked, will we not raise suspicions today, alerting them? Fear not. We must startle them, instilling a sense of chaos, thereby creating an opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Rue Jinx's brothers, Rue Jinxibo and Rue Jinxian, arrived promptly. Sister, what has occurred? Second brother, third brother, my cousin just left. I demanded she return what she borrowed. She may have thought I was merely sulking. But if she considers it seriously, she will likely discuss strategies with our cousin. Do you wish for us to keep watch? Rue Jinxian, appearing somewhat simple-minded, nevertheless possessed a keen intellect. Yes, I fear they may attempt to relocate their assets. They owe me a considerable amount. The sum is substantial. Should they be compelled to repay, it is uncertain if they could fulfill the entirety. Rue Jinxibo stated, I shall head to the capital's official residence to check if there have been any alterations in the property records. Without delay, the brothers set out. And Rue Jinx watched their departing figures with a smile, recognizing that conversing with intelligent individuals need not be overly demanding. Closing her eyes to rest, she found solace in her current circumstances, reclining on the couch while managing affairs from a distance. With Aunt Lu overseeing household matters and her brothers bustling outside, such was the comfort she relished. Rue Jinxiang dashed in, observing her with closed eyes, and whispered, Sister. Rue Jinx opened her eyes to behold a small boy, remarkably resembling their elder brother, especially in his scholar's robe and cap, a miniature version of him. She reached out to tousle his soft hair. Have you finished school? Rue Jinx sat up, inviting Jinxiang to join her on the couch. Was school enjoyable? How is the teacher? Are your classmates easy to get along with? Jinxiang nodded enthusiastically, answering each query, though he hesitated slightly when it came to his classmates. Rue Jinx paid it no mind, presuming he was simply new and still unfamiliar. You must focus during lessons and play diligently afterward. Yes, I will listen to sister. At this moment, Jinxiang held his sister in the highest regard. She was a kind sibling who never bullied him, a true treasure. His gaze drifted towards the small kitchen, and he unconsciously swallowed. Huh, greedy little cat. Rue Jinx recognized his quest for food. He too was a foodie. She had freshly baked jujube cakes brought forth, and Jinxiang cradled one like a squirrel, nibbling away. Miss, I saw your cousin heading to find the young master. Chapter 11. Chili Street. Xiang Cao panted as she spoke, while Rue Jinxin poured her a cup of tea. After catching her breath and sipping the water, she continued slowly. I followed my cousin when she went out. I heard her tell the sedan share bearers to return home, but suddenly she turned towards Chili Street. There is a shop belonging to my mother there. Is she going to find Gu Qingjue? Did you see my cousin? No. I followed her to Chili Street, and then the third young master appeared suddenly. He asked me to return first. Third brother is incredibly swift. No wonder he has mastered martial arts. Half an hour later, Xianghua entered with a young servant. Miss, the young master is at the gambling house. Rue Jinxin frowned. A gambling house was a casino. Could Gu Qingjue be a gambler? Her heart tightened, and an ominous feeling washed over her. Xianglan, let South go check Chili Street. Miss, can you go out? Let us take a carriage. It won't be a problem. They hurried to Chili Street and stopped in front of Yuxing Tea House. Rui Jinqing, squatting in the corner across the street, approached upon seeing his sister's carriage. Sister, what brings you here? Rui Jinqing held on to his outstretched hand as she descended from the carriage, only to notice that the people around them were deliberately avoiding the vehicle. Without pausing for a response, Rui Jinqing turned to glance at the carriage, finding nothing amiss. But as she observed the surrounding expressions, realization struck her. In her haste aboard, she had overlooked the fact that this carriage was extravagantly adorned, an unmistakable emblem of the original owner, Zhang Yang. Known throughout the capital for pursuing handsome men, the crowd was not fleeing in fear. They were recoiling in disdain. It's merely a case of envy and jealousy. Driver, take the carriage to the back street, Rui Jinqing commanded, lifting her chin defiantly, dismissing the gazes around her. Third brother, let us enter. She strode into the tea house with an air of arrogance. The shopkeeper had already seen her, his eyes reflecting surprise, dissatisfaction, and disappointment. Greetings, Mississippi. His tone was reluctant. The shopkeeper cast a puzzled glance at Rui Jinqing, who stood beside her. Xianglan, noticing this, interjected, this is the third young master of the Xiang residence. The old shopkeeper stared in disbelief. Since the demise of the second miss, the young masters had not graced the tea house with their presence. He recognized Rui Jinqing by her carriage, which had passed by countless times without ever stopping. Rui Jinqing had only recently learned that their mother owned a shop here. Rui Jinqing surveyed the establishment, a spacious venue with 3 tidy levels filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, but regrettably empty of patrons. The shopkeeper, around 50, was of average height, donned in a well-fitted gray robe, his posture upright and his expression sincere. A young attendant stood by the counter, his appearance neat and curious as he watched them. The old shopkeeper, astonished by the sudden arrival of the siblings, wondered about their purpose. Rui Jinqing, tempering her earlier bravado, sincerely inquired, "What is your surname, esteemed shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper, flustered, replied, "I dare not claim any honor. My humble surname is Zhang, and I am the steward of your mother's side business." Rui Jinqing smiled sweetly and called, "Uncle Zhang." The shopkeeper was taken aback, bowing deeply. "What commands do you have, miss? How often does Gu Qingue visit?" Uncertain of her intentions, Zhang replied, "Every 10 days, to collect silver. Are there any records of transactions?" "Yes." Zhang retrieved the ledger, glancing at Rui Jinqing, who stood as a mere bystander. He then asked Rui Jinqing, "Miss, what is your purpose?" Rui Jinqing quickly perused the accounts. Discovering that while there were few customers for tea, numerous purchases of tea leaves indicated that Gu Qingue had deceived the original owner for several years. "Uncle Zhang, I was Navi before, allowing the Gu siblings to mislead me into entrusting the shop to Gu Qingue's management. Now, I wish to reclaim it and manage it myself." Zhang, filled with excitement, confirmed, "Is that truly the case?" Rui Jinqing nodded earnestly, then lowered her voice, glancing at the young attendant. "Please organize all accounts and deliver them directly to the Xiang residence without alerting Gu Qingue." "Understood." Rui Jinqing inquired, "Are you familiar with the stewards of my mother's other shops?" "I'm acquainted, but, yes, over the past 2 years, contact has diminished. Only Old Lee from the fabric shop on the same street occasionally comes by for tea." "I see. From this day forward, Gu Qingue must not be permitted to withdraw any silver. I will send third brother to collect it during the monthly cycle." Zhang eagerly agreed. But just before the siblings departed, he added, "If you truly intend to take charge, you should first visit Chunjing Street." Rui Jinqing paused and turned back to ask, "Is there something amiss?" "The steward has changed. Lin has gone missing, and his family has been searching for over a month." Rui Jinqing frowned. "Thank you for the information. Please inform Lin's family that they may seek me at the Xiang residence." Zhang realized that the young lady was indeed serious about managing the affairs. As they exited the tea house, Rui Jinqing asked Rui Jinqing, "Why are you lingering here? Gu Qingjing isn't at the tea house. She entered the cosmetic shop across the way and hasn't come out yet." "The cosmetic shop?" Rui Jinqing followed his gesture and spotted Gu Qingjing emerging from the shop. Her appearance dramatically transformed with a new hairstyle. "Is that shop for beauty treatments?" Gu Qingjing did not glance their way, exiting the shop and boarding a sedan chair to depart. "She is not here looking for Gu Qingue. Should we follow her, sister?" "No need. Let us go to the fabric shop and inform the steward that I intend to take over and prepare the accounts." Rui Jinqing, concerned for her health, suggested, "I will go, You should return to avoid exhaustion. I'll cover all the shops, especially on Chunjing Street. Rui Jinshin smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. What a considerate brother you are. I appreciate your efforts. Rui Jinsheng was momentarily dazzled. His sister's smile was beautiful, something he had not witnessed before. He felt elated by her affection. Watching her blissful brother, Rui Jinshin silently scolded the original owner for taking such a wonderful brother for granted. Little did she know, this seemingly simple brother was quite astute. As Xianglan went to summon the carriage, Rui Jinshin instructed Rui Jinsheng to proceed with his tasks while she waited by the roadside. Rui Jinsheng, still uneasy, hesitated. Rui Jinshin playfully protested, "Oh, I am not a child anymore. Besides, the tea house is just behind us. I will be fine. Hurry. It's important to notify the stewards." Reluctantly, Rui Jinsheng departed to handle the errands. After a while, when the carriage had yet to arrive, Rui Jinshin decided to enter the tea house to wait. Just as she lifted her foot to step inside, a group of people rushed past, carrying a doorboard with a man lying on it. He appeared pale, struggling to breathe, and cried out in pain. "Doctor, please help." He fell from the roof. The front runners shouted as they rushed into the medical shop to her right, and Rui Jinshin realized it was a clinic. As the injured man passed by, she noticed the blood and air accumulating in his chest cavity. This indicated a pneumothorax, requiring surgery. Frozen in shock, Rui Jinshin pondered. What had she just witnessed? Chapter 12. Saving lives. Rui Jinshin soon regained her composure and followed the crowd into the medical clinic, where a young girl was directing others to carry the injured inside. Everyone else remained outside while the girl and an elderly doctor entered the inner room. Seizing the opportunity amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Rui Jinshin swiftly slipped into the inner chamber. The two busy with the treatment were oblivious to her presence. She cast another glance at the injured man, noting the significant accumulation of blood and air in his chest cavity. If left untreated, his life would be in jeopardy. Instinctively, she stepped forward to take charge, only to realize that a first aid kit had mysteriously appeared in her hands. Without a moment to ponder, she pushed the girl aside, declaring, "You cannot save him. Step aside." The girl stepped back in bewilderment, watching as the notorious flirt of the capital, now with a serious demeanor, expertly tore open the man's shirt, swiftly applying a certain liquid before producing a sharp scalpel and making a delicate incision at the chest area, quickly inserting a transparent tube. Crimson blood flowed from the tube, and the man's breathing became noticeably easier, his pallor fading. Rui Jinshin completed her actions with haste, paying no mind to the astonished duo beside her. The elderly doctor was the first to regain his senses. Who is this girl? What is this device? How can it save a life? His curiosity eclipsed any fear. Without hesitation, Rui Jinshin replied, "I am the legitimate daughter of the Rui family. This man has likely fallen from a height, causing a hemothorax, which is bleeding in the chest cavity with air trapped inside. The only way to save him is to drain the blood and air from his chest. This tube is for drainage." The girl listened in stunned silence and asked foolishly, "So he won't die?" Rui Jinshin replied, "That depends on you. His ribs may be fractured. You need to check and care for him diligently." Casting a glance at the unconscious man, her mind raced with anxiety. "Can you keep this a secret? I do not wish to become the subject of gossip." The elderly doctor and the girl nodded without hesitation. Rui Jinshin beamed with gratitude. "You are truly kind. I shall take my leave. Wait, what about this device?" The girl pointed at the tube, unsure of its material. Rui Jinshin inhaled deeply. "It cannot be removed yet. After 12 hours, if he is well, it can be taken out. I will return tomorrow. Do not let anyone else see." Her mind was in disarray. Unable to devise a solution, she could only hope that the two would keep her secret. "Remember to come back. We won't know how to handle this," they assured. "Indeed, I will come early." She wished to leave quickly to ascertain her own situation. Glancing at the first aid kit in her hands, she noted that the blood in the man's chest had significantly decreased, and his vital signs were stable despite the fractured ribs. "May I leave this here for now?" she asked. The girl accepted the peculiar kit and placed it on a nearby cabinet. Rui Jinshin expressed her thanks with a smile and pointed out the broken rib to the elderly doctor. "This rib is fractured." The doctor nodded, affirming that he had already discovered this during his examination. "How did you know?" he asked, intrigued. Rui Jinshin replied, "When I entered, I could feel it as I touched him." "Quite impressive, isn't it? I must take my leave. See you tomorrow," she said, turning to exit. She needed time to contemplate the events that had just transpired. Outside in the main hall, people fell silent upon seeing someone emerge from the inner room. Who was that? When did they go in? Meanwhile, Xianglan was nearly in tears, having searched fruitlessly for her mistress after the carriage was blocked. Rui Jinxin grabbed Xianglan, urging her to board the carriage quickly. "We must go." The coachman, believing the mistress was angry for his tardiness, cracked the whip and the carriage sped away. The onlookers from the clinic, upon realizing what had happened, chased after them, but only caught a glimpse of the carriage's silhouette. The sky had darkened, obscuring the identity of the owner. "Miss, where have you been?" Xianglan inquired. "Just at the clinic, observing the treatment," Rui Jinxin replied. Xianglan slapped her forehead, awash with realization. "Xianglan, I am tired. Let me rest for a moment. Have the carriage take us directly to the estate." "Of course." Rui Jinxin reclined on the soft cushion, closing her eyes to ponder the recent events. To her astonishment, her eyes had seemingly acquired the ability to see through objects, and that mysterious first aid kit had appeared in her hands. How surreal. Stealing a glance, she noticed Xianglan had also closed her eyes to rest. Rui Jinxin scanned her body, noting her robust organs and vessels. "Wow, my eyes can indeed see through." Elated by this revelation, she attempted to look again, only to find the ability had vanished. Had she merely imagined it? She closed her eyes and opened them again, but to no avail. Was it merely an illusion? Confounded, she gazed at her hands, wondering if the first aid kit was also a figment of her imagination. In a miraculous turn, the kit reappeared in her grasp. Rui Jinxin quickly glanced at Xianglan, relieved she had not noticed. Where could she hide it? How could she explain its presence? Could it be retracted? Suddenly, the first aid kit vanished, replaced by a medical room filled with various instruments and medications, both traditional and modern. This must be the legendary golden finger. I have acquired a medical space. Understanding dawned upon her, and Rui Jinxin felt a surge of confidence as she crossed her legs, reveling in her newfound ability. She mused that while her X-ray vision existed, it might be limited or perhaps had a cool-down period. She would test it again tomorrow. With her spirits lifted, she surrendered to sleep, swaying with the movement of the carriage. "Miss, we have arrived. Wake up." Xianglan gently nudged her. Groggy, Rui Jinxin climbed down from the carriage, swaying her way back to the elegant courtyard where Rui Jinxinbo awaited. "Sister, why have you returned so late? Where's third brother?" Second brother." Rui Jinxin snapped back to reality, her stomach rumbling as she caught the aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Third brother went on an errand. Let us eat first and wait for him." Upon hearing her stomach growl, Rui Jinxinbo chuckled and playfully pinched her nose, calling to the kitchen, "Set the table." Jinxiang rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Sister, are you all right? I was worried when you left in such haste." "Yes, I am fine." She embraced the rushing Jinxiang as they settled at the dining table. "Xiangsao, save some food for third brother." "Of course." With hunger overwhelming her, Rui Jinxin devoured her meal until she felt moderately satisfied. Rui Jinxinbo observed her speed with astonishment, recalling how she had previously been so mindful of her dining etiquette. Had she truly been that famished? Noticing her slow down and return to a more graceful pace, he was even more convinced of his assumption. "Sister, do not skip meals in the future. Going hungry is not good for your health." With food still in her mouth, Rui Jinxin took her time swallowing before responding. "Second brother is right. I will not let it happen again." "Indeed, you have changed, becoming more obedient and endearing." After their meal, Xiangyo accompanied Jinxiang back to Jinyuk, and the siblings began discussing the events of the afternoon. "I have checked. Your name is on the government ledger, as father directly transferred everything to your name, including the details of mother's dowry, which have been registered with the authorities. Father truly possesses remarkable foresight. With the government documentation in her possession, she could reclaim many belongings." Chapter 13. Sibling Conversations. Rui Jinxin disclosed to Rui Jinbo the reason for her sudden departure. She had learned from a servant that Gu Qinggui was at the gambling house. Fearing that he might lose their shop in a game of chance, she hurried to the tea house to inform the proprietor to prevent any mention of her brother. The tea house owner remarked that Lin's shop on Chunjing Street had been missing for over a month, and their third brother had gone to investigate. Rui Jinbo furrowed his brow. As a member of the Ministry of Justice, he had not received any reports of missing persons or cases. It seemed the Lin family had not filed a report. The shopkeeper questioned why they had not done so after searching for so long. Rui Jinbo sensed something amiss. If the ministry had not received any notice, he resolved to inquire at the Jingzhou prefecture the following day. The three brothers had long been informed by their father that their mother's dowry was to be entirely left to their sister, thus they had never interfered. Even when their sister entrusted their cousin with the management, they thought little of it. assuming that their cousin would handle things well since they themselves were not adept at business. Little did they know, their cousin harbored ulterior motives, seeking to seize their sister's inheritance. By candlelight, Rue Jinbo's resolute and handsome face was etched with anger, not only directed towards their cousins, but also at themselves. Sister, I apologize for our negligence that allowed them to deceive you. It's not your fault. I was naive, Rue Jinshin replied. She realized that the original owner of her body had foolishly trusted outsiders over her own family. Yet, it was not entirely her fault. The villains had displayed such charm that a child of 8 or 9 could not discern their true nature. Miss, the eldest and third young masters have arrived. Before Xiangguo could finish, Rue Jinsheng's boisterous voice rang out. Sister, is there food? I haven't eaten yet. Rue Jinshin promptly instructed the servants to prepare a meal for them, requesting 2 bowls of meat noodles for Xiang Chao, insisting on larger portions. After calling out to Xiang Chao, Rue Jinsheng casually took a seat opposite Rue Jinshin, with Rue Jinshun sitting beside him. Elder brother, has father returned? Rue Dage responded gently. Not yet. The northern Zhou is seeking peace, and the emperor has many matters to discuss with the high officials. The war between northern Zhou and Daong had persisted for 3 years, both sides locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. Now, with negotiations on the table, caution was imperative. Jiner, Lin's shop has been missing for some time. The Lin family has reported it. Rue Jinsheng quickly consumed a portion of his meal before continuing. Rue Jinbo suddenly noticed that his third brother and sister shared similar eating habits. Which department did they report to? The ministry has received nothing. To the Xianjing division. Rue Jinbo was taken aback. Why report there? I don't know. They didn't say. The Xianjing division, directly under the emperor, investigated cases that could not be disclosed to outsiders and handled complex matters. It was accountable solely to the emperor. Rue Jinshun set down his chopsticks. Is this a significant case? Rue Jinshin, hearing about the Xianjing division for the first time, realized the gravity of the situation. Having never paid attention to such matters in her previous life, Rue Jinbo mentioned, I was planning to inquire at the Jingzhou prefecture tomorrow. Rue Jinshun interjected, do not inquire. Cases handled by the Xianjing division cannot be casually inquired about. Rue Jinsheng asked, so, will sister's shop not be reclaimed? It will be reclaimed. The shop belongs to sister, but we will not question Lin's whereabouts. Rue Jinshun advised Rue Jinsheng to refrain from taking on side jobs, suggesting he stay close to their sister and assist her. I understand. Rue Jinshin smiled at her 3 handsome brothers. The eldest, with his refined appearance, exuded an aura of elegance, having topped the imperial examinations 3 years ago, captivating half of the capital's young ladies during his triumphant procession. The second brother was robust and handsome, embodying the righteousness expected of a ministry official, his every action radiating authority. The third brother, a twin of the second, bore a striking resemblance yet possessed a more naive demeanor. As the trio noticed their sister's gaze, they exchanged puzzled looks. What is it? So adorable. Rue Jinshin's eyes crinkled with delight. Seeing her joy, they too broke into smiles. Rue Jinshin silently thanked her fortunate twist of fate for allowing her to experience familial warmth that she had never known before. Second brother, weren't you supposed to be studying at home? Why are you in the ministry? Rue Jinshun replied with a smile. Your second brother has passed the ministry's examination and is now a formal member of the staff. With this position, he can advance and secure a bright future. Congratulations. Second brother, Rue Jinbo accepted his sister's commendation with a smile. Third brother, do you have any aspirations? Please do not let me hinder you. Not at all. I occasionally carve wood. I can manage that without it interfering with my responsibilities. Rue Jinshin recalled that her third brother had taken up odd jobs to learn carpentry. You enjoy carving? Rue Jinsheng chuckled. It's merely a hobby. The siblings reveled in their first warm conversation, the atmosphere brimming with tenderness. A servant entered, eldest young master. The Marquis has sent word that he will not return tonight. Understood. As the hour grew late, the 3 brothers rose to take their leave. After walking a distance from the elegant courtyard, the brothers paused in unison to glance back at it. Rue Jinbo mused, eldest brother, sister has changed. Indeed. She spoke to the tea-house owner with such warmth today, no longer the brash girl she once was. Rue Jinshun expressed remorse. I should have better protected her. She suffered greatly, and her demeanor has shifted. If only I had stayed by her side during the flower-viewing feast. The twin brothers chimed in. But I prefer the sister of today. So do I. They all laughed together. Rue Jinshun gazed towards the Wang residence, his expression serious. It was inevitable that their sister would marry the heir, and they must strive to be her strong support. Yes, we will. Rui Jinshun earnestly instructed Jinsheng. Do not involve yourself in Lin's affairs. For years, our cousin has managed it. Let him handle any issues while you assist sister in reclaiming her shop. I understand. Eldest brother. Sister is about to marry. It is only natural to reclaim her shop and organize her dowry. Exactly. The Xianjing division is likely aware of your inquiry about Lin's shop. Should they question you, simply state that. The heir is the true authority of the Xianjing division. You should have received word by now. I hope he does not cause trouble. Unbeknownst to Rui Jinxin, her brothers were deeply concerned for her. After washing up, she fell into a deep slumber, as she had early plans to visit the clinic the next day. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence, in the Qingsong courtyard, young master, the third son of the Marquis, visited the Lin family today. Mu Yunkai set aside his book, looking up with interest. Why would he go there? Yuan Song replied. The jewelry shop on Chunjing Street belonged to the late wife of the Marquis Rui. It was later inherited by his legitimate daughter, and has long been managed by Gu Qinggui. Now, she intends to reclaim it. Reclaim it? Does she possess the intellect for such matters? Mu Yunkai scoffed, harboring disdain for Rui Jinxin. Is Gu Qinggui aware of this? He likely is not. He remained at the gambling house all day and had not departed before my subordinate returned. Yuan Rong interjected. If Miss Rui reclaims the shop, could she discover Gu Qinggui's activities and impede the Xianjing division's investigation? Mu Yunkai fell silent, pondering why a shop long neglected would suddenly be reclaimed. The bodyguard, Shi Chuan, suddenly remarked, Miss Rui's reclamation may be in preparation for her dowry. Mu Yunkai's expression darkened, while his companions exchanged mocking glances. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Rui Jinxin also thought, you are overthinking it. Chapter 14. An agreement. The morning air was crisp and pure, with scarcely a soul in sight on the streets. As Rui Jinxin waited for her elder brother to leave, she and Xianglan stepped out moments later. The ostentatious carriage was too conspicuous. The two opted to walk to the clinic instead. Xianglan, turn back and hire a carriage. I simply refuse to walk any further, Rui Jinxin declared. Xianglan supported her, observing, Miss, you seem rather peculiar today, rising early to walk the streets while avoiding the officials and young masters. Perhaps we should rest a moment before continuing, suggested Xianglan. Rui Jinxin roughly wiped her brow with her sleeve, relieved she hadn't applied any powder on her face, lest it smudge. We're almost there. Let us persevere, she urged. Xianglan, astonished, regarded her mistress, who was typically delicate, now advocating for endurance. Rui Jinxin paid no heed to her expression, pressing onward, her hands on her waist. Her constitution felt fragile, and she resolved to strengthen it. After all, in her previous life, she had endured surgeries lasting 8 to 9 hours. This mere distance felt daunting. At last, they arrived at the clinic, where the girl from yesterday awaited them at the entrance. At last, you've come, she exclaimed. Rui Jinxin waved her hand dismissively and sank into a chair, exclaiming, Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. This unrefined display was unprecedented for her. Xianglan, feeling sympathetic, dabbed her forehead with a handkerchief and addressed the girl. Could you fetch us a cup of water? Of course. Just a moment, the girl replied. Rui Jinxin motioned for Xianglan to sit beside her. Do you have any coins on you? You must go and hire a carriage soon, one that is of good quality yet discreet, she instructed. Xianglan found her mistress's demeanor puzzling, but refrained from questioning, interpreting it as a result of her recent injury. It is precisely because you draw attention that you were ensnared. Discretion is wise. I have money on me, Xianglan assured her. Rui Jinxin's penchant for spending was well known, and they had long since adapted, always bringing ample funds whenever they ventured out. Her elder brother had insisted that they must not allow her to lose face. The girl returned with a tea tray. Rui Jinxin, shedding her usual pretensions, poured tea for both herself and Xianglan. Xianglan was taken aback, while Rui Jinxin drank deeply. After quenching her thirst, she regained some vigor. Amid the chaos of the previous day, she had failed to notice the clinic's vastness. It spanned multiple floors, with 3 walls in the main hall lined with medicine cabinets and 2 consultation tables. The girl, slightly taller than Rui Jinxin, had a round face and large, bright eyes. Her gaze clear and spirited. Her simple hairstyle and tattered skirt, paired with fitted sleeves, gave her an air of freshness and vitality. Yesterday, in the rush, I didn't learn your name, Rui Jinxin remarked. I am Yu Wanqing. You may call me Wanqing, Miss Rui, she replied. Wanqing, Let us forego the formalities. Simply call me Jinxin. Wanqing had noted that this noble girl was unlike the rumors suggested. Jinxin, she called out cheerfully. Rui Jinxin returned the smile. Turning to Xianglan with an excuse that had just occurred to her. I wish to inquire about medicinal herbs with Wanqing. You rest here and go hire that carriage. Very well, miss, Xianglan complied. As Rui Jinxin stood, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to wince. Xianglan covered her face, lamenting, Miss, you are utterly unconcerned about your image today. Yet, Wanqing found her endearing and stepped forward to assist her. Rui Jinxin chuckled. I am quite well, merely underestimated my stamina. With a slight limp, she entered the room from the previous day. The injured man lay with his eyes closed. His breathing and complexion indicated stability in his condition. Rui Jinxin cautiously examined his abdomen, noting that the bleeding had ceased. It was time to remove the tube. Fearing that he might awaken and panic at the sight of the tube, the elder doctor had administered a sedative to avoid complications. Rui Jinxin expressed her gratitude softly. Thank you. You've cared for him well. I shall proceed to remove it. The elder doctor descended from the upper floor upon hearing her arrival. Miss Rui, may we observe your procedure? He inquired. The previous day's events had unfolded abruptly, devoid of formality, and today, permission was needed to witness her expertise. Rui Jinxin understood that the elder was concerned she might be reluctant to share her unique medical skills. Ye grandpa, please feel free. I am not possessive about my methods. She replied. With that, she opened her emergency kit, donned a disposable gown, disinfected her hands, put on gloves, and proceeded to extract the tube, suture, apply medicine, and bandage the wound. Her fluid, practiced movements left the grandfather and granddaughter in awe. Once he awakens, tell him he sustained a fall and merely requires regular dressing changes. She instructed. The elder and his granddaughter nodded. Their curiosity about Rui Jinxin's medical prowess piqued. As Rui Jinxin tidied her kit, she pondered how to discuss leaving it behind. She could not continuously conjure items from thin air. Ye grandpa, Wanqing, may we find another place to converse? She suggested, feeling an inexplicable trust toward them. The elder doctor led her to the second floor, where the scent of medicine was strong. She discovered it housed patient rooms, approximately 10 small compartments, 2 of which were occupied. Wanqing explained, they have come from afar, suffering from serious ailments, and are temporarily residing here. Rui Jinxin was pleasantly surprised by their advanced awareness. Praising, this is excellent. It facilitates observation of their conditions and aids in recovery. The elder and his granddaughter were pleased that her thoughts aligned with theirs. Entering the innermost room, they settled in, and a young apprentice brought tea. Rui Jinxin glanced at them, noting their composure upon recognizing her identity. They did not exhibit any disdain, unlike others who merely followed the crowd. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke without hesitation, Elder, Wanqing, I would like you to keep a secret for me. My medical skills were taught to me by a mysterious figure, and the supplies are also a legacy from him. This enigmatic mentor, through unforeseen circumstances, imparted his knowledge to me, wishing to remain anonymous. I only intervened yesterday to save a life. The elder doctor candidly remarked. Your mentor's medical prowess must be remarkable. Rui Jinxin felt a blush of modesty. I suppose so. It was my first time saving someone in this era. Wanqing responded with admiration. You are truly impressive. My grandfather thoroughly examined him and confirmed internal bleeding. Without your intervention, we would not have been able to save him. The elder's medical expertise is commendable, Rui Jinxin noted, having recognized his unique examination techniques from the previous day. I would also like to leave my emergency kit here. If that is acceptable? Her trust took them both by surprise, though they were somewhat puzzled. Wanqing directly remarked, You are different from the rumors. Ah, rumors? They often contain exaggerations, Rui Jinxin chuckled. Wanqing, one must not place faith in hearsay, the elder advised her. Turning to Rui Jinxin, he continued. If you have a passion for medicine, you may visit Shanyuan Hall. Is that truly permissible? Rui Jinxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. The elder observed her excitement and nodded affirmatively. Her bright gaze was devoid of any cunning. Rui Jinxin rose to her feet, bowing to the elder. Thank you, elder. I may not be able to visit often, but in case of emergencies, you may find me at the Xiang residence. With matters settled and unexpected gains achieved, Rui Jinxin felt particularly elated. Noticing Wanqing's interest in suturing, she promptly retrieved her tools and began teaching her, without a hint of reservation. Upon Xianglan's return with the carriage, Rui Jinxin had just finished her lesson. After she departed, Watching turned to her grandfather. Do you trust her medical skills? Indeed. During the rescue, her gaze was confident and resolute, her techniques adept. She is no novice. Everyone harbors secrets, yet I can discern that Miss Rue possesses genuine talent. Chapter 15. Auditing, Part 1. In the Prime Minister's residence, Rue Jincheng had lost count of how many times he had rushed to the Yuan. Just yesterday, he had vowed to protect his younger sister, yet this morning, she had vanished without a trace. Xianghua and the others wore perplexed expressions. The young lady had claimed she was going to the garden for exercise, taking Xianglan with her and never returning. During breakfast, when Xiangyo went to search for them, it was only then that she discovered the two had left the house. Rue Jincheng repeatedly inquired, "Where has the young lady gone?" Was there no explanation given? Xianghua was on the verge of tears. The young lady's whereabouts were beyond their control. It was not merely a lack of explanation. Even if they had followed her, her plans often changed. Just as Rue Jincheng was about to speak again, Rue Jinxin was carried back in by Xianglan. "Sister, what happened? Where did you go so early in the morning?" The anxious expression on his face made Rue Jinxin realize that this was not her previous life. She was cared for here, no longer the pitiful child unloved by her father and mother, no longer needing to rely solely on herself. She offered an apologetic smile. "Third brother, I went to meet a friend while it was still cool this morning. It was a sudden thought, and I didn't have time to explain." The Rue family had always adhered to her words, so Rue Jincheng did not press further, shifting his focus to her feet. "Did you sprain your ankle? We must summon a physician at once." Rue Jinxin hurriedly interjected, "No, it's not a sprain. It seems I simply developed some blisters." She had her own infirmary and could handle it herself. Xianglan immediately carried her into the inner room, removed her shoes, revealing that her white socks were stained red with blood, and her delicate feet were covered with large blisters. The maids gasped in shock. "Oh no, how did this happen?" Xianglan, taken aback by the severity, blamed herself. "It's my fault. I should have realized the young lady could hardly stand." "Why blame yourself? This was my own doing. Do not take it upon yourself." Outside, Rue Jincheng heard the commotion and nearly rushed in, asking anxiously, "Is it serious?" "It's not serious. There's nothing to worry about, third brother. I just have a few blisters." Xianghua and the others exchanged incredulous glances. When had the young lady become so stoic? She was bleeding, yet she claimed it was just a few blisters. Rue Jinxin feigned pulling out a medicinal pouch from her pocket and instructed the maids to fetch warm water to carefully cleanse the area, puncturing the intact blisters to release the blood and applying ointment before bandaging. She handled everything herself with deft movements, as if accustomed to such tasks. The maids were left dumbfounded. When had their delicate young lady become so capable? Without offering explanations, Rue Jinxin directed them to tidy up and slowly made her way out of the inner room. The maids felt something was amiss but could not articulate it, exchanging silent glances before returning to their chores. "Sister, rest if you're hurt." Rue Jinxin helped her settle onto a soft couch. "It's nothing serious." Rue Jinxin leaned back against the cushion, exhaling comfortably. "Third brother, I still need you to visit Guqigue today to retrieve the account books. I must conduct an audit." "It's no trouble. I will go shortly." Aside from the jewelry shop on Chunjing Street, the other shopkeepers will be able to provide their accounts today. Who is in charge of the jewelry shop now? The former second shopkeeper is managing it, and he has 5 assistants on hand. They can keep the accounts as well. Have him bring them. Third brother, please help me prepare a few new tags. I wish to address matters pertaining to the new labels in the future. Certainly. With no further instructions, I shall take my leave. As Rue Jincheng rose to depart, Rue Jinxin called out to him again. "Third brother, ensure the shopkeepers bring their account books. I want to inspect them personally." "Ah, can you understand them?" Rue Jincheng left with a hint of doubt. By midday, several shopkeepers and the acting manager of the jewelry shop arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. The few shopkeepers who had not visited in years were filled with nostalgia. "Old Zhang, why has the young lady suddenly taken charge?" Manager Zhang glanced at Manager Liang from the ink shop and replied, "What is so strange about it? The young lady has grown up and is managing her dowry and assets. It is quite normal." Manager Zhang's ambiguous tone elicited displeasure from Manager Liang. Walking behind them, Manager Lu from the rice shop asked, "Does the young master know the young lady is auditing the accounts?" The 5 of them halted at the entrance to the Yuan, and 4 turned towards the second shopkeeper of the jewelry shop. "Does the second shopkeeper know if the young master is aware?" The second shopkeeper felt uneasy about being referred to as second, but it was a fact. He forced a smile. "I do not know whether the young master is informed." Standing in the courtyard, Xianghua remarked, Why aren't you coming in? Manager Zhang turned and led the way inside. Rui Jinxin reclined languidly on the soft couch, holding an account book from 2 years prior. Welcome, please take a seat. The shopkeepers frowned. The young lady was too unrefined, receiving male visitors without any decorum. Rui Jinxin thought little of it, as she was unconcerned. Sitting upright, she signaled to the maids to serve tea to the shopkeepers. Xianglan placed the account books brought by the shopkeepers beside Rui Jinxin. The shopkeepers watched as she rapidly flipped through the pages, shaking their heads in silence, thinking she was merely skimming. Manager Zhang's disappointment was palpable as he exchanged glances with Manager Li, both filled with melancholy. Meanwhile, Managers Liang and Lu appeared tense. Upon witnessing her speed, they felt some relief. The second shopkeeper lowered his gaze to conceal his disdain, internally mocking, "What can a lovesick girl chasing after men possibly understand?" Unbeknownst to them, Rui Jinxin not only read carefully, but also observed their expressions keenly. The room was silent as she flipped through the pages swiftly. Yet she examined each one. Manager Zhang, who had been watching closely, gradually realized that she was not skipping pages. Having finished the last book, Rui Jinxin's expression darkened. She whispered a few words to Xianglan, who hurried out. The second shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, not giving it much thought. Rui Jinxin pushed the account books from the rice shop and ink shop towards managers Lu and Liang. The two instantly felt a wave of panic. Rui Jinxin fixed her gaze coldly upon them. "Cousin will arrive shortly. You may reconcile the accounts in person and see if what he took matches what is recorded." They widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering how she had discerned this. Over the years, the young master had initially been diligent, but later succumbed to gambling addiction, rarely visiting the shops and only coming by once a month to collect money, which had led them to harbor ulterior motives. Yet, they had placed all losses under the young master's name. How could the young lady have figured it out? Was she attempting to deceive them? The second shopkeeper recognized the alarmed expressions of the two and became wary, realizing that the young lady was not to be underestimated. Rui Jinxin shot him a chilling smile. "The second shopkeeper cannot manage the accounts. It seems you are not adept at bookkeeping?" Her tone was frosty and laced with scorn. "That comment is rather inappropriate, miss. I keep my accounts clear and precise. A false account, no matter how clearly written, remains fraudulent." The second shopkeeper's heart raced. How had she seen through it? He feigned composure and retorted, "Miss, you do not understand. Do not wrongfully accuse others." "Huh? Wrongfully accuse? It matters not whether you admit it. I have already sent someone to report to the authorities. The officials will investigate the accounts and surely restore your reputation." Upon hearing this, the second shopkeeper panicked, stubbornly retorting, "Humph, you are merely abusing your power and making baseless accusations." He abruptly stood up, addressing managers Lu and Liang. "Everyone knows the reputation of Miss Rui. She knows nothing and is recklessly laying blame upon us. This is slander." Just as Manager Lu was about to echo his sentiment, a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 16, Account Audit, Part 2. Rui Jinsheng tightly grasped Gu Qinggui's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. "Jinsheng, I am your cousin. Let go." Rui Jinsheng ignored him and forcibly dragged him into the elegant courtyard. "Sister." He had been at the gambling house from yesterday until just now, and fortunately, his brother arrived just in time. He was about to place a bet. Gu Qinggui was flung onto the ground with a thud, his knee striking the floor painfully. "Ow!" Gu Qinggui rolled in agony. Rui Jinsheng's brutality made Ren err and the managers Lu and Liang shudder, while managers Zhang and Li looked on with disdain. Rui Jinxin cast a cool glance at him. This cousin, with a face resembling a cunning fox, had nearly tricked the original owner into selling herself. Ignoring his cries, she beckoned her third brother to sit down for tea. Once Gu Qinggui ceased his howling and got to his feet, he noticed a room full of people. "What are you all doing here?" "Cousin, what do you mean by this?" The audacity of this man was astonishing, daring to question her. Rui Jinxin raised an eyebrow and addressed him. "Gu Qingga, you need not concern yourself with matters of the shop any longer. It's time to settle the accounts of these past years." After gambling for 2 days and losing heavily, he was considering using a shop to settle his debts when Rui Jinsheng had intervened just in time. Infuriated by Rui Jinxin's intention to seize control, he exploded, "Rui Jinxin, are you speaking in human language? I've worked hard to manage this for years, and you say you can just take it? On what grounds?" "On the grounds that I am the rightful owner, while you, the overseer, have embezzled, deceived above and below, and filled your own pockets." "No, I haven't. You slander me." Rui Jinxin gave him a pointed look. You may not know, but actions reflect upon one another. Your greed has inspired these two to imitate you, even recording the accounts under your name. The two men had foolishly added sums of silver to Gu Qinggui's signature on blank documents, which Rui Jinshin detected at a glance. She pointed at managers Liu and Liang, and Gu Qinggui kicked out, "You dare frame me." Manager Liang was knocked to the ground, and Rui Jinshin feigned not to see. She then pointed at Renaer. "This one is even bolder," directly using a newly fabricated ledger to mislead. Renaer trembled, bewildered by how this infatuated girl could discern his deceit. Is it really so surprising? Rui Jinshin saw his confusion and kindly explained, "With Manager Lin missing, you should have 2 sets of records. There is only one here. If it's not fake, then what is it?" Regret washed over Renaer as he realized his oversight. Rui Jinshin's voice sharpened. "Such a basic oversight. Do you take me for a fool?" Yu Qinggui stared blankly at Renaer, incredulous at his stupidity. "Heh, cousin. It's a misunderstanding. With Manager Lin gone, the ledger went missing, so I had him recreate it. Such coincidence." Rui Jinshin did not believe his lies. "I have reported to the authorities. They are suspected of embezzlement and misappropriating the family's finances. Go to the Ministry of Justice to clear this up." "The Ministry of Justice? Cousin, you cannot do this. There has been a misunderstanding." Gu Qinggui lunged forward to grasp Rui Jinshin, but Rui Jinshin immediately stepped in front of her. "Cousin, you deceived my sister into thinking the shop was losing money, not only failing to turn over the silver but also coaxing her into supplementing you. Does your conscience not ache?" "I did not. The shop truly lost money." Rui Jinshin peeked from behind her brother. "All the losses went to the gambling house." "Did they not?" Hearing this, managers Zhang and Li voiced their confusion. "Miss, you haven't received any silver? Young master, have you truly embezzled?" Gu Qinggui shot them a fierce glare. "This is a family matter. Stay out of it." Rui Jinshin stepped forward. "Who are you calling family?" "You are Gu, and I am Rui." Gu Qinggui forced a smile. "Cousin, must we be so clear-cut?" "Of course. You must return the embezzled silver and compensate me for the funds I provided. As for mental anguish, I shall waive that. The original owner is no longer here, and I have only just arrived, suffering no emotional harm." Seeing Rui Jinshin's resolute stance, Gu Qinggui's expression twisted in fury. "Cousin, do not make this irreversible. What do you intend to do?" A commanding voice rang from outside as Prime Minister Ray and Rui Jinshin returned, accompanied by officers from the Ministry of Justice. The managers, witnessing the escalation, paled in fear, collapsing to the ground. Prime Minister Rui, a figure of considerable authority in court, radiated an imposing presence. Gu Qinggui's audacity to threaten his precious daughter was intolerable. "Aunt-in-law?" Gu Qinggui called out weakly, his head throbbing. This aunt-in-law lost all reason when it came to matters involving his cousin. Prime Minister Rui addressed the officers outside. "Arrest these individuals and take them back for a thorough investigation. Those who dare to embezzle my daughter's silver shall pay for it." Renaer and the managers Liang and Liu fell to their knees, frantically bowing their heads. Renaer pointed at Gu Qinggui. "We were only following young Master Gu's instructions." Gu Qinggui lunged at him to strike, but Rui Jinshin held him back. Rui Jinshin, annoyed by the chaos, pouted. "Father, take them to the courthouse for questioning. Do not waste time." Prime Minister Rui immediately stepped aside, and the officers from the Ministry of Justice advanced, promptly shackling Gu Qinggui. "Alas, it's all a misunderstanding. Aunt-in-law, cousin, please let me explain." The officers, observing the Prime Minister's expression, unhesitatingly dragged Gu Qinggui and the others away. Managers Zhang and Li watched the rapidly unfolding events in disbelief. The commotion instigated by the young lady was indeed substantial. Rui Jinshin instructed Rui Jinshin to accompany them to the courthouse to clarify the situation. Prime Minister Rui approached his daughter, concern etched on his face. "Jeaner, were you frightened?" "Not at all." "Father, brother, please sit." Rui Jinshin poured tea for her father and elder brother, then turned to the somewhat anxious managers Zhang and Li. "May I inquire if either of you have recommendations?" Yuxingho requires 3 managers. Seeing the confidence she placed in them, Manager Zhang did not hold back. "Mississippi." The Prime Minister interjected, "Just call her Miss. The madam has been gone for many years." Manager Zhang readily complied. "Miss, Manager Lin's son, Lin Hao, could be a candidate." Manager Li nodded in agreement. The former shop assistant, Shin Song, would also be suitable. "Former? Is he not in the shop anymore?" "Miss." Shin Song was dismissed by Manager Liang after discovering discrepancies in the accounts. "Would he be willing to return?" Manager Lee hesitated. He should be, after all these years. And it seems he has not found stable work since. Then do inquire. Are there any other recommendations? There is a rice shop. The two pondered and then shook their heads. Rui Jinshun suggested, let Fu Bo's grandson take on the role. That lad is quite clever. The Prime Minister nodded in agreement. Jiner, Omping is a good choice. Though Prime Minister Rui and his son may lack business acumen, their judgment of character was impeccable. Thus, Rui Jinshin settled on new managers and tasked the two managers with locating Shin Song and Lin Hao, instructing them to temporarily close the shop to inventory the stock. As she wished to reorganize, she needed to find time to visit each shop. Miss, has young Master Gu not sent you any silver over the past 2 years? Manager Zhang inquired again, for that was indeed a considerable sum. Rui Jinshi nodded. Not only has he failed to send any silver, but there are also no accounts. He claims losses, yet he has taken quite a bit from me for his own uses. Though it was embarrassing, she recounted the facts. Manager Zhang sighed. Young Master Gu has a gambling problem. It seems that silver is unlikely to be recovered. Chapter 17. Stopping losses. Rui Jinshin realized that the time had come not to fret over whether she could reclaim her losses, but rather to cut her losses promptly. She would strive for a resolution, but if all else failed, she would consider it a lesson learned. Rui Qingxiang gazed approvingly at his daughter, affirming her sentiment, stating that the past should be regarded as a learning experience, and it was essential to look forward. Rui Jinshin felt a pang in her heart, recalling the painful lesson and the substantial costs incurred. Meanwhile, in the Xian Wangfu at Qingsong Courtyard, the young master, Mo Yunce, was listening to reports from his subordinates. Yuan Song had received news from the gambling house that Gu Qingwei had been forcibly taken away. He rushed to investigate, only to discover that it was the work of the third young master from the Prime Minister's residence. He swiftly infiltrated the Prime Minister's estate to observe, until Gu Qingwei was taken away by the officials from the Ministry of Justice. Young master, shall we rescue Gu Qingwei? Yuan Song inquired. Upon hearing the developments, Mo Yunce's eyes gleamed with interest. The infatuated girl was quite swift in her movements. Had her injuries healed? Yuan Song was momentarily stunned, questioning why the young master seemed concerned about Rui Jinshin's condition. It appeared she had not fully recovered, as he observed her unsteady gait from a distance. Mo Yunce felt a slight relief. His father had mentioned that once she recovered, a marriage proposal would follow, and he was most unwilling to wed her. He would delay as long as he could. Noticing the young master's silence, Yuan Song quietly pressed, Young master, shall we rescue Gu Qingwei? Mo Yunce snapped back to reality, chiding himself for being distracted by the infatuated girl. No rescue. Let us observe the situation. This could inadvertently lead to a legitimate inquiry into Gu Qingwei. Gu Qingwei had been selling stolen goods at a jewelry shop, which were unearthed from the royal tombs. They had been unable to identify the tomb raiders. It was by chance that they discovered Gu Qingwei aiding in the sale of the stolen items. After trailing him for half a year without uncovering the mastermind, he was finally exposed when Lin, the shopkeeper, confronted Gu Qingwei about the dubious origins of his goods. A conflict ensued, resulting in Lin being expelled from the shop. When those tailing Gu Qingwei arrived to question him, they found Lin injured and unconscious. Thankfully, the discovery was timely, otherwise, Lin would have been lost. Mo Yunce pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to Yuan Song, instructing him to keep a close watch on the Ministry of Justice for anyone approaching Gu Qingwei. That Renair might know something. Speak to the ministry and ensure a thorough investigation. Yuan Song accepted the command and departed, while Mo Yunce sank back into thought. He wondered what would happen if the infatuated girl discovered that the jewelry shop was a den for selling stolen goods. Rui Jinshin had remained at home for 2 days. Her foot nearly healed. She entrusted the task of inventorying the shop's goods to her third brother. Lin Hao and Shin Song were willing to take over the shop, but preferred not to see her, leaving Rui Jinshin curious about their appearances. Were they handsome? The original owner had a penchant for pursuing beautiful men, dismissing those who were merely decent-looking. Rui Jinsheng scratched his neck awkwardly and chuckled. I think so. Are they as dashing as you brothers? Rui Jinshin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rui Jinsheng stammered, I don't know. If you get the chance, you can compare for yourself. It seemed her third brother was worried about her fondness for attractive men. Rui Jinshin smiled, confident she would have plenty of opportunities. Has second brother mentioned whether Gu Qingwei has disclosed anything? Can my money be reclaimed? She and T anticipated that Gu Qingwei would be unable to emerge from his predicament. They suspected Gu Qingwei was involved in the death of Lin, the shopkeeper, and intended to conduct a thorough investigation. Second brother had said the shop's inventory needed to be meticulously checked, and any items with dubious origins should be sealed. Rue Jinxing looked at him in confusion. Dubious origins? Rue Jinxing whispered. Second brother mentioned that some of the jewelry might be stolen. Rue Jinxing frowned. Third brother, quickly inform Lin how to expedite the inventory and deliver those items to the authorities with great fanfare. Additionally, pack up our original jewelry and close the shop until the case is resolved. It needs a complete renovation. Rue Jinxing understood immediately, realizing his sister was concerned about potential trouble from those selling stolen goods. Before he could reach Chunjing Street, Lin Hao had already arrived, and Rue Jinxing directed a servant to take him straight to the courtyard. Anxious, Lin Hao did not notice he had been led to the young lady's quarters. Third young master, I found numerous unregistered items during today's inventory, each exquisite, resembling imperial possessions. His voice dropped to a near whisper. Rue Jinxing suddenly understood. No wonder the suspended mirror office was getting involved. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, and a tea tray was quietly presented to him, which he accepted without noticing who had served it. Rue Jinxing silently assessed him. He was of average build with prominent features, thick brows, large eyes, a high nose, and well-shaped lips. A handsome man, though not of her preferred type. Lin Hao, oblivious to her scrutiny, set down his teacup and anxiously asked, Third young master, could my father's disappearance be related to this? Lin Hao, to be frank, the Ministry of Justice is currently investigating. You must return and pack all the jewelry, especially the items of dubious origins, to send to the ministry. The rest should be returned. Lin Hao recognized the gravity of the situation and ceased his chatter, determined to pack everything himself and deliver it to the ministry to gather information. Rue Jinxing accompanied him outside, only to be intercepted by Yuan Kong, third young master. The young master requests your presence. Rue Jinxing followed the direction indicated, spotting Mo Yun seated in a wheelchair, half his face obscured, exuding an air of undeniable authority at the entrance of the Wangfu. This young master radiated a chilling and dangerous aura. How could his sister find happiness marrying such a man? Lost in chaotic thoughts, Rue Jinxing instinctively followed Yuan Tsong to stand before Mo Yun's. Young master, you have business? Rue Jinxing's tone was less than cordial, but Mo Yun's remained unfazed, responding in a similarly brusque manner. Third young master, I have heard you intend to send some jewelry to the Ministry of Justice. Rue Jinxing immediately bristled. Have you dispatched someone to monitor us? Mo Yun's raised an eyebrow, impressed by his quick reaction, a stark contrast to his seemingly simple appearance. The suspended mirror office is conducting an investigation. No explanation is necessary. I merely wish to advise you that keeping those items in the shop may be more advantageous. Rue Jinxing narrowed his eyes, contemplating his words and finding merit in his reasoning. If the items were indeed imperial possessions, those capable of stealing them were certainly no ordinary criminals. Should it be revealed that they had surrendered the stolen items, it would be detrimental to them. Thank you for the reminder, young master. Rue Jinxing clasped his fists respectfully and turned away without further comment. Yuan Song, dissatisfied, scoffed. Are all those from the Prime Minister's residence so arrogant? Mo Yun's continued to watch Rue Jinxing's retreating figure, noting his exchange with Lin Hao, who appeared anxious but gradually calmed, nodding in agreement. This third young master was no ordinary individual. Yuan Song, instruct someone to guard the jewelry shop and diligently observe the comings and goings of individuals. Yes. Mo Yun's cast a cold smile in the direction of the Prime Minister's residence, musing that it was too late to withdraw now. Y&T they acted sooner. Nevertheless, the infatuated girl displayed some intelligence. That evening, upon returning from the jewelry shop, Rue Jinxing relayed the news to Rue Jinxing. Sister, we must refrain from any further actions at the jewelry shop for the time being. Why? Rue Jinxing explained the young master's warning, glancing outside and lowering his voice. I checked. Those items likely originated from the royal tombs. This is serious. Rue Jinxing's attention shifted to the fact that Mo Yun was surveilling the Prime Minister's residence. He actually sent people to monitor us? What does he take the Prime Minister's residence for? Sister, do not be angry. This is the prerogative of the suspended mirror office. They have the authority to monitor anyone. The suspended mirror office? What does that have to do with him? He is the one in charge. Rue Jinxing was taken aback. A disabled man, too ashamed to show his face, wielded such power? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Chapter 18. The disturbance at the door. Rui Jinshin was not the original owner of this body, and upon reflection, she comprehended why third brother would heed Mo Yunt's counsel. The shop continued its operations as usual, albeit with all the ornaments put away and no longer for sale. It had to be this way, otherwise, it would attract considerable trouble. The next day, as Rui Jinshin approached Shenyuantang, she encountered Gu Qingjing and her mother, Chu Shi, who were just alighting from their carriage. Jinshin, you heartless wretch, curse be you. Chu Shi flung the hand of her maid away and lunged towards Rui Jinshin, hurling filthy curses. Return, my son. Your cousin labored tirelessly to manage the shop for you, yet you sent into prison. Xianglan and Xiangguo obstructed Chu Shi, but they could not stop Gu Qingjing. In a fit of rage, she dashed forward and struck out. Slap. Xiangguo quickly turned her head, only to witness Rui Jinshin delivering a resounding slap to Gu Qingjing's face. What do you think you are? How dare you cause a ruckus at the door of the minister's residence? Stunned by the blow, Gu Qingjing stared blankly at her. Just over a month ago, they had been close friends, yet now, she dared to strike her. Chu Shi was equally taken aback by Rui Jinshin's audacity. This niece, who had always been close to them, seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. This street was home to high-ranking officials, and the commotion at the minister's door drew the attention of many passers-by. Ah, curse be you. You actually hit someone. Coming back to her senses, Chu Shi shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Come, everyone. Witness this ungrateful daughter of the minister, who has framed her cousin, struck her elder cousin, and now dares to attack her own aunt. Chu Shi's loud outcry attracted even more onlookers. Gu Qingjing finally reacted, shouting as she lunged at Rui Jinshin. You hit me? I'll fight you. Rui Jinshin nimbly sidestepped, evading Gu Qingjing's charge. Gu Qingjing, propelled by her momentum, stumbled and crashed onto the threshold, knocking out 2 front teeth and leaving her mouth bloodied. Woohoo! Gu Qingjing whimpered, tears and snot streaming down her face. You deserve it. Disturbing the peace so early in the morning. The princess of Xian, having appeared by the wall between the 2 residences, wore an expression of amusement. Rui Jinshin looked disdainfully at the blood on the ground. You mother and daughter are truly disgusting. You consume my resources and take advantage of me. What audacity you have to come here and stir up trouble. Chu Shi, pointing a finger at her, retorted, You speak nonsense. I am your aunt. Our Gu family is a prominent clan. What have we taken from you? What are we greedy for? Rui Jinshin sneered, You too are foolish. The golden hairpin on your head, the earrings in your ears, the chain around your neck, and the bracelets on your wrist, all belong to me. With each item she mentioned, Ningshi reached for it, almost wishing to hide it away. Their guilty demeanor made the spectators realize that Rui Jinshin was indeed telling the truth. Prominent clan, you say? A mere 4th-rank official, all thanks to my father. It is only through the money I earned that you have food and drink. Otherwise, you would be nothing but a fallen family. The more Rui Jinshin spoke, the angrier she became. You accuse me of being ungrateful. What about your conscience? Did a dog eat it? Rui Jinshin addressed a steward, saying, Go, fetch a chair for me. Since they have no shame and are causing a ruckus at my doorstep, I shall entertain them here. The onlookers were filled with intrigue. The daughter of the minister had never been so brazen in her pursuits of men. This was the first time she displayed such audacity. The princess of Xian turned to a nearby guard and remarked, How lacking in insight, not even realizing to fetch a chair for me. The guard hurried back, while the princess called out, Bring some sunflower seeds and tea. Rui Jinshin remained oblivious to a spectator who relished the chaos. The steward soon returned with a chair, and she sat down with poise, addressing the sprawled Gu Qingjing. Should I summon your in-laws? Do they know that a substantial portion of your dowry was pilfered from me? Gasps filled the crowd. When the Gu family married off their daughter, the dowry had been so lavish that it stirred the entire capital. It was stolen. Gu Qingjing's lips were swollen, and her front was stained with blood. Trying to leave, Rui Jinshin ordered the servants to block her path. Why the haste? You have come here. Let us clarify matters today. Gu Qingjing muffled a whimper, indicating that Rui Jinshin was speaking nonsense. She turned to Chu Shi, seeking her support. Chu Shi, catching her daughter's gaze, immediately shouted at Rui Jinshin, It was your willingness. Huh, when I had just lost my mother. You deceived a grieving young girl and took money under the pretense of safeguarding it. Why then has this safeguarded wealth become her dowry? Chu Shi's eyes darted, unsure of how to respond, as she helped Gu Qingjing to rise and attempted to leave. The guards of the minister's residence and the crowd blocked their escape. Rui Jinshin continued her accusations. Gu Qingjing is a gambler who embezzled funds from the shop for his vice. Dear aunt, Why do you not speak up? Chu Shi, under the scrutiny of the crowd, could not hold her head high. Gu Qingjing, covering her mouth, was determined to escape. Rui Jinxin declared, I have records of everything you have taken. Return it all, or I shall report you for theft and fraud. Chu Shi and her daughter were taken aback. What nonsense! What have we stolen? What have we deceived? Taking without permission is theft. Deceiving a young girl to swindle her money is fraud. Xianglan interjected, Madame Gu. We have evidence and witnesses. She had meticulously recorded everything they had conned. Rui Jinxin smiled, appreciating her late mother's foresight in raising 4 loyal and clever maids. Aunt, as a person of dignity, how do you propose to resolve this matter? Resolve? What nonsense! Chu Shi's coarse words incited another uproar among the audience. She had decided to fight back. Rui Jinxin, if you do not let us leave, it is imprisonment. Are you not afraid of your father being impeached? Huh. I will let you go, provided you are not afraid of being cast aside by your in-laws. What do you intend to do? Rui Jinxin stood, her demeanor imposing. Xianglan, go to the court and sound the drums to file a complaint. I wish to see who will be impeached first, my father or you. You. Chu Shi trembled, pointing at Rui Jinxin. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that emerald ring also belongs to my mother. Rui Jinxin commanded several maids, since Anne has brought her jewelry. Let her not tire herself carrying it back. Remove everything from her. With her command, 4 maids lunged at Chu Shi, whose own maid was restrained by the onlookers. The scene became chaotic, and Rui Jinxin watched with a smile, her gaze catching Gu Qingjing attempting to flee. Do not forget Gu Qingjing. Take everything from her as well. That skirt is mine too. Ah! The screams of Gu Qingjing and Chu Shi echoed, while Rui Jinxin coldly observed, greedy wretches. Xiang Cao, feeling exasperated, remarked, Miss, perhaps do not strip her of the skirt? It's filthy. Oh, do not bother. Rui Jinxin's tone was dismissive, as if bestowing a favor. The crowd buzzed with chatter, expressing various opinions. Some disapproved of Rui Jinxin's actions, but she merely cast a sidelong glance, asserting, it is only right to repay debts. The Princess of Xian watched with delight. Chapter 19. Seeking a minter, the ornaments adorning the mother and daughter of the Chu family were removed, leaving them disheveled and in a state of disarray. Rui Jinxin commanded the servants to clear a path for them and addressed Madame Chu. Aunt, return all that you have deceitfully obtained from me within 3 days, or we shall meet at the magistrate's office. Madame Chu, unable to retort, hurriedly departed with Gu Qingjing. With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers began to leave, and it would not be long before the farce at the residence spread throughout the capital. Did Rui Jinxin care? Not in the slightest. Her attention was captured by a noblewoman in the corner, casually enjoying sunflower seeds. This elegant lady, indulging herself in public with such poise, was a sight Rui Jinxin had never witnessed before. From the original owner's memories, she recognized her as the Princess of Xian, her future mother-in-law. Noticing Rui Jinxin's gaze, the Princess of Xian smiled warmly and beckoned her over. Rui Jinxin returned the smile radiantly and approached with confidence. She had met the Princess of Xian before, who now took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and affectionately grasped Rui Jinxin's. May I call you Jinxin? The princess remarked, her fondness growing as she observed the girl's delicate beauty and formidable presence, unafraid of societal norms. The princess's natural warmth and sincerity endeared her to Rui Jinxin. You have done splendidly, Jinxin. Rui Jinxin was somewhat taken aback. Did the princess not find her too brash? Did she not think her actions were inappropriate? It was foolish not to retaliate when wronged, regardless of right or wrong. One must act first and discuss later. This thought filled Rui Jinxin with delight, her face glowing with brilliance. What a lovely girl. The Princess of Xian was utterly charmed. Strangely enough, she had taken a liking to Rui Jinxin since their first meeting, and her affection had only deepened. Jinxin, those 2 women are not to be trifled with. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask me. The royal residence is nearby. Just send word, and I shall come without fail. The princess's friendly tone further enhanced Rui Jinxin's fondness for her. That unfortunate heir truly was fortunate to have such a broad-minded and understanding mother. Thank you, Your Highness. I can manage, Rui Jinxin replied with confidence, which only served to increase the princess's admiration. This girl is truly worthy of Yunsu. A mother's appreciation for her daughter-in-law only deepens with time. Rui Jinxin felt a twinge of discomfort under the princess's gaze. Mother, what are you doing? A voice resembling a quacking duck interrupted from the entrance of the royal residence. A young lad, who bore a resemblance to the princess, especially in his almond-shaped eyes, rushed over. His lips were red and his teeth white, possessing a somewhat feminine charm, yet retaining a handsome demeanor. "Why are you here?" His voice, still in the throes of adolescence, spoiled the moment. "Mother, why are you talking to this infatuated girl?" "Yunlai, do not be rude. Jinxiu is your future sister-in-law," the princess admonished, her expression stern. "Apologize this instant." The boy, scowling, retorted, "I want tea. Brother would never marry her." With that, he dashed away, leaving the princess fuming. "Do not be angry, your highness. He speaks the truth. That marriage is quite forced," Rui Jinxiu said. "Not forced. Rest assured. You shall be my daughter-in-law, without a doubt," the princess declared, rolling up her sleeves as she chased after Mo Yunlai, muttering, "That little rascal, 3 days without a beating and he thinks he can run amok." The onlookers, including Rui Jinxiu and the members of the Xiong residence, were left in astonishment. It was quite amusing to see the princess of Xian so unrestrained. Glancing at the sun, which was nearing noon, Rui Jinxiu hesitated but ultimately decided to proceed to Shanyuan Hall as planned. Yi Wanqing was delighted to see her. "Jinxiu, you arrived just in time to assess my suturing skills." Rui Jinxiu instructed Xianglan and Xiangyo to wait downstairs and followed her to the second floor. Yi Wanqing produced some pork she had been practicing with, stitching it with precision akin to embroidery. "Ah, Wanqing, many wounds do not require such meticulous stitching. You are saving lives, not embroidering," Rui Jinxiu advised. Yi Wanqing appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Rui Jinxiu to elaborate on when to be meticulous and when larger stitches would suffice. She also explained the intricacies of reconnecting tendons and veins. Unbeknownst to them, old Master Yi had quietly entered and was listening attentively by the door. When Rui Jinxiu heard a rumbling sound, she teasingly remarked on Yi Wanqing's engrossment, oblivious to her own hunger. "Jinxiu, that sound came from your stomach," Yi Wanqing pointed out. Coinciding with her words, another growl echoed, causing Rui Jinxiu to blush and stick out her tongue in embarrassment. "How foolish. I couldn't even identify the source of that sound. Jinxiu is simply too focused." "Grandfather, when did you arrive?" Rui Jinxiu asked. Old Master Yi stroked his beard and chuckled. "I have been here for quite some time. You two were too engrossed in your discussion." "Grandfather, did you hear Jinxiu talking about reconnecting tendons?" Yi Wanqing exclaimed. "Fang Deju has hope now." Old Master Yi nodded, his eyes filled with hope as he inquired of Rui Jinxiu, "Is it truly possible to reconnect severed tendons?" "It depends on the severity of the injury and how long it has been. If the nerves are necrotic, then it cannot be salvaged." Yi Wanqing, excited, grasped Rui Jinxiu's hand. "Jinxiu, please save Fang Deju. His foot tendons were severed by a cleaver. If he cannot be treated, he will be left disabled. And he is the sole laborer in his family. If he cannot recover, their household will collapse. Where is he? I must examine him to determine if he can be saved." Old Master Yi interjected, "Let Jinxiu eat first. Send a medical apprentice to inform Fang Deju to come this afternoon." "All right, I shall prepare a meal for Jinxiu right away." The food at the clinic was rather plain, and Xiangyo worried Rui Jinxiu might not be accustomed to it, wishing to procure something from a restaurant, but she stopped him. "Do not make a fuss here." Rui Jinxiu generously shared a table with everyone at the clinic, displaying no airs of a young lady, which significantly altered the apprentices' and attendants' perceptions of her. Xianglan attributed the recent changes in her demeanor to the trauma she had endured, which had profoundly affected her character. After the meal, Old Master Yi inquired, "Jinxiu, have you sustained any injuries recently? It seems unclear." "Yes, grandfather. I thought I was healed, but you saw through it. Truly remarkable, just by looking at her. You discerned it without even taking her pulse." "Grandfather, your medical skills surpass those of the Royal Hospital's Dr. Wang." Yi Wanqing laughed. "Doctor Wang is my master's uncle. His teacher and my grandfather studied under the same master." "Oh, my father hoped I would learn medicine from him, but it seems Dr. Wang is not inclined." The medical practices of this era appeared quite distinct from those of her previous life, with herbal remedies not entirely similar. She genuinely needed to consider finding a mentor, not only to acquire new medical knowledge, but also to facilitate her practice. Yi Wanqing, puzzled, asked, "Your medical skills are already excellent. Why do you wish to learn more?" "Well, knowledge knows no bounds. Moreover, every physician has their own specialties, and it is essential to learn from various perspectives." Old Master Yi nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the wisdom in her words, particularly regarding the use of medicines, as each practitioner possesses unique secret formulas and areas of expertise. After pondering, he offered, If you are willing, you may study medicine under me. Rue Jinshu was overjoyed and immediately poured tea to express her intent to become his apprentice, but old Master Yi halted her. You already have a master. There is no need to serve under me. I will teach you just the same, and I will not withhold anything. Old Master Yi's open-mindedness was commendable. Yet Rue Jinshu insisted on performing the customary greeting and presenting tea. My master would not mind. Seeing her determination, Old Master Yi accepted the tea and took a sip. Master. Old Master Yi nodded and instructed Yi Wanqing to fetch a set of golden needles and a complete herbal compendium. This is a token of my mentorship. Chapter 20. A just cause. Rue Jinsi joyfully accepted the task, for she would soon be renowned as a healer. After a brief wait, Fang Daju was brought in on a stretcher. Upon inquiry, Rue Jinsi learned that he had been injured for nearly half a month. She conducted a thorough examination, discreetly employing her X-ray vision to assess his condition. Fortunately, the nerve endings were still intact. A connection could be made. Fang Daju, overwhelmed with excitement, reached out to her. But upon realizing the inappropriateness of his gesture, he hastily withdrew his hand. Is it truly possible? He asked incredulously, glancing towards the esteemed Dr. Yi for confirmation. The elderly doctor nodded, expressing his joy. This is the new doctor at our clinic. Her skills are exceptional. Do not judge her by her appearance. Those who had carried Fang Daju, hearing that Rue Jinsi was a new physician, scrutinized her skeptically. A woman, and so young, could she be trusted? Fang Daju and his companions, residing on the outskirts of the city, had only heard tales of the beautiful women of the capital but had yet to encounter one in person. Doctor, Yi offered no further explanations, simply emphasizing, your foot can only be healed by her. With the crowd still hesitant, Dr. Yi declared, she is my disciple. This declaration increased Fang Daju's trust. Please, treat me. Mississippi. Rue Jinsi thought to herself how fortunate it was to have a master. Tomorrow then. Today, we must prepare. She turned to Dr. Yi, saying, Master, let him stay here. We shall perform the surgery in the morning. The term surgery was unfamiliar to the onlookers, who turned to the elderly doctor for clarity. It means treatment tomorrow. You should rest well tonight. Hearing they would be staying, the group hesitated for a moment before each producing 2 copper coins to give to Yi Wanqing. Dr. Yi interjected, let it be so. Once Fang Daju is well, he will pay for the treatment. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Thank you. Fang Daju and his companions expressed their gratitude profusely. Rue Jinsi felt pleased with her master's approach. Healing was her sacred duty, and matters of payment could be resolved later. She arranged for Fang Daju to be placed in a ward on the 2nd floor. Taking the opportunity to check the first aid kit, she replenished the items needed for the surgery the following day. She discovered that her ability to inspect was limited to 2 people per day. Beyond that, her vision would fail her. Uncertain of how long her X-ray vision would last, Rue Jinsi selected the brightest corner for the operating room, knowing that if her vision faltered, she would have to rely on natural light to complete the procedure. The surgery was scheduled for the morning at the hour when the light was strongest. Rue Jinsi instructed Yi Wanqing, have someone wipe down the bed with high-proof alcohol to disinfect it. Also, raise the bed's height for ease during the procedure. Jinsi, may we observe the surgery? Yi Wanqing asked nervously, jotting down Rue Jinsi's requests. Of course, but too many people would increase the risk of infection, Rue Jinsi replied. Yi Wanqing nodded eagerly, excited for the upcoming surgery. While Rue Jinsi busied herself with preparations, she was unaware that news of her morning bravado had spread like wildfire outside. The Princess of Xianwang, having heard that the heir had returned to the residence, made a special trip to Qingsong Courtyard, animatedly recounting the morning's events. Jinsi is simply magnificent, the princess exclaimed with delight, while the heir, with a stern expression, was compelled to listen. To her surprise, not only was she infatuated, but also quite combative. The princess, displeased, retorted, what violence? She merely slapped her cousin, and that cousin initiated the conflict. Unsatisfied with her son's assessment of Jinsi, the princess advocated for the girl, insisting, Jinsi is still timid. She should be bolder. Mother, violence cannot resolve issues. Harming Jinsi is what I call violence. He recalled the incident, feeling a flush of warmth at the thought. The chill around him intensified. I say, Cesar, you should count your blessings. If it weren't for sheer coincidence, would anyone marry you? The princess articulated this with a tone of deep concern. It is all my fault. If only I had. Mother, it is not your doing. Villains plot against us, and we are often caught unawares. The princess looked sorrowfully at her son. Your face? It is nothing, mother. Do not fret. Noticing his mother's somber mood, Emo Yunkai furrowed his brow and said helplessly, "You just mentioned that Rue Jinsi demanded payment from them within 3 days?" Mentioning Rue Jinsi reignited the princess's enthusiasm. Yes, Jinsi insisted that if they do not repay, she will report them for theft and deceit. The princess's expression shifted rapidly, confirming Emo Yunsai's suspicion that her affection for that girl was genuine. "Cesar, if Jinsi needs help, you must assist her." "No need. Rue Xiang will certainly aid her." "Indeed." "Rue Xiang dotes on Jinsi," the princess said affectionately, causing Emo Yukai to feel a headache coming on. "Big brother." Suddenly, Emo Yunlai burst in, realizing their mother was present, and promptly turned to flee. "Stop," Emo Yunkai commanded sternly, while the princess leisurely lifted her teacup, sipping slowly. Emo Yunlai, fearless of heaven and earth, was only afraid of his older brother. Lowering his head, he cautiously approached the room, whispering, "Greetings, mother, big brother." "Who is this? Did you call me by the wrong name?" "Emo Yunlai," he said, covertly glancing at his brother, then attempting to curry favor with their mother. "Mother, what brings you here?" "This is my son's room. Can I not visit?" Of course. You may go wherever you please." Emo Yunkai, observing his brother's pleading demeanor, understood he had done something to displease their mother. "Did you do something wrong?" Quickly apologized to her. "Big brother, I did nothing wrong. Mother told me to call that infatuated girl sister-in-law. How could I?" Emo Yunkai was taken aback, as the princess reprimanded Emo Yunlai, "Whether you accept it or not, she will be your sister-in-law. You must show respect when meeting her. You cannot continue to act so rudely. My brother will not marry her, will he?" Emo Yunkai looked at his younger brother with an expression of taciturnity. "Big brother cannot refuse. The royal uncle has not forced you, and the Empress's decree has not arrived. It does not count." "You lie." The princess admonished, "Do not speak nonsense. The Empress's decree has already been issued and cannot be altered." Emo Yunlai was surprised, having heard nothing about it. "It is still with the emperor. It will be announced soon." The emperor did not wish to pressure him, but had not rescinded the Empress's decree. He would inevitably have to acquiesce to this marriage. Many were perplexed by the emperor's actions, including the Empress herself. In the palace, at Fengqi Palace, physician who checked the Empress's pulse, his expression troubled. One of the palace maids inquired, "Physician who? Is something wrong with the Empress?" "No, the Empress is quite well." "Your expression does not suggest that." Physician who hastily bowed, "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I was merely thinking of my own daughter." The Empress raised her gaze slightly. "I recall your daughter serves in the Imperial Medical Institution. Your Highness may not be aware, but my daughter has offended Rue Xiang's daughter and has been dismissed from her position." He recounted the events selectively, prompting the Empress to recall the flower viewing banquet. "Has my marriage decree not yet reached the two households?" Chapter 21. Surgery. The esteemed palace maid, Haitong, replied, "The imperial decree has been suppressed by His Majesty. It is said that the announcement will be made only after the daughter of the Minister Rue has fully recovered." As a celebration, the Empress furrowed her brow slightly and chose not to speak further. Seeing this, imperial physician who refrained from mentioning the matter of Huyu, advising Haidong to continue with the previous health regimen, before tidying up his medical kit and preparing to take his leave. Imperial physician who, "Is your daughter well now?" The Empress's abrupt inquiry momentarily caught Hu off guard. Haidong cleared her throat, and Hu quickly responded, "Injuries to tendons and bones require at least 100 days for proper healing. Does this mean that the daughter of Minister Rie needs a long time to recuperate?" Hu's tone was laced with unspoken intentions as he replied, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but the daughter of the minister has already made a full recovery. Today, she was still at the minister's residence, behaving arrogantly and bullying visiting relatives." "Recovered? Wasn't her condition severe?" The Empress exclaimed. Physician Wang used the sacred medicines, the Shinshue pills and the Dawandan. "What? She is worthy of using the sacred medicines?" The Empress's ire flared. These remedies were exceedingly rare. It was truly contemptible to allow a minister's daughter to consume them so readily. The Empress stood abruptly, addressing her maid, "I must see His Majesty. If she has recovered, then a marriage should follow." An infatuated girl, simply because she is the daughter of Minister Rue, can avail herself of sacred medicine. A cripple, whom the emperor dotes upon, while my own son's efforts go unnoticed. Why should the two most despised individuals receive the emperor's favor? The Empress, disregarding imperial physician Hu, strode towards the imperial study, her footsteps burning with indignation. Hu, aware of his place, bowed respectfully to her retreating figure, a strange smile gracing his face. In the evening, the family gathered at Yuyuan. "Sister, Have you been bullied? Xiao Jinxiang fretted around Rui Jinxin, inspecting for any injuries, while her brothers did the same. Rui Jinxing silently cursed himself for leaving early that morning, forcing his sister to confront two madwomen alone. Father, I am unhurt. Aunt Lu left for the estate early this morning. Do not blame her. Lu glanced gratefully at Jinxin, relieved that she was unharmed. Noticing the self-reproach on her third brother's face, Rui Jinxin reassured him, I truly am fine. Do you think I can be bullied? You underestimate me. No. We are merely concerned for you. Her father and brothers chimed in, genuinely worried she might have suffered, not wishing to dwell on the earlier incident. Rui Jinxin shifted the topic. Ahem, I have a piece of good news to announce. Xiao Jinxiang eagerly inquired, what good news? I have taken on an apprenticeship. I have become a disciple of Master Yi from Shanyuantang and will learn medicine under him. Rui, momentarily astonished, responded, Jinxin, do you truly enjoy studying medicine? Yes, father. I have suddenly discovered a talent for it. Excellent. As long as you enjoy it. Master Yi's medical skills are superior to Physician Wang's. It is a stroke of fortune for you that he has taken you as a student. Father knows Master Yi. Rui nodded. He has been invited to the palace to treat ailments before. Rui Jinsheng added, Shanyuantang is indeed benevolent. Many impoverished patients receive free treatment there. And all the doctors are highly skilled. When the officers are injured, they all go there for care. Jinxin has chosen a commendable master. Rui Jinxin felt fortunate, knowing that the Yi family were reliable individuals. Tomorrow, I will begin my studies. I will trouble third brother and Aunt Lu to look after the shop and the estate. Not a trouble at all. Once you have mastered your craft, you can treat me, he jested. Not at all. I want you all to be free from ailments and live in peace. Rui laughed heartily. Jinxin speaks wisely. We must all take care. The following day, Rui Jinxin left with her third brother. With the previous day as preparations, everyone felt assured about her outing. Today, she was accompanied by Xianglan and Xiangcao, who brought plenty of snacks from home as instructed by Aunt Lu, to present as a token of respect to her teacher. Rui Jinxin was pleased with Aunt Lu's arrangements. Under her management, the household had regained a sense of warmth. Rui Jinxing happened to be inspecting the tea house today, and the siblings parted ways at the entrance of the medical clinic. Xianglan and Xiangcao remained on the ground floor, diligently learning about herbs as they followed the apprentice around. Fang Dazhu was already waiting in the ward, his body tense with anxiety as he looked towards Rui Jinxin. Hello, female doctor, shall we begin? Rui Jinxin smiled warmly at him. Hello. Just call me Dr. Jean. She preferred to keep her surname private to avoid unnecessary complications. We still have half an hour before we start. You may move about a bit, and the apprentice can assist you to the restroom if needed. Rui Jinxin turned her attention to the injured patient, and Fang Dazhu blushed, indicating to his caretaker that he needed to use the lavatory. Feeling embarrassed that the female doctor had discerned his need, Rui Jinxin reassured him that was merely a standard preoperative reminder. She entered the room of the injured patient. Where you want Qing was changing the bandages. He is recovering splendidly. You have arrived just in time. No hurry. Where is the old gentleman? Grandfather is preparing some medicinal materials for later use. Rui Jinxin speculated they were likely anesthetics. She hadn't mentioned that she had everything necessary in her emergency kit. After a moment's thought, she visited the operating room, where the scent of alcohol filled the air, and the bed had been raised, evidently following her prior instructions. She retrieved 3 sets of disposable protective clothing, masks, and gloves from her supplies, and checked the surgical instruments once more. Old Master Yi entered at that moment. Jean girl, do you need the anesthetic powder? Master, I have prepared a superior anesthetic. You may simply observe. Seeing her at ease, he recognized her familiarity with the practice and smiled knowingly, choosing not to comment on it. Rui Jinxin had both Old Master Yi and Yi Wanqing don the same protective gear as herself, while Fang Dazhu was assisted onto the table. Rui Jinxin instructed him to lie down and covered him with sterile cloth. Fang Dazhu felt a wave of apprehension, but the old gentleman comforted him. Close your eyes and take a nap. It will all be over soon. Perhaps due to his trust in the old gentleman, he soon relaxed. The administration of anesthesia, disinfection, and preparation for surgery proceeded smoothly, with Rui Jinxin explaining each step as she went. The grandfather and grandson duo were particularly intrigued by her instruments, knives, scissors, and various forceps. An array of tools. Watching her deftly slice through flesh with a delicate scalpel, it seemed as if her hands possessed a magical skill, executing swift movements. When they witnessed her stitching the tendons, both were enlightened, realizing that such techniques were indeed feasible. Yi Wanqing observed Rui Jinxin's calm demeanor and deft handling. Understanding what her grandfather had meant, Jinxi was truly a master of her craft. Though Rui Jinxin found the surgery somewhat taxing, mainly due to the original owner's frail constitution and recent severe injuries, her wealth of experience ensured that the operation was completed successfully. The incision was small, and she instructed Yi Wanqing to perform the skin sutures. Under Rui Jinxin's guidance, Yi Wanqing quickly accomplished the task, delivering a neat stitching job. Her heart raced with excitement as she turned to her grandfather. "Grandfather, I can suture now." Old Master Yi was delighted. His granddaughter had acquired a new skill in such a short time. Little did Rui Jinxin know, she was destined to become the first female Western physician in the history of the Daong dynasty. Chapter 22. The Imperial Edict. Fong Dezhu gazed at his plastered foot, marveling at the miraculous absence of pain following the surgery. Rui Jinxin informed him, "It is but a temporary reprieve. Once the anesthetic wears off, you shall feel considerable discomfort." Fong Dezhu shrugged dismissively. "As long as I can walk, I can endure." Rui Jinxin smiled at him, pleased with the success of the operation. "In a month's time, you may gradually begin your rehabilitation, but full recovery will take 3 months. For the sake of your future mobility, heed Dr. Jin's advice," Yi Wanqing earnestly emphasized. The honest man nodded vigorously. I will listen. Without lingering at the clinic, Rui Jinxin was summoned back to the residence. Rui Jinxin personally drove the carriage to escort her home. Upon exiting the carriage, Rui Jinxin was taken aback by the commotion before her. "Father, what has happened?" "Jiner, quickly change into proper attire. The imperial envoy is on his way." Without granting her the opportunity to inquire further, she was ushered through the gates. The imperial envoy arrived promptly. Just as Rui Jinxin emerged in her new dress, she was led to the incense altar set up in the front courtyard. Following local customs, she was pulled to kneel at the center. "My lord, is everyone assembled?" "Yes, they are." "Please, announce the edict, Lord Fu." The eunuch known as Lord Fu, a high-ranking official close to the emperor, unfurled the imperial decree and proclaimed aloud, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, in response to the empress's benevolence. The prime minister's legitimate daughter, Rui Jinxin, renowned for her virtue and propriety, is designated as the rightful consort of the heir to the Wang family, Imoyats. The authorities are to select a date for the wedding." Rui Jinxin felt as though thunder had struck beside her. Having only just arrived in this world and savored a few fleeting days of familial affection, she was now faced with the prospect of separation. Could that fierce heir truly treat her kindly? She had believed that the delay in the announcement was due to her father's efforts to postpone the marriage, yet it seemed that a wedding was indeed imminent. Dazed, she accepted the edict, unaware of when the high-ranking eunuch had departed. "Jiner, what troubles you?" Upon regaining her senses, tears streamed uncontrollably down Rui Jinxin's cheeks. "Father, have you truly married me off? This is utterly unacceptable." The prime minister, distressed, struggled to find his voice. "Jiner, I am sorry for this. I had hoped to delay matters, but the Empress caused quite a stir in the imperial study yesterday, leaving the emperor no choice but to issue the decree. Father, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us go to the study." At Rui Jinxin's insistence, everyone moved to the study. The prime minister explained to his beloved daughter, "I did not wish for you to marry so far away. The emperor has no intention of allowing our family to be entangled with Northern Zhou." Coincidentally, during the flower banquet, the Empress inadvertently resolved the issue. The harsh realities of ancient times were evident. The affairs of royalty often fell upon the shoulders of their subjects. "If I refuse to go to Northern Zhou, who will bear the consequences?" The matter had yet to be decided. There would always be those willing to exchange their daughters for wealth and status. And as long as it was not his own daughter, the prime minister remained indifferent to others' fates. "What if the heir mistreats me?" "He dares not." "Jiner, do not fear. I will negotiate with the prince to create a passage through the wall, allowing you to return home daily. If the heir truly ill-treats you, once the Northern Zhou affair is settled, you may return and live with us. I will support you for life. My elder brother can care for you. And there is also our second brother and third brother." Rui Xiang eagerly raised his hand. "I can too." Rui Jinxin looked around at her family, filled with affection for her. "What if I defy the edict?" "Then defy it. What of it? If worst comes to worst, we shall perish together, as long as our family remains united." The earnest third brother, unperturbed, casually declared, and the entire family echoed their support. The prime minister stood, resolved to approach the emperor and withdraw the marriage decree. What a wonderful family! Rue Jinshin silently berated herself for being overly sentimental. It was not a matter of great significance. She could not drag her family down with her. Father, given the circumstances, I shall marry. For the sake of my beloved family, I have decided to proceed with the marriage. As you say, if it comes to it, we can always divorce. No, I will not be bullied. I am not so easily trifled with. At the Wang residence, as soon as the imperial envoy departed, the Wang matriarch eagerly began to consult the almanac for auspicious wedding dates. The side consort, Qi, remarked sarcastically, "My lady, how eager you are. Shouldn't the heir's marriage be determined by the astronomical bureau?" The Wang matriarch paused, turning to reply, "The side consort has a point. The heir's marriage is indeed of great importance. My lord, you must go to the astronomical bureau immediately to finalize the date." With the matriarch's command, the Wang lord dared not refuse and promptly set off to confirm the date. The side consort, with a dismissive toss of her handkerchief, turned to leave. Imo Yunlai shook his head. The Wang residence is about to become quite lively. What are you murmuring about? Elder brother. With two women already causing a stir in the household, if another arrives, it will be a spectacle. Imo Yun shot him a sidelong glance. You are but a child. What do you understand? Mother pays no heed to Qi. But which fickle woman would choose whom? Should she show disrespect to mother, a divorce would be in order. With the marriage settled, both parties involved remained detached and unconcerned. Only the Wang matriarch was in high spirits, bustling about with excitement. Rue Jinshin, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of her finances. Has Xianglan or Guqi Jing sent anyone? Miss, no one has come. What day is it today? It has been 3 days. Today is the 4th. A cold smile crossed Rue Jinshin's face. She had been so focused on Fang Daju's situation that she had neglected Gu Qingjing and her mother. Some individuals simply lacked self-awareness. Elder brother, your writing is eloquent. Please draft a petition for me to submit to the capital. No, to the criminal ministry. And inform our second brother to send his associates to apprehend them. Xianghua happily accepted the task, delighted by her mistress's decisive actions. Miss, your current demeanor is refreshing. You strike hard and show no mercy. I find it utterly enjoyable. Rue Jinshan was pleasantly surprised by his sister's decisiveness. This was indeed commendable, without dragging on unnecessarily. After a moment of contemplation, he took up his brush and soon produced a clear and concise petition, even adding a detailed account as an attachment. When Xianghua arrived at the criminal ministry, Rue Jinbo happened to be there. She handed over the petition and conveyed her mistress's words, then stood in the courtyard awaiting inquiries. Today, the presiding official at the criminal ministry was Lord Zhao, who was well aware of the uproar surrounding the Rue family. Just the sight of it gave him a headache. Gu's uncle held the rank of a 4th-grade official, yet the Gu family was married to the An Yuan Marquisate, not inferior to the Rue family. He wished to consult Rue Jinbo's opinion, but the young man had excused himself under the pretext of avoiding any appearance of bias. A clerk beside him remarked, "My lord, have you heard about the marriage between the Wang family and the Rue family?" "I have heard." The emperor issued the decree in response to the empress's wishes. Noticing Lord Yao's confusion, the clerk further reminded him, the heir has close ties with the Xianjing division. Understanding dawned on Lord Zhao. The An Yuan Marquisate could not compare to the heir, much less to the Xianjing division. Bring forth the culprits from the Gu and Marquisate households. Xianghua smiled in satisfaction. My lord, your wisdom is commendable. 2 groups of constables set out simultaneously, heading towards the residences of the influential, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Meanwhile, Chu Shi was lying in bed, cursing Rue Jinshin when a servant entered to report, Madam, the criminal ministry has sent people, claiming you are accused of theft, deception, and seizing another's property, and they wish to take you in for questioning. Chu Shi immediately recalled Rue Jinshin's words and cursed vehemently. That little vixen truly lacks familial bonds. The constables, undeterred by her lamentations, urged her to comport herself with dignity and follow them without causing trouble. Reluctant to comply yet fearing the constable's wrath, Chu Shi had no choice but to accompany them. Meanwhile, Gu Shi was directly expelled from her home by her proper mother-in-law. Chapter 23. Accusation. Madame An Yuan Ho seethed with resentment towards Gu Qingjing, her teeth grinding in disgust at such a lowly character. What kind of woman can a concubine raise? The legitimate daughter of the Ho residents, Li Yuru, said with sharp disdain, she has truly brought shame upon the Ho family. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Ho family, filled with concern, asked, will the Xiang family's daughter direct her anger towards the Ho residents? Li Yuru shot her a scathing glance. Fool, Rue Jinxia has already reported her to the authorities. How could she blame the Ho family? We have severed ties. Madame Ho paused her tea drinking, then commanded, "Bring the second young master here. Have him write a divorce letter immediately." The eldest daughter-in-law smirked inwardly. You've driven her away, yet you still hold on to her dowry. The daughter of the Xiong family desires silver. It is you who are foolish. As Gu Qingjing arrived at the main hall of the Ministry of Justice, the Ho family servants hastily delivered the divorce letter, a twist of fate she found utterly unacceptable, prompting her to dash out of the courthouse in a frenzy. The constables stood momentarily stunned, but just as they were about to pursue her, Lord Zhao interjected, "Wait." After a few whispered words from his secretary, Lord Zhao continued, "Gu has embezzled assets from the Xiong family for her dowry. She must return them. Go assist in the inventory." The secretary handed the detailed list of items to the constable, who then accompanied Xiong Gua to the Ho residence. Chu Shi, observing the unfolding chaos, exclaimed, "Heavens! What is happening? Is there no law? Law? Do you even recognize it?" Rue Jinxia's mocking voice echoed from outside the hall. Rue Jinshan accompanied her, the siblings' noble demeanor starkly contrasting with Chu Shi's shrewishness. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside the courthouse, murmuring, "Is this the infatuated girl? She looks nothing like it." Inside, doubts arose. Could such a delicate, gentle girl truly pursue a man? Rue Jinxia respectfully bowed to Lord Zhao, exuding elegance with a hint of playfulness. What a lovely young lady. Everyone mused, thinking she deserved to be cherished. However, Chu Shi lunged forward to strike her. Unable to evade, Rue Jinxia retaliated with a swift kick. Chu Shi's corpulent form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving everyone astounded. What happened to the lovely girl? Rue Jinshan inquired with concern. "Sister, does your foot hurt? Shouldn't you be asking the person on the ground? That sounded quite severe." My waist, my poor waist." Chu Shi cried out in agony. Rue Jinshan addressed Lord Zhao. "Sir, you have seen this woman assault my sister. My sister acted in self-defense." Yes, I have witnessed that," Lord Zhao replied, pondering the necessity of such a spectacle among relatives. While Rue Jinshan held a minor official position, her familial connections rendered her beyond reproach. Rue Jinxia, well-versed in psychology, discerned from Lord Zhao's expression that he was conflicted. "Sir, though she is my aunt, she does not regard me as family. They took advantage of my youth, exploiting my grief over my mother's death to deceive and seize the Xiong family's assets, leaving us in dire poverty for years." Lord Zhao and the secretary nodded in agreement. It was indeed known that the Xiong family was impoverished, yet was that truly her doing? Rue Jinxia softly lamented, "It is all my fault for being blind and trusting my aunt and cousins." Her expression of disappointment and sorrow evoked sympathy from the crowd, who directed their ire towards Chu Shi, calling for justice. Deceiving a young girl and seizing her property, beware of divine retribution. Do not listen to her nonsense. Convictions require evidence. Chu Shi stubbornly denied the accusations. "Sir, please send someone to her home for a search. Many of the trinkets and ornaments are part of my mother's dowry, officially recorded as evidence." Upon hearing this, Chu Shi's bravado crumbled, and she began to wail, lamenting her fate. Lord Zhao commanded a search of the Gu residence, and a constable returned from the Anyuan Ho residence, trailed by the hurriedly following Xiong Gua. "Sir, the Ho family is in disarray. Why? Are they still withholding Gu's dowry?" The constable nodded, explaining that the Ho family denied Gu's substantial dowry, claiming she had squandered it herself. "Miss, the Ho family is lying. I saw with my own eyes that Madame Ho and the legitimate daughter are wearing the ornaments left for you by your mother." This revelation further embroiled the Ho family in the scandal, leading the townsfolk to gossip. Rue Jinxia was well aware that Gu Qingjing looked down upon her concubine mother and had endeavored to curry favor with the main wife, often presenting her with the finest spoils to win her approval. Rue Jinshan straightened his posture, his presence commanding as he declared, "Sir Zhao, my sister and I are prepared to accompany you." The unspoken pressure compelled Lord Zhao to personally attend to the matter. Chu Shi insisted on following, and after a brief consultation with the secretary, Lord Zhao consented to have the constables escort her. Curious onlookers flocked to the Ho residence. By the time they arrived, a sizable crowd had gathered at the entrance. With officials present, the doors swung open, revealing a cacophony of shouts, curses, and the cries of children. As the authorities conducted their business, the idle spectators stepped aside. The constables cleared a path for Lord Zhao and his entourage, allowing them to enter the Ho residence. The Anyuan Ho was absent. Madame Ho sat in the front courtyard, lividly pointing at Gu Qingjing, who lay sprawled on the ground, her cheeks swollen, blood oozing from her nose and mouth, a clump of hair torn from her scalp, her dress ripped. She bore the appearance of having been assaulted. Surrounding her were her 5-year-old daughter, her 3-year-old child, and her ineffectual husband, all weeping. It was evident that her divorce had been coerced by Madame Ho. Upon seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state, Chu Shi gasped, her breath shallow, and then broke into genuine tears. Rui Jinxia seethed at Gu Qingjing for cheating and seizing her belongings, a sentiment she harbored since her arrival, yet the original owner had relied heavily on this cousin. And witnessing her plight ignited her fury. Rui Jinxia, inherently vengeful towards evil, found herself incensed by the bullying demeanor of Madame Ho and her daughter, striking at her sense of justice. Lord Zhao, Madame Ho has abused her power, causing grave injury. She must be taken into custody for sentencing. Even before they entered, Madame Ho had displayed her displeasure, and Rui Jinxia's assertion ignited her fury. Who dares? This is the Ho residence. I am the Ho madam. Lord Zhao, momentarily intimidated, was met with Rui Jinxia's bold step forward. You trample upon life, disregarding the law. A sentence of decades in prison would be more than sufficient. Though she lacked knowledge of the laws of Daong, her words were meant to intimidate. Rui Jinxian was somewhat surprised. Sister, have you studied the law? Lord Zhao contemplated the sharpness of her words, but questioned the gravity of the situation. Madame Ho scoffed, even if I were to kill her, no one would dare hold me accountable. Lord Zhao, did you hear that? So many witnesses have seen it. Madame Ho scorns imperial authority and ignores national law. This should be reported to the highest authority. You lack the power to intervene. Rui Jinxia bluntly pointed out Lord Zhao's minor rank. Lord Zhao was equally incensed by Madame Ho's arrogance. Though his position was modest, he had access to the emperor. I shall enter the palace immediately to seek the emperor's decree. Chapter 24. Complaints, Part 2. Madame Ho panicked upon learning that Lord Zhao intended to enter the palace. Hastily summoning her servants to find Lord Ho, Rui Jinxin called out to Lord Zhao, urging him not to forget to inform the emperor that the mother and daughter had usurped the possessions of others and monopolized the dowry of their daughter-in-law. Li Yuro, filled with ire, felt the urge to silence her, yet the courtyard was teeming with onlookers, and she had to maintain her composure. Lord Zhao was intercepted by the steward of the Ho residence, who implored, "My lord, do not act impulsively. When Lord Ho returns, he will provide an explanation." Lord Zhao hesitated. After all, Lord On Yuan was a significant minister of the court, and it was a matter of courtesy. He turned to Rui Jinshan, only to find him gesturing towards the outside. Following his gaze, Rui's second son was seen turning away. This was disastrous. The Rui family was escalating the situation. Since they had arrived, he decided to wait it out. Lord Rui, Miss Rui, perhaps we should first summon a doctor. Rui Jinshin exchanged glances with her elder brother, realizing that Lord Zhao was quite cunning, unwilling to offend either side. Rui Jinshin stated, "There is no need for a doctor. Her ribs are fractured and have pierced her chest cavity. There is no hope." She slightly exaggerated the severity of the injury, while Gu Qijing was indeed gravely hurt. The bones had not penetrated the chest cavity, but unless her master intervened or she took action, recovery would be difficult. Upon hearing this, the steward of the Ho residence promptly dispatched someone to fetch the imperial physician. Li Chen attempted to lift Gu Qingjing, but Rui Jinshin stopped him, whispering, "Her ribs are broken. If you wish for her to survive, do not move her." Li Chen, the illegitimate son of Lord On Yuan, was timid by nature, unable to protect his wife and children. If it were not for the Gu family currying favor with Madame Ho, their household would be in dire straits. However, despite their efforts to please, they were met with nothing but disdain. A few days prior, when Gu suffered a swollen lip from biting her tongue, Madame Ho and Li Yuro had berated her. It was then that Li Qin learned of the Gu family's plight. The couple was at odds, and today, when officials arrived, Madame Ho ordered the Gu family to be expelled and even pressured him to write a divorce letter. When he refused, they took it upon themselves to draft one, provoking Gu into a frenzy, which resulted in her being beaten. He was spineless, yet still possessed a conscience. Sister Jinshin, despite her many faults, she does not deserve to lose her life. Rui Jinshan, sensing his misunderstanding, retorted in annoyance, "My sister is trying to help you. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent." Rui Jinshin had not expected him to defend Gu Qingjing and replied coolly, "Where were you when she was on the brink of death? Only now do you choose to protect her." Li Chun, a grown man, sat on the ground sobbing uncontrollably, while the two children beside him were also wailing loudly. Madame Ho, exasperated, shouted, "What is there to cry about? She is not dead yet. How superstitious." The onlookers could no longer bear it, and began to point fingers at Madame Ho. Enraged, she barked, "Get out. This is no place for the likes of you." A deep, authoritative voice echoed, "What sort of people can enter the Ho residence?" A towering figure appeared in the courtyard. Behind him trailed Minister Rue, Prince Xian, Imperial Physician Wang, Lord Yuan, the Minister of Justice, and the heir to the Su family. Rue Jinshun took the lead in bowing, with the others following suit and kneeling. Lord Yuan shot an angry glare at his wife. Imperial Physician Wang cast a sidelong glance at Rue Jinshin, noting her penchant for trouble. In a state of urgency, Rue Jinshin implored, "Imperial Physician Wang, please save her." The physician, glancing at the emperor, approached with his medical kit to examine Gil. The steward of Lord Onion brought a chair for the emperor, who seated himself regally, allowing everyone to rise. "Little Jinshin, is this incident due to you?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, that assertion is erroneous," Rue Jinshin replied, maintaining her composure in the emperor's gaze. "Today's events stemmed from greed, their desire for the possessions of others, particularly the assets of the minister's household." The emperor, intrigued, regarded her with interest. "Is there still wealth in the minister's household? Was it not squandered by you?" Rue Jinshin was about to respond when Rue's father interjected, "Your Majesty, my daughter was deceived, and at that time, she was but a child." The emperor feigned anger. "I am questioning her. Why are you so hasty?" "Your Majesty, my father cares for me. Please do not blame him. I was naive and burdened my family with much." The emperor scoffed. "The minister's household is impoverished yet infamous throughout the realm, tarnishing the reputation of Dion." Both Minister Rue and his son chimed in, "Your Majesty, it is not as exaggerated as that. Do not frighten my daughter." The emperor, genuinely displeased, retorted, "What? Can I not speak my mind?" "Yes, indeed. It was my daughter's fault," she replied sincerely, her demeanor disarming anyone's ire. "Ah, you possess more sense than your father and brother." Rue Jinshin, undaunted, caught the emperor's attention. The emperor, softening his tone, asked, "How do you wish to resolve today's matter?" Without hesitation, Rue Jinshin responded, "I have already reported it to the authorities, and it shall be judged according to the law. There shall be no favoritism." Lord Yuan shot another warning glance at his wife, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Zhao Su, what say you regarding the judgment?" Lord Zhao felt a wave of panic. How could he adjudicate on such a matter today? He caught a glimpse of Lord Ho signaling him, and, after much deliberation, cautiously stated, "Your Majesty, this matter can be significant or trivial. It could be dealt with as a family affair." Rue Jinshin was incensed, retorting, "Nonsense. Is murder a family affair? If I were to kill you now, would that also be a family matter?" Lord Yuan admonished, "Such insolence. Is this the upbringing of the minister's household?" As Rue Minister prepared to retort, Rue Jinshin interjected with a smile, "Insolence is one thing, but Lord Ho should refrain from such behavior, lest it be deemed a great disrespect." Lord Yuan chuckled, "I would never." Just then, a series of loud flatulent sounds erupted from behind him. The emperor sprang from his seat, while those nearby recoiled in shock. Lord Yuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Rue Jinshin covered her mouth, feigning disdain. "What a resounding sound. It rivals cannon fire. Do it again, and you will send everyone fleeing." The emperor's patience wore thin, glaring at Minister Rue, "Control your daughter." After indulging in laughter, Minister Rue turned back, saying, "Jeaner, murder is a crime. Father, it is all a jest. The Daiyong dynasty is the home of the people, and we are one family. If one finds someone disagreeable, it is permissible to eliminate them without involving the authorities." Her words rendered Lord Zhao utterly speechless, causing him to kneel in shame. The emperor, having shifted positions, regarded Lord Zhao. "I find Jeaner's reasoning quite persuasive." Lord Zhao trembled as he pleaded for forgiveness, while Lord Yuan beside him wished for nothing more than to disappear. Prince Xin glanced at Mou Kai, curious about his thoughts on the unfolding drama. The emperor asked Rue Jinshin, "Little Jeaner, since I have entrusted this matter to you, how will you proceed?" Rue Jinshin tilted her head, playfully asking, "Must I disclose my plan?" "Yes, you must." Rue Jinshin looked at her father and brother. Seeing their encouraging gazes, she raised her chin, seriously stating, "Each issue must be addressed accordingly." The Gu family deceived and seized possessions, aside from returning all items. Their punishment should be based on their admission of guilt and the laws of Dion. She turned her gaze to Madame Ho. "The charges against Lady Yuan are far graver." Chapter 25, Accusation, Part 3, The lady of Yuan Marquis had long lost her previous arrogance. Her complexion was pale, and her mind buzzed as she awaited the impending retribution from Rui Jinxiu. Yes, retribution. She did not believe she was in the wrong. Rather, she felt that Rui Jinxiu was stirring up trouble. It was common for the matriarch to deal with those who had shown her disrespect in the courtyards of the various estates. Yet she had simply been unfortunate enough to cross paths with the ill-fated Rui family. Rui Jinxiu observed the lady's unrepentant demeanor as she stood on the precipice of doom, her small face taut with tension. The words she uttered were like ice piercing through the heart of the Marquise. Your Majesty, the lady has unlawfully seized another's possessions, knowingly committing a crime. She has grievously injured Gu Qingjing, treating human life with utter disdain. She shows no fear of the law, nor does she respect imperial authority. With a chilling gaze directed at Yuan Marquis, she coldly inquired, who grants her such audacity? The emperor should inquire thoroughly. The young girl stood there, her figure enchanting and graceful. With a delicate touch of makeup enhancing her sweet visage, her expression was serious, radiating a cold and commanding presence. This was no demeanor befitting the so-called lovesick girl, thus revealing the unreliability of such rumors. Mo Yunkai lowered his gaze, recalling the flower viewing banquet. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged her, and it warranted further investigation. Rui Xiang and Rui Jinchen wore expressions of pride, exclaiming, "That is my daughter, sister." The emperor exchanged glances with Prince Xian, realizing that the empress may have inadvertently done a commendable deed. As Rui Jinxiu watched the royal physician finish his examination and administer 2 precious pills to Gu Qingjing, pills she had previously consumed, she reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this humble daughter is not well versed in the law and is unsure of the sentencing. Yet the lady must not only face punishment, but also compensate Gu Qingjing for her medical expenses and emotional damages. And, she must return the seized possessions, which rightfully belonged to her." To sentence the lady was unprecedented, and while compensation for medical expenses was expected. What was this notion of emotional damages that no one had ever heard of? The Minister of Justice, feeling embarrassed to ask, inquired, "Miss Rui, what do you mean by emotional damages?" "Oh, this refers to the fact that Gu Qingjing was assaulted, suffering not merely physical harm, but also emotional distress and psychological trauma, warranting compensation for her comfort." Having explained clearly, she felt it was beyond her capacity to clarify further. The assembly comprised intelligent individuals who grasped her meaning with ease. The royal physician chuckled, "Have you been reading a lot these days?" "Indeed. Am I not clever?" Her charming smile shone like a little sun, brightening the room. Her eager eyes for praise prompted the royal physician to exclaim, "Clever indeed." The emperor found amusement in the exchange, realizing why Rui Xiang cherished his daughter so dearly. Her charm was undeniable. Prince Xian suddenly understood why the princess favored her. This girl was refreshingly genuine. Zhao Daren, anxiously awaiting the emperor's decree, cast a nervous glance at Rui Jinxiu. If only the advisor were present, he would not have been swayed by the marquis. The emperor turned to the Minister of Justice. "Zhao Daren, you shall preside over this matter." This would mark the first instance in De Yong's history of sentencing a noblewoman with a title. Zhao Daren, feeling the weight of the emperor's expectations, could only look at him with a pained expression. The emperor, understanding his predicament, proclaimed, Yuan Marquis has committed the grave sin of disrespect. He shall be demoted to commoner status, and his wife's title shall be revoked." With this imperial command, Zhao Daren quickly assessed Gu Qingjing's condition and the medical costs before rendering a verdict. He ordered Li Wei to return the dowry and the property belonging to the Rui family, compensating Gu Qingjing for her medical and emotional damages totaling 10,000 taels, and sentenced Li Wei to 10 years in prison. The case concluded, attention turned to the Gu family. They were ordered to return all the illegally acquired possessions. And the mother-daughter duo from the Gu family received an 8-month labor sentence, to be served once Gu Qingjing's injuries healed. Gu Qinggui's sentencing was postponed due to his involvement in other cases. At this point, Li Chen suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, I wish to serve my wife's sentence in her stead." Rui Jinxiu was taken aback. This typically timid man had staunchly defended Gu Qingjing today, instantly elevating his stature in her eyes. Mo Yukai observed her sparkling eyes as she looked at Li Chen, scoffing softly. She was still that lovesick girl. Unaware of the misinterpretation, Rui Jinxiu felt pleased with Li Chen's actions and resolved to assist them. "Your Majesty, given the circumstances, Gu Qingjing cannot remain in the Li household. I implore you to grant them the mercy to depart." Upon hearing this, Li Qin's expression transformed with excitement as he fervently bowed to the emperor. I am willing. I do not wish for a single tale from the Li family, only to take my mother and wife away. It is often said that it just official struggles to resolve family matters. To sever ties without retaining any funds, he must have endured immense grievances, simply seeking to leave. The emperor felt conflicted, casting a dark glance at Anya and Marquis. Should I not take your head for this? Li Maohong, adept at reading the emperor's mood, promptly interjected. Your Majesty, spare me. I am willing to sever ties with my illegitimate son, allowing him to take his mother with him. With this simple statement, the issue was resolved. And Rue Jinshu witnessed the power of imperial authority. She silently gave the emperor a thumbs up, conveying her admiration. The emperor understood her gesture, and his mood brightened significantly, leading to a lighter punishment for Zhao Su. Zhao Su, you shall guard the city gate for 6 months. I will obey the imperial decree. Zhao Su sighed with relief, knowing he owed his fortune to Rue Jinshu's intervention. The day's chaotic events stemmed from her, yet he held no resentment. Acknowledging his own folly in choosing the wrong side at the last moment, he cast a grateful glance toward Rue Jinshu. Rue Jinshu subtly smiled, refraining from kicking him while he was down, recognizing the challenges of his position and that he had not committed a severe offense. Rue Xiang looked at his daughter with satisfaction. You truly inherit your father's wisdom. You know how to handle matters. News of the Anyuan Marquis household's affairs spread throughout the capital overnight. The princess of Xian smiled broadly, exclaiming, how impressive. My daughter-in-law is indeed remarkable. I had long disapproved of that Li Wei, who relied on her family's past glories to flaunt her power, truly arrogant and overbearing. Prince Xian concurred indeed. Your future daughter-in-law is quite commendable. The Empress has truly done something good. The princess of Xian tugged at Prince Xian. Come. Let us select a wedding gift from the treasury. The date has yet to be determined, so there is no rush. I am anxious. If we cannot find something suitable, we must procure it from outside. If the date approaches too quickly, we will have no time to prepare. Prince Xian was pulled along, pondering that without a matriarch in the residence, it was said that Jean Girl was in charge, with an aunt assisting. Let us negotiate the wedding gifts with the Prime Minister. The princess of Xian paused, contemplating before saying, I will meet her first and see what the future daughter-in-law thinks. Addressing her as future daughter-in-law indicated a certain closeness. Prince Xian, feeling slightly jealous, was pinched by the princess. Hey, why are you pinching me? With narrowed eyes. The princess warned him, you better remind Suo to treat her sincerely once married. No concubines or mistresses should come into play, otherwise. Before Jean Girl has a chance to act, I will ensure he cannot walk again. Prince Xian momentarily froze, realizing the gravity of her words, and instinctively tightened his legs. Xin, once the bride enters, you must watch your words. Watch what? Are you going to mention your past romantic escapades? Prince Xian, feeling both short of breath and aggrieved, retorted, that was an accident. I have maintained my integrity all these years. You cannot hold that against me forever. Humph. You warn her not to cause trouble in front of my daughter-in-law. Otherwise, her good days will come to an end. The couple bickered as they headed toward the treasury, oblivious to the pair of malicious eyes lurking in the bamboo grove, fixated upon them. Chapter 26. Foolishness. Rue Jinshin did not fully reclaim her possessions, aside from the jewelry. There was little silver left. On one hand, Gu Qingwei had a penchant for gambling, resulting in significant losses. On the other hand, Gu Qingjing had generously bestowed silver upon the Li family, which could not be accounted for. Of what remained, Rue Jinshin only took half, leaving the other half for Gu Qingjing out of compassion for the two children. With the compensation from the Li residence, Gu Qingjing's family could manage for the time being. Xianghua lamented on behalf of her mistress, questioning why she did not reclaim the silver in its entirety, for it amounted to several thousand taels. Her mistress was kind-hearted. Feeling pity for the two children, Xianglan could discern Rue Jinshin's intentions. Rue Jinshin smiled and remarked, those who truly understand me are indeed like Xianglan. She was not a saint. Gu Qingjing had erred and must bear the responsibility and accept the deserved consequences, while the children ought not to be implicated. Had that cousin-in-law found employment? Yes, at a tavern as an accountant, while his mother stayed home to care for his cousin and the two children. Xianghua had inquired early that day. The servant also heard that Li Yuro had been having a rough few days. Wei Shi had been imprisoned. The Li family's title was revoked, and the Marquis was in low spirits. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family was managing the household, only adding to Li Yuro's woes. With the title gone but the family wealth intact, the Li residence remained prosperous. The bullying of Li Yuro was her comeuppance, for she had tormented many of the Li family's daughters-in-law. Xianghua cautioned Rui Jinxin to avoid Li Yuro in the future, having noticed the fierce look in her eyes the other day. The capital is vast. Our paths are unlikely to cross. Besides, she will likely remain indoors for quite some time, at least until the fervor over her mother's situation cools down. Rui Jinxin pushed Li Yuro from her mind. Attending the medical clinic daily, while mastering the local medical arts, she generously shared her own knowledge. Yuanqing absorbed the new and intriguing medical techniques with the eagerness of a sponge. One day, after waiting the entire morning without seeing the elder Yi, she inquired, "Where has Master gone on his rounds? Will he not return for lunch? I heard he is attending to a very serious patient who requires acupuncture and medicinal baths. It is quite complicated. Then I shall take my leave. I need to inspect the shop." After bidding farewell to Yi Wanqing, Rui Jinxin first visited the tea shop, where manager Zhang was diligently supervising. From him, she learned that her third brother had gone to Chunjing Street. 4 of the 5 shops were under renovation, with only the jewelry store operational, though she was uncertain if that situation had resolved. Originally planning to visit each shop, Rui Jinxin altered her course and made her way directly to Chunjing Street. This was her first visit to her own jewelry shop, and she mused on how peculiar the original owner was, disinterested in beautiful jewelry and fine garments, yet fervently chasing handsome men. Inside the shop, several patrons were selecting jewelry. Upon entering, Rui Jinxin scanned the room, but did not spot her third brother or Lin Hao. A clerk approached to assist her. The shop's decor appeared dated, yet the displays were fresh, suggesting recent arrangements. Lin Hao had evidently put in considerable effort. The clerk, unaware that she was the true owner, greeted her warmly. "What type of jewelry would you like to select, miss?" The first floor features gold ornaments, while the second floor showcases exquisite jade pieces and delicate hairpins. Rui Jinxin, who had always favored jade, eagerly requested to be shown to the second floor. "Miss, do you not wish to see the gold ornaments?" Xianglong queried, considering that although her mistress typically shunned shopping, she had a particular fondness for gold. Rui Jinxin turned her head and replied, "I must maintain a low profile. Gold is too ostentatious and attracts undesirable attention." Xianglong nodded earnestly, agreeing that it was wise to remain discreet to avoid further incidents like the flower banquet. To this day, the matter of the banquet remained unresolved, and Rui Jinxin suspected it was instigated by one of the men who had been harassed by the original owner. There were many potential suspects among the young gentlemen at the event. The investigation would be arduous and require time. Regaining her focus, Rui Jinxin was captivated by a set of jade jewelry, a jade hairpin, earrings, necklace, bracelet, ring, and pendant, all crafted from rare red jade. The pieces were a pure crimson, radiant like a rooster's comb, with a lustrous sheen and a design of auspicious clouds, exuding simplicity and elegance with exquisite craftsmanship. "I must have this," she exclaimed. "Miss, perhaps you might choose something else? This set is not for sale. It is merely for display." "Are you teasing me?" Rui Jinxin felt a wave of disappointment. Xianglong chuckled. "Miss, this is your shop. You need not purchase it, for it rightfully belongs to you." "Oh yes, I forgot. I must summon Lin Hao." The clerk, having overheard the maid mention that the shop belonged to this young lady, dashed upstairs to fetch the manager, not daring to be negligent. Rui Jinxin's eyes remained fixated on the red jade ornaments, unblinking. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just a lovesick fool." An irksome voice echoed from the staircase. "Rui Jinxin, you can admire this valuable jewelry, but you cannot afford it." Another pretentious voice added, "She is to become the heir's fiancée. She can certainly afford it." Rui Jinxin slowly turned to face her detractors, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Where do these flies come from? Truly bothersome." Jian Ruochu's face flushed with indignation, while when Xiangqian retorted, "Lovesick fools should not pursue men. This is no place for you." Jian Ruochu teased Xiangqian. "She is merely preparing her dowry." "Oh, I forgot. A lovesick fool is matched with a cripple and still wears a mask." Jian Ruochu laughed mockingly. "People say they make a perfect pair." The heir had worn a mask since childhood, rumored to hide a hideous face beneath, instilling terror in others. When Xiangqian, with ill intent, warned, "Whether they are a perfect pair remains to be seen. My advice is to avoid looking at the heir's face on your wedding night. I fear you might either be disgusted or frightened to death." Xianglong, incensed, could not interject, while Rui Jinxin calmly responded, "Have you seen it? How do you know so much? Have you been peeking at the heir? Such a peculiar hobby. Pa, do you think everyone is like you?" throwing themselves at any man they see. When Xiangqian circled Rui Jinxin, clucking in pity, "What a shame, such beautiful features, destined to marry a wretched monster." Jian Ruochu covered her mouth to stifle laughter. Thus, they are a match made in heaven. Rui Jinxin smiled in return. Indeed. Otherwise, how could the Empress have arranged such a match? Surely, she would not intend to humiliate the royal or the ministerial families. One was the Emperor's own brother. The other a prominent court official, not individuals to be insulted lightly. Xianglan, remember to tell the Xiang family upon returning, tomorrow. Inquire with the Emperor if the Empress intended to insult both houses. Xianglan obediently replied, "I shall remember." The daughters of Minister Jian and Lord Wen mockingly discussing the Empress's match. Jian Ruochu's expression soured. "You speak nonsense. We did not mock or speak ill. Everyone witnessed your merriment, just now," Rui Jinxin replied coolly. "You both have openly called the heir a cripple and a monster. I wonder if the Xian Wang and his wife were to hear of this, what consequences might befall you, and perhaps your fathers as well." Jian Ruochu and Wen Xiangqian exchanged anxious glances. Knowing there were only a few witnesses, they would not admit to their words. Rui Jinxin cast a sly glance towards the staircase, her smile brightening. Fools. Chapter 27. The traitor Jian Ruochu and Wen Xiangqian turned around belatedly as a noblewoman in splendid attire ascended the steps. The princess of Xian glowered as she approached the two, declaring, "What qualifications do these two ugly creatures have to comment on others?" With the princess labeling them as unattractive. The two dared not retort and knelt in deference. The princess paid them no heed and turned her beaming smile towards Rui Jinxin, her voice infused with undeniable joy. "Jinxin, what a coincidence. Is there something you fancy? Your mother will procure it for you." Caught off guard by the princess's enthusiasm, Rui Jinxin felt her cheeks flush involuntarily as she returned the greeting. "Oh dear, we are soon to be family, so do not stand on ceremony." Rui Jinxin and Lin Hao finally descended the stairs, and upon hearing the princess's words, Rui Jinxin quickly responded, "Your Highness, my sister has yet to be wed. The proper courtesies must still be observed." "Of course, I was too hasty," the princess replied with a cheerful nod. She felt no annoyance at Rui Jinxin's insistence. Rather, she was pleased to have such a considerate brother looking out for Rui Jinxin. Jian Ruochu and Wen Xiangqian stood awkwardly, unable to retreat or remain. The princess, her expression darkening, chastised, "You two eyesores, do not linger here. Your lack of upbringing and incessant gossip will surely attract consequences." The two wished to plead for leniency but felt too ashamed, hastily bowing and retreating, while the princess's expression swiftly morphed back to a smile. The speed of her change was akin to a masterful performance from a past life. "Jinxin, do not mind them. Are they here to scrutinize the dowry? Do not let them dampen your spirits." The benevolent princess continued, "I fear they may not learn their lesson." With a chuckle, she instructed a nearby maid. "Go to the palace and find 2 etiquette tutors. Send them to the Jian and Wen families to properly instruct the young ladies." Rui Jinxin raised an eyebrow. Etiquette tutors sounded splendid. She secretly hoped they would administer corporal punishment daily. "Jinxin must have her eye on that set of red jade jewelry. I shall gift it to you." The word gift faltered on the princess's lips as her expression shifted dramatically. She leaned over the display case, scrutinizing the jewelry with fervor. "What is with this change of countenance?" Rui Jinxin questioned her own vision. Rui Jinxin spoke respectfully to the princess, "Your Highness, let us speak upstairs." The princess nodded slowly, and Rui Jinxin noted her serious demeanor, casting a suspicious glance at her elder brother. What was amiss? Rui Jinxin motioned for her to ascend first. The 3rd floor, designed for receiving guests, boasted a spacious hall with secluded alcoves. At that moment, an unexpected figure was seated at the tea table, delicately cradling a cup. "Saya?" The princess was taken aback upon seeing her son, turning to observe Rui Jinxin's astonishment. Clearly, this was a surprise. Pulling Rui Jinxin to sit opposite her son, she inquired, "What brings you here?" "Official business," he replied tersely. The princess began to speculate about the jewelry from downstairs. Rui Jinxin cast a cool glance at the man across from her, even when addressing his mother. His demeanor remained frosty. Seated in a wheelchair, he maintained an upright posture. Judging by his height, had he stood, he would undoubtedly tower over most. Noticing his clean and well-defined jawline, she observed his thin lips pressed firmly together, exuding an air of severity. Overall, he appeared tense, as if perpetually on guard, ready to retaliate without hesitation, regardless of intent. An instinctive response. A stark black iron mask obscured much of his face, lending him a sinister aura. "Have you finished your scrutiny?" he asked, his voice impatient and low. Rue Jinshin feigned ignorance of his displeasure, oblivious to the gazes of those around her, particularly the princess. With a cheerful nod, she responded, "Indeed, you are hardly a rare sight. There is nothing to behold." Coughs echoed around her. "A creature like me certainly lacks allure," he scoffed. "Whether you are ugly or not, I cannot say, but that mask is undeniably unattractive." The princess burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Jinshin is right. It bears no engravings and is utterly bare, truly hideous." Accustomed to his mother's disdain, the young master of the Mu family nearly let slip a foolish remark. But upon meeting her clear and unclouded gaze, he restrained himself. Her eyes were not the eyes of a mindless infatuation. Having overheard the commotion downstairs, he understood that her defense of herself, regardless of motive, warranted no animosity from him. Mu Yunkai lowered his gaze, lips pressed tightly together in silence. The princess, exasperated, thought to reprimand him. "You ought to speak more." Rue Jinshin chose to ignore him, directing her attention to her elder brother. "Brother," he began, "that set of red jade jewelry does not belong to our family." Understanding dawned upon Rue Jinshin. It was contraband. Mu Yunkai's official business was undoubtedly linked to this discovery. Heartbroken, she realized it would not be hers to claim. Her longing was evident to all, and Rue Jinshin felt a deep ache for his sister. The princess regarded her son with profound meaning, yet Mu Yukai remained indifferent. To distract his sister, Rue Jinshin continued, "That jewelry is on display to lure tomb raiders. It has become a hub for illicit sales, and sister is well aware of this. I do not conceal it." Mu Yukai's eyes flickered. Rue Jinshin's revelation carried weight. Rue Jinshin smiled, asking, "Brother, have you considered what tomb raiders seek?" Rue Jinshin, perplexed, queried, "What do they seek?" "Certainly silver. Otherwise, why would they engage in illicit sales? To collect or discreetly gift items for undisclosed purposes without detection. Taking such risks indicates a need for funds." Her words struck Mu Yunkai with clarity. Rue Jinshin elaborated, "That individual must realize the items have not been sold. Otherwise, they would have come for their payment by now." She speculated, "Gucci Gue was apprehended under the pretense of deceiving and seizing my property, unrelated to the contraband. The mastermind behind this sees the shop still operating and the goods intact, clearly waiting to be sold for profit." Everyone found her reasoning compelling. Rue Jinshin continued her analysis. "The individual is unconcerned about Gu Qingue, indicating that, irrespective of Gu Qingue's involvement, they are confident in retrieving their earnings. Why is that? Do they possess proof? There must be a traitor." As Mu Yukai spoke, he abruptly hurled his teacup across the room. A gasp echoed through the air. A shadow darted towards the stairs. A servant garbed in work attire was seized, blood streaming from his forehead. This individual had been mingling with guests on the first floor. His sudden appearance on the staircase raising suspicions. Lin Hao exclaimed in disbelief, "Delu? What are you sneaking about for?" The frightened servant stammered, I. His disarray revealed to all that he was indeed the traitor spoken of by Mu Yunkai. The sudden turn of events prompted Mu Yunkai to take him back to the suspended mirror division for interrogation, to avoid alarming the guests below. His guards silenced Delu and bound him, carrying him off like a mere parcel, leaping from the third-floor window. Chapter 28. Heartbroken. Wow. How handsome. Like something out of a movie, without even needing wires. Far more impressive than the action scenes in films. Mo Yunsai's half-face was as dark as the iron mask he wore, and she dared to admire another man right in front of him, even if he was unwilling. The imperial decree had been issued, making him hers. It was utterly inappropriate for her to gaze so openly at another man. Infatuated. You should restrain yourself. Rue Jinshin felt inexplicably aggrieved. How did this turn into a personal attack? Who is infatuated? Are you blind? A cough echoed again. Rue Jinshin, feeling irritated, retorted, Did I provoke you? Calling me infatuated, I believe it is you who is not just physically impaired, but emotionally as well. Mo Yunkai, taken aback by her sharpness, lost his composure and slammed his palm down, shattering the tea table. Rue Jinshin flinched slightly, while Rue Jinshin stepped protectively in front of her, displeased. Young master, please temper your temper. The princess consort of Xian was enraged and slapped him on the back. What madness is this? You are clearly in the wrong. Third brother, I want to break off the engagement. He is terrifying. The princess consort of Xian, alarmed, insisted no. Jinshin, don't act out of spite. I will help you deal with him. Rue Jinshin discreetly pinched her thigh, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a frightened little rabbit, evoking sympathy from all present. Everyone glared at Mo Yunkai, whose eyes flickered, unable to explain his loss of control. The princess consort of Xian berated him continuously while trying to comfort Rui Jinxin. "You ungrateful child, you have frightened Jinxin. I will not let this go." No one noticed as Rui Jinxin peeked out from behind her brother, playfully winking at Mo Yunkai. Mo Yunkai caught her gaze, and his anger surged once more. "Do any of you see her as frightened?" Everyone turned their heads, and Rui Jinxin blinked innocently, her tear-filled eyes resembling those of a wounded fawn, pitifully fragile. Seeing everyone looking at her, she quickly grasped her brother's hand, snuggling beside him. Mo Yunkai, in disbelief, observed Rui Jinxin's sudden transformation. The infatuated girl had dared to scheme against him. My goodness, she truly has been frightened. The princess consort of Xian hurriedly enveloped Rui Jinxin in her arms, gently patting her back and soothing her. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Rui Jinxin, seeing someone protecting his sister, rushed at Mo Yunkai, swinging a punch that missed. Stunned, Rui Jinxin realized Mo Yunkai's formidable inner strength had deflected his attack. He swung again, only to be intercepted by Mo Yunkai's guards. Outmatched, Rui Jinxin clenched his fists and roared, "So what if you are a young master, hurting my sister repeatedly? The Rui family and you cannot coexist." The princess consort of Xian quickly interjected, "Do not be agitated. We are family now. Do not say anything excessive." Mo Yunkai, observing Rui Jinxin's fury, calmed himself, realizing he was in the wrong. He could not remain here. He glanced at Shichuan and Shiqi, who immediately understood and lifted his wheelchair to leap out the window. They actually fled. The princess consort of Xian covered her face, mortified by the disgraceful behavior of the young man. Fearing Rui Jinxin would insist on breaking off the engagement, she repeatedly urged the Rui siblings not to act impulsively, promising to teach Mo Yunkai a lesson upon her return. The princess consort of Xian hurriedly left with her maidservants. Rui Jinxin released his clenched fists, asking, "Sister, are you all right?" Rui Jinxin blinked her watery eyes, devoid of any fear, and cheerfully replied, "I was just pretending. Who told him to call me infatuated?" Mischievously, Rui Jinxin affectionately ruffled her nose. Lin Hao shook his head in amusement, personally cleaning up the remnants. What would Mo Yunkai's reaction be if he knew he had been played? Upon descending the stairs, Mo Yunkai regretted his decision to leave. Why had he run away? As if in flight. Regret was futile. He could not return. He went directly to the Xiankong Bureau, where Lu had already been intimidated by the scene. Before anyone could interrogate him, he confessed, "I have been in contact with the second shopkeeper and that person. I have only seen him twice. He was masked and I only know his surname is Nan. He is of average height and has a round scar the size of a copper coin on the left side of his brow." "Renair?" Mo Yunkai inquired of Yuan Rong, who immediately confirmed, "Yes, he is the second shopkeeper of the jewelry store. He was caught for falsifying accounts by Miss Rui and sent to the authorities. He is still imprisoned. Bring him here for questioning." Yuan Rong went to fetch him while Yuan Song continued the interrogation, and Mo Yunkai's thoughts drifted. The infatuated girl had considerable skills. Her analysis today was astute, her reasoning sharp. Yet, she was too fond of handsome men. Looking at Yuan Song, who was burly, one could not help but wonder what was appealing about him. Reflecting on the flower appreciation banquet, had the emperor not insisted on his attendance, he would not have encountered that incident. He recalled how he had approached the empress to pay his respects, and the crowd had parted. In the midst of this, a delicate girl had suddenly stumbled towards him. He quickly stepped back, but the young eunuch pushing the wheelchair was slow to react. The infatuated girl fell in front of the wheelchair. Though she did not lean against him, her hand landed where it was inappropriate. In hindsight, the infatuated girl had not intentionally groped him. She merely sought leverage to stand. At the time, he had been consumed by anger, but now, reflecting calmly, he realized his reaction had been excessive. Moreover, today, whom the infatuated girl admired was of no concern to him. Their engagement was merely for appearance's sake. Once matters with Beizhou were settled, he would issue a letter of divorce. As he pondered this, Mo Yunkai could not help but recall Rui Jinxin's cunning expression as she schemed against him, her eyes glistening with feigned innocence. She was a devious, infatuated girl. Young master, Yuan Song called twice, but Mo Yunkai did not respond. Pushing him gently, "Young master? The interrogation is complete." Mo Yunkai snapped back to reality, concealing his distraction with a cough. Noticing his absent-mindedness, Yuan Song reported, "Young master. Lu visited the prison to see Renair the day before yesterday. Renair instructed him to keep an eye on the store's activities and when the jewelry sells. To notify the man surnamed Nan to come collect the money. How will he be notified? They will draw a yuan bao on the outer wall of the shop. When that person sees it, he will naturally appear. With a breakthrough in the case, Mo Yunkai arranged for a team to prepare for the capture. A physician from the Xiankong Bureau entered to report, "Young master, Elder Yu wishes for Manager Lin to stay at the medical facility for convenience and treatment." Mo Yunkai keenly sensed something amiss. Wasn't the condition at the bureau better? Reporting to the young master, the tone suggests a desire for a different physician to attend, as it is inconvenient to come to the bureau. Mo Yunkai pondered this. What could be inconvenient? Is Manager Lin showing any signs of improvement? Yes, but very slight. Elder Yi fears that if he remains unconscious much longer, he may not awaken. Mo Yunkai frowned. Was there a method to remedy this at the medical facility? Take me to see the elder tomorrow to determine the next steps. At that moment, the gatekeeper announced, "Young master, someone from the Wang residence has arrived." The arrival of the chief steward, Ao Shan, startled Yuan Song and the others. It was serious if the steward came in person. "I have seen the young master." Ao Shan sighed as he looked at Mo Yunkai. "The prince has commanded me to bring you back personally." Wasn't this a dilemma? How could he be taken back? Along with the wheelchair? "Young master, please return with me." Mo Yunkai understood. It must be that his mother had complained. "Uncle Ao, is mother very angry?" "The young master should return and see for yourself." Chapter 29, Conversations in the Royal Residence, Part 1, in the main hall of the Xian Wang's residence. The Xian Wang Fei sat sternly in the principal seat, while Xian Wang fanned himself beside her. "Calm down, do not be angry. It's all your fault." The Xian Wang Fei directed her ire at Xian Wang, who smiled apologetically. "It is indeed my fault. But what exactly is my fault?" The Xian Wang Fei retorted. "Your lack of discipline has allowed our son to grow increasingly irritable." Xian Wang, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Wasn't it you who used to protect him? Besides, he has grown up. Apart from his health, we have hardly had to worry about him." Unable to counter, Xian Wang added, "He is already in his 20s. I can no longer manage him. You should take charge." Outside, the guards and maids listened, stifling laughter at the sight of their heir being scolded by his mother despite being the head of the Xianjingxi. Miyukai wheeled himself to the door, only to catch the eye of his father's guard, indicating that his mother was truly furious. "Mother, father." Upon seeing his son manage the wheelchair on his own, Xian Wang attempted to assist him, but was met with a sharp glare from the Xian Wang Fei, compelling him to sit back down and adopt a serious demeanor. Miyukai smiled and took the initiative to apologize. "I was wrong today. Please forgive me, mother." With a loud bang, the Xian Wang Fei slammed her hand on the table, causing her to wince in pain, but she held back her expression. Xian Wang's eyes twitched at the corner. "Are you apologizing to me? The one you should be apologizing to is Jin Shi." Mu Yunkai fell silent, and the Xian Wang Fei kicked Xian Wang under the table. Clearing his throat, Xian Wang said, "Kai-er, a mistake is a mistake. Apologizing to your wife is not shameful. After all, don't I apologize frequently?" Suddenly, Yun Lai poked his head in from outside and said, "Elder brother, you should learn from father. Regardless of right or wrong, one should always apologize first." "You little rascal." Xian Wang's patience wore thin, and he dashed outside to discipline his youngest son. The room was left with only mother and son. As Mu Yunkai wheeled himself closer, "Mother, please do not be angry. I will apologize to the infatuated one." "Oh, Ru Agency." The typically stubborn son had taken the initiative to admit his fault, prompting the Xian Wang Fei to relent slightly as she spoke earnestly. "Kai-er, the previous misunderstandings between you and Jean Girl should not be held on so tightly. Indeed, I have consulted with Dr. Wang. Jean Girl was severely injured by you. If it weren't for the miraculous medicine and her robust constitution, she might have lost her life by now." Ru Agency, the original host, is no longer present. Miyukai was acutely aware of the power behind his strike and the grave harm it could inflict on a frail woman. A flicker of guilt washed over him, leaving him speechless. The Xian Wang Fei continued, "Dr. Wang has stated that Jean Girl will face difficulties in bearing children in the future. Ru Xiang is heartbroken and will surely seek retribution against you. The Empress has only arranged this marriage to quell the situation." This was the first time Mu Yunkai learned of the infatuated girl's injury affecting her future progeny, and guilt began to swell within him. "Your mother truly cares for Jean Girl, and her desire to make amends is genuine. When she enters our home, you must not disdain her, treat her well, and let fate decide your offspring." The Xian Wang Fei was remarkably understanding, insisting that her son must take responsibility for his actions. In the future, you must manage your emotions and not resemble your father. Heeding his mother's words, Mu Yunkai recognized his faults and could not help but feel sympathy for her. It was his father's failure to control his emotions that had led to certain events, allowing Qi Shi to exploit the situation. Out of a sense of responsibility, his father had taken Qi as a concubine, which had become a thorn in the Xian Wangfei's heart, one that could not be removed. Mother, I will remember your words. Seeing her son was receptive, the Xian Wangfei's mood lifted. Outside the window, the father and son exchanged glances, with Yunlai whispering, Father, Mother has not forgiven you. Nonsense. If she has forgiven me, how could you exist? He had worked diligently for 8 years to earn Ru Xian's forgiveness. That woman constantly flaunts herself before your mother, yet you do not send her away. Is that true love? Xian Wang felt a pang in his heart. Is this truly my son? Why must he add to my woes? He reached out to strike, but Yunlai swiftly retreated, turning to flee. Just then, the Xian Wangfei's voice called from within, Do not chase after him. Come inside. As if summoned by a divine decree. Xian Wang hurried back inside to face his wife scolding. The Xian Wangfei cast him a reproachful glance and commanded, Sit down. Xian Wang sat obediently, pondering how it seemed he was not the one in the wrong. He turned to glare at his son, who nearly burst into laughter at the sight of his father's folly in front of his mother. Kaier. The Xian Wangfei's expression turned serious as she asked, Can that set of red jade jewelry be retrieved from the royal manor? Mother, that was stolen from the royal tomb, a burial item of concubine Yu. Both the Xian Wangfei and Xian Wang were taken aback. He had even stolen from the royal tomb. How come we have not heard of the tomb being robbed? Mu Yunkai confessed. The emperor has ordered a discreet investigation. The Xian Wangfei pressed on. Does he know that the red jade was stolen? Mu Yunkai hesitated. Mother, are you referring to that set of red jade jewelry? The emperor did not mention it. The Xian Wangfei's expression darkened. Had he truly forgotten his sister? Even her most cherished jewelry being taken did not matter to him? He did not forget. He simply does not dare to think about it. Xian Wang defended the emperor. In that case, I wish to see my sister. You go find him. I want the red jade. Ru Xian, will you go? I will. Xian Wang had no choice but to enter the palace. He needed to ask personally how the royal tomb had been breached. Were the guards merely idle? Mu Yunkai inquired. Mother, did you know that Aunt's tomb is empty? The Xian Wangfei nodded, her eyes reddening, lamenting that her sister could not find peace even in death. Kaier, you must capture the tomb raider and exact 1,000 cuts on him. The emperor has said the same. They have yet to explain why the tomb is empty. From the burial items, it was evident that the emperor had genuine feelings for Aunt, each item being priceless. Were many burial items stolen? All of them. Moreover, the tomb raider pinpointed the burial chamber with precision. He loved her so dearly that he could not protect her in life, nor could he safeguard her in death. The Xian Wangfei was furious, her emotions bordering on chaos. Mother, please remain calm. Fortunately, most of the burial items have been accounted for. Do not be distressed. Most? What else has not been found? The 9 dragons and 9 phoenix crowns, along with 2 sets of jewelry fit for an empress. This demonstrated the emperor's fondness for concubine Yu. Your aunt did not care for those. Her favorite was the red jade. Noticing her mood had stabilized somewhat, Mu Yunkai cautiously asked, Mother, do you know if Aunt had any enemies during her lifetime? He had long wished to inquire. Yet concubine Yu had always been a taboo subject in the palace and the royal manor. Today was the perfect opportunity. Your aunt was not one to vie for power. She lived peacefully as a favored concubine, never troubling others. Yet sometimes, just because you do not compete does not mean others will spare you. I only know that the person who caused your aunt's demise was exterminated along with their family. It appeared that little could be learned from his mother. Mu Yunkai refrained from mentioning that only concubine Yu's tomb had been robbed, indicating that the perpetrator had acted with intent. This case had been under investigation for a long time. Had it not been for Yuan Tsung saving manager Lin, they might still be unaware of the thieves brazenly selling their plunder. Perhaps there were deeper layers to the events of that year. Chapter 30, Conversations at the Wangfu, Part 2. In the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study, Emperor Xingxian was engrossed in annotating memorials. Suddenly, Prince Xian hastily entered, directly addressing the emperor. Has the tomb of Ryu been plundered? The emperor's hand froze mid-air, a drop of crimson sand cascading down, strikingly alarming. Slowly lowering his vermilion brush, Emperor Shangxian lifted his gaze towards Prince Xian. You are aware? Prince Xian nodded, revealing that Ruoxin had chanced upon the site of Qi Yun while out shopping. The perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. It was merely a ruse to lure the tomb raiders. You should not have used the genuine article, and moreover, you buried it with her. Emperor Shengxian fell silent, recalling that he had buried Qi Yun alongside Ryu, because there was no body to inter. He had used Qi Yun as a substitute, for it was Ryu's most cherished possession. Ruoxin desired Qi Yun, as she deeply missed her sister. Impossible, Emperor Shengxian suddenly exclaimed. His voice filled with fervor. No one can take her away. Prince Xian observed the sudden flush in the emperor's eyes and replied coolly, you failed to protect her. Let Ruoxin guard her. No. The emperor, in a fit of rage, rose to forcefully push Prince Xian out, declaring, leave immediately. Entry without a decree is forbidden. The imperial guards obstructed Prince Xian's return to the study, while Eunuch Fu stood at the entrance, urging, Prince, it would be wise to depart for now. Do not provoke his majesty further. After lingering for a moment, Prince Xian heard sounds of smashing and low growls from within. He had anticipated such an outcome. Merely wishing to gauge his elder brother's reaction, indeed, it was still a sensitive topic. Shaking his head, he sighed and departed. Prince, please wait. At the entrance of the Wangfu, Minister Rui called out to the returning Prince Xian. Instantly, Prince Xian donned a bright smile, clasping his hands. In-law, do you have matters to discuss? Indeed, Minister Rui replied, his expression equally cheerful. I have just learned that my precious daughter has been frightened by the young master. Prince Xian mused that it seemed a reckoning was at hand. We cannot aspire to the young master. I have come to beseech you, Prince, to enter the palace together and seek a favor to annul the engagement. Caught off guard, Prince Xian hesitated. He had just been expelled and was now under a decree prohibiting entry. Prince, let us go. He stumbled forward, only to regain his senses. Minister, we cannot break off the engagement. He grasped Minister Rui's arm, insisting, Sijao knows his mistake. He is contemplating an apology. Grant him this chance. Will an apology suffice? The harm has already been done. Minister Rui remained resolute. Prince Xian exchanged glances with his guards, sincerely stating, Minister, it is my failure to educate him properly. I implore you to forgive this transgression. I assure you, Sijao will not err again. What weight does your assurance carry? Minister Rui countered. Prince Xian quickly retorted. The young master's guarantee. Yes, let Yunce provide his assurance. Prince, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest, Minister Rui suggested. Prince Xian bristled, you old curmudgeon. How dare you question my and the young master's promise? I do not dare, merely wish to avoid the union, Minister Rui replied. As the in-law approached, a cheerful voice called, why are you conversing at the gate, Prince? The princess, radiant with joy, emerged from the estate, prompting Prince Xian to exhale softly. Entrusting her to manage the situation. I pay my respects to the princess, he said. The princess warmly welcomed, please, in-law, come inside. While Minister Rui could afford to be curt with Prince Xian, he would still show respect to the princess. Awaiting in the main hall, Mo Yunce greeted Minister Rui with a bow as he entered. Minister Rui raised his chin, rolling his eyes and snorting disdainfully. Prince Xian shot him a glare in response, silently lamenting his own plight. The princess signaled Mo Yunce, urging him to apologize. Mo Yunce, contemplating the situation, mused that it appeared the marriage had taken an unexpected turn. Had they not assisted Minister Rui in resolving issues? Why did it now feel as though they were the ones seeking the union? Under the princess's watchful gaze, Mo Yunce reluctantly clasped his hands before Minister Rui, stating, regarding today's events, as well as those from that day, I acted recklessly. I beg for your forgiveness. Humph. The young master has reached the age of maturity, yet behaves so impulsively. It is truly a jest. Mo Yunce clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration. Having admitted fault, he would see it through. Your admonition is well taken, he replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor, which eased Minister Rui's ire slightly. Seizing the moment, the princess interjected. I had previously mentioned to the prince that we should discuss the engagement with Minister Rui. Today is fortuitous. We should clear the air and invite a matchmaker to conduct the formalities another day. Minister Rui paused, then confided, to be candid. I am here to request the prince to accompany me in petitioning for the annulment of the engagement. Mo Yunce remained calm, recognizing that annulments were quite normal, after all. Who would wish to marry someone as unsightly and frail as he? The princess interjected urgently, Minister, today's incident was due to Yunce's misjudgment. Grant him another opportunity. His earlier reaction was excessive, but do you not see that it was precisely that incident which forged their connection? Prince Xian chimed in, indeed. Their bond arose from such circumstances. Perhaps it is a cursed bond? Minister Rui retorted, still unwilling to relent. How could it be? It is undoubtedly a blessed union. Sejao will treat Jean Girl well, and we shall also cherish her. Prince Xian reiterated. Indeed, the princess holds a particular affection for Jean Girl, treating her as her own. Furthermore, the Wangfu's household is modest. Upon her arrival, Jean Girl will assume responsibility, and we shall not permit Sejao to take a concubine. She will be his sole partner for life. Minister Rui raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. The princess signaled Mo Yunce to express his stance. With considerable reluctance, Mo Yunce replied, My mother speaks in alignment with my own desires. Upon uttering these words, he realized he held no objections. Minister Rui was satisfied but, noticing Mo Yunce's indecision, Prince Xian scolded inwardly, Old fox, then inquired, What demands do you have, minister? Please, feel free to voice them. We shall do our utmost to accommodate. Indeed. Please, do not hesitate to express your requests, Prince Xian echoed. Outside, Yin Lai, eavesdropping, muttered discontentedly. My brother is not aiding the situation, yet he need not lose face so thoroughly. Minister Rui, with a smile, remarked, Prince, I sense you may not fully grasp the customs of the engagement. Is there someone knowledgeable at the Rui residence? At this, Minister Rui fell silent. The responsibility lay with Jean, yet who would be the young lady to negotiate the 6 rights? The Rui family had dwindled considerably, and while the Chu family had an aunt, they were at odds. After some contemplation, it seemed only Lu could step forward, but her status was insufficient. Princess, the Rui residence is overseen by Jane, with the concubine Lu assisting. If you do not mind, could you negotiate with Lu? The princess readily agreed, of course. If Jean Girl trusts her to assist, she must possess commendable qualities. Indeed, Jean is quite astute. It was recognition of Rui Jinxin, not Lu. The trio from the Wangfu understood. Minister Rui's attention was solely on his daughter. Chapter 31. An Eye for an Eye, Part 1. Upon learning that her stepfather had failed to annul the engagement, Rui Jinxin experienced no disappointment. Her hopes had been minimal from the beginning. In this era dominated by imperial authority, how could an ordinary person oppose an edict, even if they were a high-ranking minister? Unless one possessed extraordinary merits to exchange, she would not squander her stepfather's achievements. What surprised her was that the princess consort would acquiesce to her father's unreasonable demands. How amusing. The in-laws could simply bypass the front door of the maternal home. Moreover, the princess consort's attitude towards the Lu family pleased Rui Jinxin. She was not a person swayed by social status. For the sake of the princess consort alone, Rui Jinxin would gladly accept the marriage with such an enlightened mother-in-law. Life would undoubtedly be comfortable. The Bureau of Astronomy finally calculated an auspicious date, which Prince Xian promptly presented to the princess consort. July was too hot, and December too cold. August would suffice. The 9th day of August seemed fitting, allowing the new bride to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together. The princess consort, filled with enthusiasm, inquired of Prince Xian, What do you think? Is August too rushed? It is already June. Not at all. I have already begun preparations. Otherwise, we would have to wait until next April, which would be too late. Prince Xian chuckled. You seem quite fond of Jinxin, my dear. Indeed. She possesses a charm that resonates with me. The princess consort admired Rui Jinxin's authenticity, a quality that many might perceive as arrogance. On that day, upon returning from the medical institution, Rui Jinxin unexpectedly encountered Jinxiang sneaking through the door. His garments were filthy and tattered, his right arm hanging awkwardly, and he was limping. Jinxiang. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Jinxiang did not pause. Instead, he stumbled forward, only to fall to the ground after a few steps. Rui Jinxin rushed to assist him. While Xianghua gasped in horror, Goodness! Fourth young master, how could you be so injured? Jinxiang's small face bore 3 long gashes of blood, extending from his left brow to his chin. His right eye was swollen and bruised, a large bump on his forehead, and bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. With his lower lip grotesquely swollen, Rui Jinxin's anger flared, and her heart ached as she asked, Who did this to you? It was evident that he had been beaten by more than one person. Grasping Jinxiang's shoulder, she demanded, Were you gang assaulted? Unable to contain his pain, Jinxiang cried out. Sister, it hurts so much. Only then did Rui Jinxin realize that his arm was dislocated. Without delay, she helped him reset his arm, intending to conduct a thorough examination. Damn her X-ray vision, it had failed her at such a critical moment. She lifted Jinxiang into her arms, hastening to the elegant courtyard, instructing Xianghua, Fetch the Lu matriarch. Upon seeing her carrying the fourth young master, Xianglan and Xiangcao hurried to assist. They placed Jinxiang on a soft couch, while Rui Jinxin ordered hot water to be prepared and meticulously examined him from head to toe. Jinxiang's right wrist and left foot were severely sprained, and his knee was scraped and swollen. Jinxiang, with such grievous injuries, how did you return? Was there no one with you? Xianglan, her eyes red, replied, Miss. The fourth young master goes to the academy with the second young master daily and returns home alone after class. Such cruelty. Who could be so heartless? Xiangyo clenched her fists in rage. Rui Jinxin returned to her quarters to retrieve the medical kit, gently tending to Jinxiang's wounds. Little Jinxiang cried in agony, and Rui Jinxin softly comforted him. The Lu matriarch hurried over, and upon seeing her son's condition, tears streamed down her face. Xianger, who did this to you? Rui Jinxin noticed Jinxiang's silence as he gazed at her tearfully, leading her to a suspicion. Is this because of your sister? Jinxiang shuddered. Confirming her guess, it was indeed because of her. Do not be afraid, tell me why. I will avenge you. Jinxiang gradually ceased his sobbing, choking out, they insulted my sister. Spoke ill of her and I could not fight back. He burst into tears once more, this time from frustration at being powerless. As Rui Jinxin bandaged him completely, she gleaned the full story. Jinxiang's classmates were primarily the offspring of powerful officials. Initially, they were unaware of his identity as the Prime Minister's son, treating him with a semblance of friendliness. However, upon discovering he was the Prime Minister's youngest son and the brother of a local beauty, the mockery began. Jinxiang had never retaliated, but with time, they perceived him as an easy target and began to bully him. After returning home injured, fearing his mother would worry, he claimed he had hurt himself while playing, and the Lu matriarch paid little heed. That day, as school let out, several children were disparaging Rui Jinxin outside the academy. Jinxiang, ignoring them, quickened his pace to return home but was halted by a girl who, upon confirming his identity as Rui Jinxin's brother, slapped him without hesitation and incited her classmates to join in the assault. Who was that woman? Can you identify her? Which of your classmates participated in this? Rui Jinxin's words were forced through clenched teeth, fearing she might lose control of her temper. It was when Pengfei's sister. She was the most vicious one. The only one I know who has a grudge against me is when Xiangqian. Rest easy and sleep. Tomorrow, when you feel better, I shall take you to seek vengeance. Jinxiang nodded, and after drinking a calming potion, he quickly fell asleep. Thank you, miss. The Lu matriarch expressed her gratitude, preparing to carry Jinxiang away. It is unwise to move him now. Let him recuperate here, where it will be more convenient for me to care for him. Your medical skills are quite commendable. Jinxiang will receive better care here, the Lu matriarch agreed readily. That evening, Rui Jinxin summoned her father and brothers. Upon seeing little Jinxiang, they were filled with concern. Rui Jinxin, furious, slammed his fist on the tea table. Sister, what do you wish for me to do? Rui Jinxin looked to her father. Father, I wish to avenge Jinxiang. Very well, I will heed your wishes. Rui Jinxin surveyed her three brothers, and none opposed her. This was likely the doing of Wen Xiangqian. A person capable of such cruelty to a child must possess a heart of stone. I shall repay her cruelty in kind, and you shall be responsible for the aftermath. The following day, a servant carried Jinxiang while Rui Jinxin accompanied them to the academy's entrance. It was dismissal time, and when Xiangqian waited impatiently at the door to collect her brother, had it not been to evade the torment of the tutor, she would not have come to fetch him. It was all Rui Jinxin's fault that she had been punished, leaving her in pain. After having struck that boy, she was curious about Rui Jinxin's response. Having heard that the boy was not favored, he deserved to bear the brunt of Rui Jinxin's ire. Rubbing her swollen hand, she glanced up at the academy's entrance, where a charming girl smiled at her. Dressed in a neat gown with her hair tightly pinned back, her face was unadorned. Yet she appeared refreshingly captivating. Rui Jinxin? When Xiangqian sensed impending doom, upon noticing the small boy being carried by a servant nearby, she turned to flee. Rui Jinxin swiftly stepped forward, seizing the long hair that hung down when Xiangqian's back and yanking her closer. A punch to her left eye, another to her right. Before Wen Xiangqian could utter a sound, Rui Jinxin unleashed a flurry of blows. Unaware of how many times she struck, Wen Xiangqian's face rapidly swelled. Just as she paused, Rui Jinxin seized her arm, twisting it with both hands. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted. Rui Jinxin, though untrained in martial arts, possessed medical knowledge, enabling her to inflict pain with precision. 2 wrist joints, 2 ankles, when Xiangqian's cruelty towards Jinxiang was returned in kind. with one final kick. She sent Wen Xiangxian crashing to her knees, leaving onlookers in shock, questioning whether her knees had shattered. Chapter 32, An Eye for an Eye, Part 2. With a fierce expression etched upon her face, Rui Jingxian moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving the servants of the Wen family momentarily stunned. A number of students emerged from the academy, bewildered and uncertain whether to retreat or advance. Ignoring the anguished cries of Wen Xiangxian, Rui Jingxian turned to Jin Xiang and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid. My sister seeks vengeance for him, thus I fear nothing." Rui Jingxian smiled, saying, "Remember, in this era, in this world, the strong prey upon the weak. At times, one must resort to violence to avoid being victimized." Having perused several novels in her previous life, Rui Jingxian possessed a keen understanding of the survival principles of this time. She had exceptional advantages, sufficient for her to assert herself boldly. "You are the son of the Prime Minister. Do not bully others, nor allow yourself to be bullied." "Yes, I shall heed my sister's words." Rui Jingxian nodded, deeming him worthy of guidance. "Now go. Identify all those who assaulted you yesterday." Jin Xiang promptly pointed out 7 boys, each taller and sturdier than he. Rui Jingxian beckoned them with a playful smile. "Come here. I want to harm you." Her words resonated with an underlying threat. "Approach, or else I shall strike you." The 7 boys glanced at the wailing Wen Xiangxian, fearing a similar fate, and obediently approached. "You cannot hit me. My father is an assistant minister. Indeed, my father is the deputy chief of the Jingzhou prefecture. My father is." In a competitive display, the 7 boys boasted about their fathers, while Rui Jingxian cheerfully introduced herself. "My father is the current prime minister, and I am the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence." One boy stammered, pointing at her, "Flower, flower, flower chaser." Rui Jingxian's expression darkened as she raised her hand. "Ah, that has nothing to do with me. She urged me to strike." With a light laugh, Rui Jingxian tousled her hair and cast her gaze upon the other 6, her eyes locking onto Wen Pengfei. "If you all strike him together, I shall overlook your actions, but I will not spare you from your father's wrath." Under her fierce glare, the children lunged at Wen Pengfei. They were to replicate the beating Jin Xiang had received yesterday, but with added ferocity, lest they themselves suffer the consequences. To avoid their own punishment, the children struck with considerable force, clearly accustomed to brawling. Most of the attendants sent to retrieve the young masters were merely servants. Upon hearing that the prime minister's daughter was administering punishment, none dared intervene. The boys' attendants hurried to relay the news back. Some reported to the academy's teacher, but by the time the teacher emerged, the altercation had concluded. On the ground lay 7 or 8 individuals, wailing and crying out for help, a chaotic scene. What transpired here? Who are you to cause such a ruckus? Rui Jingxian regarded the middle-aged man with feigned curiosity. "And who might you be?" "I am the teacher here." "Oh, and what is the role of a teacher?" "A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and nurtures the young." Upon hearing this, the man realized he had been questioned by the woman before him. Rui Jingxian scoffed. "Nurturing? What kind of individuals are being raised? Those who abuse their power and assist in tyranny? Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to speak so insolently?" Rui Jingxian retorted coldly. "Before nurturing knowledge, one must instill virtue. The students you teach exhibit deplorable character. Is it their inherent wickedness or your inability to educate? Or perhaps the roots are flawed?" "You." The middle-aged man, infuriated, struggled to find words and turned to those nearby. "Go report this to the authorities." Rui Jinxian's brother, Rui Jinxiang, along with several comrades, pushed through the crowd. "You wish to report?" "Yes. This woman is causing a disturbance and has harmed others." Rui Jinxiang scrutinized the fallen individuals on the ground, his brow furrowing in disbelief at his sister's prowess. When Xiaoqian had succumbed to unconsciousness from pain, Xianghua stepped forward and recounted the events to the constables. "Constable, our young master was assaulted right here yesterday, and when the teacher failed to intervene, we sought redress today, yet he accuses us, clearly colluding with that woman." Xianghua's declaration incensed the middle-aged teacher, his face flushing with anger as he pointed at her. "You slander." Rui Jinxiang restrained his finger, addressing his companions. "Take him away. Let the magistrate adjudicate." The bewildered middle-aged man was led away, while the sobbing boys were also taken. Rui Jinxiang inquired of the onlookers, "Where are the servants of these 2? When Xianqian's maid hurried back to report, while the coachman and attendants stood dazed, having been frightened into a stupor. It took several nudges from bystanders to revive them. "My lord, I am the coachman for the Wen family. Should you not take your young mistress and young master for treatment?" "Oh, And be sure to inform your master that they committed an offense yesterday and must answer to the authorities. Yes, yes. Rue Jinxiong exchanged a knowing glance with Rue Jingxian. Let us return. The authorities will come to inquire. Rue Jingxian instructed Xianghua to discreetly offer a pouch to another constable, expressing gratitude for their hard work. Rue Jinxiang glared. The pouch was quite full, indicative of a generous offering. Rue Jingxian waved her hand with a smile. Off you go. As the crowd dispersed, two figures emerged from a street corner, one tall and the other shorter. The shorter man asked, "My lord, shall we not intervene?" The taller one replied, "Intervene? Did you not see them reporting to the authorities? They are clearly." Ding too. Did you not notice the small boy being carried away? He is the true victim. They are here to exact revenge, holding the moral high ground. Is that girl the notorious flower chaser of the capital? Quite audacious. I wish to see how the Prime Minister handles this. Deng too fell silent, having witnessed the unfortunate state of the child. Let us depart. The two figures faded into the street, while a door from a nearby household swung open, revealing Shichuan pushing Mo Yukai outside. My lord, the future lady of the air is truly arrogant, assaulting others in the street. Shichi countered, I find it rather imposing. Mo Yunkai remained silent, observing as the one family's coachman lifted the young master into the carriage, while struggling to figure out how to assist when Xiangqian, caught in a dilemma. The flower chaser was not as the rumors depicted. She was both similar and different. Previously noted for her bold pursuits of men, now she displayed a brazen fierceness in her assaults. Yet it was oddly satisfying. That day at the Ministry of Justice, it was Director Fawning on duty, observing the weeping children in the hall. He furrowed his brow as he listened to the constable's report. Beside him, the clerk appeared bewildered. How did this involve the Prime Minister's residence? This time, Rue Jinsheng personally arrived with a petition. The elder brother's status as a top scholar was not merely a title. The petition described the one family's daughter and the boy's conduct as brutal and reprehensible, inciting indignation among the onlookers. This gentleman, how could such students exist in your academy? It is a failure of your nurturing. The middle-aged teacher, surnamed Fong, finally grasped the magnitude of the situation. He had become embroiled in a conflict involving several high-ranking officials' sons. My lord, I was unaware of yesterday's incident. It was only upon receiving word today that I came to inquire, yet I have been falsely accused. Director Fong felt a pang of sympathy, realizing the academy would likely face closure. The teacher had merely focused on instruction, neglecting to monitor the amicability among students. Not only yesterday, but today, with such a ruckus outside, could you truly not hear it? Do you require someone to inform you? It was a blatant act of willful ignorance, attempting to evade responsibility. Sadly, the daughter of the Prime Minister would not let him off so easily. As he contemplated how to handle the matter, another commotion arose outside. The Wen family's carriage arrived. When Xiangqian was unceremoniously carried down by a notable woman and tossed onto the hall floor, while the heir's entourage declared, let her be treated after the inquiry. They then turned to deposit Wen Pengfei into the hall before striding away. Chapter 33, An Eye for an Eye, Part 3. Rue Jinsheng glanced at his second brother, Rue Jinbo, standing in the corner. What was the heir of the Mo family thinking? Rue Jinbo had not anticipated that Mo Yunce would be present at the scene. However, he should be on their side. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the interrogation to proceed before providing medical attention. His sister was still too kind-hearted. Look at the heir. When he acted, he did so decisively. When Xiangqian was awakened by the pain, her eyes swollen shut, and her speech unclear, whimpering in a muddled mix of cries and incoherence. When Pengfei kept repeating, I won't do it again. Supervisor Fong struck the gavel, but the Wen siblings did not respond. The 6 boys, startled into silence, had one clever enough to quickly announce his name and point at the Wen siblings, exclaiming, it was Wen Pengfei's sister who incited us to beat them, when Pengfei ordered us to speak ill of Miss Ray every day. It's not my fault. I want to go home. Supervisor Fong retorted, you little rascal, you harmed someone. How can it not concern you? The boy replied, I had no choice. His father is of a higher rank than mine. If I disobey him, my father will lose his position. Rue Jinsheng angrily interjected, what audacity? Dismissed from office? Do you think yourself the emperor? It's what he said. It's none of my business. If you don't believe me, ask them. As they were heading to the Ministry of Justice, they passed by Wen Bin of the 3rd rank, unaware of the impending disaster. Upon hearing from a maid that the young master and miss had been beaten, Wen Bin disregarded the identities of the assailants and stormed directly to the academy. He was informed that the matter had been escalated to the Ministry of Justice. Rushing to the ministry, he collided with the other 6 families. Upon entering the hall, Wenbin demanded to know from Supervisor Fawning why his children were being detained. The crowd looked at him with sympathy, but he failed to notice, continuing to shout, "Who injured my son and daughter? Bring forth the assailants. They must be severely punished." Rui Jincheng scoffed, "Lord One, you are quite right. Those who inflict harm should indeed face severe punishment. Supervisor Fawning, all parties are present. The investigation is complete, so let us proceed with sentencing." Supervisor Fawning hesitated. "This case involves misconduct by officials, and I must report it before making a determination." Rui Jincheng turned to Rui Jinbo, who nodded in agreement, and he said, "Then we shall await your verdict, but I implore you to examine the last part of the document closely." Supervisor Fawning quickly lowered his head to reread. Discovering that it stated compensation, all the young gentlemen involved in the altercation were to pay a total of 10,000 taels of silver each. The Wen siblings were liable for 100,000 taels. The Lord could allow everyone to see the document and contemplate whether they would pay. The scribe gestured to Supervisor Fawning, urging him to agree. Supervisor Fawning instructed for copies to be distributed among the families. Wenbin, glancing sideways at Rui Jincheng, asked, "Who are you?" Rui Jincheng, not often seen in court, had few acquaintances among officials. He condescendingly informed Wenbin, "I am the 3rd young master of the Xiong residence. Your children injured my brother, and we are the ones bringing this case against them." Upon hearing Xiong residence, Wenbin felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had provoked that troublesome person, Lord Rui. "Supervisor Fawning, who harmed my children?" Supervisor Fawning nearly rolled his eyes. Had he not inquired before arriving? Rui Jinxing entered the hall, exclaiming loudly, "I did it, because their mouths were too reckless, and their hands were too reckless." Rui Jincheng leaned in and whispered, "Sister, why are you here?" She replied, "I am the involved party. It is only right that I come, but I was concerned for Jin Xiang, so I sent him home first." The siblings exchanged hushed words, raising their eyes to find everyone staring at them. The 6 boys trembled at the sight of her. Wenbin's wife stepped forward, questioning, "Miss Rui, isn't this excessive? You have beaten them to such a state." Rui Jinxing proudly raised her chin. "What of it? You should be grateful I did not leave them crippled. You are abusing your power." "Huh, indeed I am. They can rely on their father's position to bully others. Why can't I? My father's rank far surpasses yours." Wen's wife trembled with rage, and Wenbin pulled her aside, reminding her that she was the daughter of Lord Rui and not to be trifled with. He then ingratiatingly addressed Rui Jinxing, saying, "Miss Rui, there must be some misunderstanding. We will not pursue the matter further, and we will tend to their injuries ourselves." Rui Jinxing looked him up and down. "You have quite a bit of audacity, thinking you can walk away without consequences. It is your children who are at fault. Let's be clear, we are the ones pursuing justice, not you." Wen's wife, unable to contain her anger, interjected again, "You think you can harm and still be justified? I will take this to the Emperor. I am justified. Go ahead and file your complaint, just don't whine here." The onlookers were stunned. They had never witnessed such arrogance. Rui Jinxing turned to Supervisor Fawning, bowing respectfully, her tone calm and courteous. "I apologize for causing you trouble, sir." Supervisor Fawning marveled at her swift change in demeanor, quickly responding, "It's no trouble at all." Rui Jinxing smiled. "Sir, the matter is straightforward. The facts are clear. Please, may we have your ruling now to save you time?" "Miss Rui, this matter involves not only the assault but also misconduct by officials." Rui Jinxing furrowed her brow in confusion, and Rui Jincheng whispered an explanation in her ear. Her expression brightened. "Sir, these are 2 separate issues, and misconduct by officials should be monitored by the censorate. You seem to." Supervisor Fawning understood. He lacked the authority. The scribe whispered a few words to him. Supervisor Fawning immediately straightened his posture. "Miss, you are correct. I will report this. And let us first pass judgment on this case." The crowd remained bewildered, unclear about the nature of the misconduct being referenced. Supervisor Fawning no longer elaborated, asking the parents in attendance, "Have you all reviewed the document? Are you willing to pay the compensation?" The 6 families nodded in agreement without bargaining, promptly sending servants to retrieve the silver. They were of lower rank and could not afford to offend the Xiong residents, and moreover, Miss Rui's assertion was valid. They were indeed in the wrong. Wenbin, realizing the distance growing between them, suddenly became alert and scrutinized the document closely, only to discover that it was his daughter who instigated the incident. Though he felt aggrieved, he decided it was best to quell the matter for now. Flipping to the end, he was astounded. 100,000 taels? Wen's wife scoffed. The Xiang residents must be desperate for money. This is not compensation, it's outright extortion. Rui Jingxing smiled. You are free to refuse. Let them sit in jail instead. Though her smile was sweet, it felt colder than that of Wen's wife to those around them. When Bin thought of Duke on Yuan, he could not allow his children to be imprisoned, quickly exclaiming, We will pay. Please, Miss Rui, do not pursue this any further. Very well. Let us settle it now, she replied. If she did not pursue it, others surely would. The other families sent their servants home, and when Bin urged his wife to hurry and retrieve the funds. Reluctantly, Wen's wife complied, glancing at Wen Xiangqian's pig-like face, returning with great reluctance. Supervisor Feng and the scribe exchanged glances, pondering how wealthy Lord Wen must be to have saved such a sum on his third-rank salary. Rui Jingxing was unconcerned with the official salaries. She based her demands on the compensation recommended by physician Hu. To her surprise, these families were quite affluent. No wonder the entire court deemed the Xiang residents impoverished. Each family submitted their compensation, leaving with their unruly children in tow. Wen Bin hurried his children to Shanyuan Hall, requesting the esteemed Elder Yi to treat them personally. When Pengfei fared better, suffering only minor injuries. However, Elder Yi was taken aback by Wen Xiangqian's injuries, exclaiming, Who did this? Such severity. Wen's wife gritted her teeth, cursing, It was the daughter of the Xiang Lord, that infatuated fool. Elder Yi and Yi Wanqing were both stunned, simultaneously exclaiming, Impossible. Chapter 34. An Eye for an Eye, Part 4. Madame Wen cast a suspicious glance at Elder Yi and Yi Wanqing, incredulous at the unfolding situation. When Bin was already agitated, he belatedly realized that something was amiss. Upon hearing his wife complain to Dr. Yi, he immediately interjected, urging her to cease her words. Why should I be silent? I intend for everyone in the capital to know just how arrogant, unreasonable, and vicious the daughter of Minister Rui is. Enough. When Bin roared, his anger flaring. How foolish could she be? Did she not realize that it was her daughter who instigated the trouble? Madame Wen, stunned by her husband's outburst, soon found tears streaming down her face. You shout at me? Your daughter and son have been grievously injured, and instead of confronting that infatuated fool, you take your anger out on me? Has she bewitched you? With a surge of frustration, Wen Bin slapped her hard, unable to tolerate her nonsense any longer. His intention had been to calm her, but the slap seemed to rouse her further, and she retaliated with equal force. As the daughter of the esteemed Marquis of Wenqing, her status was beyond reproach, and now her children lay wounded, with no justice served, and a staggering sum of 100,000 taels paid in compensation. To be struck by her own husband was an affront she could hardly swallow. In a fit of rage, she clawed at Wen Bin's face, leaving bloodied scratches in her wake. Elder Yi, shielding Yi Wanqing, stepped out of the consulting room and summoned the servants of the Wen family. Quickly, separate your master and mistress. The servants hesitated, seeing Madame Wen in a frenzy, and could only stand by helplessly. The commotion between the Wen couple attracted a crowd, and a kind-hearted onlooker reported the incident to the Marquis of Wenqing. The Marquis's wife soon arrived with a retinue and managed to pull Madame Wen away. Upon seeing her mother, Madame Wen collapsed into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The Marquis's wife, feeling a sense of disgrace, ordered her maidservants to forcibly escort Madame Wen into the carriage. First, tend to the injuries. We shall discuss matters at the Marquis later, the Marquis's wife instructed Wen Bin. He nodded in silence, his face throbbing with pain. As the crowd dispersed, Elder Yi attended to Wen Bin and his children, while Yi Wanqing discreetly sent a young apprentice to gather information. Word of the incident quickly spread through the streets, and the apprentice soon returned with the details. Sister Wanqing. It was the Wen siblings who first assaulted the fourth young master of the Xiangfu and inflicted serious injuries. Miss Rui had come specifically to retaliate today. The Xiangfu has reported the incident and demanded compensation. Is that so? Yi Wanqing sighed with relief. I thought as much. Jinxi is far too kind-hearted to strike without provocation. It seemed the Wen siblings had been cruel, picking on a child. After learning the truth, Yi Wanqing found herself disliking the Wen family more than ever and resolutely decided to disengage, settling down at the medicine cabinet to sip tea. Once Elder Yi completed his tasks, he instructed the apprentice to prepare several prescriptions for the Wen family, hastily sending them away. Grandfather, must we treat those we detest? Elder Yi took a seat across from her, observing, It appears that Miss Jean is in the right. Yi Wanqing urged the apprentice to recount the news he had gathered. Elder Yi found the situation quite amusing. He had not expected Miss Jean to possess such a fierce temperament. especially as she was always so patient and gentle with her patients. Grandfather, will Miss Wen be crippled? Not at all. Miss Jean knows precisely where to strike, only inducing intense pain without causing lasting injury. With proper care, she will recover swiftly. This confirmed Elder Ye's belief in Miss Jin's inherent kindness. Meanwhile, Miss Ruagency, who had been deemed kind-hearted, was now writhing in pain, clutching her wrist. Xiang Lan applied ointment to soothe her, expressing concern. Miss, you should have sent a servant or at least used a stick. Why did you take matters into your own hands and end up hurting yourself? This body was far too frail. She had overestimated her own capabilities today. Sister, once I heal, I will train in martial arts with second brother and third brother. From now on, Jinxiang will protect you. Excellent. I eagerly await the day you fulfill your promise. Xiang Yu inquired, Miss, will Miss Wen be crippled? Not at all. I have studied medicine and know precisely where to inflict pain without causing permanent damage. Had it been someone else, they might not have exercised such restraint. And if a serious injury had occurred, we would have no claim to justice. Today, I managed the situation well, though when Xiangqian may appear grievously injured. With the assistance of a skilled physician, she will be lively once more by tomorrow, aside from her facial wounds. No one can claim that Ruagency has harmed her beyond measure. Meanwhile, Rue Jinshan and his brothers visited Yu Yuan to see Jinxiang, and upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by the smell of medicinal ointment. They rushed inside, asking in unison, Sister, are you hurt? The concern from her brothers brought joy to Ruagency, who chuckled, Not at all. I merely exerted myself a bit too forcefully. Though Miss Wen did not appear heavy, Ruagency realized just how much strength lay beneath her clothing. The poor girl had exerted herself greatly to grapple with her. Little sister, in the future, let us handle matters like this. In our eyes, there are no distinctions between genders, only good people and bad. Miss Wen hardly qualifies as a person. There is no need for third brother to intervene. Indeed, little sister is formidable. Rue Jinbo had deliberately turned back today, fearing that his sister might be at a disadvantage. But he had witnessed her impressive display of strength and found it awe-inspiring. The brothers accompanying him all expressed their admiration for such a sister. Ruagency turned to her elder brother, knowing that tomorrow's court would likely be quite eventful. Rest assured, we are prepared, Rue Jinshan replied. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Among those who had previously mocked his sister as compatibility with the heir, when Bin and his wife had been included. He and his father had been occupied with matters regarding the northern Zhou and had not yet had the opportunity to deal with them. Now was the perfect time to make an example of Wen Bin. By the way, the heir must have seen when my sister struck. Rue Jinbo informed everyone of the Wen siblings being taken to the magistrate's office. Even if he did, I wouldn't worry. He is a just man in matters of state. Ruagency nodded. She had no fear of that heir, especially since, judging by her second brother's words, he would likely support their side this time. It is all my fault for causing my brothers and sisters such concern. Little Jinxiang seemed cheerful despite the circumstances. Her siblings were truly wonderful. Rue Jinshan ruffled his little brother's hair, gently saying, We are family. Do not keep burdens to yourself. Speak up so we can find a solution together. Rue Jinshan added, Eldest brother is right. Just like this incident, if you had mentioned the school matters earlier, perhaps the injuries could have been avoided. Little Jinxiang nodded. I understand now. I will speak up when something arises. The way he bore his burdens alone pained Rue Jinshan deeply. Eldest brother, we cannot let that teacher at the school go unpunished. She had thoroughly investigated the matter. When Jinxiang was assaulted, the teacher had been present at the school, informed by a student. Hearing that it was Wen Pingfei who had instigated the fight, he had refrained from intervening, indicating a close connection to the Wen family. Do not worry. Father has already informed the governor of Jingzhou. The school will either be shut down or the teacher replaced. Rue Jinshan noticed Jinxiang's unease regarding the school and offered reassurance. Do not be afraid. Once you recover, you will attend the small class at the Taishue. The Taishue was the very institution where Rue Jinshan and his brothers had studied, demonstrating the sincere efforts of the Chancellor Rue. Chapter 35, An Eye for an Eye, Part 5. The following day, within the Grand Hall of Taihe, civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, with the Prime Minister standing at the forefront on the left, holding a jade tablet and casting a furtive glance towards the rear. Wen Bin was seated several rows away from Prime Minister Rue, and although he should not have been able to see him, his conscience was troubled, making him feel as though Rue was scrutinizing him. He wished to bury his face in his neck, for the bloodstains on his face were utterly dreadful. Should the Emperor notice, he would surely face retribution. Had it not been for his father-in-law's insistence, he would have requested leave for the day. Indeed, Rui was observing him, and Wen's disfigured face suggested he had come prepared to retaliate. His gaze drifted to the side where Marquis Wenxin sat, and he scoffed inwardly, thinking, that old curmudgeon. How could I allow you to succeed? The emperor arrived, and the officials shouted their praises. The weary Emperor Xingxian declared, Ministers, present your matters swiftly. If none, you may withdraw. Your Majesty, I have a petition, Rui announced, timing his interjection perfectly, causing Marquis Wenxin, who had been a beat slow, to swallow his words in frustration. The emperor, perplexed, wondered why Rui, who was so adept at reading the mood, had not discerned his disinterest in court affairs today. Rui had indeed perceived it, but was resolute in bringing Wenbin to account today, regardless of burdening the emperor. Positioned near the dragon throne, the emperor could clearly see Rui's expression and silently cursed him for being so meddlesome. Speak, the emperor said listlessly. Your Majesty, I wish to bring a charge against the minister of the imperial chariots and horses, Wenbin, for allowing his daughter to commit violence, grievously injuring the fourth son of the prime minister's household. Furthermore, his son has long been a bully at school, boasting that anyone who defies him would find his father, Wenbin, dismissing them from office. Many were already aware of yesterday's incident, and upon hearing the accusations, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Such childish arrogance could cost his father his head. All eyes turned to Wenbin, who had already prostrated himself on the ground. Crying out in innocence, the Minister of Justice presented a petition, saying, Your Majesty, this is the statement compiled by the Ministry of Justice. Wenbin, frantic, dared not lift his head. Marquis Wenxin had initially intended to accuse Rui Jinxin of abusing her position, but could only retort, Your Majesty, it was merely children at play. They do not understand the consequences. The Prime Minister is making a mountain out of a molehill. An official from the censorate stepped forward, asserting, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister speaks truthfully. Wenbin's son dares to speak with such insolence, which surely reflects his upbringing, indicating Wenbin's disrespect towards Your Majesty. Another added, Yesterday, the Prime Minister's household sought compensation, and Wenbin, wishing to placate matters, unhesitatingly offered 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? The officials murmured in astonishment. Given his salary, it was implausible for him to amass such wealth. And no one dared to consider that Madame Wen might have contributed her dowry or had income from a shop. The general sentiment was that Wenbin had embezzled a substantial sum. Yet, how could a minister of transportation amass such a fortune? At that moment, someone presented a secret report containing evidence of Wenbin leveraging his father-in-law's influence to engage in the sale of official positions. After reading the memorial, Emperor Xingxian glanced toward the corner of the hall, intrigued that Zi'er would be involved in such matters. Suddenly invigorated, the emperor sat upright and began to inquire about the case in detail, prompting the Minister of Justice to have Chief Officer Fawning explain the circumstances. Upon hearing Rui Jinxin's name, Marquis Wenxin exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's daughter is the true bully, brazenly assaulting others. Rui shot him a fierce glare, and Wen Xiangqian has not concealed his actions either. Marquis Wenxin retorted angrily, Your daughter openly flaunts her power. With a calm smile, Rui replied, Is there no one of status beneath the third rank? As a first-rank official, why should I not allow my daughter to wield her influence? As for bullying, are the Wen siblings not human? They grievously harmed a child. This is mere vengeance. Indeed, what of it? Rui responded, still smiling as he noted the rage on Marquis Wenxin's face. If you have the audacity, come at me. In a fit of rage, Marquis Wenxin swung the jade tablet in his hand towards Rui. Enough. Emperor Xingxian bellowed as guards restrained Marquis Wenxin, who fell to his knees beside his son-in-law, claiming, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's daughter is arrogant and unbridled. It is evident for all to see. May Your Majesty discern the truth. My daughter is known for her confidence. She has never harmed anyone. Who has been wronged? What is there to investigate? Your granddaughter is the true venomous woman, shamelessly taking out her frustrations on innocent children due to dissatisfaction with her tutor. Rui shot back. My granddaughter is at fault. Yet she should not have been assaulted by Rui Jinxin. Humph. Rui scoffed. Did you not realize that striking the child would provoke the parent? Had I not been occupied, would I have allowed my daughter to toil under the accusations of scoundrels like you? Marquis Wenxin, furious, nearly choked on his own rage. It was well known that the Prime Minister was fiercely protective of his own. Silence. Emperor Xingxian commanded once more, and the hall fell into an uneasy quiet. With a solemn tone, the emperor addressed the assembly. I have no desire to hear your private grievances. Turning to the prostrate Wenbin, he inquired, Wenbin, do you confess to the charges of selling positions and embezzling funds? I confess, Your Majesty. I implore your mercy. At this moment, Wenbin had grasped the gravity of the situation. Recognizing his futile attempts at defense, he sought only leniency from the emperor. Regret filled him for not having properly instructed his children, leading to his downfall. Marquis Wenxin, frustrated that Wenbin did not contest the allegations, pushed him aside, revealing the horrific scars on his face. The emperor was taken aback. Was this also inflicted by Rue's daughter? Rue protested, Your Majesty, do not wrong my daughter. That was inflicted by his legitimate wife, the daughter of Marquis Wenxin. A gasp rippled through the assembly, shocked at the revelation of such a fierce woman. Outrageous! The emperor roared. Marquis Wenxin shrank back, unable to meet the emperor's gaze, realizing he had made a grievous miscalculation. Wenbin could not help but reflect that had he not heeded the Marquis's advice the previous night, had he chosen not to attend court today, perhaps he would not have suffered such humiliation. Now, he found himself bereft of even the strength to complain. With irrefutable evidence of Wenbin's embezzlement, he was stripped of his position, his home seized, and he was exiled. As for his son's arrogance, Emperor Shengxian chose not to pursue it further. Marquis Wenxin, having failed to launch a counterclaim, lost both his son-in-law and faced repercussions as his daughter was punished for assaulting a court official, receiving 10 lashes, ultimately accompanying Wenbin into exile. Wenbin refrained from dragging his father-in-law down with him, resulting in a somewhat bearable outcome for Marquis Wenxin. Although his daughter would share in the suffering, he was relieved that the Marquis's household would not be implicated. Madame Wenxin wept bitterly, harboring deep resentment toward Rue Jinxin. Marquis Wenxin consoled her, bear with it. Do you wish to end up like the wife of the Marquis of Anyuan? His words quelled her fury, for she could not bear to relinquish her status and wealth. As anger subsided, Xiangguo returned from outside the estate, exclaiming, Miss, the streets are abuzz with talk that the Liren Academy has closed its doors. A blessing. Continuing would only mislead the youth. To educate is to first cultivate character, and moral integrity is the true path. Xiang Chao served freshly cooked pig's trotters, remarking, Miss, your knowledge has grown considerably. Your words reflect great wisdom. My sister is formidable. Her medical skills are exceptional, and her knowledge is profound. Xiaojin Xiang eyed the pig's trotters hungrily, eager to praise his sister further. Enjoy your food. It's not that exaggerated. One must remain humble. Oh, I shall heed my sister's advice. He instructed that portions be sent to their father and to Lu as well, and the siblings began to squabble over the food without a care for decorum. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of the hidden guards, who swallowed hard, contemplating the future daughter-in-law of the estate. What a hearty appetite she possessed. Chapter 36. Rumors in the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study. Sir, you are assisting the daughter of the Prime Minister Rie. I am not. Your Majesty has misunderstood. I merely happened to pass by and witness the entire incident. It is rather strange that Wenbin, who oversees the carriages and horses, could produce such a vast sum of silver, prompting me to investigate, which indeed revealed some issues. Mo Yunt's explanation elicited a knowing smile from the emperor. Sir, it is uncommon for you to provide such detailed explanations. Mo Yunt pondered. Had he done so? The emperor chuckled. The boy has yet to grasp the nuances. My father wishes me to convey his regards to you. The emperor's expression darkened. What regards? I am nearly driven to madness by him. Not wanting to dwell on that matter, the emperor spoke of Rue Jinxi. The daughter of the prime minister is quite imposing, isn't she? Quite contrary to her delicate appearance. Humph, just a spoiled little girl. The emperor seized upon his wording. Spoiled little girl? Is she not rather infatuated? Mo Yunt failed to notice the implications in the emperor's words, recalling instead Rue Jinxi's striking demeanor when she had confronted someone. The emperor continued to observe him, contemplating inwardly. Has the boy developed feelings? Mo Yunt quickly regained his composure and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, old Master Yi intends to take Lin the steward to the medical clinic for treatment. Why is that? He claims it is for convenience, though it seems he wishes to consult a different physician, one who prefers to remain anonymous. Oh, who is this individual? I am uncertain, but I shall investigate tomorrow. The emperor nodded. Should he be capable, I will have him examine the poison within you. Your Majesty, I am quite well. Mo Yunt did not wish to elaborate on his condition, prompting the emperor to shift the conversation to other matters. In Fengqi Palace, a group of palace ladies were relaying recent court events to the Empress. Your Highness may not be aware, But the rumors outside the palace are rampant, claiming that the infatuated girl is rather arrogant, openly admitting to her tyrannical behavior. Has she not always been arrogant? What is so surprising about that? It is different now. Previously she pursued handsome men, but now it has escalated to violence. Who would have thought? That infatuated girl possesses such capability. Not only toppling the Earl of Anyuan, but also having the Emperor dismiss Wenbin, thereby subduing the Marquis of Wenxin. Her lineage is impressive, with a capable father and a formidable family background. Who could possibly compare? It is all due to the Empress's kindness in pairing her with young Master Su, leading her to believe she has substantial backing. The Empress, maintaining a serene smile, listened quietly, before interjecting, "I too find her somewhat pitiable." Lady Ru inquired curiously, "Is she truly pitiable?" "Ah, you are unaware?" A rather snide voice chimed in, claiming he was rendered incapable of siring children due to the young master's actions. The ladies displayed expressions of astonishment, prompting the Empress to admonish, "Silence. Speak not such reckless words." The individual quickly apologized. "Yes, my apologies, Your Highness. Please forgive my indiscretion." "Humph. No decree has been issued recently. You are forbidden from entering the palace." "Understood." Such a mild punishment led the others to believe her words to be true. Had Rui Jinsi been present, she would have recognized this individual as the one who mocked her on the day of her arrival. The following day, rumors spread on the streets that the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family was incapable of bearing children, and the heir of the Xianwang was to face extinction. Rui Jinsi had just finished tending to a female patient and was in the midst of writing a prescription when Yi Wanqing, puffing with indignation, burst through the curtain, noticing a patient present and pouting as she took a seat nearby. After the patient departed with their prescription, Rui Jinsi chuckled. "Who has offended you? Allow me to seek vengeance on your behalf." "Miss, have you become addicted to fighting?" Rui Jinsi laughed heartily. "Indeed. To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness is our duty." Yi Wanqing glared at her. "Look at how capable you are. Why not go out and teach a lesson to everyone on the street?" "Ah, has so many provoked you?" "It is not me, it is you." Yi Wanqing plopped down opposite her. "You and the heir of the Xianwang are engaged, yet he has injured you? Are you truly unable to bear children? Let me see." As she spoke, she reached out to check Rui Jinsi's pulse. So that was the reason for the gossips circulating on the streets. Rui Jinsi contemplated the underlying reasons while allowing Yi Wanqing to examine her pulse. "Hey, you are quite well." "Of course I am well. Perhaps some people simply cannot stand to see me thrive." "Indeed, some individuals are rather detestable." Knowing Rui Jinsi was fine, Yi Wanqing felt relieved and refrained from pressing further. Rui Jinsi cherished this light-hearted atmosphere, finding it a delight to interact with her friend, who radiated warmth and concern. Rui Jinsi valued such friendships, wishing to share the intricate details of her connection with Mo Yutz. After listening, Yi Wanqing fell silent for 3 seconds before exclaiming, "Ah, Jinsi. This is fate. You are destined for one another. Does this fate require the original host to perish for her to arrive? Such a fate is not something I desire." Yi Wanqing excitedly gossiped about her betrothal, to which Rui Jinsi responded with reluctant agreement, answering her questions as they arose. "Doctor, save me." A commotion erupted outside the consultation room, prompting the two to rush out. Several individuals clad in guard uniforms carried in 2 wounded patients, with old Master Yi absent. Having taken 2 other doctors out of the city, the clinic was left with only Rui Jinsi and Yi Wanqing to manage the situation. The tall man in the front caught sight of Rui Jinsi, his gaze flickering. "Where is Dr. Yi? My companion is severely injured." Yi Wanqing called out, "Lu Gu, grandfather has gone out of the city. Only Jean Doctor and I are here." Rui Jinsi donned a mask and began assessing the patient's injuries. Lu Taining quickly intervened. "You cannot attend to them. There are distinctions between the sexes. Step aside. I am a doctor. Do you wish for him to die?" Lu Taining was momentarily stunned as Rui Jinsi pushed past him. The first patient had sustained an injury near the groin, likely a severe laceration to the femoral artery, causing significant bleeding, though the flow was manageable. Rui Jinsi urged, "Quickly, take him to the operating room on the 2nd floor. Wanqing, prepare." "Understood." Yi Wanqing swiftly instructed the guards to carry the first patient upstairs. Rui Jinsi employed her somewhat inadequate X-ray vision to examine the second patient, who had a gaping abdominal wound with intestines protruding, causing those nearby to quickly attempt to cover the injury. This one too must go to the operating room. Rui Jinsi dashed upstairs, shedding her outer garment as she ran. Though she was dressed elegantly, her outer garment was too loose and cumbersome. Lu Taining stared in shock, still remembering to shield her from prying eyes. Rue Jinsi burst into the operating room, instructing the guards to leave. Lieutenant understood it was too crowded. You all wait outside. She opened a box and changed into peculiar garments. Wanqing, you attend to the other one. Just sterilize and stitch him up. Yes. Yi Wanqing had another bed brought in, placing the second patient onto it. She quickly changed into protective clothing herself. The two intended to perform simultaneous treatments. And Rue Jinsi instructed Lieutenant, if you do not wish for them to die, lend a hand. Lieutenant, dazed, followed her instructions. Ushering his brothers outside and preparing himself by sterilizing and donning the peculiar attire. He followed her commands diligently. In one glance, he saw Yi Wanqing swiftly removing the clothing of the first patient, and in another, he noticed Rue Jinsi cutting away the trousers of the second. This is inappropriate. Lieutenant reached out to block, but Rue Jinsi brushed him aside. If you hesitate, he will die. Lieutenant glanced at his longtime companions. His face flushed as he turned away. Chapter 37. It is indeed Miss Rue Jinxin exclaimed in exasperation. I asked you to stay and assist. Not to be shy. Lieutenant had no choice but to mechanically turn around, following her directives. Not only did Rue Jinxin attend to her own tasks, but she also kept an eye on Yi Wanqing's side. Fortunately, the injuries there only required cleaning and stitching, needing little of her attention. Lieutenant gazed in astonishment at Rue Jinxin as she effortlessly draped a cloth over the vital area of the injured man. He found it hard to breathe, pondering what sort of woman she was, completely unperturbed by the situation. A physician sees no distinction between genders. Rue Jinxin discerned his thoughts and succinctly clarified her stance before immersing herself in the procedure. In a flurry of activity, Lieutenant assisted on both ends, managing the peculiar instruments, needles, threads, gauze, and bandages without a hitch, which prompted Rue Jinxin to glance at him with surprise. The surgery concluded successfully, and the man's life was spared. Rue Jinxin cast a knowing look at Lieutenant, who awkwardly tried to shield himself below. Look at you. Rue Jinxin teased without restraint. Lieutenant's face turned crimson. Are you even a woman? She straightened her posture defiantly. Can't you tell? You. Unreasonable. Rue Jinxin quipped. Oh, is it not shamelessness that you're referring to? Lieutenant, with a sense of integrity, replied, I know you are here to save lives. At least you have some sense. After Yi Wanqing finished tidying up, she observed the two of them. Are you going to continue this banter? Who would spar with him? A grown man who is as bashful as a young girl. Rue Jinxin changed out of her surgical garb and donned her outer garments, instructing Lieutenant. You or someone else should keep watch. They might develop a fever, which could be dangerous. Call a doctor promptly if that happens. With that, she waved elegantly and departed. Yi Wanqing chuckled, addressing Lieutenant, Brother Liu, that is Dr. Jean, remember. She was unaware that Lieutenant was already well aware of Rue Jinxin's identity, merely accustomed to emphasizing it. During this period, Rue Jinxin had been consulting at the clinic, gaining popularity among many women. Thanks to Wanqing's promotion, everyone simply knew her as Dr. Jean. Lieutenant nodded obediently, feeling inexplicably relieved that she did not reveal her true surname. Otherwise, the capital would have another topic of gossip. After the two descended the stairs, Lieutenant took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and issued a gag order to his subordinates. They were not to disclose that a female doctor treated the injured. Yes, his men were incredulous. Do the two women not care? Lieutenant reprimanded them. A physician sees no distinction between genders. Chuckling softly, Rue Jinxin, who had been eavesdropping on the staircase, found his earnestness amusing. His surname is Liu? Indeed, Brother Lieutenant is the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. Rue Jinxin was somewhat taken aback by the youthfulness of the deputy minister. He is so bashful. Recalling his earlier embarrassed expression, she let out another fit of melodic laughter, unaware that her voice reached Lieutenant's ears, causing him to blush inadvertently before his subordinates. Feeling embarrassed, Lieutenant descended the stairs with a stern expression. Are you done laughing? Caught red-handed, Rue Jinxin was unperturbed. Instead, she boldly scrutinized him. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, his visage was strikingly handsome. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a fitted dark blue uniform accentuated his athletic physique. Quite the visual delight. Indeed, the elders did not deceive. Beautiful people or things can uplift one's spirits. Are you satisfied with what you see? Very much. Quite delightful. Rue Jinxin observed Lieutenant, who had not moved his lips, yet somehow she heard him speak. Could it be that I have unlocked a new ability to hear others' thoughts? Just as Rui Jinshin contemplated testing her newfound power, she noticed Lu Taining was not looking at her, but rather at someone behind her. Jinshin. Yi Wanqing tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Hurry down the stairs." Turning around, Rui Jinshin was met with an imposing figure clad in a black iron mask, enveloped in darkness. Gazing into the abyss of those hollow eye sockets sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to tilt her head back instinctively. As she descended the stairs, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Mo Yunkai restrained his inexplicable ire and retorted, "Shouldn't I be asking why you are here? This young lady is here to learn medicine." "Humph, learning medicine? More like eyeing men." Mo Yunsai's sarcastic tone failed to incite anger in Rui Jinshin. Instead, she hastened a few steps, gripping the armrests of the wheelchair. From behind, it appeared as though she was almost leaning on him. The fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, causing Mo Yunsai's ears to flush. "Young master, your tone is rather sour," Rui Jinshin remarked softly. Just before he could push her away, she straightened up, coldly mocking, "We are not yet married. What I wish to do is beyond your jurisdiction." Mo Yunsai's expression darkened visibly. Perceiving the tension between them, Yi Wanqing quickly interjected, "Young master, are you looking for my grandfather? He has left the city." Lu Taining also descended the stairs, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, commanding lord." Upon hearing this title, Rui Jinshin glanced at Mo Yunkai, who sat imperiously in his wheelchair, unable to rise, yet compensating for his height with an imposing aura. His commanding presence rivaled that of any man. "TCH, it's just that I'm not to his liking." Mo Yunkai caught her eye roll, feeling even more incensed. The atmosphere thickened, and Yuan Rong, unable to endure the silence, broke it by asking Lu Taining, "Why is Deputy Lu here?" "The Dali Temple is investigating a case. 2 of my brothers were severely injured and brought here for treatment." Yuan Rong inquired with concern, with old Master Yi absent, who attended to them. "Are they all right?" Lu Taining indicated Rui Jinshin and Yi Wanqing, stating, "Dr. Jin and Miss Yu treated them." He specified this to ensure that young Master Mo did not misunderstand Rui Jinshin. Knowing their engagement, he inexplicably wished for others to recognize the merit of the Rui family's esteemed daughter. "Dr. Jin?" Yuan Rong followed Lu Taining's gaze. "Surely not." Rui Jinshin raised an eyebrow at him, proudly lifting her chin and flashing a radiant smile. "Indeed, it is I." Her dazzling grin was so blinding that it caused Mo Yunkai to shut his eyes momentarily. "You are the new doctor at the clinic?" Upon meeting her gaze, Rui Jinshin, with a stern expression, replied, "Yes." After a pause, she added with a smile, "What is the matter? Do you have an ailment? I can assist you, but my fees are rather steep." In a moment of impulse, Mo Yunkai extended his hand. "The royal residence has ample silver." Upon seeing this, Rui Jinshin exclaimed, "You truly wish to consult?" "Indeed. A fool would not seize the opportunity for silver," Rui Jinshin declared as she personally ushered him into the consultation room. Outside, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by how a mere illness had arisen. Yuan Rong skeptically asked Yi Wanqing, "Will the future young master be able to treat illnesses?" Yi Wanqing felt no need for secrecy regarding the young master and confidently responded, "Absolutely. Her medical skills are exceptional." Yuan Rong then turned to Lu Taining, who gestured. "Deputy Yuan may ascend to verify." Chapter 38. "May I see your face?" Yuan Rong sought clarity and left a guard stationed at the clinic's entrance as he ascended to the 2nd floor with Lu Taining. Inside the clinic, Rui Jinshin was filled with regret. Why had she agreed to treat him? Mo Yunkai calmly extended his hand, resting it upon the pulse pillow. According to her investigation, the newly arrived physician at the clinic bore the surname Jing, or Jing, unexpectedly matching this gene. "When did you acquire your medical skills?" "Why should I tell you?" she retorted, placing her hand upon his pulse wrist in defiance. Mo Yunkai remained silent, his gaze lost in the intricate patterns of his sleeve. What kind of person was this infatuated girl? She seemed to exist behind a veil, particularly unreal. Hadn't his mother said she was quite genuine? Time passed, and Rui Jinshin finally said, "Switch hands." Mo Yunkai extended his other hand, but Rui Jinshin's brows furrowed tighter. Amused, Mo Yunkai reflected that many physicians had examined his condition. Yet only old Master Yi and Imperial Physician Wang had discerned that he had been poisoned. Others could not fathom the reason behind his inability to walk. After all these years, what more could he hope for? He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Rui Jinshin pressed it down. "Don't move. Place the other hand here too. Admit your limitations, And I shall not mock you, she insisted. Humph. I see you are quite ill. Not only are your legs poisoned, but also your mind and your loquaciousness. Mo Yunsai's voice turned icy. Dare you repeat that? Say it if you wish. I am not afraid of you. Your mind in this. Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Yunkai seized her wrist forcefully. Repeat that. Crazy. Why should I listen to you? I refuse to say it. Rue Jinshin stubbornly clamped her mouth shut. Mo Yunkai coaxed, 100 taels of silver, and you may say it again. Rue Jinshin remained unmoved. 200 taels. Unfazed, she stood resolute. 500 taels. Rue Jinshin raised an eyebrow. 1,000 taels. With a smile illuminating her face, she extended her delicate hand. Palm upward. Mo Yunkai retrieved a banknote from his pocket, precisely 1,000 taels. Rue Jinshin beamed with delight and repeated, I say not only are your legs poisoned, but also your mind and… Mo Yunkai interrupted her once more, forbidding her to speak of the latter. Oh, then I am done. Mo Yunsai's mind raced. He had not anticipated that Rue Jinshin could arrive at a diagnosis so effortlessly that it had taken Old Master Yi and Imperial Physician Wang considerable time to ascertain. Do you know what poison I have been afflicted with? Rue Jinshin, now serious and professional, replied, it is quite complex. You must have sustained an injury to your leg before being poisoned, which explains your difficulties in walking. Mo Yunsai's breath quickened. She had spoken the truth. He had been startled by a horse, fallen, fractured his leg, and during his recovery, had been poisoned. I have spoken correctly, haven't I? Rue Jinshin's excitement surged. The rarity of the poison intrigued her. Can you detoxify it? Not at present, he said, his hopeful gaze dimming. Rue Jinshin smiled gently. It is only temporarily impossible. Mo Yukai frowned at her, and Rue Jinshin's expression turned serious. You have been poisoned for too long. The toxin has altered within your body, making it challenging to remove. It will require considerable time, and we must identify the original poison, which is quite difficult. Mo Yukai felt disheartened once more. He had allowed himself to hope. Rue Jinshin studied him, noticing how his initial disappointment quickly settled into calm indifference, a testament to the many disappointments he had endured, which had forged his resilience. Your martial arts training began before you were poisoned, did it not? Yes, Mo Yukai replied calmly. Did the poisoning affect your abilities? Not at all. In fact, it has enhanced my power. Rue Jinshin, unfamiliar with such ancient martial skills, sensed something was suppressing the toxicity. Has Old Master Yi examined you? Yes. What did he say? Mo Yunkai, staring at the hand resting on his wrist, patiently answered her every inquiry. Suddenly, Rue Jinshin asked, May I see your face? Her suspicion lingered that the poison had manifested on his face, which was the reason for his mask. Absolutely not. Mo Yunkai swiftly withdrew his hands, wheeling himself out of the clinic. Rue Jinshin sighed. His actions confirmed her suspicions. Alas, what a pitiful soul. Mo Yunkai did not wait for Old Master Yi. Silently returning to the Wang residence and secluding himself in his chamber. Gradually wheeling his chair to the back window, where a copper mirror was placed, he removed his mask. The news of the young master's outburst soon spread throughout the Wang residence. Upon hearing the report, Princess Xian was heartbroken, shedding tears. Had he been provoked? It had been a long time since she had seen him in such a state. Prince Xian dispatched his hidden guards to investigate, and upon receiving the report, he was somewhat astonished. Rue Jinshin can practice medicine? Indeed, she saved 2 individuals from the Dali Temple today and even diagnosed the young master. Prince Xian and Princess Xian struggled to comprehend. Do you know what the young master and the future young mistress discussed? Uncertain. They were alone for quite some time and emerged in silence. Prince Xian gestured dismissively. Let this matter remain private. Keep Rue Jinshin's medical skills under wraps. Understood. Princess Xian, filled with uncertainty, remarked, Jean girl knows medicine. Hasn't she only studied for a short while? She was aware that Rue Jinshin frequently visited Shanyuan Hall. But was she merely observing or actually practicing? Prince Xian deduced that the girl had likely concealed her talents previously. Moreover, her current use of the Jing surname indicated her desire for anonymity. Why so? Is possessing medical knowledge not a good thing? That question must be directed at her. Princess Xian had a restless night, and upon waking, she learned that the young master had not left his room since returning the previous day. Unable to remain seated, she hastily lifted her skirts and rushed to the Xiang residence. Princess, is there something urgent? Rue Jinshin, currently having breakfast, hurried to the front hall upon hearing the servant's announcement. Jean girl, Princess Xian glanced around, and Rue Jinshin understood signaling for the servant to withdraw. Jinxi, what did Suer say to you yesterday? Do you truly understand medicine? Rui Jinxi nodded. Is something the matter? Princess Xian recounted Mo Yunsai's condition since his return, revealing that he had not acted this way in 3 years. Rui Jinxin realized he had been distressed by her inquiry about his face. Princess, the young master is fine. You must trust him. He will confront his shortcomings. He is quite strong. Tears welled in Princess Xian's eyes. Jin girl, does he still have a chance for healing? Perhaps. I need further examination to confirm, but he is resistant to being checked. We must be patient. Ah, I see. Princess Xian gently patted Rui Jinxin's hand. As long as there is hope. Wiping her tears, Princess Xian quietly asked, Jin girl, how did you come to understand medicine? Rui Jinxin recounted the explanation she had given to old Master Yi. Princess Xian remarked that she was fortunate. Those with great talents often possess peculiar temperaments, urging her not to hold resentment towards her mentor. Fortunately, he does not oppose your healing. I am deeply grateful to him, her, for all the teachings. After bidding farewell to Princess Xian, Rui Jinxin prepared to head to the clinic. Just as she stepped out of the residence, someone called out to her. Rui Jinxin, do you wish to know what Mo Yunsai's face looks like? Chapter 39, not inferior to the daughter-in-law. Rui Jinxin turned to face the newcomer, a woman in her mid-30s. Clad in a pale lotus-colored straight dress with a sheer gauze robe draped over it, cinched at the waist with an orange-red belt, and adorned with a long, flowing ribbon. Her hairstyle, meant to convey elegance, was styled into a peony bun, yet the heavy makeup she wore rendered her appearance rather aged. Who might you be? Rui Jinxin inquired. The woman smirked. Who I am is of little importance. You will come to know soon enough. Rui Jinxin found the remark oddly familiar, as if someone else had once said to her that their identity was inconsequential. Unable to recall, she brushed it aside and retorted, whoever you are, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I am pressed for time. The woman was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate a response. Rui Jinxin then proceeded to board her carriage. Wait. Rui Jinxin hesitated briefly but did not halt her movements. The woman hastily continued, Mo Yunsai's face is terrifyingly ugly. It once frightened 2 maids in a palace made to death. This matter was suppressed by the Emperor and Prince Xian. I am kindly warning you to be cautious. Do not let it frighten you. Rui Jinxin chuckled lightly. Thank you for your concern. However, whether I am frightened or not is of no concern to you. You, unappreciative. Indeed, but I am aware that your intentions are far from benign. Humph. Just wait to be scared. By the way, here is a parting remark. Mind your own business. Growing impatient, Rui Jinxin snatched the whip from the driver and struck it against the carriage frame, startling the woman into a scream. The carriage sped away as Rui Jinxin waved her hand behind her, bidding farewell. The woman interpreted the gesture as a curse upon her and felt a wave of dizziness from anger, nearly collapsing until a nearby maid rushed to support her. Hidden behind a wall, Mo Yunlai found the scene amusing. Indeed, a forceful presence in the royal mansion could be subdued by a lovesick fool. His follower, Liuzi, inquired, My lord, shall we still deal with the lovesick girl? Mo Yunlai pondered for a moment. Yes. One must not confuse matters. She has caused my elder brother distress and indignation, and thus deserves punishment. Descending from the wall, Mo Yunlai contemplated how to prank Rui Jinxin, unwittingly wandering towards the Yuyuan garden. After conversing with Rui Jinxin, the princess consort of Prince Xian felt considerably uplifted as she tended to the flowers. From a distance, she spotted Mo Yunlai wandering nearby, unaware of his own presence. Yunlai, what are you daydreaming about? Abruptly brought back to reality, Mo Yunlai realized he stood at the entrance of the garden and turned to flee. Stop! The princess consort pursued him with a water jug, twisting his ear. Why are you loitering instead of attending class? Ouch! Be gentle. Mo Yunlai cried out, Mother, please let go, it hurts. The princess consort dragged him into the courtyard before finally releasing her grip. What have you been up to? Speak honestly. Mo Yunlai rolled his eyes, rubbed his ear, and leaned closer to the princess consort, cheerfully recounting what he had just witnessed. You say Qi Wen went to find Jinxin and spoke ill of your brother? Mo Yunlai nodded vigorously. She told the lovesick girl its sister-in-law, If I hear you miscalling again, beware of punishment. Mo Yunlai puffed his cheeks. But I'm your own son. The princess consort playfully struck him on the head. That still doesn't matter. I regard Jinxin as my own daughter. Mo Yunlai winced in pain as the princess consort pressed on. What else did Qi Wen say? She claimed my brother is frighteningly ugly and has scared people to death. The princess consort was infuriated, exclaiming, Bring Qi back here immediately. The royal mansion was vast, and Qi, the side consort, felt dizzy from Rui Jinshin's sharp remarks. Supported by her maid, she was just entering the front garden, preparing to rest in a pavilion when Granny Shui, accompanied by a group of servant girls, rushed in. Pointing at Qi, "Seize her. What are you doing? I am the side consort of Prince Xian, of esteemed rank. You lowly servants cannot treat me this way." Ignoring her protests, the servant girls swiftly bound her and her maid, shoving them towards Yuan. Qi incessantly cursed under her breath, only to be met with a swift blow from the princess consort, who had removed her embroidered shoe. "One shoe isn't enough. Let us have another. I've heard Jinshin struck the one family girl until she resembled a pig. I cannot be inferior to my daughter-in-law." After several strikes, Qi's face swelled rapidly. Mo Yunlai observed, his eyes widening in shock. His mother was genuinely furious, striking with such ferocity. The princess consort, unaccustomed to physical confrontations, soon found herself breathless and her heart racing. Disgusted, she discarded the shoe and demanded a new pair, declaring the old one should be burned. Someone brought a chair behind her, and she sank into it. "Qiwen, these years, have I been excessively lenient with you? Who gave you the audacity to speak recklessly before Jinshin?" Qi, her swollen face raised, retorted, "Humph. Lan Ruxin, your son is both ugly and cruel. Do you think you can hide it? I should not have spoken. I ought to have waited until the wedding night. Dying from fright then would have been a true celebration." The princess consort was so enraged, she leaped from her chair, rushing to the guards and drawing her sword, shocking everyone present as she swung it at Qi. Mo Yunlai was taken aback. He had always known his mother was no fragile woman, yet witnessing her act with such fury was unprecedented. Seeing the princess consort's seriousness, Qi nearly fainted from fear. Just as the blade was about to descend, a powerful gust of wind swept through, slicing off a portion of her hair. She felt a chill on her scalp and, before she could scream, lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the princess consort was held in the embrace of Mo Yunce, seated on the ground. "Mother, stay calm." The princess consort, upon seeing her son's masked face, embraced Mo Yunce and wept bitterly. The hurriedly arriving Prince Xian kicked Qi, awakening her from her stupor. "Your Highness, you must seek justice for one." "Justice?" Prince Xian scoffed. "I wish I could kill you." With another kick, he knocked her unconscious again. "Take her back to the Qi courtyard and do not allow her to leave." Turning, he lifted the princess consort, and with Mo Yunce's assistance, they swiftly returned to the wheelchair. "Sire." The princess consort could not cease her tears, and Mo Yunce stepped forward to console her. "Mother, do not cry. She is not worth your tears." The princess consort pushed Prince Xian away. "This is all your fault." "Oh, it is my fault for causing you distress. Do not take it out on yourself." Prince Xian felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. He could not afford to lose her, considering the reputation of the Northern Duke. Gradually, the princess consort's sobs subsided. "It is all your incompetence." Mo Yunce recognized that she included the emperor in her reproach. "Sire, do not torment yourself further. Jinshin does not care." The princess consort wished to comfort her son, yet Mo Yunce's heart sank like a stone. He could not forget the way Rui Jinshin admired beauty, her gaze sparkling with appreciation, and how, upon seeing him, she either radiated fury or remained utterly indifferent. It no longer mattered. He would marry, and once the affairs with Northern Zhou concluded, he would set her free. "I understand, mother. Do not worry about me." Mo Yunce offered a reassuring smile to his mother, though it only deepened her heartache. Such a wonderful child, yet their negligence had led to this tragic situation. Chapter 40. Gradual acceptance. Rui Jinshin was oblivious to the grand drama unfolding in the Wang residence. She could hardly muster the energy to speculate about the identity of the woman involved. Yet, when she heard that Mo Yunkai had frightened someone to death, she found herself inclined to believe it. She felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Being unattractive was not a fault, but being so hideous as to instill terror was indeed a sin. This confirmed her suspicions that Mo Yunkai's appearance had been marred by poison. Judging by the looks of the prince and princess, Mo Yunkai must have been quite handsome, if not exceptionally so. The mere thought of his perfectly visible chin ignited her curiosity to see his entire face. Truly, she was infatuated. Even a masked man could pique her interest. This must have been a lingering fascination from her previous life, for she had never been so enamored before. Rui Jinshin adamantly refused to acknowledge her own penchant for beauty. Upon arriving at the medical clinic, she greeted everyone before dashing up to the second floor. Yuan Qing was lazily dozing in the hall. It was still early, and she had been on watch the night before. Yuan Qing yawned and pouted. They wouldn't have me on watch. They see me as a fierce beast. It was evident that rigid gender roles and feudal ideologies were at play. Is there anyone inside taking care of them? Dang Tu had a high fever. But it has subsided. Xiao Wu has a slight fever. Have you checked with the thermometer? No. I forgot. I'm still not quite accustomed to Jinshin's peculiar gadgets. As Rie Jinshin made her way to the ward, Yuan Qing considered calling her back, but decided against it, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. Get out. Rue Jinshin was shooed out of the ward as if she were a lecherous man. Yuan Qing doubled over with laughter, while Rue Jinshin touched her nose. Feeling both amused and exasperated, Old Master Yi and Lu Taining emerged from the innermost room, both casting knowing glances at Rue Jinshin. Lu Taining felt slightly awkward. Both Deng Tu and Xiao Wu were mortified to learn that their savior was a female doctor, particularly Deng Tu, who felt utterly despondent at having been seen in such a vulnerable state. Old Master Yi greeted her with a smile. Jinshin, you have arrived. Master, you haven't gone out today? Old Master Yi had been frequently making house calls, and Rue Jinshin felt as if it had been ages since she last saw him. No, I'm not going out today. He beckoned her to sit beside him at the tea table, while Yuan Qing's lips were still curled in amusement. Unable to bear the sight, Lu Taining slipped back into the ward. Child, you have done well. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. A healer's heart is one of compassion, and you are practicing the art of benevolence. You should have no regrets before heaven and earth, nor before your own conscience. Grandfather, it is they who are making a fuss. We are saving lives, and our intentions are pure. That is indeed quite shocking. They need time to gradually accept it. Old Master Yi was remarkably open-minded, believing that salvation should not be withheld due to differing genders. He fully supported their actions, asserting that if women could also accept examinations by male doctors, more lives would be saved. Rue Jinshin replied with a smile, let it come gradually. Indeed, of course. Old Master Yi understood that she was playfully teasing him about taking things slowly, and he felt no resentment. Child, tomorrow, a patient will be brought in. He has been in a coma for quite some time. Please assist in examining him. Certainly. The ones inside need their dressings changed. Let Dr. Gu handle that. Otherwise, you would be wasting your efforts. Rue Jinshin nodded in understanding and descended the stairs with Yuan Qing to attend to patients. In the ward, Deng Tu and Xiao Wu both sighed in relief. For ease of care, they had been assigned to the same room. Deng Tu, injured in the thigh, was not hindered from speaking and pleaded, Sir, please let us return to our quarters. This place is too perilous. Perilous? Lu Taining paused, then realized. You are in the presence of a doctor. To her, you have no gender. But we cannot bear it. We cannot face anyone. Lu Taining shot him a glare. The lady doesn't he feel embarrassed. Why should you, a grown man, be so sensitive? I did not willingly allow anyone to see me. Deng Tu pulled the blanket over his face, recalling that he was exposed, and tugged it down further. Xiao Wu was immensely grateful that his injury was to his upper body. Otherwise, he would feel just as awkward as Deng Tu. What a coward! Lu Taining scolded again as he exited the ward. In the shinnying division, Yuan Rong hesitated for a long time before finally reporting to Mo Yunkai about what she had seen and heard at the clinic the previous day. Stitching the groin? Mo Yunkai's eyes widened. She did it herself? How did she manage that? Yuan Rong felt she had erred. She should not have investigated this matter. Blushing, she stammered. I saw Deng Tu. He was unclothed, and he was unconscious. Her voice dwindled, and Mo Yunkai's expression darkened. Get out. Yuan Rong bolted for the door. Stop. She halted immediately. Do not speak carelessly. Yes. Yuan Rong dashed out, drawing curious glances from her comrades. She lowered her eyes, staring at her boots. The future heir's fiancé, he was truly astonishing. Yuan Rong struggled to find words, while Mo Yunkai was equally perplexed. Before the flower viewing banquet, her reputation as a lovesick girl had spread throughout the capital, and they had no connection. He only knew of her boldness in expressing her infatuations. As his mother often said, she was refreshingly honest, far more so than those women who secretly pined for men. But did this honesty extend to gazing upon naked men? Mo Yunkai felt a headache coming on, and with a self-deprecating smile, he thought that ultimately, it was of no consequence to him. Calling Yuan Rong back in, he said darkly, tomorrow, send Lin Zhonggui to the clinic. Since she possesses medical skills, let us see what she can do. Today, with few patients. Rue Jinshin shared surgical knowledge with Yuan Qing, then left her to practice on her own before exiting the clinic. Next door was their tea house, and Rue Jinshin sauntered in, finding her third brother and manager Zhang in the backyard. Sister, are you done with your tasks? Greetings, Mississippi Rue Jinshin greeted them. Third brother. Manager Zhang, what are you studying? Rue Jinshin handed over the blueprints. The tea house was quite large, and they planned to create several private rooms. However, selling tea was only marginally profitable, and it would be better to sell tea leaves instead, which would not require such a vast space. Manager Zhang remarked, the tea leaves are difficult to source. Ours are only of average quality. Buyers of this grade prefer to go to the Pingxiang Tea House on Chongting Street. Why is that? They have a stage for performances. Then let us build one as well. Rue Jinshin laughed. Sister, our tea house is not suitable for that unless we demolish and rebuild. That one tea do, the cost would be too high. The marquee residence was lacking in funds. Although her compensation with Jinxiang had been substantial, it was hard-earned and should not be squandered. Rue Jinshin rested her chin on her hands, gazing pensively at the tea house. What a wonderful establishment. 3 stories high, spacious and bright, with windows on both sides to let in ample sunlight, and a verdant backyard with shaded trees. There are even tea tables beneath the trees, peaceful and elegant. How could it be that no one comes? Rue Jinshin's third brother and manager Zhang both watched her. Observing how her delicate face shifted between delight and furrowed brows, her expressions vividly animated. Sister, if you cannot think of a solution, do not dwell on it. Just keep the tea house running for now and think of ways gradually. Gradually again. Rue Jinshin frowned, feeling that the pace was too slow, leading to inefficiency. A waft of medicinal scent drifted by, prompting Rue Jinshin to straighten up, her gaze shifting towards the clinic next door. Chapter 41. The medicinal cuisine shop. The aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air once more, pungent and compelling. Rue Jinshin inquired of manager Zhang whether the scent of the decoction from the medical hall would permeate the surroundings. Manager Zhang nodded, explaining that some patrons found the odor too strong, which deterred them from enjoying tea within the shop. Tea and traditional medicine do not mix well, he remarked. Suddenly, Rue Jinshin recalled the concept of mutual generation and restriction. What if we don't sell tea, but rather something else? She proposed. What could that be? Manager Zhang pondered. Having been in the tea business for years, he struggled to conceive an alternative, and Rue Jinshin was equally inexperienced in commerce. Rue Jinshin stood up and walked outside the shop. The bustling street was wide and vibrant, accommodating the passage of carriages with ease, and teeming with diverse enterprises that attracted a great deal of foot traffic. The tea shop, despite selling only tea leaves and having few patrons enjoying tea, still managed to turn a profit, a testament to its prime location. However, being adjacent to a medical hall made it less suitable for tea drinking, as the medicinal scents could easily intermingle. As Rue Jinshin strolled thoughtfully, her brother and manager Zhang watched her with concern as she tugged at her hair in contemplation. Sister, you're going to pull your hair out. Rue Jinshin suddenly raised her head, snapped her fingers, her almond-shaped eyes widening with a spark of inspiration. We shall sell medicinal cuisine and open a medicinal cuisine shop. Manager Zhang mulled over her suggestion, a smile blossoming on his face as he exclaimed, what a brilliant idea. It promotes health while tantalizing the taste buds, and it complements the medical hall perfectly. With so many visitors coming in and out daily, they will surely require meals. Ready-made medicinal dishes would be beneficial for the healthy and aid in the recovery of the ill. Excellent. Medicinal cuisine is the way to go. Excited, Manager Zhang eagerly began to plan. Rue Jinshin queried, for medicinal cuisine, we need recipes. Where shall we procure them? Rue Jinshin jumped beside her brother, her face alight with enthusiasm. I have them. My master surely has them too. Oh yes, you have studied medicine, Rue Jinshin chuckled, realizing the implications. Then I shall revise the blueprints. Having seen his sketches earlier, Rue Jinshin recognized her brother's artistic talent. Brother, when we open the medicinal cuisine shop, the dining environment must be exquisite. It should be visually pleasing and uplifting for the patrons. Design the decor accordingly. Rue Jinshin nodded seriously, understood. Turning to manager Zhang, Rue Jinshin instructed, take stock of the tea leaves we have. Decide whether to lower the prices to clear the inventory or find another way to recoup our costs. Do what you see fit. Understood, she added, ensuring that her father and brothers had sufficient good tea, sparing them the need to purchase elsewhere. With the tea shop transitioning to a medicinal cuisine shop, many matters required reevaluation. Rue Jinshin refrained from further intruding on their discussions, opting to take a carriage back home. Finally, you're back, Jinxiang exclaimed joyfully upon her sister's return, eager to rush over. Rue Jinshin swiftly intercepted her. Did we not agree? Your ankle has yet to heal properly. Refrain from excessive movement. Jin Xiang obediently replied, I know. I have been listening to you. Rui Jinxin playfully pinched her sister's noticeably plump cheek, relishing the softness. Inhaling deeply, she asked, Did Xiangxiao prepare braised meat again today? Indeed. However, we have a thief in the household. Xiangxiao is furious and is currently searching for them. Jin Xiang replied, giggling. Rui Jinxin found the notion of a thief amusing. Xianghua approached her with a basin of water, sharing, Xiangxiao has braised a pot of pig trotters and intestines. Before portions were divided, nearly half had vanished. Jin Xiang chimed in with a grin. The thief even returned some silver. Rui Jinxin quipped, Oh? Then this thief is rather generous. Xianghua laughed, but Xiangxiao is displeased. We are family and cannot spare food for outsiders. How does she intend to find the culprit? Rui Jinxin mused. She is taking the little rabbit to search for them. The little rabbit, a small dog and Jin Xiang's pet, was unfamiliar to Rui Jinxin in terms of breed. Can such a tiny creature truly locate the thief? Rui Jinxin questioned. Her doubts were confirmed when she saw Xiangxiao return, fuming. What a foolish dog. It cannot even scent the trail. Jin Xiang pouted, defending her pet. It is not foolish. Indeed, not foolish, merely lacking a keen nose, Rui Jinxin retorted. It is unaware that the thief traversed through the air, leaving the scent suspended above, while it sniffs the ground in vain. Meanwhile, the missing pot of braised meat had found its way into a room at Xuanjingxi. Delicious, Yuansong exclaimed. Where did you acquire this? I must procure more. It is simply irresistible. Do not inquire, just eat quietly, was the reply. You won't be able to buy any. Shichuan smacked his lips, lamenting the insufficient quantity. Where did you obtain it? I will pay. Yuansong shot him a sidelong glance, from the future lady of the heir's little kitchen. What? Stolen? Shichi hastily covered his mouth, admonishing, I told you not to ask. Keep your voice down. I paid for it. If not, you shall run and fetch some for you in Rome, who has yet to have a taste. Not a chance. If the heir finds out, we shall be in grave trouble. Then do not eat it. Why are you still eating? Yuansong pushed his hand away from the meat platter, declaring, This is what I risked my neck to bring back. Shichuan licked his fingers, a greedy look in his eyes. I will go next time. Save me a piece. As he reached for the meat, the door swung open. The three of them, hands and mouths smeared with sauce, turned to the entrance. What are you up to? Yuanrong asked, pushing Mu Yunce into the room. Shichuan quickly snatched the meat platter, presenting it to Mu Yunce. Young master, a delightful delicacy, please have a taste. Unable to resist the tantalizing aroma, Mu Yunce popped a piece into his mouth. The tender morsel melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, bursting with flavor and leaving no residue on his teeth. Spitting out the bone, he remarked, Not bad. Shichuan exchanged knowing glances with Yuansong, and then Mu Yunce instructed, Finish quickly and clean yourselves. We have work to do. He wheeled himself away, allowing Yuanrong and the others to indulge in their feast. They had prepared for the net to be cast the following day. The next day dawned bright and bustling on Chunjung Street, where a pair of elegantly dressed sisters strolled from one end to the other, their servants trailing behind, laden with packages. Shortly after they entered the jewelry shop, a clerk emerged and casually sketched a gold ingot on the wooden board beside the entrance. Before long, the sisters exited the shop. The taller one exclaimed with delight, I never expected such treasures to be here. This will be a birthday gift for grandmother. She will surely adore it. The slightly plumper sister added, But it is rather expensive. It is worth the price. Let us hurry and deliver it. The sisters climbed into their carriage and departed, while a beggar who had been sleeping in the corner awoke, glanced around absent-mindedly, and then took his leave with a tattered bowl. In the evening, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue linen outfit ambled toward the southern street corner. The jewelry shop was preparing to close, with Lin Hao calculating at the counter. Upon seeing a customer enter, he quickly called out, Sir, we are about to close. If you need anything, please come back tomorrow. The middle-aged man approached the counter directly. I am not here to purchase jewelry. I have come to collect payment for goods. Lin Hao, taken aback, asked, What payment for goods? The man retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, which detailed a receipt for goods, complete with a drawing of the red jade jewelry set. This receipt is signed by the Gu family. He is currently unavailable. Please wait a while longer to settle with him. Enough with the chatter. The agreement was clear. Present the receipt. And payment is to be made regardless of who it is from. The jewelry has been delivered. Now hand over the silver. Chapter 42. A lack of trust. Lin Hao gazed calmly at the scar at the corner of the man's eye and said, I am afraid I cannot assist you. The The middle-aged man immediately revealed a fierce demeanor. Are you trying to cheat me? With a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his sleeve. Just then, a stone flew in from outside, striking his wrist and causing the dagger to fall. Two figures leapt out from behind the counter, swiftly subduing the man. In a matter of moments, he was restrained, and Yuan Song quickly grasped his chin. Yet, there was still a slight delay. The poison hidden within his dentures seeped out, causing the middle-aged man to convulse. Quickly, take him to the clinic. After all this planning, we cannot afford to let him die. The members of the Zhuangqing division lifted the man and, employing their lightness skills, soared over the rooftops. Rui Jinxin had just finished examining Lin's shopkeeper. Today, her X-ray vision was particularly effective, allowing her to conduct a thorough examination. Jinxin, what do you make of it? Master, his brain has suffered severe trauma. Shattered skull fragments are lodged in his blood vessels, leading to intracranial bleeding, which compresses the nerves. It cannot be resolved merely by promoting blood flow. The bone fragments must be removed. The shopkeeper's head bore a noticeable indentation, which old Master Yi had long recognized, leading to his suspicions. Upon hearing Rui Jinxin's diagnosis, he understood and silently breathed a sigh of relief. She could not disclose her X-ray vision. It was an inexplicable phenomenon that no one would comprehend. It appeared that a craniotomy was imminent. Old Master Yi's medical skills were truly exceptional. He had profound knowledge of surgical procedures, but had refrained from showcasing them for fear of criticism. Only when Rui Jinxin appeared did he cast aside his trepidation of societal judgment, wishing to shield her from harm. Rui Jinxin had seen the old master's research notes, and had often mused that even if Hua Tuo were alive, he would be no better. Master, do you wish to wield the scalpel yourself? No, my vision is not as keen as yours, and my skills do not match yours. I would not want to increase the patient's risk. I shall assist you instead. Old Master Yi looked at his beloved disciple with immense pride. Unaware of who her true master was, willing to relinquish such a remarkable student, the master and disciple deliberated over the surgical plan for quite some time, tentatively scheduling the operation for the day after tomorrow. Grandfather, someone from the Zhuangqing division has been poisoned. Yi Wanqing's voice echoed from downstairs, prompting the pair to hastily descend. Dr. Yi, he is a court official, poisoned and unconscious. We must save him. He is of great importance. Without hesitation, old Master Yi employed silver needles, piercing the man's face, chest, fingers, and wrists. Rui Jinxin, seizing the opportunity, extracted a drop of blood from the man's finger and discreetly placed it into her medical space for toxin analysis. As the silver needles punctured his skin, dark blood oozed out, and the man's complexion shifted from black to pale. Old Master Yi released a sigh of relief, instructing Yi Wanqing to prepare herbs like huangling, linxiao, dandelion, and ku diting. We could also add mung beans, Rui Jinxin suggested. The old master's eyes brightened. A splendid idea, he said, pointing to Wanqing. You fetch that. Wanqing quickly gathered the herbs, and just as the analysis report from the medical space emerged, it revealed one unidentified toxin. What advanced technology is this? That it cannot identify it? Rui Jinxin thought of the Shenshu Wan and felt reassured. The medicinal materials from the two realms were slightly different. It seemed she needed to familiarize herself with the herbs here. The middle-aged man was saved, and Yuan Song, for precaution, began examining him from the head down, discovering 2 packets of powdered medicine. Upon identification by the old master, they were merely common sedatives. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Please charge the consultation fee to the Zhuangqing division's account. We will take him back for interrogation. With the man rescued, the treatment could not be overlooked, and members of the Zhuangqing division swiftly bound him and took him away. Rui Jinxin assisted Yi Wanqing in tidying up and suddenly inquired, Wanqing, do the Zhuangqing division and the Dali temple not have dedicated physicians? Why do they all come to the clinic? My second brother mentioned that the Ministry of Justice often visits. Each department has its own dedicated physicians, yet when it comes to serious injuries, they prefer to come here. I believe it stems from a lack of trust in the public physicians. Perhaps it is because Master's skills are too remarkable. In truth, the physicians of the Imperial Hospital are no less skilled. They simply refuse to treat commoners. Those court physicians only guard their small domain within the palace. Wanqing. Once again you speak ill of us. A male voice interjected, and Yi Wanqing exclaimed joyfully, Uncle Wang, it has been a long time. Rui Jinxin turned to see it was indeed Physician Wang. Greetings, Physician Wang. You are truly here. Your father mentioned you, but I did not believe it, he replied, stepping aside to let Rui Xiang follow behind him. Father, what brings you here? Rui Xiang replied with a cheerful smile. It is this fellow who doubted that you had taken a master. I brought him to verify, and if he loses, he must give me 5 Shinshu wands. 5. You want Qing gassed, Jinshin. You are about to strike it rich. Rui Jinshin extended her hand. Then let us see if your brother will honor his word. Of course. Physician Wang chuckled, but then realized something was amiss. Brother? Indeed. Rui Jinshin playfully winked at him. You want Qing clarified. Jinshin has taken grandfather as her master. What? Little Jinshin is the disciple of my master? She is of the same generation as him. Rui Xiang laughed heartily. Huh? When I suggested teaching you, you were reluctant. What do you think now? My daughter is impressive, and many are eager for her. Physician Wang awkwardly chuckled, scratching his nose. I didn't mean to be unwilling. I simply got sidetracked. Humph. Whether you were willing or not, it is too late now. We are no longer of the same generation. Go. Let us speak of our own matters. Their camaraderie was evident, the two of them, together over 80 years old, squabbling like children. Wang Qi has arrived. Uncle, you truly accepted Jinshin as your disciple? Old Master Yi chuckled. Indeed. I must also thank you for not accepting her, allowing me to take advantage. Physician Wang was rendered speechless for a moment, ultimately conceding that he had been short-sighted. Rui Xiang intended to invite Old Master Yi to dinner, but alas, more patients arrived. Rui Jinshin seized the opportunity. Once the herbal cuisine shop next door opens, let us have a meal then. The herbal cuisine shop? Indeed. I am opening it. You must come and grace it with your presence. Agreed. This girl was truly talented. It seemed she was deeply favored by her master, who was willing to share his recipes. Rui Jinshin was unaware of his misunderstanding. She simply wished for him to bring customers to her new establishment. After all, he was a renowned physician in Daong. If he endorsed her herbal cuisine, business would surely flourish. With her intentions hidden behind a sincere smile, Rui Jinshin was filled with hope. The middle-aged man, bound and returned to the Zhuangqing division, had lost all his previous ferocity and now nervously regarded the masked figure before him. He recognized him as the crown prince of Xian Wang, but was unaware that he was the supreme commander of the Zhuangqing division. Under the chilling gaze of the prince, he felt an icy dread. I have heard that you have a penchant for poison. Mo Yun spoke deliberately, causing the middle-aged man to panic. Wasn't he supposed to inquire about his name? Why was he deviating from the usual protocol? Here, I possess something far superior for you to experience. Chapter 43. The privilege of greatness. The middle-aged man had just been pulled back from the brink of death, having endured the excruciating agony wrought by poison that corroded his very lungs. He had no desire to experience such torment again. Yet, fate was unkind. He watched helplessly as Shirchuan approached and forcibly thrust a pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, leaving him no chance to expel it. And soon he was racked with unbearable abdominal pain. Kill me. I can't endure this. He cried out. Yuan Song spoke. Summon everything we wish to know, and I shall grant you a swift end. The middle-aged man hung his head, and after another half-hour, he could no longer bear it. Trembling, he divulged everything he knew. Mo Yunser rushed into the palace that night. Upon hearing his report, the emperor fell into a contemplative silence. Uncle, what truly transpired back then? Why is the tomb of concubine Yu empty? Why did the thief return to rob the tomb over 20 years later? Such precise techniques suggest either blueprints were involved in its construction or the thief participated in it. But why did this occur over 2 decades later? The middle-aged man was indeed surnamed Nan, merely a grave robber who had been ordered to plunder, then directed to pawn the stolen jewelry for money. Throughout, he had never seen the face of his instigator, unclear even of their gender. He was solely motivated by the need to settle his gambling debts and redeem himself for his beloved in Elon Courtyard. Mo Yunser felt a deep frustration. After such prolonged investigation and intricate planning, they had caught only an inconsequential individual. Emperor Sheng Xian too was perplexed, pondering what kind of person would go to such great lengths to rob a tomb merely for 2 sets of jewelry fit for a queen and a crown adorned with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. Sayer, aside from the crown and those 2 sets of jewelry, has everything else been recovered? Yes. After a moment, Emperor Sheng Xian closed his eyes and said, The tomb of Yuer is an empty coffin. Many know this. However, I buried the crown with her, a fact that should remain unknown to others, as it was I who placed it there. So, the target was the crown. Is it particularly special? The emperor shook his head. It is merely the crown of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. Who crafted it? It was passed down by my great ancestor. There are no secrets concealed within. And concubine Yu? The emperor's gaze fell upon Qi Yun, As if drained of strength, he lamented, "Her whereabouts are unknown." Mo Yunsur began to comprehend. The emperor's reluctance to speak was likely due to a fear of him misunderstanding the nature of the concubine. "I shall conduct another investigation into those who constructed the tomb. Perhaps there were oversights." The emperor wearily waved his hand, and Mo Yunsur silently retreated. Yuan Rong approached to push the wheelchair. "Young master." "What did the emperor say?" "To investigate the builders of the tomb once more." Yuan Song was puzzled, but weren't all those people buried with it? Emperor Shang Xian had employed ruthless measures to ensure that his beloved's tomb would not be robbed. There must be a fish that slipped through the net. Pursue the matter. This case was undoubtedly connected to the builders. Otherwise, the valuables would not have been so easily stolen. The personnel of the suspended mirror division felt disheartened. After such an extensive investigation, they had yielded little. Gu Qingwei and Ren Er must have withheld information, find a way to pry it from them. The subordinates rekindled their determination. Could Manager Lin be awakening? The assailant remains unidentified, likely tied to the mastermind. Dr. Yi stated the surgery is scheduled for tomorrow. Surgery? The subordinates were baffled. Shall we go and see? Indeed. At the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Shi approached Rui Jinxin. "Miss, the Princess of Xian has come today to discuss the wedding ceremonies. She wishes for Lady Rong of the National Guardian's house to act as a matchmaker. What do you think, Aunt Lu? Even a marriage bestowed by the palace requires 6 ceremonies?" "It does." "Oh, how troublesome. Please stop asking me. I know nothing of this, so I leave it entirely to you. I believe it is very appropriate, and my husband agrees wholeheartedly." "Then it shall be so. You need not report to me on the wedding arrangements. I shall send someone when the time comes." How could a young lady be so casual about marriage? Lu Shi wanted to advise, but recalling the origins of the marriage, she refrained from saying more and complied. That day, at the Shanyuan Hall Medical Clinic, all the physicians were eager to witness the cranial surgery, but Rui Jinxin had to decline due to environmental constraints. Yet, just before the procedure began, personnel from the suspended mirror division arrived. Mo Yunsur insisted on witnessing the surgery firsthand, to which old Master Yi acquiesced. Rui Jinxin shot him an annoyed glance. What is so great about having privileges? Mo Yunsur was puzzled by her glare, noticing the odd looks from the other physicians. Rui Jinxin tossed him a set of surgical scrubs, mask, and cap, sternly instructing, "Sanitize your hands, change your clothes, and keep your mouth shut once inside." Old Master Yi chuckled, advising Mo Yunsur, best to heed her. Mo Yunsur complied with each instruction as the old master nudged him into the surgery room. The air inside was peculiar. Mo Yunsur wanted to inquire, but swiftly sealed his lips. He observed Rui Jinxin and Yi Wanqing standing at the head of Manager Lin, preparing to shave his hair. Old Master Yi settled beside them, cautioning, "Young master, do not speak of what you see afterward." Mo Yunsur nodded, refraining from verbalizing his thoughts. Having known Mo Yunsur for many years, Old Master Yi was well acquainted with his character and trusted he would not speak indiscreetly. His ability to adhere to the girl's demands amused the old master. Rui Jinxin took a deep breath, tightly closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, the condition within Manager Lin's skull was fully revealed. Nodding to Yi Wanqing, they began the procedure together. Mo Yunsur nearly cried out. He had expected Old Master Yi to be the lead surgeon, but to his astonishment, it was the infatuated girl, alongside the somewhat inexperienced Yi Wanqing. Mo Yunsur furrowed his brows, watching as Old Master Yi remained calm and unfazed, which he found astonishing. What kind of person was this infatuated girl? Dressed in vibrant green, her hair elegantly pinned up, obscured beneath a floral hat, her delicate face was partially concealed by a white cloth, while her eyes remained fixated on the patient, her long lashes curving upwards. As Mo Yunsur observed Rui Jinxin's focused demeanor, he found himself entranced. After what felt like an eternity, he heard Yi Wanqing's excited exclamation, "We've got it." Old Master Yi shifted slightly, peering over to catch a glimpse before leaning back against his chair. Mo Yunsur was curious about what had been extracted and yearned to step closer, but the moment he moved, Rui Jinxin shot him a warning glance, compelling him to relent. Old Master Yi's mouth, concealed by his mask, curled upward in delight. Even someone typically aloof could be rendered vulnerable. They had extracted a fragment of skull. Manager Lin's injury had caused the bone to embed into a blood vessel, resulting in persistent bleeding, which was why he had remained unconscious. Old Master Yi briefly explained the situation, recognizing that the intricacies might elude Mo Yunsur. Mo Yunsur nodded, attempting to piece together that shattered bone had penetrated the brain. hindering Manager Lin's awakening. The straightforward cranial operation took nearly 3 hours, during which Rui Jinshin eagerly anticipated when she could transport him into her space for treatment. Having witnessed the entire process, Mo Yunser acknowledged Rui Jinshin's medical prowess, while simultaneously harboring doubts. Her adept techniques could not have been honed overnight. Even a span of 2 to 3 years might not suffice. Once outside the operating room, he could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "Miss Yi, how long have you been learning surgery?" Yi Wanqing, unaware of his ulterior motives, was still exhilarated by the success of the surgery, casually replied, "Just over a month." Rui Jinshin scoffed, recognizing his sly attempt to ascertain the origins of her medical expertise. Chapter 44. He is quite idle, Mo Yunts inquired tentatively, wondering how one could master such exquisite surgical skills in just over a month. Old Master Yi replied, "This surgical technique differs from our traditional medicine. With diligent practice, one can become proficient. Of course, a solid foundation of knowledge is essential. Rui Jinshin possesses it, as does Yi Wanqing, hence their swift comprehension. However, Yi Wanqing has excelled in suturing, assisting Rui Jinshin by handing her tools. Mo Yunts, lacking understanding, perceived from the conversation between Yi Wanqing and Old Master Yi that this surgical art must be relatively easy to learn and refrained from further questioning. Rui Jinshin cast a grateful glance at Old Master Yi while shooting a glare at Mo Yunts. This man is truly annoying. He neglects his duties and merely comes to observe the surgery. When will he awaken? Old Master Yi addressed Rui Jinshin once more, stating, "It depends on the rate at which the blood clot in his skull is absorbed. We cannot ascertain for certain." Mo Yunts respectfully remarked to Old Master Yi, "He may possess crucial information. It is imperative that we ensure his timely recovery. Is your investigative efficiency not rather languid? Instead of idly watching surgeries, you should be out searching for clues." Rui Jinshin scoffed, while Mo Yunts' expression darkened. "Does the Shinnying Division require your input in their investigation?" He retorted, "How imposing. Is this a display of inadequacy masked by authority?" Fearing a clash between the two, Old Master Yi quickly interjected, "This individual is of utmost importance. Hence, the commander exercises caution." Rui Jinshin made a face at Mo Yunts before descending the stairs, wishing to avoid the detestable presence. The patient required rest, and those remaining to watch over him also departed. Lieutenant visited to see Dong Tu and Xiao Wu, intrigued by the prospect of a craniotomy, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon encountering Rui Jinshin, he hesitated, acutely aware of the escalating rumors outside. Did she know? Rui Jinshin greeted Lu Taining warmly. "Greetings, Lord Lu. Here to check on your subordinate?" "Indeed. Hello, Dr. Jean." Lu Taining attempted to broach the subject of the rumors, but was interrupted by the sight of Mo Yunts being carried down the stairs. Mo Yunts noticed Lu Taining staring at him, mouth agape. Rui Jinshin playfully slapped Lu Taining's arm. "Why the days? What were you about to say? Speak up." Lu Taining nearly choked on his own saliva. Rui Jinshin, well-meaning, patted his back twice, causing him to flinch and leaving the women present blushing, realizing her oversight. Rui Jinshin rolled her eyes. She had forgotten that her actions might seem rather forward in this ancient world. The atmosphere grew tense as Mo Yunts' piercing gaze instilled fear. Lieutenant stepped in front of Rui Jinshin, shielding her from Mo Yunts' sight. "Young Master Su, is the Shinnying Division not busy?" "Not at all. He is quite idle." Rui Jinshin chimed in, peeking from behind Lu Taining and raising an eyebrow at Mo Yunts. Those accompanying Mo Yunts grew anxious for her. Yuan Song and others thought, "Future young mistress, do not provoke him." Yuan Qing exclaimed, "Heavens, not again." Old Master Yi sighed, "What a pair of adversaries." Everyone was concerned about Mo Yunts' potential outburst, but he merely replied nonchalantly, "Let us go." Yuan Rong promptly urged him away, while Rui Jinshin shook her fist at his retreating figure. Catching Mo Yunts' eye just as he turned. Caught in the act, she remained unfazed, defiantly raising her chin, challenging him to approach. Mo Yunts did not glance back. He simply departed. Yi Wanqing, relieved, approached Rui Jinshin, complaining, "Jinshin, why do you always provoke him? He is insufferable, a self-righteous individual." Lu Taining interjected fairly. "Young Master Some may be aloof, but he is not a bad person." "Humph. Enough about him. What were you about to say, Lord Lu?" Lu Taining, noticing the crowd in the hall, signaled for her to move to a nearby consultation room, inviting Yi Wanqing and Old Master Yi to avoid suspicion. He discreetly remarked, "Dr. Jean, a physician should not neglect their own health. If you are unwell, let Old Master Yi examine you." "Am I unwell?" I was unaware, Rui Jinxin replied. Old Master Yi eyed her with suspicion. Jin girl, are you ill? Not at all. Lu Taining had to clarify. There are rumors circulating outside. Oh, are you referring to those rumors, Brother Lu? Yuan Qing began to clarify for Rui Jinxin. Rui Jinxin halted her. It is true. There is nothing to be done about it. I do not care. Old Master Yi pressed. What rumors? Yuan Qing, fuming, added, Grandfather. They say Jinxin is having difficulty bearing children. Upon hearing this, Old Master Yi immediately prepared to examine Rui Jinxin's pulse. Rui Jinxin discreetly concealed her hand behind her back, casting a meaningful glance at Old Master Yi. Cough. Child, do not fear. Your master will find a way to remedy your condition. Thank you, master. Seeing this, Lu Taining wished to offer comfort, but found it inappropriate, and thus excused himself to visit Dong Tu upstairs. In the consultation room, Old Master Yi sternly instructed Rui Jinxin to extend her hand. Master, you have diagnosed me before. I am perfectly fine. Nevertheless, she obediently extended her hand while reiterating, Grandfather. I assure you, I am well. Old Master Yi, upon personally examining her, nodded in agreement but questioned, why not clarify this matter? Master, since the incident nearly 3 months ago, this sudden rumor must be intentional. We ought to consider the motives of those spreading it. However, it could tarnish your reputation. Alas, do I still have a reputation? I am indifferent. Both felt a pang of sympathy for her plight, but since she seemed reluctant to discuss it further, they let the matter rest. Rui Jinxin, unconcerned, noted that the Princess of Xian had ceased her activities, prompting the prince to investigate the origin of the rumors. However, the inquiry led to the palace, where no specific culprit could be identified. On the day of the incident, when the royal physician reported to the Empress, even in hushed tones, some concubines overheard, and even if identified, it would be difficult to silence the masses. Let it be for now. It might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The Prime Minister's residence has remained silent. Rui Xiang is not one to be taken advantage of, especially when it comes to his daughter. Indeed, if you see Rui Xiang, do not hesitate to ask for our assistance. Mo Yunce had also heard the rumors about Rui Jinxin. That day, seeing her in jovial conversation with Lu Taining, he contemplated breaking off their engagement. Now, however, he could only adhere to the original plan. In the main hall of the Rui residence, the family gathered for a meal, and Rui Jinbo broached the subject of the rumors circulating in the streets. The Prime Minister set down his bowl. Jeaner, would you like me to clarify this matter? Father, let us focus on the meal. Do not bring up topics that spoil the appetite. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Rui Jinxin remarked, the royal physician's diagnosis is widely accepted. We need not clarify anything. Let them say what they will. It may even be beneficial for my sister. The Prime Minister nodded, agreeing that it was prudent to refrain from clarifying for Jeaner's sake, especially since there were even better explanations from the Northern Zhou side. Lucia expressed her concern. Will the royal family harbor grievances upon learning this? Not at all. The princess has been aware of this matter and has shown no disdain, treating Jeaner exceptionally well. Rui Jinxin was astonished. Is the princess not afraid of Mo Yunce severing ties? The Prime Minister smiled. This is also why I wish for you to marry into the royal family. Having the princess as a mother-in-law is an extraordinary blessing. Chapter 45. Unspoken. Rui Jinxin had long been acutely aware that she was destined to marry Mo Yunce, yet she remained astonished by the graciousness of the Princess of Xian. To express her gratitude for the princess's affection and tolerance, Rui Jinxin specially prepared a set of skincare products as a gift. The princess was elated, boasting about it everywhere and showering praises within the household, much to the chagrin of the 3 men in the family, who felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, Mo Yunlai remarked, Father, when will the emperor allow you to enter the palace? It's better if I don't go. I can stay and accompany you. The princess harbored significant grievances against the emperor. The prince concurred, yes, father can spend more time with mother. Mo Yunce remained silent, for his father had always been obedient to his mother. Sewer, tomorrow the Shangyi Bureau will send over the wedding attire. You must remain in the residence to try on the ceremonial robes. Mo Yunce replied impassively, no need to try. I can only sit, and it will fit regardless. His words left the princess momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere became tense. My lord, the shopkeeper Lin has awakened. The guard's report relieved the family, prompting Mo Yunce to leave immediately to avoid disturbing his mother's mood. Tears welled up in the princess's eyes. Surely, Suo wished to ride forth on horseback for the wedding. Wasn't there meant to be a grand entrance? Why the need for a formal procession? The princess slapped Mo Yunlai on the head, exclaiming, "What kind of talk is that? A grand wedding for the heir's consort is a must." The prince kicked him lightly, admonishing, "If you can't speak properly, then be quiet." Mo Yunlai twisted his neck. "I see I'm the least favored here. I'm leaving." As Mo Yunlai dashed out of the Yuan, he and his companion Liuzi wandered to the Qi courtyard. This area, slightly secluded near the back lake of the palace, was casually named after the Qi family, indicating its lack of favor. Despite this, the courtyard was adequately furnished, and Mo Yunlai stealthily approached the back window of the main house. Inside, concubine Qi was venting her frustration at her personal maid. "You little wretch. Do you wish to scald me?" Mo Yunlai scoffed silently. "You think you're worthy of being called this concubine? If not for the northern marquis, you wouldn't even have a place here." The wounds on concubine Qi's face had yet to heal, making her words uncomfortable, yet she continued her tirade. "All you sycophants. When my Juana returns, I shall sell you all." She huffed. The matron beside her attempted to soothe her. "Madam, you've suffered. Let me share some news to lift your spirits. What joy can there be in my current state?" She retorted. The matron chuckled. "While you've been in pain. Rumors abound that the Rue family's flower enthusiast is barren." "Oh." Concubine Qi's demeanor brightened, a grin spreading across her face, though the movement caused her to wince in pain. "What delightful news. Do take care of your health. For the second young master will return at the end of the month. You must find him a suitable match." "Indeed," the matron agreed. "We must find the best for Yonger." Mo Yunlai quietly departed from the window as he absorbed the news of Mo Yunyang's impending return. Liuzi shook his head. "I haven't heard anything about this." Mo Yunlai squatted on a stone bench and asked, "Did you find that snake I asked for?" "Yes." "I'll deliver it to the mansion tonight." "No, take it to the Qi courtyard. I suddenly think it would be amusing to let the flower enthusiast enter as well, adding another player to deal with the Qi family." Thus, Rue Jinxin narrowly escaped the threat of being bitten by a snake, while concubine Qi faced severe consequences. At the medical hall, smiles adorned everyone's faces, for their reputation would soon soar. With the operation successful, not only had they saved lives, but they had also avoided fatalities. As the celebration unfolded, Elder Yi and Mo Yunts entered the main hall. Elder Yi spoke gravely. "A first success does not guarantee future triumphs. We must not boast." Indeed, the crowd hurriedly fell silent. Mo Yunts scanned the room, pondering whether the flower enthusiast would desire fame. The shopkeeper Lin had awakened, yet many functions were still impaired, rendering him momentarily speechless. Mo Yunts left Shichuan and two other guards behind, accompanied by Yuan Song and Yuan Rong as he departed, never once casting a glance at Rue Jinxin. "Humph, what is so special about him?" Rue Jinxin, upon seeing Mo Yunts leave, turned into her shop. Rue Jinxin had made simple adjustments to the original designs, achieving even better results. "Sister, are you finished?" "Yes." "Brother, how long until we open?" "By the end of the month." "How are your medicinal recipes coming along?" "I've prepared 15 daily remedies, along with some stronger ones that guests must inquire about at the hall before consumption. They cannot be consumed indiscriminately." Rue Jinxing scratched his neck. "We need to be mindful of these details? So complicated." "It's quite convenient at the medical hall." Rue Jinxing pondered this, realizing its practicality, and broke into a silly grin. The doctors at the medical hall were now quite eager to learn Western medicine from Rue Jinxing. However, mastering medicine sometimes requires innate talent. While these doctors excelled at pulse diagnosis, they struggled to match Yuanxing's skill with instruments. "Jinxin, let us go shopping and allow them to practice at their own pace." "Sure. I haven't had a proper shopping spree since I arrived here." The two charming young ladies became a picturesque sight as they strolled down the street. In the elegant room on the second floor of the Xianpin tea shop, two elegantly dressed, strikingly handsome men were discussing Rue Jinxin and Yuanxing. As the door swung open, Yuan Rong wheeled Mo Yunts inside. The man in the blue brocade robe complained, "Yunts, why did you take so long? We've been waiting for you." Mo Yunts replied coolly, "I had official business." Gu Qingui and Rin Air persisted, causing annoyance. Curious about Lin Run's, who had not turned around, Bai Guangrui asked, "When did you return to the capital?" "We returned last night." He*s busy admiring beauties. Upon hearing Bai Guangrui's jest, Lin Run's quickly turned back. "Yunts, look. When did the capital acquire two beauties?" "I'm about to be captivated." Lin Run's maneuvered the wheelchair to the window, forcing Mo Yunts to glance down. Rue Jinxin and Yuanqing had selected their sachets and were now searching for a place to rest and enjoy some tea. Upon turning, they caught sight of the Xianpin sign. Their charming expressions, as they admired the plaque, did not escape the notice of the three men. Lin Run's lamented, "Both are beauties. One is plump and adorable, the other delicate and charming. It's truly hard to choose." Bai Guangrui teased, "Why not take both? That won't he do? I, Lin Run's, vowed to marry only one wife in this lifetime, ensuring no chaos in the courtyard." Mo Yuns watched as Rui Jinxin and Yi Wanqing entered the tea house before speaking. "One of them is the capital S flower enthusiast." "What? That is impossible. You must be mistaken. The flower enthusiast is quite ostentatious." Both ladies just now exude a refreshing elegance. Suddenly, Bai Guangrui recalled something. "Yuns, I heard the flower enthusiast is engaged to you." "Indeed." Mo Yuns replied with a light mockery. "How could I mistake the future princess consort?" Lin Run's, taken aback for a moment, asked, "Which one? The other can surely be left for me." Chapter 46. The libertine Bai Guangrui gave him a light pat. "Runs, are you serious?" "Yes. I hope it isn't that round-faced girl." "Not at all." "Ah, that's wonderful." Lin Run's exclaimed excitedly. Mo Yunkai also sighed with relief, realizing that he had been anxious only after Lin Run's dismissed Rui Jinxin from consideration. "Yunkai, do you know the name of the round-faced girl? Hurry and tell me. I wish to have a chance encounter with her." As Lin Run spoke, he rose and headed towards the door. Mo Yukai fell silent, merely watching him exit. "Yukai, aren't you going to tell him?" With a mischievous glint, Mo Yukai replied, "I want to see how he intends to orchestrate this chance encounter." "Pfft, you are indeed wicked." Bai Guangrui personally pushed Mo Yunkai to follow him out of the private room. Lin Run's leaned over the wooden railing of the second floor, scanning the hall below. Rui Jinxin and Yi Wanqing had settled into a corner, ordering a pot of Longjing tea and 4 plates of pastries. "Wanqing, there's a stage here as well." "Indeed. Haven't you been here before?" "Perhaps not. I didn't bring Xianglan and the others today, so I'm uncertain if I visited." Rui Jinxin was puzzled. Her mind offered no recollection of the original owner shopping, dining, or pursuing suitors, only a vague understanding that the original owner was infatuated. "How did I pursue handsome men before? I have no memory of it at all." Yi Wanqing pondered seriously. "Could this be what you taught me? A form of traumatic amnesia, selective forgetting? I don't think I sustained any head injury." Rui Jinxin strained to recall the day of the flower appreciation banquet when she had been pushed out by Mo Yunkai and fell to the ground. It seemed her head had not sustained any impact. Unable to make sense of it, she decided to let it go. Such memories were hardly pleasant. Yes, one must live in the present. This was a sentiment Rui Jinxin had once expressed to Yi Wanqing. As they savored their tea, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. A tall man in a blue brocade robe, draped with a gauzy garment and wearing a gauzy hat, stood before their table. He was of average build, with an elegant demeanor and a face marked by chiseled features, tinged with a hint of shyness as his gaze fixed upon Yi Wanqing. "Miss, might I inquire your name?" "I am Lin Run's, utterly captivated by your beauty at first sight." Yi Wanqing stared at Lin Run's, aghast. She was being flirted with. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Libertine. No, I am not. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely too hasty and have offended you. I beg your pardon. Yet, my feelings for you are sincere." Lin Run spoke nervously, his face reddening even more than Yi Wanqing's. "Uft." Rui Jinxin couldn't suppress her laughter, mimicking his tone. "Young man, if you admire my friend, shouldn't you introduce your family background as well? Merely stating your name seems lacking in sincerity." Yi Wanqing urgently tugged at Rui Jinxin's hand. "Don't engage with him." Lin Run's turned to Rui Jinxin. "Miss, are you truly the daughter of Rui? Seems you recognize me. I am Rui Jinxin." Lin Run's face lit up with joy, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. "I am a friend of Yunkai, not a villain. Nor am I a saint." Mo Yunkai interjected with a chuckle. "The future lady of the estate speaks wisely. He harbors ulterior motives." Bai Guangrui pushed a reluctant Mo Yunkai over and sat down amicably. Rui Jinxin and Mo Yunkai exchanged glances and simultaneously averted their gazes. "Wanqing, there are too many flies here. Let us depart." "All right, let us hurry." Lin Run's grew anxious, reaching out to stop them. "Wait, don't go. I merely wish to make the acquaintance of this lady." Rui Jinxin's expression darkened. "Step aside, or else you'll find yourself in an embarrassing situation." Lin Run's was taken aback by her demeanor, retracting his hand. Rui Jinxin swiftly led Yi Wanqing away. "Is this how you run off? It's all your fault for not helping and even hindering me." Lin Run sat down, lamenting to Mo Yukai. "You have issues with Miss Rui? Don't drag me into this. I finally encountered someone I am smitten with." If you truly like her, go and investigate on your own. Mo Yunsai's mood inexplicably soured as he tossed this remark over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Lin Runs and Bai Guangrui were left stunned. Bai Guangrui reacted swiftly, chasing after Mo Yunkai. Don't go. It has been ages since we last spoke. Lin Runs also approached, admitting his fault. Yunkai, it was my mistake today. I was too eager and ruined it. Please do not be angry. Let me pour you some tea. Mo Yunkai scoffed. I don't care for it. I do. Very well. Lin Runs pushed Yuan Yong's wheelchair up the stairs himself. This tea house belonged to the Wang family, designed with a sloped staircase for Mo Yunsai's convenience in enjoying tea and companionship. Rui Jinxin, having spent little time there, had not noticed this. Otherwise, she would have certainly admired the wisdom of the ancients. Upon returning to the private room on the second floor, the attendant brought fresh tea and pastries. Young master, the ladies from the table downstairs said their bill should be charged to your account. Bai Guangrui laughed heartily. Huh, the flower enthusiasts of the capital are quite amusing. Lin Runs wished to laugh too, but having just made a mistake, he refrained and awkwardly inquired, how did you come to be betrothed? Mo Yunkai was disinclined to elaborate. You can find out for yourself. Lin Runs was taken aback, but remained unperturbed, merely curious. Miss Rui seems different from before. Bai Guangrui teased. You didn't notice her much today. Previously, she pursued you quite fervently. Your statement is not entirely accurate. People in the capital say Miss Rui chases handsome men. Yet they do not realize she merely pursues, only to see their faces, and then moves on. Oh, what does that mean? How would I know? Isn't she pursuing you as well? I do not recall her expression at the time, but her attire today differs greatly from before. Indeed, she used to adorn herself in gold and silver, shining brightly every day. Now, she appears to be an entirely different person. Mo Yunkai silently listened to their discussions, contemplating Rui Jinxin's transformation. Perhaps the injury at the flower appreciation banquet had altered her character? Not wishing to continue hearing their speculations, he interjected. Why hasn't Wu Yongyi returned? He has unfinished business and will be back in a few days. Lin Runs immediately asserted, Yunkai, I wish to join the Ministry of Justice. Is that permissible? Mo Yunkai regarded him with surprise. Didn't you say you would return to the suspended mirror division after your external assignment? Lin Runs replied earnestly. My skills are inadequate. I would hinder the team. Not everyone in the suspended mirror division is on external duty. Don't deceive me. Even you cannot avoid external assignments. The suspended mirror division does not accommodate idlers. Seeing Lin Run's determination, Mo Yunkai ceased to persuade him. After all, while the suspended mirror division sounded appealing, it was far more perilous than the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. He then turned to Bai Guangrui. What about you? I haven't decided yet. But my father wishes me to join the Ministry of Revenue. You know I am never in control of my own fate. Bai Guangrui's voice carried a note of helplessness. As the emperor's nephew, every decision he made had to consider the crown prince. Mo Yunkai nodded, choosing not to speak further. They were dear friends, each destined to follow their own path, and none could impose their will upon the other. Rest assured, Wu Yongyi will undoubtedly join the suspended mirror division. Lin Runs chuckled. That lad fears we will occupy his spot and has insisted that you save a place for him. Mo Yunkai laughed sincerely. I will indeed keep a spot for him. Chapter 47. The examination of Gu Qinggu Rui Jinxin pulled Yi Wanqing out of the tea house, her laughter ringing out uncontrollably. She tilted Yi Wanqing's chin and, with a gaze full of affection, inquired, My dear lady, may I know your name? Go. Capture her playful gesture, Yi Wanqing retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. That man is a rogue, and you still converse with him. I find him quite charming, albeit a bit brash. His courage is commendable. Humph. Such a man is but a lecher. Not necessarily. He didn't even glance my way. I am not lacking in beauty, am I? He must be blind to overlook a stunning beauty like you in favor of someone as plain as I. Perhaps he simply prefers a lighter fare, something refreshing and delightful. Enough of this frivolity. I shan't engage with you any longer, concerned that the man might pursue her. Yi Wanqing was astonished to find that Mo Yuns was resolute in keeping her identity a secret, insisting that Lin Runs investigate for himself, adding cryptically, Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. After 2 days of anxiety, Yi Wanqing found her footing and cast Lin Runs from her thoughts. That day, as she accompanied Rui Jinxin in learning to conduct internal examinations on women, she felt her face burn with embarrassment. Were it not for her mask, she would have struggled to face the patients. Jinxin, how do you remain so composed? Why should you feel shy? We are both women. Remember, A doctor does not differentiate between genders. Focus on the task at hand. After cleansing her hands, she sat down to write a medical report when a rough voice called from outside the consultation room. Dr. Jean, thank you. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed, and someone carried a stretcher out. Rue Jinshin was eager to step outside, but Lu Taining entered, cautioning her, do not go out, it is head Deng. He wishes to thank you, but feels too shy to face you. Huh. If he can return to recuperate, it is far more comfortable than here. I hope he takes care of himself. He will need 3 to 6 months to recover. Lu Taining clasped his fist in gratitude and swiftly exited. Yi Wanqing expressed her admiration. Jinshin, you are remarkable. Grandfather said without you, he would surely have perished. Rue Jinshin nodded. He was injured in a major artery, but fortunately, it was not too deep. In such cases, the efficacy of hemostatic drugs is minimal. Suturing is essential. Timely treatment is crucial. Otherwise, even a divine being cannot save him. Yi Wanqing diligently recorded this in her notebook. Dr. Jean, the old master requests your presence in room 3 on the 2nd floor. Very well. Rue Jinshin replied promptly and ascended to the 2nd floor. Jean girl, hurry and see Master Lin. He is struggling to breathe. Rue Jinshin rushed to assess the situation. Her keen perception allowed her to understand instantly. She retrieved a suction device and cleared the phlegm from Master Lin's throat. With his breathing eased, Master Lin croaked. Where am I? At Shenyuantang. Do you remember who you are? The old master replied joyfully. Lin Shu Wen. Correct. You are Lin Shu Wen, Master Lin. I am not dead. No. You will live a long life. The old master was overjoyed, for his young apprentice had fulfilled a long-held dream. The man not only survived, but retained his memory. Upon receiving the news, the Zhuangqing division's Mo Yunce hurried over. It was indeed a miracle that Master Lin had survived and was able to speak. With Rue Jinshin's permission, Mo Yunce entered alone, seeking to learn the details from Master Lin. Yuan Rong and Yuan Song waited outside, with Yuan Song glancing at Rue Jinshin several times, hesitating to speak. Do you have an eye ailment? Rue Jinshin initially intended to feign ignorance, but his gaze was too intense to ignore. Not at all. Yuan Song quickly lowered his head, appearing bashful. Speak your mind. Do not beat around the bush. Yuan Rong nudged him, urging him to maintain distance. After much internal conflict, Yuan Song finally spoke. Lady future consort. When will your household prepare pig trotters again? We would like to buy some. Rue Jinshin suddenly realized. So you are the one who pilfered? I did not steal. I paid for it. Yuan Song defended himself. To take without permission is to steal. Did you inform anyone? Yuan Song hung his head in silence, knowing he was in the wrong. Moreover, were you spying on us at the Xiangfu? Yuan Song immediately looked up to clarify. No. I merely took a shortcut out of the manor for errands and happened to catch a whiff of the aroma. I was irresistibly drawn in and indulged just once. Rue Jinshin smiled. Was it delicious? Absolutely splendid. This time, both Yuan Song and Yuan Rong nodded in agreement. Do you wish to eat more? Yuan Song vigorously nodded, while Yuan Rong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not a chance. Yuan Song's face fell, and Yuan Rong's expression turned dejected, feeling quite embarrassed. Rue Jinshin laughed heartily, surprised to find such delightful company beside the annoying fellow. Eventually, Mo Yunce emerged, and Rue Jinshin cast him a cryptic glance. Mo Yunce dismissed any further thought and strode away. It was only after exiting the medical hall that he inquired of Yuan Song. What did that look from her signify? Both men shook their heads, determined to keep their cravings a secret from the heir and avoid any embarrassment. Moreover, they could not let the heir know that the future consort mistook him for someone who also harbored cravings. Upon returning to the Zhuangqing division, they began the interrogation of Gu Qinggui and Ren Er. Mo Yunce obtained new information from Master Lin. The person who assaulted him was a woman. This revelation was quite unexpected, though he regretted not having seen the assailant's face. Furthermore, he recalled that this woman had conversed with Ren Er. In the interrogation room, Gu Qinggui, bruised and battered, was suspended on a wooden frame. My lord, I merely assisted in selling some goods for profit. I did not commit murder. Whom did you assist in selling goods, and what were they? Gu Qinggui's eyes narrowed. He recognized the gravity of his actions, knowing the potential for capital punishment. He could not confess. Mo Yunce scrutinized his facial expressions, speculating. You are aware those items originated from the royal family. Gu Qinggui's eyelids twitched involuntarily, prompting Mo Yunce to confirm his suspicions. He was knowingly complicit, despite the dire consequences. Gu Qinggui's body trembled with fear. Mo Yunce continued. Master Lin has awakened. He accuses you of murder to silence him. That is a grave injustice. I did not commit murder. Gu Qingui protested vehemently. Mo Yunce pressed. You know who ordered the attack. You are the one who instigated it. Gu Qingui first panicked, but quickly regained his composure. Mo Yunce smiled, urging, reveal the identity of the assailant promptly, or I shall charge you with murder. No, that cannot be. I did not kill anyone. Fear and resentment flickered in Gu Qinggui's eyes. You wish to live, yet you fear her, a woman. Mo Yunce's words struck home. Gu Qingui trembled in terror. She is a terrifying woman. I cannot speak. How do you know her? Gu Qingui clamped his mouth shut once more, bowing his head in silence. Regardless of Mo Yunce's relentless questioning, what manner of woman could instill such fear in a man? Mo Yunce lifted his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Does Renaer know anything? Unexpectedly, this question incited fierce opposition from Gu Qingui. I do not know. I do not know. Yu Wenrong stepped forward, my lord. We cannot press him further. He may lose his senses. Chapter 48. Encountering Yu brings misfortune. Mo Yunce never anticipated that the woman mentioned by Manager Lin would elicit a semblance of fear from the typically reticent Gu Qingui. Yuan Song remarked, he must be acquainted with Renaer. The crux lies with Renaer. Let us interrogate him. Renaer was swiftly brought in, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Mo Yunce in silence. Renaer, Nenya has faced justice. Do you not wish to utter a word? Renaer remained unmoved. Yuan Song continued. Manager Lin has not perished. He divulged that his assailant was a woman. For the first time, Renaer's countenance shifted, yet he retorted. And what of it? Yuan Song pressed on. What was your aim in tomb raiding? Ignoring the inquiry, Renaer's gaze fixated on Mo Yunce, asserting, young master. It is futile. I shall divulge nothing. Mo Yunce exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Song, who proceeded to pry Renaer's mouth open and introduced a pill. Before long, Renaer began to writhe in agony, reminiscent of the middle-aged man, Nanya. This pill, known as the truth pill, was merely a poison capable of inducing severe abdominal pain. Yuan Song was confident in this method, believing that Renaer would confess under duress. Unfortunately, this time they had encountered a formidable opponent. Through gritted teeth, Renaer gasped, there is a head to every grievance, and a master to every debt. With a forceful gesture, blood began to trickle from his mouth. Yuan Song rushed to examine him. Young master, he has bitten off his tongue. Yuan Rong hastily produced a healing powder, but alas, the blood washed it away. Young master, shall we attempt to save him? The question loomed. Was there still hope? Shichuan bolted for assistance. I shall fetch Elder Yi. Yet Mo Yunce instructed Yuan Rong, fetch Rui Jinxin. Without delay, Yuan Rong sprinted to the Xiang residence, bypassing formalities and heading straight to the elegant courtyard. Yuan Song had not monitored this path. He had previously traversed it. Rui Jinxin was instructing little Jinxiang in singing nursery rhymes amidst a vast garden, where they were planting seeds and watching flowers bloom. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a head atop the wall, little Jinxiang sang in his tender voice, digging high upon the wall, a seed suddenly blooms into a flower. Rui Jinxin sensed something amiss and followed his gaze, nearly losing her composure. Yuan Rong quickly realized he had caused a commotion and leapt down. Fear not, future young mistress. It is I, young master Esgard, Yuan Rong. What on earth is happening at this late hour? Rui Jinxin exclaimed. Please, future young mistress, forgive my abruptness. It is an emergency. We require your assistance. I cannot. I am nearly terrified to death. She retorted. It is my fault. Please, future young mistress, we must save him. He has bitten off his tongue and may perish. How revolting. Rui Jinxin expressed her disdain. Is he a villain or a hero? A villain. The second manager of the jewelry shop, Yuan Rong, replied. Renaer. Rui Jinxin no longer felt urgency. She turned to Jinxiang. Were you frightened? Did it scare you? Little Jinxiang giggled. I was not scared. It was sister who was afraid. I am braver than sister. Very well. Jinxiang is indeed brave. Yuan Rong, filled with anxiety, shouted. I have offended. He swiftly hoisted Rui Jinxin onto his back and ascended the rooftop, racing away. Little Jinxiang watched in awe. Sister Xianglan, my sister has flown away. Xianglan stomped her foot. Oh dear. My fourth young master, your sister has been taken. Unsure whether to inform the Xiang, she found herself torn. As they traversed the heights, Rui Jinxin felt herself grow weak. She was acrophobic. Upon arriving at the Shinying office and entering the interrogation room, Yuan Rong cautiously set Rui Jinxin down. Mo Yunce assessed the situation, pondering whether she could truly be saved. Perhaps it would require the intervention of another. Rue Jinshin's hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and her lips as white as parchment. Mo Yunce furrowed his brow and approached. Are you well? Clutching the hem of his robe, Rue Jinshin retched, expelling her stomach's contents. Silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock, as if a century had passed. Once she regained her composure, Rue Jinshin wiped her mouth on a nearby silk cloth and lifted her gaze. Our enmity has been sealed. She staggered to her feet, pointing at Yuan Rong. I shall remember you. Yuan Rong felt a pang of regret. He desired only to resolve matters. It had inadvertently made them worse. The severed tongue will not result in death. With ice to halt the bleeding, we can find someone to stitch it back together. The stunned assembly gradually regained their senses. It was hot, and the Xianying office had ice readily available. Sichuan promptly went to retrieve it. Yuan Song hastily cleared the area of debris, taking it upon himself to clean the mess. Mo Yunce could no longer tolerate the sight and tore away the hem of his robe, while Yuan Rong assisted in removing his boots. Someone brought fresh water for Rue Jinshin, who expressed her gratitude with a glance. Mo Yunce gripped the armrest tightly, straining to control his emotions. Fortunately, Sichuan returned with Elder Yi, who, despite his disheveled appearance, maintained a spirited demeanor. Noticing the ice in Renaer's mouth, he nodded in approval. This is an excellent method. As long as he does not continue to bleed, he will survive. Only then did Elder Yi notice the unsettling atmosphere, scanning the room until his gaze fell upon Rue Jinshin. No wonder you knew to use ice. It appears the girl is present as well. Master, I feel unwell. Rue Jinshin's pitiful voice tugged at the heartstrings. Child, what troubles you? Before Elder Yi could approach, Rue Jinshin fainted after uttering her fear of heights. Fear of heights? How did she come here? Yuan Rong spoke sheepishly. It was urgent. I carried her. Elder Yi was at a loss for words. First, we must attend to the girl. Producing silver needles, he pricked her acupoints and applied additional needles to her slender fingers. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Rue Jinshin was jolted awake by the pain, realizing her master was attempting to save her, redirecting all her resentment towards Mo Yunce. Encountering you brings nothing but misfortune. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet Mo Yunce, possessing profound abilities, heard her clearly. The previously simmering anger dissipated, replaced by an unexpected pang of sympathy for her misfortunes. Noticing Rue Jinshin's color improving, Elder Yi withdrew the needles and proceeded to examine Renaer. It can be stitched back, but whether it will function properly remains uncertain. Mo Yunce spoke solemnly. That is his life. We save him solely because we seek to extract clues from him. The room was dimly lit as Elder Yi roughly stitched the wound and sprinkled medicinal powder. Given the location of the injury, the powder could not remain long, necessitating frequent applications. After much deliberation, Xianglan reported to the Xiang, and Rue Jinshin's brothers arrived at the Xianying office to retrieve her. Upon witnessing their sister's wretched state, they charged towards Mo Yunce in fury. Yuan Rong quickly intervened. It is all my fault. This is not the young master's doing. Rue Jinshin's second brother, Rue Jinsheng, landed a punch on Yuan Rong's face, while his third brother struck him on the shoulder. Yuan Rong did not dare to retaliate, enduring the blows without defense. As Rue Jinsheng prepared to strike again, Rue Jinshin intervened in time. Enough, second brother, third brother, let us return home. Rue Jinshin scooped his sister into his arms, casting a lingering glance at Mo Yunce before straightening his back and departing. Chapter 49. Loyalty. Upon seeing his beloved daughter being carried back, Prime Minister Rue was taken aback. Gina, are you injured? Father, she exclaimed. I clashed with the air. Prime Minister Rue, bewildered, retorted, nonsense. The Astronomical Bureau has proclaimed you two a match made in heaven. That must pertain to the original owner of this body, whose destiny is undoubtedly at odds with mine. Since that day, Rue Jinsi had refrained from visiting the medical clinic. The Princess of Xianwang sent over wedding garments, but she merely instructed Xianglan to put them away without even glancing at them. Recalling that night when she was carried at a high speed, she still felt lightheaded and weak, suffering from acrophobia. She had never dared to engage in thrilling amusement rides in her past life, yet here she was, enduring an unforgettable experience. Miss Yi has arrived. Quickly invite her in. Yuanqing entered, bearing delicious pastries from a local bakery, along with a basket of fresh flowers. Well, I actually received flowers, Rue Jinsi exclaimed. Filled with joy, having never had a boyfriend in her previous life, she was oblivious to the sensation of receiving flowers. Experiencing it for the first time today was delightful. Perhaps I should fall ill more often to receive flowers. Goodness, how could you curse yourself? If you desire flowers, it's not difficult. Simply cultivate some in the courtyard and have the maidens pick a few for you each day. That would be terribly dull. It's far more meaningful to receive them from others. It brings a delightful feeling to the heart. Oh, Yi Wanqing seemed to grasp the sentiment, deciding it best to remember that Jinxi enjoyed receiving flowers from others. Are you feeling better? Really didn't expect you to be afraid of heights. It's a challenge I find difficult to overcome, Rui Jinxi replied, her expression turning somber. Yi Wanqing quickly shifted the topic, cheerfully declaring, my parents are returning. Your parents? You've never mentioned them before. I thought. Yi Wanqing chuckled, my father is a military doctor. With the continual warfare between Daong and Beizhou, his medical skills are commendable, and he has been summoned to the army. My mother, knowledgeable in pharmacology, accompanies him. Ah, that explains your joy today. It's been 3 years since I last saw my parents. They will surely be delighted to learn that my medical skills have surpassed those of Dr. Shun. They will be proud of you. Yi Wanqing smiled sweetly. As she prepared to leave, Rui Jinxi filled a food box for her with fragrant, freshly made marinated sausages. Hiding in the trees, Yuan Song swallowed hard, sighed, and quietly departed. In the Xianwang mansion, at Qingsong Courtyard, Yuan Rong anxiously inquired, how is it? Does the future heiress have any intention of breaking off the engagement? Not at all. She even gave Missy a box of marinated sausages. I wonder if old Dr. Yi eats such things. It would be a pity if he doesn't tea. You glutton. With everything going on, you're still thinking about food. Why the rush? The marriage between the heir and the heiress is a foregone conclusion, and the date is fast approaching. It cannot be delayed. That is true. But I worry for the heir's post-marriage life. It may not be easy. Once the future heiress comes to live with us, we shall enjoy good fortune. Yuan Rong playfully knocked him on the head. Dream on. We could offend her terribly. The future heiress is not a petty person. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. Anyone who treats their concubine's son with genuine sincerity cannot be a bad person. Mo Yunkai had long attempted to focus and practice his calligraphy. Yet he was dissatisfied with numerous attempts. The words of Rui Jinxi echoed in his mind. Ever since I met you, nothing good has come. Who knew she would fall into his arms? Who knew she was afraid of heights? Isn't just twice? How could one conclude that meeting him brings nothing but misfortune? He could easily say the same to her. Young master. Shi Chuan entered the room, eyeing the crumpled paper littering the floor. The crown prince's entourage will arrive in 3 days. Understood. Young Master Yang is also returning. Mo Yukai paused. Does mother know? The princess is currently in a quarrel with the prince. Mo Yunsai's younger brother, Mo Yunyang, was only half a year his junior. Their mother was warm and gracious. Yet she could not tolerate concubine Qi and Mo Yunyang, as they were thorns in her heart. Having been sent to the frontiers for 5 years, Mo Yunyang never wrote to the king, only occasionally communicating with concubine Qi. Now that he was returning, would he stir up turmoil within the royal household? Rui Jinxi finally decided to venture outside. Lu Shi reminded her, Miss, you should arrange matters outside today. It's best not to go out again before the wedding. Huh? Why? There are only 10 days left. Shouldn't you prepare? It's not suitable for a bride to be seen before the wedding. Rui Jinxi frowned, pondering why a marriage destined for divorce needed to be so complicated. Miss, just bear with it a little longer. After the wedding, if you wish to go out, I'm sure the princess will not object. At this, Rui Jinxi suddenly recalled, is the gate finished? It will be ready by tomorrow, right outside Qingsong Courtyard. You can easily pass through it to return to your family. Ensure the gate is installed and have a gatekeeper arranged. Aside from myself and my family, no one is to pass through. Understood. Rui Jinxi waved her hand and departed the estate with Xiangluan. At Shanyuan Hall, Lin Hao bowed deeply to Rui Jinxi, stating, Miss, Lin Hao pledges his lifelong loyalty to you. Rui Jinxi smiled. I am indeed your master. Do you wish to betray me? Never. The Lin family has served you for generations. Ah, then I must live long enough. Yuan Qing worried for Rui Jinxi, wondering if she could engage in conversation. Twice Lin Hao had professed loyalty while she had inadvertently added to his troubles. Lin Hao remained unfazed, confident that his loyalty would be recognized by his young mistress. After examining Lin's condition, Rui Jinxi remarked to old Master Yi, Master, I am to be married soon and may not be able to leave before then. Master knows. Prime Minister Rui has already sent an invitation. Ah, I hadn't realized. Old Master Yi imparted solemnly, Jean girl, I am aware of the entanglements between you and the heir. In this world, every matter has its duality, Good and bad coexist. Do not worry, simply accept it. Yes, Jinxie understands. Exiting the medical clinic, she turned into the medicinal cuisine shop, where Manager Zhang and the staff were busy tidying up. Mrs. Here. Is the third young master not present? The third young master has gone to the rice shop. They are reopening today. Oh, what of the other shops? The third young master mentioned that the Prime Minister wishes for all shops to open simultaneously on the first day of the 8th month, which is the day after tomorrow. This way, when you marry, you will bring good fortune to the business. Rui Jinxie felt indifferent. She had told her adoptive father that she wished to leave the shops for the estate, yet he refused to agree. It was rather amusing. She, as a new bride, felt like an outsider, having not participated in any of the traditional rites. The princess and Lu Shi, however, handled everything joyfully, merely hoping she and the heir would attend the wedding on time. Such a hurried marriage was no different from a hasty union. It was almost laughable to consider. Chapter 50. Welcome home. Outside the north gate of the imperial city, officials from the Ministry of Rites awaited the arrival of the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Mo Yunhuan had led a campaign for a year, finally breaking the stalemate and compelling the northern Zhou to negotiate, thus achieving great merit. The dashing Crown Prince gazed at the nearby city gate, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Is my father proud of me? Cousin, why are you not moving? He chuckled softly, somewhat shy of returning home. Why do I harbor such thoughts? The Crown Prince shook his head, offering no explanation. Mo Yuyang, however, remarked, the one who should have such thoughts is I. After 5 years, I am finally back. Your royal uncle will be proud of you. I hope so. The two shared a mutual understanding, both yearning for their father's praise. Yet, their wishes may not necessarily be fulfilled. A melodious voice rang out. Aren't you eager to return home? Why the rush this way? Come on, let us enter the city. My waist feels like it's breaking. The delicate voice belonged to another person. Jingjia, Miss Qi, why not dismount and take a stroll to refresh ourselves, so we may enter the capital in high spirits? The young woman named Jingjia gracefully alighted from the carriage. Miss Qi, however, slowly and petulantly called out to the Crown Prince brother. Mo Yunyang stepped forward. Cousin, allow me to assist you. Qi Ran pouted in resignation, reluctantly linking her arm with Mo Yunyang's as she descended from the carriage. Cousin, why doesn't the Crown Prince head straight into the city? Did I not say we should rest a moment to regain our spirits? This cousin had been spoiled by her mother. He hoped she would not stir up trouble once they entered the capital. The officials awaiting the Crown Prince noticed the halted procession with some confusion. Is that the Crown Prince's entourage? They approached. We humbly welcome your highness. At ease. The deputy minister of rites stepped forward to inquire. Your highness, the emperor has awaited you in the hall of supreme harmony for quite some time. Please return to the palace swiftly. Father is waiting for me. Indeed. We received word early this morning that you would arrive ahead of schedule, and the emperor has been eagerly anticipating your return. He was supposed to enter the capital alongside the army. Did father resent him for this? Yao Jingjia, standing nearby, urged. Since that is the case, you should quickly return to the palace to meet the emperor. You all. Mo Yunyang interjected. Your highness, go ahead. I will escort them back to their residence. Very well. Once I have settled them, I shall come to see you. The Crown Prince followed the welcoming party into the palace. Mo Yunyang turned to Yao Jingjia. Shall we rest a while longer or depart immediately? Let us go. It is not too late to rest upon our return. Qi Ran, dissatisfied, pouted. Had I known it would only be a brief moment, I would not have dismounted. The procession resumed, gradually merging with the flow of people entering the capital. After escorting Yao Jingjia to the general's residence, it was well past noon. Yao Jingjia warmly invited them to dine, but Mo Yunyang declined. I must see my cousin home. We cannot return too late. Then, until we meet again. Qi Ran, hearing her cousin's intention to escort her back, exclaimed, I wish to stay at the Wang residence. I miss my aunt. Mo Yunyang's expression darkened. No? You are aware of my mother's situation at the Wang residence. Do not create further disturbances. The town North Marquis residence is only inhabited by grandmother. How desolate it is. That is your grandmother. You should fulfill your filial duties at her side. Cousin. The whiny tone irritated Mo Yunyang, who patiently coaxed her, be obedient. Another day. I shall take you to explore the capital. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Qi Ran had no choice but to return to the town North Marquis residence. When Mo Yunyang arrived at the street where the Wang residence was located, the sky had darkened. He lingered there for a long time, hesitating. A carriage approached from the street corner, passing by him before stopping at the Wang residence's entrance. Yuan Rong retrieved a wheelchair, and Mo Yunce, gathering his strength, gracefully settled into it. Turning towards the shadow by the wall, Mo Yunce declared, "Welcome home." Chapter 51 Departure in the Residence of Prince Xian, Yu Garden. The princess was joyfully reviewing the wedding arrangements. Her son and daughter-in-law seemed indifferent, leaving her, as the elder, to shoulder the burden of planning. Observing her in such high spirits, Prince Xian chuckled. "Why are you so pleased when the main parties show no interest? How could I not be happy? My son is marrying a woman I adore, one who aligns with my wishes." The princess expressed her satisfaction with Rui Jinxin, believing that by securing her, they could gradually nurture their feelings. Prince Xian, however, voiced his concerns. "I have my doubts about that girl from the Rui family. She harbors grievances against our son. Isn't that to be expected? He has hurt Jinxin and caused her great distress recently. Who could be happy under such circumstances?" The princess recalled Rui's complaints from days past and found it amusing. "Don't you think these two children are a perfect match? I'm worried they might quarrel after marriage. Fighting is a form of affection. After all, bickering is part of love. Where did you hear such nonsense? That's not the point. The crux is that they now have the chance to understand each other. I believe they will become a truly loving couple." Though Prince Xian remained skeptical, he chose not to dampen her spirits any further and let the matter rest. Just then, the steward, Ao Shan, entered with a report. "Your Highness, the heir has returned. Let him come in directly. There is no need for announcements," Prince Xian replied dismissively. The princess, still smiling, inquired, "Has he had dinner yet?" "Your Highness, not only the heir, but also the second young master." The princess's expression shifted instantly, her previously gentle features turning cold. "You leave." With a sigh of resignation, Prince Xian stood and instructed Ao Shan, "Let us proceed to the study." In the brightly lit study sat Mo Yunkai and Mo Yunyang, one seated and the other standing before the grand desk. Mo Yunyang respectfully bowed. "Greetings, father." Prince Xian gazed silently at his son, his heart a tumult of emotions. Tall and imposing, with an air of righteousness, he bore a resemblance to the Marquis of Jinbei, save for the prominent nose characteristic of the Mo family. Reports from the military had informed him of the boy's bravery and strategic acumen, marking him as a rare talent. Yet, due to his disdain for the chief family and guilt towards the princess, he found it difficult to feel affection for him. "You have endured much these past 5 years. Your performance has been outstanding, and the emperor has taken note. Rewards will surely follow." Mo Yuyan felt a surge of excitement. He took this as praise. The mere acknowledgement from his father was enough for him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Prince Xian shifted in his seat and glanced at Mo Yunkai. "Speak." Mo Yunkai, amused by his father's unease, kindly attempted to alleviate the tension. "We haven't had dinner yet. Would you care to join us for a drink?" Seizing the opportunity, Prince Xian replied, "No, it is unwise to overindulge in the evening. You may go." Mo Yunkai escorted Mo Yuyang back to Chingsong courtyard. Once the food and wine were laid out, Mo Yunkai turned to the still giddy Mo Yunyang. "Aren't you hungry?" Finally snapping out of his reverie, Mo Yunyang exclaimed, "Elder brother, father praised me." "Indeed. If you say so, then it must be true." Mo Yunkai filled his cup. "Do not blame my mother. Your mother is a thorn in her side. I understand. I do not wish for the princess." Mo Yuyang lowered his gaze, burdened by the fact that his very existence was unanticipated. Fortunately, the princess, despite her disdain, had not hindered his growth nor prevented him from bonding with his elder brother. He felt grateful for that. The brothers conversed slowly, the atmosphere harmonious. An uninformed observer might mistake them for full-blooded siblings. In the royal palace, the imperial study, the crown prince knelt obstinately before the dragon table, and Emperor Shengxian, disappointed by his refusal to acknowledge his mistakes, slammed a memorial down upon him. "You seek fame and glory, recklessly endangering the lives of 3,000 soldiers while stubbornly pursuing your own agenda." The crown prince defended himself. "I did not. And we emerged victorious in that battle, at the cost of 3,000 lives from Diyong." The emperor shouted, kicking the crown prince. "You still fail to recognize your wrongdoing and have audaciously separated from the main army. What face do you have to claim credit?" As the emperor raised his foot to kick again, he was stopped by the hurriedly arriving empress. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Huaner is still young and inexperienced. He will reflect on his actions. I beseech you to grant him another chance." The crown prince, wishing to argue further, was silenced by a warning glance from the empress and fell silent. Seeing his son's face full of resentment, failing to realize his errors, the emperor felt profound disappointment. and chose to disregard him. Get out. The Empress quickly led him away. Frustrated, the Emperor smashed a fine inkstone, and Xian Wang entered the palace. Cui Fu picked up the inkstone, whispering, "Your Majesty, it is late, and the palace gates are locked." The Emperor sighed heavily, glancing at the old servant before relenting. Cui Fu waved his hand, signaling the little eunuchs to quietly withdraw. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince will come to understand your intentions." Huh, am I not a failure? You are the most illustrious emperor of the Daiyong dynasty. Humph, flatterer. As the Crown Prince, saved by the Empress, made his way to Fengchi Palace, he continued to grumble, "Why can't father ever praise me? I did win, after all." "On earth? Your father is upset because the victory came at a great cost. He grieves for the soldiers." The Crown Prince immediately regained his composure, murmuring, "But without such sacrifice, there would be no victory, no chance for negotiation. Do not dwell on it. Regardless, you have achieved merit." Yet, Mo Younghuan pondered whether his father truly saw his efforts. No matter how hard he tried, his father remained blind to his struggles. In the Emperor's eyes, he felt overshadowed by Mo Yunkai, that scoundrel. "Mother, father despises me." The Empress's gaze flickered. "How could that be? Your father simply has high expectations of you and is overly strict. You must believe in yourself. You are remarkable." Her words eased the Crown Prince's heart. "Huaner, it is time for you to choose a bride. Once Mo Yunkai marries, I shall host a banquet to help you select a consort." Yunkai is getting married? To whom? The daughter of the Rue family. The infatuated girl of the capital? That would be too unfair to Yunkai. It is their fate. In the Wangfu, Qi courtyard. Upon hearing his mother's words, Mo Yunyang was astonished. Elder brother is getting married? Why didn't he tell me? How could he bring himself to say it? The concubine Qi gleefully remarked, "A cripple marrying an infatuated girl. The whole capital is laughing at their match." Infatuated? Will the princess agree? Humph. That woman has lost her senses. She's overjoyed, practically wishing to marry him off immediately. Mo Yunyang sighed in relief. The princess's choice must surely be commendable. There must be a misunderstanding. Concubine Qi took her son's hand and lamented, "Yanger, this time you will not leave. I shall find you a fine girl to Vexlan Rushin." "Mother, the princess treats us well. Do not provoke her." "My provoking her is justified. She has been unreasonable for 20 years, monopolizing the prince, and recently even injured me, acting like a shrew." Mo Yunyang recognized his mother's words could not be trusted. Yet he was taken aback by the lingering bruises on her face. "Why?" Concubine Qi's eyes flickered, revealing her guilt. Mo Yunyang understood that his mother had been at fault. "Mother, shall I take you away from the Wangfu?" Concubine Qi exclaimed passionately, "No. I will die in the Wangfu, come what may." Chapter 52. The opening of the shop in the early morning, Mo Yunce and Mo Yuyang entered the palace together. Once they boarded the carriage, Mo Yunce closed his eyes to rest, having indulged a bit too much the previous night. Mo Yuyang yearned to inquire about his mother's injury, but felt too embarrassed to speak up. He could surmise that the cause was related to her. Yet he struggled to understand what could provoke such animosity, nearly leading to her demise. Had he not seen her bald head that morning, he would have refrained from asking, "Do you have something to say?" Mo Yun's senses remained acute despite his closed eyes. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Mo Yuyang quickly replied, "My mother has a bald patch. I wish to know the reason." Mo Yun slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "She said my appearance is so frightful that it has terrified others, and on our wedding night, she fears she would scare me to death. And, I understand now, I apologize." Mo Yuyang could no longer bear to listen. His mother was indeed beyond sympathy. Observing his incredulous yet begrudging acceptance, Mo Yun stated calmly, "It is not your concern." Mo Yuyang felt a deep sorrow for his mother's behavior, but found himself powerless to change it. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Mo Yunce, "I would like to take my mother away to live elsewhere." Mo Yunce was not surprised by his brother's thoughts. This younger sibling, who was merely half a year his junior, had a clear understanding of matters. "However," he added, "your mother will not leave. Otherwise, she would not have languished in the Wang residence for over 20 years, wasting her prime years." Mo Yuyang closed his eyes in resignation. "As long as she does not cause trouble, mother will not make things difficult for her. I know, thank you. This is due to the tolerance of Princess Xie and my elder brother's forbearance." Mo Yunce found it difficult to counsel him. Anyone burdened with such a mother would feel helpless. "Good morning, sir. Wasn't the invitation already sent? Why is there another request?" Unbeknownst to them, the carriage had come to a halt outside the palace gates. Mo Yunce possessed the privilege of entering the palace without disembarking. The inquiry from outside the carriage piqued his interest, and he heard Prime Minister Rue respond, "My daughter's medicinal cuisine shop will open tomorrow. We invite you all to grace us with your presence." "Certainly, certainly. The Prime Minister's daughter has made strides, opening a shop. I hear she no longer pursues men." As the palace gates opened, their carriage drove in, and the murmurs of the officials faded away. "Brother, are they referring to our future sister-in-law?" Mo Yunce paused for a moment and softly affirmed, "Yes." Rue Jinxia was indeed quite busy, tending to patients and preparing for her shop's opening. The memory of her distressing appearance resurfaced in his mind. He wondered if she had recovered. He had heard that she had followed the 6 rites but had not made an appearance, likely planning to attend only on the day of the wedding, just as he intended. In that regard, they truly seemed well matched, sharing similar thoughts. After the morning court session, the emperor summoned the 2 brothers for a private audience. He lavished praise upon Mo Yang, concluding, "Now that you are back, remain in the capital for your duties. I shall appoint you as the general of the cavalry, serving in the imperial guard. What say you?" While Mo Yang wished to return to the frontier, with the absence of war, there was no need for so many generals. And moreover, his mother required his attention. He knelt to express his gratitude. Thus, the new deputy commander of the Imperial Guard was appointed. "You shall have 10 days of leave, reporting for duty after Su's wedding." "Yes, I shall obey the imperial decree." Emperor Shan Xian nodded with satisfaction and turned to Mo Yunce. "Is there any progress on the case?" "All that is known is that the assailant is a woman. There is also a saying, 'Wrongs have a source, and debts have a master.'" The emperor fell into contemplation and after a moment spoke, "Investigate slowly, aside from the Qi Yuan. Those matters are of no concern to me." Mo Yunce had expected the emperor to consider something further, as the phrase and the precision of the tomb theft suggested revenge. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the identity of the concubine's enemies. Furthermore, how could stealing from an empty tomb and pilfering a crown and jewelry, which the emperor deemed insignificant, suffice for revenge? The entire situation was baffling, yet those who knew the events of the past remained tight-lipped. Since the emperor was not in a rush, he would proceed with the investigation at a measured pace. On the first day of August, the medicinal cuisine shop and 3 other establishments opened simultaneously. All guests were invited to the medicinal cuisine shop, where the grand entrance bore the 3 large characters Medicinal Cuisine Hall, pinned by the esteemed Mr. Yi, with Yuxing carved in the corner. The walls of the main hall were adorned with illustrations of medicinal ingredients, accompanied by notes on their properties. Each table was equipped with a booklet showcasing the finished dishes and noting the suitable clientele. Those with specific ailments or who were on medication could consult the doctors from Shanyuan Hall, who would diagnose and prepare suitable dishes on the spot. This initiative put all diners at ease. Princess Xian specifically brought along her favored ladies to support the opening, while guests accompanying Prince Xian were seated in separate private rooms. Rue Jinxia served nourishing and beautifying dishes at the table of the princess. Following Mr. Ye's guidance, she prepared tonics for the princess table to invigorate and enhance vitality. Upon returning to the princess's table, she noticed a noblewoman eyeing the sweet porridge with longing, yet frowning in hesitance. "Does the lady not enjoy sweet delicacies?" Rue Jinxia inquired, only for Princess Xian to interject. "Oh, she has a penchant for sweets, but was recently diagnosed with diabetes and can only watch in longing." The noblewoman shot a reproachful glance at Princess Xian. "If it weren't for supporting your daughter-in-law, would I embarrass myself here? Oh dear, you cannot eat. I suppose I am to blame." Rue Jinxia, now being referred to as a daughter-in-law, did not mind, as she would soon be married. Noticing their lively exchange, she understood their close relationship and proactively offered, "I shall fetch you a bowl of savory dishes." "Please don't. I've been consuming only salty food lately, and my palate is longing for something sweet." Rue Jinxia surveyed the dishes on the table, smiling warmly as she said, "These dishes are suitable for you. Please enjoy them, and I will find you some sweet options that won't aggravate your condition." "That sounds splendid. I shall await your return." Rue Jinxia nodded and headed to the kitchen. Diabetes allows for some fruits, and today, the kitchen had prepared an array of them. To her delight, she discovered cherries, small, red fruits, a refreshing treat. These were indeed a delightful find, being both tangy and sweet, with a low glycemic index. Unfortunately, the fruits were small and could prove cumbersome for the noble women. "Perhaps I shall make juice instead," she decided, and called for a servant to procure a basketful. "Is this all there is?" "Miss, these fruits are out of season." This is all the villagers could gather in the shade. Very well. Be quick and clean them thoroughly. Rue Jinxia sought out a white porcelain jar to store the juice, and the vibrant red liquid sparkled against the pristine white, creating a striking visual. Accompanied by a delicate white porcelain bowl, she presented it at the dining table, instantly capturing the attention of the ladies. What is this? Is it for drinking? It looks delightful. This is cherry juice, dear madam. You are fortunate. It is a rare find. This is a nutritious treasure, rich in iron, and frequent consumption can enhance blood circulation and alleviate dizziness, while aiding in detoxification and promoting health. How marvelous. I must try it. The lady took a sip, savoring the sweet tart flavor, and promptly finished the entire bowl. Delicious. Chapter 53. Marriage. Upon hearing the news, everyone eagerly anticipated a drink. Regrettably, the portion was scarce, leaving each person with merely half a bowl. Unexpectedly, the juice pressed by Ying Tao, who had been looked down upon, turned out to be exceptionally delightful. Alas, this year's opportunity had slipped away. They would have to wait for the next. Rue Jinxin mused that if this juice were to be sold, it would fetch a price of gold. The Princess of Xian shared a similar sentiment. The shop opened smoothly, bustling with business, while Rue Jinxin remained at home, idle and awaiting marriage. While organizing her bridal trousseau, Xiang was suddenly inquired, "Miss, who do you intend to invite as your attendants?" "I have no idea," she admitted, entirely uninformed on such matters, especially regarding ancient customs. Presently, she longed for a medical space and a supermarket, where she could indulge in her desires at any moment. Alas, one must not be greedy in life. Xiang Lan nudged her gently. "Miss, do consider whom to invite." Rue Jinxin casually replied, "How about Wan Qing? I can't think of anyone else I am close to." "What do you mean you can't remember?" Xiangguo reminded her. "You could invite Miss Feng or Miss Qiao from the Minister of Rights family. Are we that familiar?" Xiangguo stammered, "Of course. You both admire handsome men together." Rue Jinxin shrugged. "Then let us invite them." Xiang Lan frowned, shooting a disapproving glance at Xiangguo, asserting that they were unsuitable, especially since the miss had not stepped out since her injury. It was best to disregard the matter. Indeed, let it be Wan Qing after all. It isn't a grand affair. "Miss, this is a significant event." Xiang Lan gestured for Xiangguo to cease her remarks, as the miss seemed indifferent. Rue Jinxin, feeling drowsy, could not hear Xiangguo's chatter and drifted into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she found herself in a realm of immortals, surrounded by strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Even those with silver hair possessed enchanting visages. Rue Jinxin wondered, "Have I been captured by a ghost? This hardly resembles the underworld." Rue Jinxin. Who is calling me? Return quickly. You should not be here. Where is this? Where are you? Who are you?" Miss. With great difficulty, Rue Jinxin opened her eyes to find Xiang Lan gazing at her with concern. "Miss, were you dreaming?" "Yes. I dreamt of handsome men and beautiful women." "Huh." Xiangguo chuckled. "It seems you have been thinking of them. Perhaps it has been a while since you last beheld a handsome man. Beautiful things are universally adored, especially pleasing aesthetics." Rue Jinxin mused about the visage concealed beneath the young lord's mask, the exposed chin appearing rather perfect. Xiangguo's curiosity made Rue Jinxin chuckle. "I hereby appoint you as the president of the Beauty Association, alias the Infatuated One." "Miss," Xiangguo protested, stamping her foot. "Why not be infatuated? I adore flowers. All sorts of flowers, especially the begonia," Xiang Chao remarked as she approached. "Indeed. What of it? These flowers are distinct from one another." The group laughed and bantered, causing Rue Jinxin to forget her earlier dream. On the 9th day of the 8th month, outside the gates of the royal residence, the sound of firecrackers echoed continuously. Following the Princess of Xian's wishes, the bridal sedan would circle the city. Rue Jinxin strongly opposed this, and Mu Yunkai was reluctant as well. The princess, recognizing Mu Yunkai's discomfort, ultimately conceded. The bridal sedan exited the Xiang residence, turning right along the street, then circling back to the royal gate. There was no kicking of the sedan door or crossing over a fire basin. The sedan was directly carried into the main hall. The onlookers murmured, astonished by the commotion, as it seemed such a simple affair to marry. The Emperor Sheng Xian, who had specially come from the palace to attend the banquet, felt somewhat dissatisfied. What was this? Even if the young lord's legs were impaired, such simplicity was unwarranted. The Princess of Xian remained unfazed, asserting that such formalities were merely for outsiders. What truly mattered was the couple's harmonious life together. Rue Jinxin was unperturbed. She was content to comply, merely wishing for a smooth transition into marriage. After spending time under the same roof, feelings would naturally flourish. While the external proceedings could be simplified, the wedding rites could not be neglected. Mu Yunkai, with a calm demeanor, accepted the red silk and led Rui Jinxin slowly into the main hall. Due to Emperor Sheng Xian's presence, they bowed to heaven and earth in his stead, as arranged by the princess. Mu Yunkai knelt slowly, with Rui Jinxin following suit, respectfully bowing to Emperor Sheng Xian. Mu Yunkai remained on the ground, while Rui Jinxin rose to kneel again, bowing to the princess and her husband. When the couple exchanged bows, they did so lightly and simultaneously, as if in agreement. As the officiant called out, Rui Jinxin was ushered into the bridal chamber. I am so tired. My neck feels like it's going to break. Rui Jinxin lifted her veil, eager to remove the heavy phoenix crown. Lady, please do not. Mama Shui urgently intervened, promptly covering her veil again. The princess adores you, and all her requests must be fulfilled. Please complete this final rite. Her tone was kind, yet carried an undeniable authority. Rui Jinxin, appreciating the princess's boundless indulgence, complied. I shall remain still, but could you please urge the young lord to assist me in removing the phoenix crown? It is unbearably heavy, leaving imprints on my forehead and straining my neck. Mama Shui agreed readily, instructing the young maidservants of the royal residence to summon the young lord. Please bear with it a little longer. This crown was specially crafted by the princess, symbolizing her regard for you. Rui Jinxin replied, I cannot bear this weight. Mu Yunkai returned swiftly, taking the joyous scale from Mama Shui's hands, lifting the veil, and pausing mid-motion. Though aware of Rui Jinxin's ethereal beauty and understanding she was merely fulfilling her duty today, Mu Yunkai was nonetheless captivated by the exquisite face hidden beneath the veil. Everyone harbors vanity. Despite skepticism regarding this marriage, being gazed upon by a man, losing oneself in the moment, fulfilled Rui Jinxin's vanity, prompting her to smile alluringly at Mu Yunkai. Startled, Mu Yunkai's hand trembled slightly. Mama Shui witnessed this and felt pleased, believing the princess's thoughts were indeed correct. Love would blossom with time. As they shared the ceremonial cup of wine, Rui Jinxin boldly linked her arm with Mu Yunkai's, proclaiming, for the days to come, I ask for your kindness. Mu Yunkai was taken aback by her words, at a loss for how to respond, while Rui Jinxin had already raised her cup, drinking it in one gulp. Finally, having completed all the rituals, Mama Shui led the royal maidservants away. Rui Jinxin flopped onto the bed, exclaiming, oh, how comfortable. The princess truly is considerate, having prepared this grand bed for me. Xianghua laughed. Just imagine if it were twice as large. It still wouldn't be enough for you to turn around. Rui Jinxin's sleeping posture was quite ungraceful. Xianglan couldn't help but remind her, Miss, be vigilant at night, and be careful not to kick the young lord off the bed. Oh, I nearly forgot that marriage entails sharing a chamber. No, I shall not allow that masked man to take advantage. Contemplating how to negotiate with Mu Yunkai, Rui Jinxin gradually fell asleep. Outside the royal and Xiang residences, tables were set for 100 guests, with both families hosting a vibrant celebration. The festivities continued late into the night, concluding only when Mu Yunkai was pushed to the bridal chamber door by Yuan Rong, entering under the watchful gaze of the princess. Chapter 54, Wedding Night, Part 1. Xianghua had never felt regret in her life. Rui Jinxi had fallen asleep, while Xianglan and Xiangyu went to the storeroom to check the quantity of the bride's dowry. Fearing that Rui Jinxi would awaken hungry, Xiang Chao headed to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. Xianghua remained by Rui Jinxi's side, occasionally adjusting her sleeping position. However, she suddenly felt an urgent need and, after searching for a while, realized that the spacious courtyard had no maids in sight. Thinking a brief absence would be inconsequential, she secured the door and hurried to the restroom. Just as she left, Mo Yunce returned. Navigating his wheelchair into the room, Mo Yunce felt a little dazed. Just days prior, his mother had insisted he move to the study to prepare for the wedding chamber. His typically sparse bedroom was now cluttered with furnishings, a row of wardrobes against the left wall, a display shelf and a chest of drawers on the right, and a dressing table by the window. Against the back wall stood an oversized bed. The room was adorned with festive decorations, yet the bride, who should have been waiting for her groom, lay in a rather unrestrained posture on the wedding bed. Rui Jinxi was particularly restless in her sleep. Not only did she turn frequently, but she also enjoyed draping a leg over the edge. In her own chamber, She often piled several blankets to elevate her legs while sleeping, but without them on this new bed. She rolled around until one leg pressed against the wall and the other rested on the bed's footrail. Such a carefree posture. Was she still a woman? It was warm. And Rue Jinsi had long discarded her wedding attire, now donning a loose red silk gown. In her deep slumber, the hem of her nightgown had ridden up, exposing her arms and legs. Mo Yunce quickly averted his gaze, but his eyes inadvertently fell upon Rue Jinsi's exposed midriff. The lifted edge of her gown revealed her smooth, fair belly, with an adorably round navel that caught his attention. His face flushed hotly, and he swiftly turned his wheelchair to change direction. Xianghua entered just in time to witness Mo Yunce's awkward movement and quickly glanced at the wedding bed. Good heavens! She is not awake. Miss, wake up. Rue Jinsi, lost in her dreams, was vigorously shaken awake by Xianghua. Drowsily, she murmured, "Gui'er, let me sleep a little longer. Getting married is so exhausting." Xianghua anxiously pulled her nightgown down to cover her exposed skin, urgently calling out, "Miss, the young master is back." Rue Jinsi swatted Xianghua's hands away, pouting in displeasure. "I don't know him. Stop disturbing my sleep." Mississippi. It's the air. Rue Jinsi rolled over, continuing to linger in bed, mumbling. "So what if he is back? What does it have to do with me? Miss, please wake up. It's your husband, the heir." Rue Jinsi stirred slightly, still not fully awake, when a cool male voice cut through the air. "Let her sleep. I'll go to the study." Instantly, Rue Jinsi jolted upright. Mo Yunce involuntarily turned to look at her. Her startled face was flushed from sleep, her skin delicate and smooth like a freshly shelled egg. Her dark, glistening eyes held a hint of confusion, making her irresistibly adorable. Xianghua was unexpectedly pulled out of the room by the matron, and the two exchanged glances without noticing the door gently closing behind them, which produced a faint sound. Mo Yunce regained his composure and coughed awkwardly. Rue Jinsi's gaze flickered. Realizing the truth, people are indeed defined by their attire. The ancients did not deceive me. Today, under his mother's insistence, Mo Yunce wore an exquisite silver mask. His hair was entirely tied up, embellished with a gold and jade crown, exuding nobility. Beneath the vibrant red wedding attire, he appeared considerably more amiable than his usual aloof demeanor. Hearing Mo Yunce clear his throat again, Rue Jinsi confidently descended from the bed. "What time is it?" Her throat felt a bit parched. She bypassed Mo Yunce and sat at the round table, pouring herself a glass of water. "It's just past midnight." After finishing her drink, she silently calculated the time. It was already 11 o'clock. These people can really drink. They've been at it since daybreak. Leaning closer to Mo Yunce, she sniffed, relieved to find no scent of alcohol. Mo Yunce felt warmth rise to his face as she drew nearer, hastily wheeling back to maintain distance. Rue Jinsi, unaware of his nervousness, mistakenly thought he was repulsed by her presence. Pouting in displeasure, she remarked, "Humph, I don't find you disagreeable, yet you seem to find me so." Mo Yunce, realizing he had been misinterpreted, quickly responded, "No, I'm not used to it. You better be wise enough not to find fault with me. You're in deep trouble if you do." Rue Jinsi bared her small tiger teeth, glaring at him fiercely. This was a side of Rue Jinsi that Mo Yunce had never seen before, and he found it amusing and charming. "I'm hungry," she declared imperiously. "Stay put. Once I've satisfied my hunger, we shall converse." After saying this, she opened the door to summon food. Bang! Two figures stumbled in from outside. "Princess? Mo Yunlai?" The princess consort laughed awkwardly, quickly reprimanding Mo Yunlai. "You little rascal. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." With that, she tugged at Mo Yunlai's ear and hurried away. The guards stationed outside could hardly bear to witness such a scene. When had a mother ever taken her brother-in-law to eavesdrop on her son? Turning back, Rue Jinsi smiled at Mo Yunce. "Your mother is quite adorable. She is also your mother now." Mo Yunce thought of covering his face, feeling that his mother was indeed peculiar. The prepared late-night snack was soon served, and Rue Jinsi ate with grace and speed, entirely unfazed by the large man watching her intently. "Are you always this casual?" Rue Jinsi looked at him quizzically. "Is there a problem?" "No." Mo Yunce shook his head, genuinely unsure of what to say. After finishing her meal, Rue Jinsi rinsed her mouth, wiped her lips, and, as soon as Xiang Chao and the others finished tidying up, she languidly leaned back in her chair. After a few moments of staring at Mo Yunce, she made him feel uneasy. With an assertive tone, she began, "You see, I am not the refined lady you might have imagined. Our betrothal was a mistake. though there are compelling reasons behind it. Mo Yunce listened quietly, not disliking the arrogance in her tone. We are both discontent in this arrangement. I am not sure whether it is your misfortune or mine. I have heard that misfortunes can be contagious. I hope that we are both unfortunate. For then we can turn our fates around and achieve our desires. What desires? Divorce. Mo Yunce's eyes narrowed sharply. She truly was reluctant to marry him. Rue Agency shifted her chair closer to his wheelchair, leaning on the armrest, and sweetly smiled. Let us discuss the terms. We can coexist peacefully and happily part ways after matters in Beijing are settled. How does that sound? While he harbored similar thoughts, hearing them voiced by Rue Agency made Mo Yunce feel uncomfortable. He watched as her cherry-red lips parted, releasing a fragrant breath. What conditions do you propose? Speak freely. Chapter 55. The Wedding Night. Part 2. Rue Jinshin suggested that Mo Yunkai propose a condition, yet before he could utter a word, she continued. How about this? You sign the divorce papers right now. In return, I shall heal your leg, and afterward, I shall leave without further ado. You may then marry a beautiful maiden, and surely, lovely ladies will soon seek your affection. Mo Yunkai was perplexed by the surge of anger swelling within him, fixated instead on her chattering lips. Noticing his silence, Rue Jinshin snapped her fingers, cheerfully concluding their arrangement. While Mo Yunkai was momentarily lost in thought, she guided him to the dressing table and retrieved the pre-written divorce document from her cosmetics box. Finding ink and paper, she dipped the brush into the ink and presented it to him, saying, Please. Mo Yunkai remained silent until that moment, realizing her sincerity. After a brief hesitation, he decisively signed his name. Both were thinking simultaneously. Such eagerness surely indicated mutual disdain. Rue Jinshin beamed as she stored away the divorce papers and assured him, Rest assured, I will definitely heal your leg. You shall not suffer any loss. Mo Yunkai ignored her, setting down the brush and maneuvering his wheelchair towards the exit. Rue Jinshin, smiling brightly, followed, saying, I shall escort you. They both reached for the door, yet it would not budge. Pull harder. Still, it remained shut. The sound of the lock rattled from the door. They exchanged glances, and Rue Jinshin called out, Xianglan, Xianghua, Xiangyo, Xiangcao. After repeating the names 4 times, there was no response. Well, you cannot leave. It was evident whose doing it was. Mo Yunkai frowned, preparing to forcefully push open the wooden door. No. On such a joyous occasion, I wish to bask in the happiness, so please do not ruin it. Rue Jinshin grasped his hand and led him to the bed. The bed is large enough. You can have half. Reflecting on her sleeping posture, she chuckled. You see, I am not a graceful sleeper. She pointed to the floor. Or perhaps you could compromise and sleep on the ground. Since she had mentioned the divorce, Mo Yunkai had not uttered another word. Rue Jinshin did not afford him the opportunity, busily laying out a mattress on the floor and placing a festive quilt atop it. All set. Let us make do tonight. She clapped her hands and made to climb into bed. A gust of wind later, Mo Yunkai found himself lying on the bed, still clad in his boots and coat. He spoke plainly, You will sleep on the floor. His tone was frigid, leaving no room for dispute. Let it be. Rue Jinshin mused. Acknowledging her actions had been somewhat excessive, she lay down, pulled the quilt over her head, and fell into slumber. Moments later, her soft breathing signaled her deep sleep. So soundly she sleeps. Truly a pig. Mo Yunkai finally vented his frustrations through that metaphor. He rested his hands beneath his head, staring at the ceiling, and felt no disappointment regarding the wedding night he had never anticipated. Rather, he was simply intrigued by this woman, Rue Jinshin. How could she be so carefree? Shouldn't women be submissive? Turning his gaze toward her figure on the floor, he unknowingly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a hand landed on Mo Yuncai's leg. A foot rested on the edge of the bed. He opened his eyes to see a delicate, white foot at the bedside. What a peculiar sleeping posture. Sitting up, he noticed Rue Jinshin was nestled at the bed's edge, clutching the quilt in her arms and wedged between her legs. He glanced at the distance from the floor to the bed, and a smile of disbelief crept across his face. How had she managed to get there? He reached out to gently push her limbs away. Yet, upon seeing her dainty foot with its rosy, round toes, his face flushed with warmth, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He decisively turned to lie back down, thinking, if I cannot confront it, I can certainly evade it, reciting a calming mantra in his mind. Mo Yunkai finally succumbed to slumber. Early the next day, the air was fresh, the sun shone brightly, and birds flitted about in the branches. In such a tranquil and warm moment, a A shrill scream pierced the serenity, causing the dewdrops on the petals in the courtyard to tremble. "Ah, why are you on my bed?" Rue Jinshin's exclamation jolted Mo Yunsai's eardrums, followed by an immediate slap that struck his nose. He touched his sore nose, unable to contain his fury any longer. "Rue Jinshin, look closely. It was you who climbed into my bed." As he spoke, blood gushed from both nostrils. Rue Jinshin stared blankly for a moment before finally reacting. "Don't tilt your head." Rue Jinshin anxiously scanned the surroundings and spotted a white silk handkerchief at the bed's corner. She hurriedly grabbed it and pressed it against Mo Yunsai's nose, applying pressure on either side until the bleeding ceased. In anger, he pushed her hand away. "Stay away from me." Realizing her fault, Rue Jinshin offered a sheepish apology. "I'm sorry. I was still groggy. It was unintentional." Mo Yukai shoved her aside, pushing himself into the wheelchair. Rue Jinshin, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at him and picked up the mattress from the floor, placing it back on the bed to allow him to maneuver his chair. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Granny Shui, who looked on with concern. Rue Jinshin lowered her head in embarrassment while Mo Yunkai silently rolled out. Granny Shui addressed Mo Yunkai as retreating figure. "Young master, you are to accompany the young mistress to the front hall for tea ceremony shortly." "Understood," Rue Jinshin quickly added. "I'll go freshen up." Not sensing any oddity between the two, Granny Shui approached the bed to tidy up. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the white handkerchief, she collected it with satisfaction. Granny Shui instructed the maid who accompanied her, "Hurry and tidy the bedding. You will both remain in this courtyard for the time being." "Yes." In Yuan, within the bedroom of Princess Xian, Granny Shui gleefully presented the blood-stained handkerchief to the princess, exclaiming, "Princess, it's done." She unfurled the handkerchief for the princess to see, and Princess Xian beamed with joy. "I was worried, but I didn't expect Kair to be quite capable." Observing the bloodstains on the handkerchief, Princess Xian instructed Granny Shui, "Kaio has acted rashly. I fear he has injured Jinshin. Deliver the secret medicine from the palace and instruct the kitchen to prepare nourishing meals." "Yes, this old servant will attend to it immediately." Rue Jinshin watched in bewilderment as Granny Shui left and returned, leaving behind a mysterious medicine box with a single instruction: "Apply it yourself," before departing without further elaboration. She opened the box to inhale its contents, exclaiming, "What a fine medicine. It invigorates the blood and reduces swelling. Is this for Mo Yunkai's nose? How wasteful." Rue Jinshin deemed it unnecessary to apply it to Mo Yunkai and casually tossed it into her cosmetics box. Mo Yunkai, having finished washing up and changed into fresh attire, awaited Rue Jinshin in the courtyard. Today, she donned a delicate pink silk dress adorned with exquisite embroidery, wide sleeves draped gracefully, and a flowing shawl, appearing ethereal like a fairy. Yet, Mo Yunkai thought to himself, all of this is but an illusion. Rue Jinshin, pleased that Mo Yunkai waited for her, stepped forward to push his wheelchair and whispered in his ear, "Young master, calm down. I'm here to apologize." Mo Yunkai felt a tickle in his ear and let out a cold grunt without responding. Rue Jinshin assumed he had accepted her apology and cheerfully asked, "Why the change in mask? Yesterday's was so much more charming." The mask from the previous day concealed only his eyes and cheeks, revealing his strikingly handsome nose. Today's black mask, however, obscured the upper half of his face entirely. With a sullen tone, Mo Yunkai replied, "This one provides protection." Rue Jinshin was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes inwardly. So petty. Chapter 56. Reunion in the main hall of Yuan. King Xian and Queen Xian sat in their prominent positions, joyfully receiving the tea presented by Rue Jinshin. The king handed her a stack of banknotes, and Rue Jinshin smiled sincerely, expressing her gratitude to her father. The queen gifted her a set of exquisite jewelry along with a string of keys, cheerfully declaring, "From now on, the royal residence will be under your stewardship." Rue Jinshin was taken aback by the affection and hesitated to accept, but the queen insisted, on this joyous occasion, refusal is not permitted. Thus, Rue Jinshin reluctantly accepted the gifts, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she presented the shoes and socks made by the maids, stating honestly, "These were prepared by the maidservants. I owe them a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay once I have learned." "Very well," the queen replied, clearly pleased. No one paid much attention to what she offered, yet her honest acknowledgement made the king perceive her as a person of integrity. As for the queen, she had always held a fondness for Rue Jinshin, even accommodating the simplified wedding arrangements, so she would not quibble over such trivial matters. Rue Jinshin prepared inkstones for her 2 younger brothers-in-law as gifts, which were also arranged by others. Though lacking personal touch, they were of fine quality. Mo Yulai grimaced in disdain. What a lack of sincerity. Rue Jinshin felt a tad awkward, but quickly brightened up, retorting, if you dislike them, I shall take them back and supplement them later. What kind of person are you? He exclaimed. Once a gift is given, can it be reclaimed? Is it not obvious that I do not favor it? Better to spare you the annoyance. With no one to assist him, Mo Yunlai seized the inkstone and dashed away, exclaiming, I'll graciously accept it. Haha, as long as you like it. King Xian, observing her effortlessly handling Yunlai, suddenly realized that this daughter-in-law was extraordinary. He glanced at Mo Yunkai, who appeared equally contemplative. The queen was obviously delighted to have someone manage her mischievous child. Mo Yunyang sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Rue Jinshin curiously studied him. The queen had permitted this concubine to appear, indicating that he possessed commendable qualities. After breakfast, the group proceeded to the palace to express their thanks. As they reached the front garden, Qi unexpectedly rushed out. Oh, you weren't startled? Did you not see the young master's face? The queen trembled with anger. Who allowed you to come out? King Xian bellowed. Qi, do you seek death? Mo Yunyang, astonished, shielded his mother. How did you come here? The concubine Qi forcefully pushed her son aside and addressed Rue Jinshin as a concubine. Should I not be greeted by the young master's wife? Rue Jinshin recognized her as the woman who had obstructed her earlier and chuckled. So it is you. A concubine remains merely a secondary wife, yet I am the legitimate wife of the young master. In terms of rank, I believe I am not inferior to you. She turned to the queen, asking, Mother, must I pay my respects? The queen, with a smile, responded, You are the legitimate wife of the young master, belonging to the 2nd rank, while Qi is merely of the 3rd rank. It is she who should show you respect. Oh, is that so? The daughter-in-law observes that the concubine Qi appears much older than you, and thus, I cannot accept the courtesy. The queen laughed heartily. You flatter me by saying I look youthful. Blocked by Mo Yunyang, Qi could not reach Rue Jinshin and resorted to cursing. Her words laced with maledictions directed at Mo Yunkai. Mo Yunyang, exasperated, escorted his mother away. Rue Jinshin timely grasped the queen's arm, softly exclaiming, Mother, let us depart. We must not dawdle. King Xian quickly concurred, Yes indeed. Ruxin, we must prioritize our duties. The queen huffed, but considering Jinshin, she relented. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law linked arms and boarded the carriage, while King Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing gratitude to Mo Yunkai. Today, I owe thanks to your wife. Mo Yunkai silently regarded his father. A man must never act in a manner that betrays his beloved, lest he remain subservient for a lifetime. In the Daong Palace, Rue Jinshin marveled at the scenery, reminiscent of the Forbidden City from her previous life, albeit much smaller. This pleased her, as it meant less walking. Nonetheless, after transferring from the palace gate to the Yangshin Hall, they still took a quarter of an hour. Upon arriving at the Yangshin Hall, Rue Jinshin encountered the emperor and his consorts. Emperor Xingxian was delighted and bestowed upon Rue Jinshin a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels, while the empress gifted her a set of crystal ornaments. Rue Jinshin astutely noticed the empress's strained expression. Her smile appeared forced. The emperor's harem was modest, comprising 1 empress, 4 consorts, and 6 concubines, with few offspring. Only the crown prince and the eldest son of consort Mei were born into this lineage. The eldest prince, Mo Yunlin, had been frail since childhood and had married Yang Shi, the daughter of the Minister of Works, who had established a residence outside the palace but had not been granted a title. Among the Mo clan, apart from the emperor and King Xian, there was also Prince Wei, their half-brother, who was 2 years older than King Xian and sat beneath the emperor, flanked by their elder uncle, King Su. Rue Jinshin followed Mo Yunkai in paying respects to the elders, secretly observing the royal family, relieved that the numbers were manageable, sparing her from exhaustion. After completing the greetings, the queen took her to sit beside the elderly Lady Su. Ruxin, this girl looks promising. You've truly struck a bargain. The wife of Prince Wei leaned in teasingly, while Lady Su shot her a glance. Your family's troublemaker ought to be reined in by someone formidable. Prince Wei's son, Mo Yunjia, was often idle, gallivanting without purpose. A voice interjected, Yunjia is still young, healthy, and in no hurry. Silence enveloped the room. The queen's expression soured. Rue Jinshin turned to the speaker, who appeared to be around the same age as the queen. adorned in flamboyant attire, with layers of makeup that were distressingly thick, causing her smile to droop. The Empress, seated in a higher position, feigned anger. Why did you arrive so late? Have you not made your introductions? I only just arrived at Fengqi Palace. I was unaware that I was at Yangxin Hall. Why is that? The Empress shot a glance at the Emperor, prompting the newcomer to smile. It seems that the Emperor is quite attentive to the young Master's wife, perhaps due to young Master Yunsai's mobility issues. Rui Jinxin realized she was the Emperor's half-sister, Princess Xingping, sharing the same mother as Prince Wei. This woman was truly insufferable, arriving and stirring discord, incessantly referring to Mo Yunsai's disability. The queen was visibly irked. While Rui Jinxin pondered how to placate her, suddenly Princess Xingping remarked, "Why should my late arrival prevent me from making introductions? Do you look down upon me?" The voice of the princess was loud, attracting the attention of all the men in the Emperor's vicinity, causing them to pause and glance over. Just as Emperor Shengxian was about to reprimand her, Rui Jinxin leaned close to the queen, covering her mouth, and whispered, "Mother, who is this person? Is her face a mess? With such thick makeup, it's falling off everywhere, and the smell is overpowering. Such poor quality, one must beware of toxins." The queen gasped, "Is it poisonous? Your Majesty, please be cautious." Princess Xingping realized the two were discussing her and wondered what nonsense they were spouting. King Xian pointed to the ground. "Xingping, lower your head and take a look." Compelled, Princess Xingping glanced down, noticing the considerable makeup that had fallen. Laughter erupted, led by Mo Yunjia, with others stifling their amusement. In a fit of rage, Princess Xingping shrieked and fled the hall, covering her face. Chapter 57 Cooperation. Rui Jinxin quickly knelt in panic. Explaining that her sister-in-law did not mean to offend, she was merely inquiring about the Empress. She had not anticipated. "Please forgive me, your royal uncle." Ah, such a clever girl. Though unintentional, her voice resonated for all to hear, not asking for punishment, but merely for forgiveness. The frightened expression on her face evoked sympathy from those present. Emperor Xingxian, witnessing his sister's embarrassment, refrained from reprimanding Rui Jinxin and instead playfully pointed at her. Finding her antics amusing, he turned to the Empress, remarking that the makeup of Princess Xingping was inappropriate and suggested she find a tutor to advise her. The Empress nodded in agreement, while concubine Liang, seated to her left, defended Princess Xingping. "Your Majesty, Princess Xingping is an elder. To humiliate her in such a manner is unjust. Why do you not reprimand the daughter-in-law of the heir, yet choose to admonish Xingping?" The Princess of Xianwang interjected, displeased. "Concubine Liang, your words are misguided. Jinxin merely detected a pungent odor from the powder and was concerned it might be toxic to you and the Emperor, which is why she quietly inquired. How is that humiliation?" Feeling grateful for her mother-in-law's support, Rui Jinxin timidly replied to the Emperor, "I did not lie. We can summon the physician to verify." Prince Xian, ever obedient to his wife, caught the Emperor's eye and urged, "Brother, let the royal physician examine her for peace of mind. If it is indeed poisonous, Princess Xingping's complexion may suffer." Emperor Shengxian found merit in this suggestion, but he pondered how much of the powder could possibly remain. He promptly dispatched servants to the princess's residence to retrieve the cosmetics used by Princess Xingping. The princess returned, fuming, trailing behind a eunuch. "Your Majesty, do not be so unreasonable. How could I possibly apply something toxic to my face?" Ignoring her protests, Emperor Shengxian directed the royal physician, "See to her." The physician, initially puzzled by the Emperor's summons, was taken aback upon seeing Princess Xingping. "Goodness, why is her face so pale?" The royal physician stepped closer for a better examination. "How dare you?" Princess Xingping shouted, shielding her face with one hand while raising the other to block his approach. Enraged, Emperor Shengxian instructed the physician, "First, examine the powder box." A young eunuch presented the box to the physician, provoking a series of sneezes as he exclaimed, "It is toxic." Gasps filled the room. Indeed, it was poisonous. The gazes directed at Rui Jinxin varied in expression. Princess Xingping panicked. "How can that be? This powder was specially formulated for me by the Taoist priest of Qingyun Temple to treat my acne." The royal physician scrutinized the powder box, his brow furrowing. "Your Majesty, this contains a significant amount of medicinal ingredients, along with substantial quantities of mercury and lead. Both substances are toxic in excess." Rui Jinxin realized that lead was commonly used in ancient cosmetic powders, but this was her first encounter with mercury. Applying such substances to one's face could only yield disastrous results, especially in large doses. The royal physician, with utmost responsibility, stated, "This powder cannot remedy the princess's complexion. It will instead cause her skin to deteriorate." Princess Xingping, unable to accept this truth, shook her head frantically, denying its validity. Emperor Shengxian, wishing to prevent her from influencing the other's mood, commanded, "Wang Qi, take her to a side chamber for a thorough examination." As Princess Xingping was led away for treatment, the main hall returned to its tranquil state. At noon, Emperor Shengxian arranged a family banquet in the side chamber. The Princess of Xianwang kept Rui Jinxin close, fearing someone might utter another inappropriate remark that would distress them both. Finally, they could leave the palace, and as they settled into the carriage, both the Princess of Xianwang and Rui Jinxin sighed in relief. The Princess of Xianwang mumbled, "Every time we enter the palace, it feels like going to war. More exhausting than battle. Perhaps I should don a mask, hiding behind it to observe others freely." Suddenly enlightened, the Princess of Xianwang exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that?" With a chuckle, she continued, "Mother, even if we think of it, it would be futile. We have no excuse to wear masks. We can't claim to be disfigured, for that would be deceiving the emperor." Speaking of disfigurement, the Princess of Xianwang touched her smooth, delicate face, significantly fairer than before. "Jinxin, the skincare products you gifted me are remarkably effective. Where did you procure them? I wish to gift some to my close friends." Rui Jinxin admired the princess's skin, noting the products indeed worked wonders. "Of course, the items we provided are exceptionally useful." "Huh, Mother, I am glad you like them. I shall prepare more for you to gift." "You made them?" "Indeed." The Princess of Xianwang, as if discovering a treasure, adjusted her posture to face Rui Jinxin directly. "Jinxin, you are truly a gem. That's nothing. I shall prepare a set of rouge for you next time." The kindness of the princess made Rui Jinxin feel compelled to reciprocate. "Jinxin, let us collaborate and open a rouge shop, shall we?" The Princess of Xianwang exclaimed excitedly. "Once you and Suer complete your marriage arrangements, I shall find myself with ample free time. Idleness breeds mischief. I must occupy myself." With few members in the royal household, aside from the occasional provocations from concubine Qi, the Princess of Xianwang found herself without purpose each day. Knowing her daughter-in-law diligently studied medicine at Shanyuan Hall, she felt like she had wasted her years in the inner courtyard. These past few days had been consumed with her son's wedding preparations. But she had also contemplated personally engaging in some ventures, and today, the idea had struck her. Rui Jinxin endorsed the princess's vision, particularly for women. They ought to pursue their passions and careers rather than revolve solely around men and children. "Certainly, I shall provide you with the formula. You can find someone to produce it." The Princess of Xuanwang's eyes sparkled with delight. "We shall split the profits 3 ways. One for you, one for the Wang residence, and one for the Xiang residence." "Mother." Rui Jinxin's voice caught in her throat. She felt undeserving of such a wonderful mother-in-law, lamenting her lack of fate with Mo Yunkai. The Princess of Xianwang patted her hand reassuringly. "The Wang family and I are also considering planting apricot peaches on our estate outside the city. The profits shall be divided 3 ways. "Apricot peaches?" "Indeed. On the day your medicinal cuisine hall opened, the apricot peach juice you pressed was immensely popular. The Wang residence has a hill suitable for planting. It could yield significant returns." Rui Jinxin was astonished that the princess's thoughts mirrored her own. She had also considered that selling apricot peach juice could be profitable. "Huh, this mother-in-law of mine is truly charming. Mother, cherries are delightful. Yet the trees are difficult to cultivate. Let us not trouble ourselves with that. If we desire juice, we can plant something else. That would be less burdensome. And we need not tend to the cultivation ourselves. Your suggestion is splendid. Let us plant a variety of fruits for diverse flavors, which will attract more customers. As long as you are pleased, I shall forego my share of the rouge shop. Let the Wang and Xiang residences divide it instead. No need for contention. From now on, any idea you propose shall be divided in this manner." Though she had not originated the idea, Rui Jinxin found herself reluctantly accepting the princess's enthusiastic proposal. She silently vowed that should she part ways with Mo Yunkai in the future, she would acknowledge the princess as her godmother and honor her for a lifetime. None could foresee that the endeavors the 2 women decided to undertake on the Wang residence's path would, in time, establish the Princess of Xianwang as the most astute businesswoman in Daong. Chapter 58. The Face on Their Wedding Night. Rui Jinshu and Mo Yunkai found themselves locked in their chamber, managing to pass the time peacefully. The following evening, Rue Jinshu pondered how to persuade Mo Yukai to sleep in the study and planned to send someone to fetch him a blanket. Just then, Xianglan entered and said, "Miss, the guard Yuan has informed me that there is an urgent matter at the public office, and the young master has gone to attend to it. He advised you to rest first." Upon hearing this, Rue Jinshu felt as if she had been given a pillow for her sleepy head and promptly climbed into bed. At dawn, Rue Jinshu awoke, sprawled out in a daze. She blinked her eyes, feeling a heaviness in her body. Was she being pressed down by a ghost? Cautiously, she reached toward her waist and touched a strong arm. Startled, she turned her head and found the wall beside her. Turning again, she finally came to her senses, only to be met with the sight of an exceedingly ugly black iron mask. "Hey, why are you sleeping here? You should be in the study." Mo Yukai, with a throbbing headache, furrowed his brow. He had returned just before dawn, heading straight for the study, only to discover that the soft couch there was missing. With no other choice, he returned to the main chamber. Exhausted, he noticed Rue Jinshu pressed tightly against the wall of the bed and thought that with such a large bed, they could sleep without disturbing each other. Mo Yukai lay down on the outer side of the bed. To his surprise, as he drifted off, a leg kicked out at him. Just as he was about to push it away, Rue Jinshu rolled over, her head coming dangerously close to his. Mo Yukai shifted away slightly, but Rue Jinshu followed suit. Leaning against him, her leg resting on his. He pushed her back toward the inner side of the bed, yet she leaned closer again, to secure a moment of peace. Mo Yukai had no choice but to press his arm down on her. Fatigued and restless, his headache was becoming unbearable, with the mask concealing his agony. Rue Jinshu, unable to see his expression, playfully pushed him. "Get up quickly, or there will be trouble." Mo Yukai remained still, and as Rue Jinshu felt the warmth beneath her hand, she realized that this man had quite a physique. With a mischievous smile, she thought, "Well, you delivered yourself to my door. I might as well take advantage." She playfully explored his chest several times, but Mo Yukai showed no reaction. "Hey, Mo Yukai." Noticing something amiss, Rue Jinshu reached out to touch his forehead, hesitating upon seeing the mask. Did he wish for anyone to see his true face? Out of respect for Mo Yukai, she placed her hand on his wrist instead. His body felt warm, and from his pulse, she deduced that he was suffering from a headache. Taking out a golden needle gifted by Master Yi, Rue Jinshu skillfully inserted it. Mo Yunkai's tense body began to relax, indicating that her treatment was effective. Rue Jinshu got out of bed to wash up in the adjoining room. Yuan Song waited outside for a while, but when he heard movement from within, he realized that only the young master was inside and pushed the door open. To his astonishment, he found Mo Yukai covered in needles on his hands and feet as well. Seeing Mo Yukai motionless, Yuan Song's first instinct was that something was amiss, and he reached out to remove the needles. "Don't touch." Rue Jinshu appeared at the door, explaining, "He is unwell, and this is part of his treatment." Yuan Song hesitated, then asked, "Has the young mistress mastered her medical skills? You can inquire at the medical hall." Rue Jinshu replied, bypassing him and moving to the bedside to adjust the needles. Yuan Song noticed some of the needles twitching, and his brows furrowed with concern. He decided he needed to inform the prince and princess. Turning to leave, he bumped into Yuan Rong. "Song, where are you rushing off to? Has the young master awakened?" Yuan Rong inquired. "The young master is ill. Hurry and tell the prince and princess. The young mistress is practicing on him." Yuan Rong remained still. "The young master is ill? But the young mistress is here. There's no need to panic." "Why not panic? The young mistress has only just begun her studies. How could she manage?" Yuan Song insisted. "If you won't go, I will." Yuan Rong grabbed him. "The young mistress is quite skilled. Don't make things worse." He whispered a few words into Yuan Song's ear. Yuan Song's eyes widened in realization. So all those procedures were performed by the young mistress? "The young master has forbidden any public declaration. Remember that," Yuan Rong reminded him. Nodding in a daze, Yuan Song glanced back into the room. Rue Jinshu noticed that Mo Yukai had settled down for a good sleep and did not rush to remove the needles. She took a seat by the bed, observing him closely, thinking it was an opportune moment to check his health while he was unconscious. She closed her eyes and, after a moment, opened them again, her vision revealing the hidden face beneath the mask. "Ah!" Rue Jinshu gasped softly, astonished that her ability could penetrate the iron facade, revealing a horrifying visage beneath. The area around Mo Yunsai's eyes and cheeks was marred by reddish-blue, worm-like patterns, as if infested with parasites. It was both repulsive and terrifying. Rue Jinshu quickly recognized that these were the signs of accumulated toxins. Steadying herself, she continued her examination, discovering different toxins at the base of Mo Yunsai's spine and in his legs. One of the toxins was disfiguring his appearance, while another threatened to render him disabled. Looking again at his head, she realized that the headache stemmed from the interference of these toxins. Rue Jinshu was alarmed. The accumulation of toxins within his body was excessive, posing a grave threat to his life. Through the open door, Yuan Song and Yuan Rong observed the young mistress examining the young master from head to toe. Rong, what is the young mistress doing? Admiring the young master's physique? Yuan Rong rolled his eyes, ignoring him, but the commentary only grew more outlandish. What is the point of looking while he's clothed? Aren't you satisfied from last night? Yuan Rong, startled, clamped a hand over his mouth as the voice of Princess Xian approached. What are you finding so amusing? Yuan Rong jumped, tightening his grip nervously, nearly choking Yuan Kong. We greet the princess. What are you two doing standing there? Princess Xian asked suspiciously, glancing past them into the room. Nothing at all. Her words trailed off as she caught sight of her son on the bed. What has happened to Sir? Rue Jinshu, engrossed in her examination, was startled by the sudden interruption, her body swaying slightly. Using her power was physically taxing. Princess Xian rushed forward to steady her. Jin girl, what is wrong? What has happened to you all? Mother, please don't panic. Rue Jinshu grasped the princess's hand, guiding her to sit at the table. Mother, the young master is unwell, and I am treating him with acupuncture. You have mastered the exclusive techniques of Master Yi? Princess Xian inquired, astonished. Rue Jinshu had not realized that the acupuncture was indeed a unique method. She had learned it in her previous life. And while the golden needles were a gift from Master Yi, he had yet to formally teach her. Rue Jinshu merely nodded, using her master as a cover. Wonderful. Jin girl, you are truly clever. Princess Xian expressed her delight, though her concern shifted back to Mo Yunkai. Is Suer suffering from a toxin? We must summon the royal physician and Master Yi at once. Wait. Rue Jinshu interrupted. Mother, the poison he has contracted is complex and life-threatening. We must act quickly to detoxify him. Princess Xian paused, then eagerly grasped Rue Jinshu's hands. Jin girl, can you discern that Suer is poisoned? Yes. I diagnosed it previously, but he refused to let me see his face, preventing further assessment. Chapter 59. The rules of the Rue family upon hearing that they were to see his face. The princess consort of Xian Wang's expression changed dramatically. She was so anxious that she gripped Rue Jinshin's hand tightly, oblivious to the pain she caused. Is it absolutely necessary to see his face? She knew that his visage must have been marred by poison, which is why he wore a mask. Yet to ascertain the toxin's composition, it was imperative to see his face. Quickly regaining her composure, the princess consort asked, Jinshin, can you help Sir detoxify? Her lips trembled as she spoke, betraying her anxiety. It is challenging, but I can attempt it, Rue Jinshin replied. Hope flickered in the princess consort's eyes as she dashed to the door, calling out, Yuanrong, please summon the prince quickly. Hurry. Yuanrong, mistaking the urgency, rushed in haste. Upon hearing that something was amiss with his son, Xian Wang's face paled, and he hurried over. Yuan Song, Yuanrong, secure the courtyard. No one is to approach. With a loud bang, the princess consort firmly shut the door herself. Seeing that his son was covered in needles, Xian Wang instinctively moved to rush forward. Stop right there. The princess consort commanded, causing Xian Wang to halt in place. What is the panic about? Sit down. At her command, the prince complied, almost provoking a chuckle from Rue Jinshin. Yuanrong, what has happened to Suer? Yuanrong, flustered, struggled to articulate. The princess consort explained to the prince. I summoned you because it is of utmost importance. Jinshin has diagnosed that Suer has been poisoned. Xian Wang looked at Rue Jinshin in astonishment. You can discern this? It was known that they had consulted numerous doctors, yet only Elder Yi and Imperial Physician Wang had confirmed that Mo Yunser was indeed poisoned. Others had merely diagnosed based on symptoms without knowing the specific toxin. Can you identify the poison? Xian Wang found it hard to believe. I can determine part of it, but most requires further study and a blood test. Blood test? The term was unfamiliar. Neither Elder Yi nor Imperial Physician Wang had mentioned it. Rue Jinshin succinctly explained. The blood contains toxins, which need to be analyzed through a series of tests to identify the poison and tailor an antidote. Though the royal couple struggled to comprehend fully, they understood she had a method. Then please proceed, Xian Wang urged. Rue Jinshin smiled. Not today. I need to retrieve my tools from the clinic first. At that moment, the princess consort remembered Today was the day of her homecoming. Very well. No rush. After all these years, a moment's delay is inconsequential. Today is your return day. Let Sewer accompany you back to your family. Rue Jinshin had intended to return alone, but seeing the princess consort's eagerness, she felt unable to voice such a thought. When the time to remove the needles arrived, Rue Jinshin deftly extracted them with remarkable skill. Xianwang's doubts arose. Such swift proficiency could not have been acquired overnight. He was aware that Rue Jinshin had been studying medicine under Elder Yi, but could she have reached this level in such a short time? Unless she possessed extraordinary talent. The three began to discuss treatment plans. Mo Yunser awoke after half an hour to find 3 heads and 6 eyes staring at him. Startled, he instinctively reached for his face, finding the mask still in place, and took a moment to collect himself. Why are you all looking at me like that? Sir, does your head still hurt? The princess consort inquired with concern as Rue Jinshin regarded him with a smile. Mo Yunser sat up, regaining his memories and recalling Rue Jinshin's sleeping posture. He suppressed a cough, feeling a bit awkward. Is this a cold? No, just a slight headache. Mo Yunser moved his head, suddenly realizing the pain had subsided. It seems to be gone. Mother, do not worry. Is it truly no longer painful? Yes. It doesn't hurt anymore. The princess consort beamed. Then you must thank Jinshin. Were it not for her, you would not have slept soundly. Rue Jinshin waved the golden needles in her hand. Mo Yunser understood that she had treated him. Thank you. Rue Jinshin smiled back. No need for formalities. However, you could express your gratitude with something tangible. Indeed. The princess consort joyfully exclaimed, let us present Jinshin with a gift, something precious that she would cherish. Oh, Mo Yunser responded, somewhat dazed. Xianwang said sternly, Jinshin mentioned that she has a way to help you detoxify and heal your leg. Are you aware of this? Yes, came the simple reply. Xianwang cautioned, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot allow more people to know. Rue Jinshin furrowed her brow. Is there an issue? The princess consort clarified, the matter of Sewer's poisoning remains unresolved. The perpetrator has yet to be identified. That person must be watching us from the shadows. We do not wish to complicate matters. Let us wait until Sewer is fully recovered before making any announcements. Rue Jinshin pondered. If the culprit could evade even Xianwang's investigation, their identity must be quite formidable. She shared her speculation, and Xianwang nodded in agreement. I had considered this individual might hold significant power. Yet after extensive investigation, we have found no leads. Perhaps once the heir truly stands, that person will become anxious and reveal themselves, Rue Jinshin suggested, prompting deep contemplation among the three. Mo Yunser self-deprecatingly remarked, have we been under constant surveillance? Is that person watching me, reveling in my inability to rise? Do not say such things, the princess consort replied, discomforted by the notion that the poisoner harbored such twisted sentiments. Rue Jinshin longed to inquire if it was an enemy's doing and how the poisoning had occurred. However, noticing the grave expressions of the trio, she resolved to save those questions for another day. The princess consort, glancing at the time, urged, Sir, hurry and freshen up. Accompanied Jinshin back to her family. The princess consort had prepared several carts of gifts for the homecoming celebration. With so many items, the carriage could not fit through the small gate and had to exit through the main entrance. Rue Jinshin's hopes of utilizing the smaller gate were dashed, and she obediently followed the customs, exiting through the grand entrance. After walking 100 paces, they arrived at her family's front door. Rue Xiang and his family stood in formation to greet them. Onlookers marveled at the lavish homecoming gifts bestowed by the prince's residence, sparking curiosity about how the infatuated lady had captured the princess consort's attention, while the outside world speculated. Rue Xiang felt immense pride in the honor bestowed upon their family by the prince's residence. With a broad smile, he welcomed his precious daughter inside, followed closely by his 4 sons. As they entered, no one paid attention to the son-in-law, leading to an awkward bow from Lu Shi. Please do not take offense, young master, as they simply missed the young lady too dearly and momentarily forgot about you. Mo Yunser was well aware of the Rue family's indulgence towards Rue Jinshin during her childhood, a boundless affection that drew mixed reactions from all of Beijing, yet elicited envy from many young women. As Rue Jinshin stepped through the door, she sensed something amiss. Turning back, she spotted Mo Yunser. Amused, she shook her head and approached him. She intended to bow, but halfway through, she laughed. Young master, to be a son-in-law of the Rue family, you must abide by our rules. Mo Yunser pondered. Although he and Rue Jinshin had signed the divorce agreement, it was not yet time to make it public. During this period, he would adhere to the rules, whatever they may be. What are the rules of the Rue family? Everything revolves around my sister. Whatever she says is right. If there is a mistake, it lies with others. Whatever my sister commands shall be done. Gazing at the incredulous eyes concealed beneath the mask, Rue Jinshun asserted, "This is the rule of the Rue family." Chapter 60. Without image, Rue Jinshin tenderly clutched her inexpensive father with one hand while being pulled along by little Jinxiang with the other. Her 3 elder brothers trailed behind her, surrounding her like stars encircling the moon. Lu Shi silently accompanied Mo Yukai, bringing up the rear. In a society where women generally held a low status, the affection that Rue Xiang showed for his daughter was extraordinarily rare, seemingly a unique instance in the Daiyong dynasty. Just 2 days into her marriage, the Rue family appeared as if they had not seen Rue Jinshin for many years, constantly inquiring about her well-being. Rue Xiang even had red-rimmed eyes. Mo Yunkai mused inwardly, "Is it really necessary? There's just a wall between us. And they even opened a hole in the wall for easy access. It's not like we are separated by a vast distance." Rue Jinshin's brothers, Rue Jinbo and Rue Jinsheng, harbored significant discontent towards him. Seeing him sitting aside like an invisible man, devoid of family awareness, they found him quite displeasing. Rue Jinbo clasped his fist towards Mo Yukai, suggesting, "If you find it boring, I can spar with you, brother-in-law?" Mo Yukai's gaze flickered. He deemed that the skills he had displayed were hardly worthy of attention. "Second brother, that suggestion is not advisable," Rue Jinshin interjected, discontented. "If you get hurt, I would be distressed, and if he gets hurt, I would have to take care of him." Rue Jinbo immediately complied, recognizing that he could not let his sister suffer. Mo Yunkai felt a tightness in his chest and provocatively remarked, "This young master will not be injured." Rue Jinshin smiled. "Of course, you want to be hurt. But my second brother might not be so fortunate, and I don't wish for him to be injured." Rue Jinbo thought to himself, "My sister seems to lack faith in him," yet he obediently refrained from retorting. Rue Jinshun whispered in his ear, "You cannot defeat the young master, so do not upset our sister." Mo Yunkai heard this clearly. It was evident that they were concerned about Rue Jinshin's feelings. He chose to remain silent, and the Rue family ceased their conversation with him, leaving him in peace. During lunch, Mo Yunsai's eyes widened in surprise. The dishes on the table included some he had never encountered before, and the flavors were exquisite. Little Jinxiang, oblivious to his brother's hostility towards their brother-in-law, curiously gazed at the man he was to call brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, aren't these delicious?" Mo Yunkai glanced at the only amiable member of the Rue family, nodding. "Indeed, all these were taught to the cooks by my sister." "Isn't she impressive?" Mo Yunkai was taken aback. This infatuated girl possessed such talents? Rue Xiang beamed with pride. Lifting his chin with satisfaction, "My Jinshin is exceptionally gifted and wise, adept in both the kitchen and social settings." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Mo Yunkai, wary of someone oblivious to their good fortune, lacking appreciation. Even little Jinxiang could perceive the obvious insinuation, softly declaring to Mo Yunkai, "You must treat my sister well, otherwise I will no longer call you brother-in-law. Whoever treats my sister well will be my brother-in-law." Rue Jinsheng chuckled, "Jinxiang speaks wisely. Whoever treats my sister well is her brother-in-law. Should anyone dare to bully her, I shall first call for a divorce. Then give them a good beating." Rue Xiang did not rebuke but rather agreed, stating, "What Jinsheng says is correct. Young Master Mo, if Jinshin ever misbehaves, you cannot blame her. Should you feel displeased, do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall bring her back." Rue Jinshun added, "My sister is never at fault. The fault lies with others." Mo Yukai suddenly understood. Rue Jinshin's confidence in the matter of divorce on their wedding night stemmed from the limitless affection of her family. "Father, let us eat without discussing anything that might ruin our appetite." "All right, let us eat." No one paid heed to Mo Yunsai's response. He realized he need not speak at all. This reunion meal concluded amidst the lively chatter of the Rue family and the quiet consumption of food by Mo Yukai. Even until the evening when they departed, he hardly exchanged 3 words. Rue Jinshin intentionally returned to the Wang residence through the small door, conveniently leading to Qingsong Courtyard. As a newlywed, it was customary for her to report back to her mother-in-law upon returning from her natal family. Lu Shi had prepared some intriguing gifts. Besides the customary offerings, she had also prepared 2 large food boxes. Rue Jinshin did not enter Qingsong Courtyard, but headed straight to Yuyuan with the gifts. Meanwhile, Mo Yunkai, who had been ignored all day, turned into Chingsong Courtyard. Even being a mere backdrop was exhausting. He reclined on the soft couch, closing his eyes to rest. Yuan Song entered with a food box. "Young master, Lun Yang has prepared a meal." Mo Yunkai opened his eyes, puzzled as Yuan Song lifted the lid. A delightful aroma wafted forth, revealing a platter of braised delicacies, accompanied by a dish known as boiled fish. Lu Shi's observational skills were remarkable. These were the very dishes he had consumed the most at lunch, and Lu Shi had taken note. This concubine of Rui Xiang was indeed astute in social matters, though regrettably not a proper mother-in-law. Yuan Song and the others had also partaken of these dishes at Rui Xiang's home. Yet there had been scarcely enough to satisfy their appetites. Now, witnessing these two steaming dishes, they could not help but swallow hard. Mo Yunkai shot him a humorous glare. While delicious, one should not indulge excessively. Yuan Song tightly shut his mouth, nodding, unable to conceal his gluttonous demeanor. "Take it away. You can add these to your dinner." "Thank you, young master." Yuan Song eagerly took the food back to their residence, completely oblivious to the concept of politeness. Mo Yunkai muttered under his breath, contemplating how he had ended up surrounded by gluttons. Suddenly, he recalled the braised pig trotter he had tasted earlier and recognized the flavor. He was certain Rui Jinshin would not have shared it with them. Thus, it must have been pilfered. What a scoundrel! Am I now a fence for stolen goods? Rui Jinshin had not anticipated Lu Shi's keen attention to detail, noticing Mo Yunkai's preferences for those two dishes. Lu Shi had prepared 6 dishes for the Xian Wang and Princess Xian. As it was time for dinner, Princess Xian directly sent word to set the table in the side hall of Yuyuan. When Mo Yunkai arrived, he was accompanied by Mo Yunyang and Mo Yunlai. Although Princess Xian felt discomfort upon seeing Mo Yunyang, she did not display her displeasure. "What type of meat is this? It smells divine." Mo Yunlai stuffed his mouth with braised pork, his lips glistening with grease, not forgetting to praise it. Seeing him continually serving himself, Xian Wang also took a piece to taste. It's rich, yet not greasy, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, infused with a fragrant sauce. Sweet, yet savory. Exquisite. Princess Xian observed the father and son with greasy mouths. Despite the praise from the Wang, she hesitated to partake. Rui Jinshin used the communal chopsticks to serve her 2 pieces. "Mother, you must try this. You will surely enjoy it." As the daughter-in-law offered her respect, Princess Xian could not bear to refuse, cautiously taking a small bite. Truly delicious. The 2 pieces quickly vanished down her throat, and she soon reached for a third. Mo Yunkai noticed Mo Yunyang's chopsticks had remained idle for quite some time. With swift reflexes, he snatched the last 2 pieces and placed them in his bowl. Delicious. Not to be missed. Mo Yunkai gestured to Mo Yunyang regarding the Xian Wang and Yunlai, indicating that the other dishes were also delightful, and if one did not act, they would soon disappear. Mo Yunyang found it somewhat amusing. When had dining in the Wang residence become a matter of food theft? After the braised pork was devoured, no one spoke at the table. The only sounds were the clinking of chopsticks against bowls and the slurping of lips. The servants observing from the side were taken aback. The usually dignified Xian Wang residence had lost its composure over a few dishes, utterly devoid of decorum. Chapter 61. Hope Mo Yunlai, savoring the feast, was still unsated. "Mother, could you please have another serving brought in? Those braised pig's trotters were simply delightful. And what about that chewy dish? It smells so delectable." Rui Jinshin glanced at the plate he was pointing to, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The consort of Xian Wang remarked, "Delicious, isn't it? You should compliment your sister-in-law. She brought all these dishes back." Mo Yunlai felt somewhat reluctant, yet as the saying goes, a soft mouth eats tender meat. With a yearning for more, he decided to swallow his pride. His expression was one of inner turmoil when the Xian Wang subtly nudged him under the table, signaling him to sweeten his words for the sake of the delicious fare. For the sake of that savory delight, Mo Yunlai resolved, a gentleman can bend and yield. If it means enjoying exquisite food, then a little humility is no burden. He turned to Rui Jinshin and ingratiatingly asked, "Sister-in-law, might we have another helping? I fear I haven't had my fill." Rui Jinshin noticed his awkward demeanor and thought, "Oh dear, he truly is a glutton. Even though he finds me disagreeable, he is willing to feign kindness for the sake of food." Her gaze shifted, and she spotted Xian Wang wearing a similar expression of anticipation. Amused, she said, "Xiang, please check the Xiang residence to see if there's any left. It's splendid to have family nearby for such conveniences." The Prime Minister's residence served dinner late. And just as they were preparing the meal, Xiao returned with news for Lu Shi, confirming that there was indeed more. Lu Shi ordered the kitchen to prepare several dishes for their own meal, and the 3 dishes of braised delicacies were all taken by Chancellor. Mo Yunce had never realized that a person could disregard their status and image for the sake of food. Xian Wang and Mo Yunlai, ignoring the curious stares of others, devoured the dishes they had begged for once more. Mo Yunlai, patting his round belly, inquired again, "Sister-in-law, what was that dish?" He was referring to the dry pot intestines. Rui Jinxin kindly replied, "I shall tell you tomorrow." "Why?" he asked. "I fear you might be repulsed. Here, people generally did not consume such offal. And even the residents of the Xiong residence initially resisted it. However, they ultimately succumbed to its delightful taste, almost craving it daily." Rui Jinxin intended to give him a buffer, hoping he wouldn't truly find it unbearable and vomit it out, so she added, "Lest you request another plate." Her words made both Xian Wang and his son flush with embarrassment. After a hearty dinner, they all strolled to the back lake to digest. Rui Jinxin stayed close to the consort, saying, "Mother, I plan to visit the medical clinic tomorrow." "Oh, do what you must," the consort replied, very open-minded. With her mother in charge, Rui Jinxin felt free to pursue her interests. "Thank you, mother." The summer evenings lingered, and the expansive back lake was shaded by lush trees and vibrant flowers. A white arched bridge spanned the lake, leading directly to a pavilion at its center, where a school of koi swam beneath, surfacing with their mouths agape. Granny Shui chuckled, "Hee hee. These koi seem to be growing smarter. They know food arrives when the princess comes by." The princess smiled as she took the fish feed from Granny Shui's hands, scattering it across the water. A serene scene of tranquility and stability was abruptly interrupted by a frantic call. "Jinxin." Rui Jinxin thought she had misheard. How could Yi Wanqing's voice be here in the Wang residence? Following the sound, she saw the steward Ao Shan rushing toward her, closely followed by a sprinting Yi Wanqing. "Wanqing, what has happened?" "Jinxin, please help my mother." Upon hearing that someone needed saving, Rui Jinxin immediately replied, "Mother, I must go investigate." Without waiting for the consort's response, she dashed after Yi Wanqing. Ao Shan stepped forward and explained, "That is the granddaughter of old Dr. Yi. His daughter-in-law has gone into labor on her way back to the capital and is in dire straits." Granny Shui queried, "Can the young lady truly help? Isn't she just beginning her studies?" The consort's expression darkened. Perhaps a woman's assistance was indeed necessary, and Jinxin just so happened to have some medical knowledge. She did not wish for too many people to know of Rui Jinxin's exceptional skills, fearing that someone might poison her to hinder Yun's recovery. Xian Wang and his sons, who had been walking ahead, now returned to understand the situation. Upon realizing that Yi Wanqing had come looking for help, Mo Yunce understood the urgency, as he was somewhat aware of Rui Jinxin's medical capabilities. The consort suddenly declared, "I shall accompany you." It might be inconvenient for a newlywed to go alone. With the consort intending to go, Mo Yunce naturally followed. Just before they boarded the carriage, the consort instructed Granny Shui and the others, "You need not follow, my son is here." Xian Wang understood the consort's intention. Should anyone witness his daughter-in-law's medical expertise, it could adversely affect Yun's treatment. "Very well. You all stay behind. I shall accompany the princess." By the time the 3 reached the medical clinic, night had fallen. Old Dr. Yi and his son Yi Sun were anxiously awaiting outside the delivery room. Upon seeing the 3 from the Wang residence, they were somewhat puzzled. The consort smiled. "We overindulged at dinner and decided to take a stroll, just in time to wait for Jinxin to return with us." "You overate and came here to walk off the excess?" The Yi family father and son had no time to ponder further and invited the Wang family members to sit aside and wait. Yi Wanqing exited the delivery room and said to her father, "Father, Jinxin has suggested a cesarean section. Do you agree?" "What? A cesarean?" Yi Sun stood there shocked. He had just returned today and was unaware that a miraculous physician had emerged from their family. He was at a loss for how to decide. Old Dr. Yi decisively stated, "We shall follow Jinxin's lead. Perform the cesarean." "Father, it's very dangerous." Yi Sun couldn't fathom why his father would allow a young girl to take charge of such a critical matter. "Trust Jinxin. Her abilities surpass yours." Xian Wang and the consort were left speechless. A cesarean? Would the mother survive? Yet old Dr. Ye's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yi Wanqing, trusting her grandfather, turned and re-entered the delivery room. Yi Sun's muscles tensed in anxiety, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a newborn's cries resonated from within. Those waiting outside were filled with excitement as Yi Wanqing emerged, cradling the swaddled infant and handing it to the midwife before returning to assist. Old Dr. Yi instructed the midwife to take the baby for cleaning and nudged his son. "Stop dawdling. Go see whether the child is a boy or a girl." Yi Sun, still in a daze, complied, and half an hour later, Rui Jinxin stepped out of the delivery room. "Jinxin, Master, both mother and child are safe. Congratulations, Master, on welcoming a healthy grandson." Old Dr. Ye's face beamed with joy. Good, good. A fine child." Yi Yushir had endured a bumpy journey, leading to the early delivery. "Master, it was just 10 days premature. It's nothing to worry about. The child has developed splendidly." Yusun rushed over with the baby, placing the child in old Dr. Ye's arms before hurrying back inside. The consort approached old Dr. Yi, admiring the cherubic face of the infant. "How adorable. Mother, what brings you here?" Rui Jinxin, glancing around, noticed both Xin Wang and Mo Yuns were present. Old Dr. Yi replied on behalf of the consort. They claimed they overindulged. Rui Jinxin suppressed her laughter. Indeed, they had truly overindulged. The consort gazed at the baby, whose tiny mouth was searching for milk, and she felt a glimmer of hope. Surely, her Yunsu would rise again. Chapter 62. The Unspoken. On the road back to the royal residence, Rui Jinxi shared a carriage with Mo Yunkai. Exhausted, she leaned against the carriage wall and dozed off, her head bobbing gently, unable to bear the sight any longer. Mo Yunkai reached out and laid her down on the seat. Rui Jinxi fluttered her eyelids briefly before succumbing to a deep slumber. In another carriage, Prince Xian and Princess Xian clasped hands tightly, brimming with excitement. "My lord, Kai really has hope now. Indeed, we must not let this information leak. We must protect Jean Girl at all costs. Yes, we should deploy more hidden guards to ensure her safety." The couple meticulously reviewed all necessary precautions, issuing directives as the carriage approached the gates of the royal residence. The foremost order was to notify old Master Yi to comply, ensuring that the medical staff remained tight-lipped about Rui Jinxi's medical prowess, presenting her to the outside world merely as an apprentice. Since Rui Jinxi was asleep, Princess Xian instructed the carriage to proceed directly to Qingsong Courtyard. Mo Yunkai called out to Rui Jinxi for quite some time without success, eventually asking Xianglan to carry her down from the carriage. Xianglan pouted, "Young master, I can't manage it." Mo Yunkai glanced around, noticing Yuan Song and others taking a step back. He narrowed his eyes and told Xianglan, "Either you wake her up or let her sleep in the carriage." With that, he turned his wheelchair and made his way into the bedroom, collapsing onto the soft couch. With no other options, Xianglan dampened a cloth and pressed it against Rui Jinxi's face. The sudden chill caused Rui Jinxi to blink awake. "Have we arrived home, miss? Hurry and get off the carriage. It's time to rest," Xianglan urged. Rui Jinxi, still somewhat dazed, dismounted and yawned her way back to her room. "Xianglan, you all rest. I feel too weary to move any further. I shall sleep now." With that, she closed the door behind her, leaving Xianglan and the others outside, stumbling toward her bed. With a simple hairpin, she released her hair, allowing it to cascade down like a waterfall. As she tossed her silk robe aside, her delicate shoulders were unveiled before Mo Yukai's eyes. The sight of her unabashed demeanor startled him, and what shocked him further was what followed. Rui Jinxi tugged at her waistband, letting her skirt drop, revealing her long, fair legs. Mo Yunkai gasped, cursing himself for having witnessed her in such a state. Hastily shutting his eyes, Rui Jinxi, utterly fatigued, cast aside her restraints and collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a dreamless sleep, oblivious to her status as a married woman and the fact that Mo Yunkai would also be sleeping there. When Mo Yunkai opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of her bare back, her pert posterior, and her long legs. He scolded himself for the manner in which he had awoken, quickly turning away, but the images in his mind lingered. In a state of drowsiness, Mo Yunkai succumbed to the first dream of his life. As dawn's first light streamed into the room, he opened his eyes, instantly becoming aware of his discomfort. Frustrated, he sat up swiftly and fled the bedroom as if escaping a dire situation. Xianglan, hearing the door open, rushed out, only to see Mo Yunkai swiftly exiting the room in his wheelchair. Suspicious, she peered in, noticing that the young lady was still asleep, and gently closed the door. Relieved that she had not entered, Mo Yunkai retreated to the study. "Yuan Rong," he called, and she promptly entered. "Young master, you summon me?" "Prepare a bed in the study," he ordered. Yuan Rong hesitated, The princess has issued a strict order forbidding you from sleeping anywhere other than the bedroom. Exasperated by his mother's decree, he replied, return to the Xianying division. I urgently need to cleanse myself. Rue Jinsi slept soundly until midday, entirely unaware that Mo Yunkai had spent the night in the same room. After washing up and hastily satisfying her hunger, she informed the princess and hurried to the medical clinic. Yi Yushir had awakened, but the incision on her abdomen throbbed painfully. Now that the effects of the anesthetic had worn off, Yi Sun had attended her all night and had just left to rest. Upon seeing her, Wanqing instinctively knelt down. What are you doing? Rue Jinsi exclaimed, swiftly preventing her. Jinsi, thank you for saving my mother and brother. I accept your gratitude. But please do not kneel. You are embarrassing me. Jinsi. Yi Wanqing embraced her, exclaiming, thank you. Thank you. I almost lost my mother. Rue Jinsi patted her shoulder. Now that all is well, focus on taking care of your mother and brother. Can I give her something to eat? If she has passed gas, then she may eat. She has. I will fetch some porridge right away. Yi Yushir recovered quickly, and after Rue Jinsi examined her, she expressed satisfaction. To Wanqing, who returned with the porridge, she said, let your mother try to sit up this afternoon. She should be able to walk by tomorrow. So soon? Yes. To prevent intestinal adhesions. Yi Wanqing eagerly absorbed the medical knowledge from Rue Jinsi. As Rue Jinsi descended the stairs wearing a mask, eager to attend to patients, she was halted by old Master Yi. Jean girl, come here. Rue Jinsi approached the innermost chamber. Master. Old Master Yi gestured for her to sit and pushed a stack of medical case files toward her. This is the medical record of young Master Kai. Study it. You know? Do you have any suggestions? Old Master Yi replied, child, when treating the young Master's poison, you must first ensure your own safety. Master. Do you truly have no leads on his poison? After a moment of silence, old Master Yi recounted, before he was poisoned, young Master Kai was indeed a paragon of excellence, distinguished in appearance, talent, martial arts, and strategy, the finest in Daeong. Alas, fate is often cruel. At the age of 11, while accompanying the emperor on a hunt, his steed went wild, casting him off and breaking his legs. However, 3 months later, when recovery was expected, his legs not only failed to improve, but he lost all hope of standing again. At that time, Wang Qi and I discovered something within him that hindered his recovery, suspecting poisoning. But we found nothing until the appearance of the blue-red markings on his face confirmed our fears. The strange part is that the composition of the poison remains undetermined. It is exceedingly rare. Master, are there any suspects within the royal residence? Old Master Yi replied, to my knowledge, the emperor and the prince have thoroughly investigated all possible suspects without yielding any clues. It remains an unsolved case from that time. Every occurrence leaves traces, unless it is supernatural. But aside from her, I have not heard of any extraordinary events. Whoever can erase all traces must possess immense power, rivaling that of Prince Xian. Rue Jinsi could only think of the emperor, pointing her finger upward. Old Master Yi understood her implication and shook his head. No, the brotherhood between Emperor Shengxian and Prince Xian is genuine. He truly cares for young Master Kai. Could it be an enemy of the prince? Many have pondered this, yet no one can ascertain which enemy it might be. Seeing her deep in thought, Old Master Yi advised, do not dwell on these matters. Focus on your own well-being, and prioritize identifying the poison's formula to cure the young master. That is your true duty. Chapter 63 Encounter. Yi Wanqing's parents returned with the army, and the emperor rewarded all the soldiers, except for the crown prince. Discussions arose in the court, with opinions divided. Some were discerning, while others were well-informed, leading to mixed reviews of the crown prince's conduct. Over the past few days, the crown prince had fully recognized his mistakes and paid little heed to the courtier's remarks. Emperor Shengxian was fairly content with his post-return demeanor, and his attitude had noticeably softened. Today marked the crown prince's first outing from the palace since his return. This young master, my lady, is currently out. You may leave a note, and I shall convey it upon her return. At the entrance of the general's residence, the crown prince eagerly sought out Yao Jingjia, only to be informed of her absence. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he turned to leave when a carriage came to a halt beside him. Crown Prince, is it truly you? Qi Ranran joyfully emerged from the carriage, tugging at the crown prince's sleeve in a playful manner. You've been back for half a month, and none of you have come to play with me. The crown prince subtly withdrew his sleeve, responding, I have been exceedingly busy. Qi Ranran glanced behind him. Is Yao Jingjia not at home? Indeed. The doorman informed me she has gone out. Could she be visiting the wife of Dr. Yi? I heard she had a premature delivery. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's heart stirred. Let us pay her a visit. Chi Ran eagerly nodded in agreement. Dr. Yi was the young master of Shanyuan Hall, and they all knew this. One rode a horse while the other took a carriage, both heading towards Shanyuan Hall. The crown prince was filled with anticipation to see Yao Jingjia there. In a narrow alley 2 streets away from Shanyuan Hall, Rui Jinxin and Xiang Yu bought some snacks and decided to take a shortcut back. As they turned the corner, they unexpectedly encountered a robber in broad daylight. The man, of short stature and possessing a furtive demeanor, held a machete to a young lady's neck. Strangely, the young lady appeared unfazed, while the robber nervously glanced around, his hand trembling with the weapon. Xiang Yu, feeling anxious, tugged at her companion, urging her to flee, but Rui Jinxin stepped forward instead. Spotting 2 more young ladies approaching, the robber revealed a sinister grin. What luck! Fortune has arrived, and it cannot be obstructed. Rui Jinxin chuckled lightly. I fear you may not be able to handle it. The young lady threatened by the robber smiled at Rui Jinxin. Madam, shouldn't you be frightened upon witnessing such a scene? If you're unafraid, what reason do I have to be fearful? After all, it is your neck he has the knife against. Upon hearing this, the robber turned the blade towards Rui Jinxin but found the distance too far. He hesitated, then redirected it back to the young lady. Rui Jinxin observed the robber's actions and the cold sweat on his brow with keen interest. Shall I call for assistance? No, the robber shouted. Rui Jinxin shot him a glance. Who asked for your opinion? Mind your own business. The robber, hearing this, glared fiercely and commanded, take off your jewelry, quickly. Rui Jinxin and the young lady exchanged a defiant glance, challenging the robber. I shall stand right here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Rui Jinxin's attire was simple yet elegant, adorned with exquisite accessories. She wore a single jade hairpin and a valuable jade pendant around her neck. The robber's eyes gleamed with greed as he focused on the jade pendant, causing him to unconsciously loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity while the robber was distracted, Yao Jingjia swiftly ducked beneath the machete, twisting the robber's hand. Ah! The robber screamed in pain as the machete clattered to the ground. Rui Jinxin rushed forward to kick the weapon away, only to find the robber's arm twisted behind his back. Rui Jinxin offered her shawl to Yao Jingjia, suggesting it be used to bind the robber. Yao Jingjia gazed at the exquisite shawl with a bright smile. You should keep it. He is not worthy. A simple piece of straw rope will suffice. Just as Rui Jinxin was about to send Xiang Yu to fetch something from a nearby shop, footsteps approached. Lieutenant, Lord Lu. Both Yao Jingjia and Rui Jinxin exclaimed in unison. The newcomer was none other than Lieutenant, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, accompanied by several subordinates. Was that your scream just now? Lieutenant first noticed the groaning robber on the ground and instructed his subordinates to bind him before turning his attention to Yao Jingjia and Rui Jinxin. Why are you two here? Just passing by. Is that not acceptable? Rui Jinxin and Yao Jingjia chimed in together, sharing a smile. Yao Jingjia informed Lieutenant. That man has been hiding in the alley, robbing people for some time. Please take him back and interrogate him properly. Since it was a matter for the Ministry of Justice, Lieutenant ordered his men to take the robber away. Seeing that neither lady was harmed, he departed. Yao Jingjia gazed at Rui Jinxin with bright, sparkling eyes. I am Yao Jingjia, daughter of the general. May I ask who you are, esteemed lady? You seem so familiar. Miss Yao, our lady is the daughter of Minister Rui. Ah. Upon hearing this, Yao Jingjia's excitement was palpable as she examined Rui Jinxin closely. You are Rui Jinxin? I hardly recognized you. Rui Jinxin felt somewhat disheartened. The memories of her past life were becoming increasingly hazy, and she could not recall knowing Yao Jingjia. Did we know each other before? I sustained a severe injury earlier this year, and my memory is not quite what it used to be. Instead of disappointment, Yao Jingjia expressed sympathy. Poor Jinxin. Shall we find a place to chat? Feeling a sense of kinship from Yao Jingjia's warmth and straightforward nature, the two soon found a nearby tea house. In their casual conversation, they discovered that Yao Jingjia was 2 years older than Rui Jinxin and that their mothers had been close friends. The bond they shared in their youth was akin to that of sisters. After Rui Jinxin's mother passed away, her family followed the general to the northern front, and they had not seen each other for 6 or 7 years. You are already married. Rui Jinxin chuckled. You speak as if you are an elder. Yao Jingjia beamed. Of course, I have always considered you my little sister. My mother often speaks of you as well. Initially, I wrote you many letters, but you never replied. Xiang Yu interjected on Rui Jinxin's behalf. The lady was very heartbroken at that time and spoke little to anyone. She had little interest in anything. I see. Yao Jingjia replied with regret. The day after I returned, I went to the countryside to visit my grandmother. I was unaware you had married. Otherwise, I would have ensured to send you off. Huh. It is never too late for that now. In a short while, Rui Jinxin felt as if she had rekindled a long-lost friendship. Yao Jingjia pinched her adorable face, laughing. You are still just as thick-skinned. Very well. I shall gift you the prettiest item I can find, as I remember you have a fondness for beautiful things, especially handsome young men. Rui Jinxin was momentarily taken aback. Can we not speak properly? Yao Jingjia laughed heartily. I shall give you a lovely doll. Rui Jinxin delightedly accepted. Dolls are wonderful. By the way, which young master did you marry? I just returned to the capital today and heard that a relative had a premature delivery. I am in a hurry to visit, so I am completely unaware of the happenings in the capital. Well, take your time to inquire. If you are not visiting someone, you should hurry along. They are just ahead at Shanyuan Hall. Rui Jinxin's eyes widened in surprise. You cannot be referring to Yi Yushir, can you? Indeed. Dr. Ye's wife bears the surname Yu. Huh. Let us go. I shall accompany you there. What a coincidence. Chapter 64. The four guards. The two individuals, having been separated for a considerable time, appeared to share an unbroken bond as they strolled together, engaged in lively conversation. The crown prince, having arrived earlier, was summoned back to the palace by the Empress when the person he awaited did not appear. Qi Ranran felt relieved that they had missed each other and departed shortly after the crown prince. Moments later, Rui Jinxin and Yao Jingjia emerged from a nearby alley, while a carriage from the general's residence arrived at the entrance of the medical hall. In my haste to leave, I realized halfway that I had forgotten to prepare a gift, so I sent someone back to retrieve it. Taking a shortcut, I encountered you, Yao Jingjia exclaimed joyfully. Rui Jinxin added with a grin, should we not express our gratitude to that robber? Otherwise, we might have missed this chance. Haha, we have helped him find his home. That counts as thanks, the robber retorted. Rui Jinxin found that she and Yao Jingjia were truly kindred spirits. They visited the Yu family and the little baby, and the two sat in the reception room downstairs, chatting animatedly. Yi Wanqing, curious, entered with a fruit platter, and Rui Jinxin eagerly introduced her to Yao Jingjia. This is the future divine healer of Daong, Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing blushed at the extravagant praise, replying, Jinxin is exaggerating. Hello, I am Yao Jingjia. I know you, Doctor. Yi and it you speak of you daily. The entire military camp is aware of Dr. Ye's beautiful daughter, Yao Jingjia remarked. Yi Wanqing was drawn to her forthrightness, and the three young women quickly became friends. As they lost track of time in their conversation, they were reminded by the princess of Xian that it was already dark outside. It's so late, Rui Jinxin exclaimed, suddenly feeling hungry. I'll treat you to medicinal cuisine. Let us go. After sending the messenger back to report, the three of them made their way to the nearby medicinal dining hall. This was Rui Jinxin's first outing with friends since arriving, and it felt as if she had returned to a previous life. Just before curfew, Rui Jinxin returned to the royal residence. The princess of Xian had been waiting for her, causing Rui Jinxin to feel a bit anxious. She stepped forward, linking her arm with the princess's, and, like a little girl who had done something wrong, sweetly said, Mother, I'm sorry, I want to be late again. The princess of Xian cherished her affection, gently patting her cheek and smiling. Mother does not blame you. I only worry for your safety. Tomorrow, the royal father will assign you shadow guards. Wherever you wish to go, take them along. Mother will comply with your wishes. Not wanting to dismiss the princess's goodwill, Rui Jinxin obediently nodded. Her compliant demeanor greatly satisfied the princess of Xian's maternal instincts, who wished to pamper her daughter endlessly. It's late. Hurry off to bed. Suer has official duties and will not return tonight. Oh, Rui Jinxin was indifferent to whether Mo Yunce returned, but she could not express this in front of the princess. I shall prepare his change of clothes now. The princess of Xian beamed with joy, happily seeing her off. Jinxin is truly a good daughter-in-law. After receiving such praise, Rui Jinxin returned to Qingsong courtyard, forgetting to prepare her husband's clothing. The following morning, after finishing her bath, the princess's maid, Mingyu, came to inform her that breakfast was to be held at Yuyuan. The prince and Yunlai would also be present. To this day, she had not mentioned to Yunlai that one of the dishes he longed for was made from pig entrails. If he were to discover this today, he would undoubtedly inquire further. Under his persistent questioning, Rui Jinxin gently revealed, that dish is called dry pot pig intestines. Oh, isn't that just pig intestines? Why hide it? Yunlai remarked, oblivious to the implications. However, The princess of Xian recalled. Jinxin, are you referring to pig entrails? Rui Jinxin nodded in affirmation, adding mischievously. From the place where pig manure accumulates. Yun Lai's eyes widened in horror, and unable to bear it any longer, he dashed outside to retch. To everyone's surprise, the princess of Xian chuckled. Well, we've saved ourselves a meal. This royal matriarch was truly to Rui Jinxin's liking. Stealing a glance at the prince, she noted his calm demeanor, which allowed her to exhale softly. Indeed, breakfast was skipped for one. After the meal, 4 masked figures, 2 men and 2 women, entered the courtyard. The prince addressed them. From now on, the young lady is your master. The 4 bowed in unison, respectfully stating, we have met the young lady. The prince, pleased, remarked to Rui Jinxin, they belong to the Wei family. You may name them as you wish. Rui Jinxin did not hesitate, declaring, since they are from the Wei family, they shall bear the surname Wei. Extending her hand from left to right, she designated Wei Zhua, Wei Yu, Wei Shi, and Wei Lo. Thank you, young lady, for the names. They expressed in unison. With a wave of her hand, they slipped into the shadows. Nodding in satisfaction, she expressed her gratitude to the prince and informed the princess of Xian before departing with the 4 guards and fragrant pomelo. In the Xianying Bureau, Yuan Song reported to Mo Yunce, the prince has assigned 4 shadow guards to the young lady. The princess requests that you return to the residence tonight to prevent the young lady from worrying. Young Master Lai claims he has been bullied by the young lady and seeks your assistance in avenging him. The young lady returned to the royal residence just before curfew. Young lady Mo Yunce glared at him. You are a 4th-rank official. Is this all you can report? Yuan Song, feeling dejected, replied, you seem to be listening quite attentively. Go find a painter to see if Gu Qingwei can describe the appearance of that mysterious woman. Yuan Song promptly set off to fulfill the order, eager to avoid further reprimand. That day, an announcement was made in the palace. The Empress was to host a grand mid-autumn festival banquet, inviting the families of officials ranked 4th and above to attend. With the festival approaching tomorrow, the late notice caught many families off guard, leading to crowded clothing shops. In the scramble for a single dress, various ladies engaged in fierce competition. Rui Jinxin, wearing a mask, observed the injured ladies and their quarrels in the medical hall. Their antics quite unseemly. Enough. If you continue to bicker, I shall leave. This doctor will not serve you, she declared loudly, bringing a sudden hush to the hall. If you keep this up, you shall enter the palace with painted faces tomorrow. Let us see who gets in. Finally, tranquility returned, allowing her to treat patients. Leaning close to Yi Wanqing, she whispered a few words, prompting Yi Wanqing to excitedly rush off to find the elder. Soon, Elder Yi appeared in the hall, beaming. Ladies and young misses, our Shanyuan Hall has developed a new scar removal ointment with remarkable efficacy. Today, before Elder Yi could finish, a lady interrupted, demanding the price. Elder Yi glanced at Rui Jinxin and replied slowly, 20 taels per box. A nervous apprentice emerged with a tray bearing several small boxes, only slightly larger than a copper coin. Elder Yi calmly picked one up and addressed the woman, 20 taels. Ah, why don't you go rob a bank? The lady scoffed. Elder Yi's expression darkened. Let us not speak so lightly. This medicine has immediate effects, and many desire it, far from enough to meet demand. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 silver ingots were placed before him, and a maid took a box of the scar removal ointment back to her young miss. Elder Yi, I shall try this immediately. If it proves ineffective, I shall have my father demolish Shanyuan Hall. Chapter 65. A price beyond measure. Rui Jinxin squinted as she approached. Allow me to assist you with that. Let your maid learn the technique. There is an art to it. Art indeed. Rui Jinxin had only visited a beauty salon once in her past life. Recalling the simple and swift massage techniques, she clumsily applied them, leaving the maid momentarily dumbfounded. Miss, it's gone. There are no marks left. The maid exclaimed in delight, while others around them bore witness to the miracle. They swiftly surrounded the young herbalist, disregarding the denomination of silver notes, eager to exchange cash for the product. Within moments, a few boxes were snatched up by 3 individuals, who departed with their servants, leaving no opportunity for others to react. Old Master Yi, is there more? Old Master Yi examined the silver note in his hand, worth 500 taels. In the blink of an eye, that was 500 taels. The girl truly knew how to make money. The remaining onlookers, seeing his prolonged silence, urged, we can raise the price, double it. Old Master Yi, coming back to his senses, glanced at Rui Jinxin, who blinked playfully. He spoke, if you desire it. You must wait a while. We need to prepare it fresh. Is this the price you are willing to pay? Initially, he intended to maintain the previous pricing. But the lady misunderstood and interjected, "We shall wait. 100 taels per box is acceptable." The herbalist behind Old Master Yi looked as if he could fit an egg in his mouth from astonishment. Yi Wanqing, dazed, took over from Rui Jinxin to disinfect the deeper wounds. Rui Jinxin went to the consultation room and divided the scar cream she had prepared for the Yu family into small boxes. Old Master Yi followed her in, inquiring, "Jinxin, what accounts for such rapid results from this medicine?" "Master, it is not merely a scar treatment. It also has a concealing effect. When applied, it can obscure scars. Most of the injuries on their faces are not broken skin. By tomorrow, those red marks will vanish. I merely wish to play a trick on them. Do not worry. This is a one-time affair. I simply earned some silver, and the effects are indeed real." How mischievous. Someone bid 100 taels for a box, while the others felt discontented, having witnessed a 5-fold increase in price. Who would be willing to accept such an outcome? However, considering the upcoming palace banquet and the implications hinted by the Empress, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The freshly prepared 10 boxes sold for 1,000 taels, igniting a frenzy within the medical hall. When had Shanyuan Hall ever sold so much silver in a single day? They had heard of other pharmacies growing wealthy through medicinal herbs, but had never witnessed it firsthand until now. Rui Jinxin urged Old Master Yi to invest all the silver into medicinal materials, knowing that his selling price was significantly low, as he had always engaged in charitable acts. "Master, we can earn the wealthy's money while aiding the poor in their ailments. I have always done so." "No, Master. Your pricing for the wealthy is not high enough to yield substantial profit. At this rate, the medical hall will struggle to survive." "What thoughts do you possess, Jinxin?" "Master, let us categorize the medicines, producing some finished products to sell attractively to the affluent at a premium. For the ordinary packaging, we can sell to the impoverished, charging less or even waiving the fee. This approach would allow the wealthy to indirectly compensate the needy while ensuring a profit for us, enabling the procurement of better quality medicinal materials." Rui Jinxin elaborated her ideas to Old Master Yi, whose smile grew wider with each word. "Master, those beauty pills and kidney tonics can be sold at high prices." Old Master Yi nodded frequently. "Excellent. I will heed your advice. We shall implement this tomorrow." The individuals in the medical hall believed that the scar cream priced at 100 taels per box was already exorbitant, unaware that those who had snatched several boxes were reselling them at even higher prices, with some willing to pay 200 taels per box. Rui Jinxin, recognizing the greed, scolded, "Such avaricious hearts." All present responded, "Yours is not without sin." The farcical events at the tailors' shops in the capital quickly reached the palace, eventually reaching the ears of Emperor Shengxian. Cui Fu had initially shared the gossip with the emperor for amusement, but to his surprise, the emperor became enraged. The Empress is becoming increasingly disorganized in her affairs. Such banquets, attended by official families, typically require ample advance notice to allow women time to prepare their court attire. What is the meaning of this hasty arrangement? Rumor had it that the original plan was to select a consort for the crown prince on another day, but given the perception of excessive formality, it was abruptly decided that the mid-autumn banquet would also welcome the ladies into the palace. Upon hearing about the consort selection for the crown prince, the emperor's anger began to dissipate. It was indeed time to select a consort, as he was older than the crown prince. Cui Fu reminded him, by a year. Yes, investigate thoroughly who participated in that farce. Families such as these should not be considered. Understood. The individuals who had vied for attention surely did not anticipate that their foolish actions would cost them the opportunity to be considered for selection as consorts. Having not returned to the Wang residence for 2 days due to the palace banquet, Imo Yunce finally made his way back. The princess of Xian reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. And at last, after many reminders, she urged, "At tonight's palace banquet, you must protect Jinxin." Imo Yunce recalled the disgraceful incident from the last palace banquet, still having not uncovered the culprit, and nodded in agreement. "I understand." Rui Jinxin donned a gown befitting a noble consort, though it appeared somewhat aged. The princess of Xian sighed. The tailoring bureau within the palace has increasingly lost its sense of style. Rui Jinxin remained indifferent. "Mother, I am now a married woman. There is no need for me to compete in beauty with young maidens." "That is true, yet I still wish for you to wear something more splendid." "This is perfectly fine. I am not attending the consort selection." Imo Yunce muttered softly, his words unnoticed by others. The mid-autumn banquet was a grand affair within the palace, adorned with a festive atmosphere. The moon shone brightly above, while lanterns illuminated the palace. To facilitate moon-gazing, the banquet was held in the imperial garden. Rui Jinshin found it rather unpleasant, as mosquitoes and flying insects were abundant. All the young masters from the Rui family attended this palace banquet as well. Observing her distressed expression, Rui Jinshin and the others approached her, asking, "Sister, what troubles you?" "Brother, you all have come," Rui Jinshin exclaimed with delight upon seeing her brothers. "Nothing, just too many mosquitoes and insects. Such as the outdoors, there is little we can do." Suddenly, Rui Jinshin spotted Yao Jingjiao approaching and advised her 3 older brothers to look after Jinxiang before making her way to Yao Jingjia. "Jinshin, I finally found you," Yao Jingjia exclaimed joyfully, having returned to the capital after many years and feeling unfamiliar with many faces. Without any elders present, Yao Jingjia felt somewhat uneasy, but upon seeing Rui Jinshin, she relaxed. "I thought you were fearless, unperturbed even in the face of armed bandits. How is it that this palace banquet has you feeling anxious? Isn't it lonely? You have your family with you. Speaking of which, how could your parents permit you to return to the capital alone? My mother fell ill on the journey, so I returned ahead to tidy the residence, ensuring her comfort upon her return. Have you sought a doctor?" "Yes, she has been examined. It is nothing serious. She will be back in 2 or 3 days. At that time, we can have old Master Yi take a look as well." Of course, the two engaged in animated conversation when a voice suddenly rose from the side. "Ah, look who it is, dressed so aged." Chapter 66. The Mid-Autumn Palace Feast, Part 1. The obnoxious voice was eerily familiar. Yet Rui Jinshin could not recall where she had heard it before. Then, a soft voice interjected, "She is a married woman. She must not dress flamboyantly to entice men." Someone suddenly exclaimed, "So she is under the control of the heir to the crown." A group of women laughed and chatted without restraint. Yao Jingjia, furious and ready to retort, was met with Rui Jinshin's noble demeanor as she smiled and said, "As a wife, I must adhere to propriety and dress appropriately. Unlike certain individuals who flaunt themselves like peacocks," the irritating voice remarked, "the flower motif suits you. The infatuated ladies of the capital are not unjustly named. It is a title you have earned through your own merit." "Oh, am I that capable? I was unaware. And who might you be, making a ruckus here?" The soft voice derided, "She is Han Yunluo, the queen's niece, and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jin's household." At that moment, both Rui Jinshin and Yao Jingjia realized. Yao Jingjia patted her chest. "What a long title. It sounds quite intimidating." "Fear not, Jingjia, my title is even longer," Rui Jinshin replied cheerfully. "I am the niece by marriage of the illustrious Emperor Shengxian of the Daong dynasty, the daughter-in-law of the emperor's brother, the rightful wife of the heir, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Rui Xiang, and the sister of Rui Jinshan, an editor at the Hanlin Academy and a palace attendant." Yao Jingjia laughed heartily. "Impressive. Your title is the longest. I even left some out." Rui Jinshin quirked an eyebrow at Han Yunluo, suddenly recalling where she had heard this woman's voice before. On her first day in this realm, this was the very woman who had claimed she drooled over men. "Humph, I have not sought you out for retribution, yet here you come, stirring trouble, combining old grievances with new ones. Han Yunluo, your name represents steadiness and grace. Yet you are sharp-tongued and exude a bewitching aura. Such a name is wasted on you. You do not deserve it." Han Yunluo felt utterly humiliated, but Rui Jinshin continued, glancing at the 2 women beside her, "To be a noble lady and lack self-respect, mingling with those of lower status and degrading oneself with reckless words is an affront to the court." The 3 were incensed by her words. The soft-spoken woman retorted, "Who are you calling lowly? I, Chen Wansu, am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wenxin." Another hastily asserted her status. "Infatuated fool, you dare look down on me. Xiaoyi, that is an insult to the minister's household." Although Rui Jinshin did not recognize her face, she was familiar with the name, having been among the original owner's dubious companions. "Humph, and why should I not look down upon you? I am a legitimate consort of the heir. Upon seeing me, you do not even pay your respects but mock my attire, which is tantamount to ridiculing the emperor and belittling the court." Rui Jinshin's voice rose significantly in volume. The trio looked around in alarm, realizing they had drawn attention. The Princess of Xian approached with firm strides. Rui Jinshin instantly transformed from her domineering stance to one of feigned vulnerability, her eyes glistening with tears as she called out, "Mother, I am too ashamed to remain. I shall take my leave. Yao Jingjiao chimed in. Princess, they mocked Jinxin's attire. Upon hearing this, the princess of Xian was furious. While the outfit may have appeared somewhat dated, it was indeed court attire crafted by the Imperial Garments Bureau and should not be criticized by these women. A mere daughter of a court official dares to scorn my royal attire. I shall demand justice from the Emperor and Empress. The commotion piqued the curiosity of onlookers. And Rui Jinbo and Rui Jincheng, both tall, quickly spotted their younger sister amidst the crowd. Eldest brother, someone is bullying our sister. Rui Jinshun also noticed and instructed Jinbo. Go find the heir, Jincheng, seek father. He grabbed Jinxiang and made his way through the crowd, causing a sudden hush to fall over the lively imperial garden. At that moment, Han Yuluo continued her insolent remarks. Princess, do not slander others. Slap. Rui Jinxin delivered a sharp blow to her face. Dare to disrespect the princess? You deserve this. Chen Wansu stumbled back in fright, recalling her cousin Wen Xianqian's face, instinctively covering her own. It dawned on her that they had underestimated the so-called infatuated girl. No one anticipated Rui Jinxin would strike, and with such force. Han Yunluo cupped her stinging left cheek and screeched, You, the foolish infatuated one, dare strike me? Slap. Another resounding hit landed on Han Yunluo's right cheek from the Princess of Xian. The rushed arrival of the Prince of Xian saw him stride over in haste. Why was no one called upon to intervene? What if someone gets hurt? He turned sharply, reprimanding the surrounding attendants. Are you all blind? Someone dared disrespect the princess. Do you not know how to act? Seize this woman. Han Yuluo, nearly losing her mind, exclaimed, I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Xin. Who dares lay a hand on me? Rui Jinxin leaned towards the prince, inquiring, Father, does the Duke of Zhen outrank the prince? Rui Jinshun called out from the crowd. The Duke's merits are substantial. Rui Jinxin's eyes widened. Oh, that means he is too accomplished. You insolent child, cease your nonsense. The Duke of Zhen, having received news from his granddaughter's maid, hurried over and overheard words that made his heart tremble. The Prince of Xian, displeased, retorted to the enraged Duke, the heir's consort has been appointed by the Emperor and Empress. Who are you calling an insolent child, and who is speaking nonsense? The Duke of Zhen, infuriated by his own hasty words, replied, Prince, the heir's consort cannot speak so recklessly. Humph. Han Yunluo disrespected the heir's consort, insulted her attire. And the Princess of Xian intends to seek justice from the Emperor. She has dared to be disrespectful to the princess and has spoken recklessly. Her actions are emboldened by the Duke's household, even defying the prince's commands. The Duke gasped, realizing Rui Jinxin's words were a direct assault on the Duke of Xin. Consort, my Duke's household bears no grievance against you. Why must you press me so? Rui Jinxin stood undeterred before the Duke, pointing at Han Yunluo. You must inquire of her. I hold no grudge against her, yet she persists in provocation. Have I desecrated her ancestors' tomb? Or stolen her man? You, how crass. How has Rui Xiang raised you? The Duke, unable to confront the prince, deflected his frustration onto Rui Xiang. My daughter is well-mannered. How have you raised your granddaughter? The crowd parted upon hearing Rui Xiang's name. Father, why have you only just arrived? Look at this. The younger one was struck, and now the elder comes rushing in. Had it not been for my in-law's protection, your daughter would have suffered. Rui Xiang shot a glare at the Duke. He dares. The Duke of Zhen's eyes rolled back in indignation. Rui Xiang bowed to the prince and princess, expressing gratitude. Thank you for protecting my precious daughter. The Princess of Xian playfully chastised. In-laws, you are being too polite. Jinxin is now my daughter as well. Protecting one's family is only natural. Chapter 67. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet, Part 2. It is widely acknowledged that Lord Rui dotes on his daughter, and his reputation as a doting father has even reached the northern Zhou court. Similarly, Princess Xian also fiercely protects her daughter, which is a sight that many are witnessing for the first time, thus illustrating the extent of Rui Jinxin's favored status. After listening to his daughter's account of the events, Lord Rui furrowed his brow and addressed Prince Xian. Your Highness, this is a clear case of overstepping authority and bullying the vulnerable. Prince Xian was taken aback by how the situation had escalated. He turned to Duke of Zhenghua. Do you still regard His Majesty? The Duke, feeling indignant at being unjustly accused, found himself increasingly anxious. I am utterly loyal to the Emperor. This has nothing to do with my daughter. Nothing to do with it? Rui Jinxin interjected. She has repeatedly targeted me. Can this merely be dismissed as a misunderstanding? Indeed, Let your granddaughter explain herself today. Has my daughter desecrated your family's ancestral grave or stolen your man? The assembly chuckled, recognizing the familial resemblance in their questioning. Father, I haven't desecrated any graves. Could it be that I've stolen her man? Does she fancy the heir? The princess, Xian interjected, Jean. I will not allow such a treacherous person through the gates of the palace. I did not set my sights on a cripple. Han Yunlu hastily defended herself, her words spilling out in haste. A sudden chill enveloped the garden as a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the distinctive dragon's saliva fragrance associated with Emperor Shengxian. The crowd turned towards the entrance of the imperial garden, where the emperor stood accompanied by a group of young talents. Most conspicuous was Mo Yunkai, seated in a wheelchair, his black iron mask obscuring half his face, with eyes gleaming ominously from within the eye holes, akin to icy daggers piercing through the winter chill. Emperor Shengxian strode to the main seat, his expression stoic, prompting everyone to kneel in reverence. Before the emperor could speak, the empress entered with a host of concubines and noblewomen, including Han Yunlu's biological mother and grandmother. The assembly bowed again as the empress called for them to rise, yet the Duke of Zhenguo and Han Yunlu remained prostrated. Noticing the emperor's displeasure and the tense atmosphere, the empress inquired, Your Majesty, what troubles you? Her gaze flickered towards the crown prince, who merely shook his head in response. A sense of dread settled in the empress's heart. Han Yunlu had been her chosen bride for the crown prince, and if the emperor disapproved, her plans would be thwarted. Emperor Shengxian cast a cold gaze upon the Duke of Zhenguo and Han Yunlu. Duke, your family certainly possesses an air of authority. The Duke trembled, Your Majesty. It is the fault of us old ministers for misguiding her. Due to her father's absence on the battlefield, I have shown her excessive affection, leading to her being spoiled and unruly. It is entirely my fault. Your Majesty, the Duke's words are misguided, Rui Xiang interjected. With her father absent, her mother is still present, yet she has not taught her well. Rui Xiang scoffed inwardly, realizing the Duke intended to use his son's military station to manipulate the emperor. Such schemes would not succeed. Perhaps instead of allowing her to remain untamed, it would be prudent to summon your son back to personally oversee her upbringing. Prince Xian and the others were taken aback. This was an overt attempt to wrest military power from the Han family. Rui Xiang's cunning was evident, as he seized every opportunity to serve the emperor. Emperor Shengxian raised an eyebrow in agreement. Rui Xiang speaks wisely. I have overlooked the importance of a father's presence in educating his children. Direct involvement is essential for instilling proper decorum. The Duke suddenly raised his head. Your Majesty. Emperor Shengxian raised a hand to silence him. Proclaim my decree. Summon Han Ding back to the capital to fulfill his duties so that he may guide his children. Rui Xiang exclaimed. Your Majesty is wise and empathetic towards the hardships faced by commanders away from home. Truly a sagacious ruler. The assembly stood in stunned silence, witnessing how effortlessly the two of them had conspired to strip the Han family of their military authority. Your Majesty, this matter is far too frivolous. The Empress was bewildered, questioning how her intended alliance had suddenly lost its power. Emperor Shengxian summoned a palace attendant to relay the events to the Empress. The attendant, an adept storyteller, vividly recounted the unfolding drama, captivating the audience much like a bard. Such talent is ubiquitous. Rui Jinxin couldn't help but cast a glance at the attendant. The Empress, upon hearing the account, appeared dazed. How had Rui Jinxin become involved again? She recalled how the flower viewing banquet had been ruined by her earlier that year, and now the mid-autumn banquet was similarly marred. Did she have a vendetta against palace gatherings? Han Baishe, upon learning the details, defended her daughter. Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding. How could Yunlu possibly have a conflict with the heir's wife? As far as I know, they have never interacted. Indeed, where could her animosity stem from? Rui Jinxin cast a puzzled look at Han Baishe. Han Baishe was at a loss for words. She too could not fathom why her daughter harbored such sentiments. Humph. She looks down upon the prince's residence, is filled with animosity towards my daughter-in-law, disparages the heir, and offends the princess. Such behavior warrants severe punishment. Not at all. It is all a misunderstanding. Yunlu does not harbor disdain for the prince's residence. Han Baishe protested, Your Majesty, I have heard it with my own ears. Your attempts to refute it are in vain. For the sake of the Duke's family's contributions over 2 generations, her death sentence can be commuted, but she must receive 20 strikes. Emperor Shengxian turned to the Empress, quietly stating, This girl is difficult to read. She cannot control her tongue, easily inciting discord. She is unsuitable for the Eastern Palace. The Empress was taken aback. This meant even the secondary consorts had no chance. Han Yunlu's complexion drained of color as she trembled, grappling with how matters had escalated to this point. She crawled to the foot of the Empress. "Aunt, I know my wrongs. Please spare me." Mo Yunkai suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, the punishment seems rather lenient. I have discovered that the rumors circulating in the capital about the heir's wife originated from her." The crowd murmured, expressing their disdain for such a meddlesome woman. The Duke and his wife wished they could disappear into the ground, utterly unaware that their granddaughter would turn out to be such a gossip. Upon learning of this, Emperor Xingquan's dissatisfaction with Han Yunlu intensified. "Empress, this matter is now in your hands. You cannot show leniency. Is 20 strikes not sufficient?" The Empress pleaded, "Your Majesty, she has recognized her mistakes. Given that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, might we delay the punishment until tomorrow?" Emperor Xingqian cast a deep glance at the Empress, offering no rebuttal. But his gaze swept over Rui Xiong and Prince Xian. The Empress quickly added, "Prince Xian, Rui Xiong, I assure you that she will be punished tomorrow. For today, let us proceed with the palace banquet." Both Rui Xiong and Prince Xian nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of maintaining appearances. Han Yunlu was led away by the palace attendants. The banquet commenced, and everyone wore expressions of delight, as if the previous turmoil had never occurred. Rui Jinxin chuckled softly. Everyone possesses the art of changing their countenance. She pulled Yao Jingjia to sit beside her at the prince's table. "Mother, this is my dear friend, Yao Jingjia." Princess Xian welcomed her with open arms. "Ah, the daughter of General Yao. Your parents must be returning soon?" "Yes, Your Highness. They will be back in no more than 10 days. "How splendid. When they return, do invite your mother to visit the palace." Yao Jingjia readily agreed. Feeling quite fond of Princess Xian, who was the type of mother-in-law every daughter-in-law wished for. "Jean, you are truly fortunate to have such a mother-in-law. The heir will not bully you." "Humph. Even if he doesn't bully me, he cannot protect me." Before entering the palace tonight, the princess repeatedly reminded him to keep an eye on me, yet he vanished as soon as we arrived, leaving me to face Han Yunlu's wrath. Chapter 68. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet, Part 3. As Rui Jinxin and Yao Jingjia engaged in delightful conversation, an unsettling sensation, akin to being watched by a serpent, crept upon her, sending chills down her neck. Startled, she turned abruptly to glance behind her, where a foam mountain loomed. "What is the matter?" Yao Jingjia inquired. Following her gaze, "There is no one there." "Perhaps it was just my imagination," Rui Jinxin mused, recalling the disquieting feeling that lingered. Her eyes drifted toward the Duke of the State's family across the way. Despite their pallid expressions and forced smiles, everyone was present but Han Yunluo. Trusting her instincts, Rui Jinxin was convinced someone had indeed been watching her, and it was unlikely to be a member of the Han family. Who could it be? Mo Yunjia had observed her sudden movement and her searching gaze, though Rui Jinxin remained oblivious to the fact that he had noticed a shadow flit by. Signaling discreetly toward the darkness, Yuan Rong circled behind the foam mountain. "Young master, there are fresh footprints. Someone has recently been here." Mo Yunjia waved dismissively, and Yuan Rong slipped back into the shadows. Mo Yunjia pondered who would be fixated on her. This infatuated girl certainly harbored a knack for courting trouble. The moment he entered the palace, the emperor had summoned him, and now, mere moments later, an incident had arisen. Mo Yunjia scrutinized each individual in the garden with a detached demeanor. Given Rui Jinxin's audacity, it was plausible that many harbored grievances against her. Yet, this animosity might stem from jealousy. He had discerned that Rui Jinxin possessed qualities that incited envy and resentment. With her beauty and the affection she garnered from both her natal and marital families, apart from himself, she reveled in the privileges of being adored, which contributed to her arrogance. Moreover, most were unaware of her remarkable medical skills. Mo Yunjia deduced that Han Yunluo's disdain was purely rooted in jealousy. She resented Rui Jinxin's brazen demeanor, which was irksome to others, and her seemingly boundless affection. Thus, it stood to reason that there were indeed numerous rivalrous women. Quietly scanning the garden, Mo Yunjia confirmed his suspicions. He beckoned Yuan Rong closer, who appeared behind him. "Young master, who are the ladies in the pink skirt and the half-sleeve dress over there?" Yuan Rong discreetly peered in their direction. "The one in front is Jian Ruochu, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She was involved in that incident at the jewelry shop." Mo Yunjia was indifferent to women, often unable to recall their faces, so his subordinates had to remember them for him. The one in the half-sleeve dress is Hu Yu, the daughter of physician Hu. It is said that during the flower viewing, she intentionally harmed the young mistress, for which she was reprimanded by the emperor. Mo Yunja frowned. Quite a few adversaries, indeed. Young master, the young lady from the Wenshin Marquisate is casting furtive glances at the young mistress. Turning to the direction Yuan Rong indicated. Mo Yunja's gaze collided with Chen Wansu's. Startled, she quickly turned away, covering her face with her hands. Yuan Rong chuckled softly. What a peculiar girl. Mo Yunja diverted his attention, only to feel a pair of eyes fixated on them. It was Lu Taining, who concealed half of his face with a wine cup while surreptitiously observing them. Mo Yunja was certain of his scrutiny, as he was clearly focused on Rui Jinshin. An inexplicable irritation welled up within him, prompting him to look away, yet he found that the crown prince was also gazing intently in their direction. This infatuated girl certainly attracts attention. Suddenly, a figure approached, and Mo Yunja inwardly cursed, anticipating yet another admirer. As the individual drew closer, he realized it was Lin Run's. Why do you look so dark? Oh, don't mention it. I just took on a case at the Ministry of Justice and had to rush to Luzhou. I only returned this morning. While conversing, Lin Run's gaze remained fixed on Rui Jinshin. What are you staring at? Hey, Yunja. I'm just going to greet the young mistress. Mo Yunja grasped his arm. What do you intend to do? I merely wish to inquire about that round-faced girl. Have you truly taken a liking to her? Indeed. Since that day, I have been unable to think of anything else. I hardly eat or sleep. Humph. With your smooth talk, Rui Jinshin would never divulge anything to you. Oh, come on. You must know. Just tell me. Mo Yunja turned away and began to question her himself. Lin Run's promptly maneuvered his way toward Rui Jinshin's table. Young mistress, it's a pleasure to see you again. Rui Jinshin recognized him and couldn't help but chuckle. You rogue. Even with a new guise, I would recognize you. Ah, my hard work has tanned me, and I'm delighted you still recognize me. What do you want? Well, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Rui Jinshin instantly understood and replied. I don't know her. Oh, please, just tell me her name. I am sincere in my intentions. Yao Jingjia listened to their exchange, bemused by Lin Run's comical expressions, and couldn't suppress her laughter. The crown prince continued to watch intently. From his vantage point, he observed a man conversing animatedly with Yao Jingjia. A wave of jealousy surged within him. Seeing that everyone was freely mingling and enjoying themselves, he lifted his wine cup and approached the Xianwang residence. Yunja, cousin apologizes on behalf of my sister. Do not take her words to heart. Mo Yunja raised his cup. Cousin, she should be apologizing to my mother and Rui Jinshin, not you on her behalf. The crown prince forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. You are right. Tomorrow, after she has faced her punishment, I shall ensure she pays a visit to express her regrets. Let us hope she follows through. Mo Yunja contemplated expressing his doubts about the crown prince's authority over her, but he noticed the crown prince's gaze wandering, fixated on Rui Jinshin. Eventually, the crown prince approached with his wine cup. Runs, is that you? Your Highness. I have matters to attend to. We will catch up later. Lin Runs swiftly turned to Rui Jinshin, clasping his hands together. Young mistress, sister-in-law, Miss Rui, please, I implore you tell me. The Xianwang princess and Yao Jingjia exchanged amused glances, curiously inquiring about whom he fancied. Rui Jinshin blinked and replied. The round-faced girl I often associate with. Oh, the Xianwang princess and Yao Jingjia immediately understood, and even the crown prince realized the truth. Mo Yunja observed the crown prince's expression brighten, his attention now fixed on Yao Jingjia. It dawned on him that the crown prince had developed feelings for someone. He glanced toward the position of the Empress, who was conversing with the head maid, Haitong. Your Majesty, who is seated at the same table as young Master Mo. Your Majesty, that is Yao Jingjia, the daughter of General Yao. General Yao? The Empress muttered, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Do you believe the crown prince harbors feelings for Miss Yao? To be honest, Your Majesty, I have noticed that the crown prince has been stealing glances in that direction since earlier. Oh, the Empress's smile widened. Mo Yunja observed the unfolding scene with a tinge of sympathy for the crown prince. The intricacies of marriage were indeed lamentable. However, he himself was not in a much better position. Chapter 69, The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet, Part 4, Seizing the opportunity to converse with Lin Runs. The crown prince also engaged in dialogue with Yao Jingjia. I visited your residence the other day, but you were not home, he remarked. Yao Jingjia responded gracefully. I had returned to my ancestral home in the countryside to accompany my grandmother for a few days. Upon my return to the city, I heard that Aunt Yu had given birth prematurely, so I hurried to see her, and we missed each other. Upon learning she had been in the countryside, the prince inquired, "Will your grandmother not return to the capital?" "Soon. When my parents return, my grandmother will come back with them." A wave of joy surged within the prince. With General Yao's return, he could express to the Empress his desire to wed Yao Jingjia. Meanwhile, Lin Runs was attempting to ingratiate himself with the princess, pleading for her assistance, while persistently beseeching Rui Jinxin. His sincerity was palpable just as Rui Jinxin was about to divulge the name of Wan Qing. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Someone had jumped into the lake. Who could be so despairing as to seek death within the palace? Emperor Xingxian commanded the supervising eunuch to investigate, and soon a messenger arrived. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, a young lady from the Duke of Zhengguo's household has jumped into the lake." The Empress gasped and immediately rose, while the Han family rushed out of the imperial garden. Before anyone could ascertain the situation, another came running, shouting, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the person has been rescued." But Miss Han has no breath. Rui Jinxin was puzzled. They had just reported she had jumped into the lake, yet now she was saved and lifeless? She sprang to her feet and dashed toward the imperial garden, followed by a throng of onlookers. Yuan Rong pushed Mo Yunkai swiftly through the crowd. Rui Jinxin pushed through the spectators and saw Dr. Wang taking the pulse of Han Yunluo. "Ah, the doctor has arrived so promptly," she thought. Unfortunately, in this place where propriety dictated clear divisions between genders, Dr. Wang merely checked her pulse without taking any other effective measures. Rui Jinxin narrowed her eyes, gazing at Han Yuluo lying on the ground. Yao Jingjia, who had followed closely behind her, whispered, "Is she dead?" Rui Jinxin scoffed, "Impossible." She feigned concern and asked, "Dr. Wang, what is the condition of Miss Han?" Before Dr. Wang could respond, the person on the ground suddenly sat upright with a loud cry. To onlookers, her flailing arms nearly toppled Rui Jinxin. Yao Jingjia timely steadied her, while someone nearby skeptically remarked, "Is the Han girl merely pretending to be dead?" Madame Han scolded, "Why don't you jump in and see for yourself?" Han Yunluo was eager to see how her hand, trampled by Rui Jinxin, had fared. Yet Yao Jingjia pointed at her and declared, "You are indeed pretending, deliberately luring everyone here." "I am not. You are. You almost knocked Jinxin over. You were feigning unconsciousness to draw her over for revenge." The Duke of Zhengguo was furious. "Which household do you hail from? Do not slander my granddaughter." "Slander?" Yao Jingjia stood protectively in front of Rui Jinxin, her chest puffed up as she proclaimed, "Everyone, look. Miss Han's clothes are wet, yet her hair is half dry. How could she have drowned?" Rui Jinxin smiled appreciatively at Yao Jingjia, and upon closer inspection, the crowd indeed noted the discrepancy. Dr. Wang, being the closest, now raised his gaze to Han Yunluo's head. Her hairpin was neatly in place, with only the tips and surface damp. The fluffiness of her hair indicated that the strands beneath were not thoroughly wet, suggesting she had not truly been submerged. Humph. Ill-tempered individuals often create mischief. Dr. Wang huffed indignantly. "Duke, you have raised a cunning daughter, one who thinks only of scheming against others." Han Yunluo, exposed, was filled with rage and humiliation. "You came here of your own accord. I did not summon you." Silence. The Duke could no longer contain his ire. He could not fathom how the Han family, known for their loyalty through generations, could produce a troublemaker like Han Yunluo. "You are a disgrace, tarnishing the Han family name." "Grandfather, how can you say such things? I slipped and fell into the lake, and passers-by saw me. One went to call for help while another came to rescue me. I did not drown, but I was frightened. I fainted from fear." Han Yunluo's eyes were red as she tearfully recounted, "If not for Rui Jinxin stepping on my hand, I would not have awakened in pain." She raised her hand for all to see. The Duke, feeling a twinge of guilt, looked at her hand with concern, already reprimanding Rui Jinxin. "Princess, did you intentionally step on her? What was your intent?" Rui Jinxin, equally aggrieved, replied, "Duke, do you see any injury on her hand? Does your household harbor ruffians? You both are brazenly lying." Han Yunluo held her hand aloft. "Look." She stepped down with force. A woman in the crowd chuckled. "Miss Han is not only ill-natured but also blind. Your hand is fair and tender. Where is the injury?" Madame Han hastily inspected her daughter's hand, which was pristine, devoid of even a speck of dirt. In disbelief, Han Yunluo retracted her hand. She had felt intense pain from the step, yet there were no marks, let alone swelling. Rue Jinshin, with her delicate appearance, typically exuded a demure demeanor, yet her expression of being wronged evoked sympathy from those present. Mo Yunkai silently observed her performance. When her eyes drifted toward him, he immediately joined in the reproach. Duke, does your granddaughter suffer from mental illness? She persistently troubles the princess without cause. Who grants her the audacity to bully someone who is disabled? How could it be? Even with the greatest audacity, she would not dare. Rue Jinshin interjected with a disdainful scoff. She is quite bold. She disregards even the emperor's words, let alone showing respect to the heir. Yao Jingjia added, indeed. The empress ordered her to be taken away for reflection, yet she refuses to be restrained and runs to the lake, causing such a ruckus. A truly perplexing matter. Furthermore, what animosity do you harbor towards Jinshin? Why are you always targeting her? I do not. She is the one targeting me. Rue Jinshin marveled at Han Yunluo's thick skin. You have always provoked me. When have I ever sought trouble with you? Madame Han shielded her daughter, insisting, it takes two to quarrel. You must have done or said something to provoke Yunluo. At this moment, Xianglan interjected. Madam, you are mistaken. My young lady had no prior dealings with Miss Han. Besides, after the flower banquet, my lady's memory has grown increasingly hazy. She does not even recognize her. How could there be any conflict? Impudent. What is your status to speak on her behalf? Madame Han retorted. Rue Jinshin pulled Xianglan behind her and sternly addressed Madame Han. I already stated that I have not encroached upon your family's ancestral resting place. The only reason she bears animosity towards me is if I have stolen her suitor. Mo Yunkai's expression darkened, though the crowd could not see it. Rue Jinshin continued, I am wed to the heir. If she disdains him, it implies she has an interest in the man I pursued before. Unfazed by the crowd's whispers, Rue Jinshin boldly declared, everyone in the capital knows of my penchant for handsome men, but I pursue them openly and without guilt. Chapter 70, The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet, Part 5. Chapter 70 Rue Jinshin smiled and remarked, but you cannot deny it. I suspect you have taken a liking to a certain man, yet you dare not confess your feelings, or perhaps he has rejected you, which has led you to target me. Am I correct? Han Yunluo, caught in her thoughts, blushed and retorted, you speak nonsense. Who doesn't know that you are infatuated with handsome men? I am not. Hee. My admiration for handsome men is purely aesthetic, devoid of any sordid intentions. Yet, you do not pursue handsome men, but I wager your thoughts are perpetually occupied by them. Rue Jinshin teased. Yao Jingjia shot her a playful glare. If she does not pursue openly, must you deny her the pleasure of daydreaming? Of course she can dream. Just do not direct your ire at me. Rue Jinshin replied with a tilted head, contemplating. Why not tell me who it is? I shall assist you in your pursuit. Cough. Mo Yunkai nearly choked on his own saliva. This infatuated girl dares to say anything. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. And Duke Shen's face grew hot with embarrassment as he sighed deeply and departed. At that moment, the chief palace maid, Hai Tong, approached Han Yunluo and informed her. The Empress has commanded you to change into a gown for the imperial garden. Han Yunluo leaned towards her mother. Mother? Han Baisher patted her hand reassuringly. Go change your attire first. Do not lose your composure before the court. Rue Jinshin smiled brightly. Yes. Make yourself presentable so that the man you admire can behold your beauty. Then, seek the Empress's blessing for a match, and your desires may be fulfilled. You go too far. Han Yunluo huffed. I am quite innocent, unlike your corrupt thoughts. If you continue to provoke me, I shall ensure you understand the true meaning of going too far. With a defiant declaration, Rue Jinshin took Yao Jingjia's hand and started to leave, only to catch her glance. Following her gaze, Mo Yunkai stood still, while Yuan Rong had mysteriously disappeared. Considering he had just defended her, Rue Jinshin strode purposefully towards him. Where is Yuan Rong? Mo Yunkai replied quietly. He noticed a suspicious individual and went to pursue. Rue Jinshin glanced around. The crowd that had gathered earlier had already moved toward the imperial garden, and Yao Jingjia had long since departed. What sort of person? Someone who likely intends to harm you, Mo Yunkai stated, extending his hand to reveal two small stones. Who? Is it the person who sought to harm me at the flower banquet? Presumably. Had he struck you at your previous position, you would have fallen. Indeed. Your fall could have led to Han Yunluo being pushed into the lake, thus implicating you in her harm. They had been arguing at that moment. If Rue Jinshin had suddenly reached out, everyone would assume it was out of anger, pushing Han Yunluo into the water. I don't believe I have offended anyone. Rue Jinshin pondered. unable to recall any wrongdoing that would incite such animosity from women or men alike. Mo Yunkai suggested, perhaps your past pursuit of men was too ostentatious, and someone found it intolerable. Is it a woman? Because I pursued her man? Humph. Perhaps that individual, weary of your advances, seeks to ensnare you out of spite. That does make sense. Sister, we must hurry home, for the emperor wishes to speak with you. Rui Jinshin's brother, Rui Jinshun, approached, noticing the couple in deep conversation. Rui Jinshin pushed Mo Yunkai towards her brother and declared, Elder brother, someone attempted to harm me. Who? Was it Han Yunluo? Not her. It was the one who tried to harm me at the flower banquet. Rui Jinshun turned to Mo Yunkai. Did you see this person? Mo Yunkai shook his head. There were too many people at the time. I only managed to intercept the stones. Yuan Rong went after him, but I cannot say if he will succeed. It must have been a man, and not very tall, Rui Jinshun remarked, sparking Mo Yunkai's curiosity. Why do you say that? I have investigated, at the flower banquet. Before your arrival, my sister remained with her female relatives, surrounded by several young masters of high status. Given their heights, they would not have seen any suspicious individual, suggesting that the culprit's stature was similar to that of a woman. A short man? He is certainly not to my taste. I would never pursue him. Mo Yunkai was at a loss for words. Was this truly something to boast about? Rui Jinshun continued. This individual was capable of accurately injuring my sister with small beads, indicating considerable skill. The women present were untrained in martial arts. Thus I deduce it must have been a man. Suddenly, Rui Jinshin interjected. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me, and my lack of pursuit has incited his wrath? Rui Jinshun stifled a cough, signaling her to be mindful of her words. Rui Jinshin remained oblivious. It must be so. His desire to harm me stems from a place of vengeance. Mo Yunkai wished to agree with her, yet he found the notion unsettling. Was this truly a woman, discussing the affections of other men before her husband? Rui Jinshin, however, was unfazed, failing to acknowledge her position as a married woman. After a moment's contemplation, a shiver ran down Rui Jinshin's spine as she thought, goodness, have I attracted the attention of a pervert? A pervert? Someone whose mind is twisted, aiming to destroy what they cannot possess. Rui Jinshun grew anxious. Sister, let us return home. I can protect you. Mo Yunkai raised an eyebrow as Rui Jinshin shook her head. Elder brother, the security of our residence pales in comparison to the royal palace, and my father has assigned me covert guards. I will be safe. Rui Jinshin spoke truthfully. The royal residence was indeed far more secure. Rui Jinshun surveyed the surroundings. We must leave at once. We cannot keep the emperor waiting. He positioned himself behind Mo Yunkai, taking over the task of pushing Rui Jinshin's wheelchair. Han Yunluo continuously targets Jiner. Her antics are unwarranted. Please do not harbor doubts about my sister. She is quite innocent. Mo Yunkai glanced at Rui Jinshin. Innocent? I fail to see it. Rui Jinshin shot him a fierce glare. Do you have an objection? Mo Yunkai turned his face away. The Rui family is blind to the truth. She is, without a doubt, a cunning individual. As they moved away, a small, slender figure leaped down from a distant tree. Clad in a deep blue brocade robe, with a jade belt at his waist, he possessed delicate features, yet his eyes were filled with malice. He glared at the direction where Rui Jinshin and the others had disappeared, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he struck a nearby rock formation in frustration. With a crash, a piece of debris fell, and the figure swiftly departed from the scene. Yuan Rong, having failed to catch the person, retraced his steps. As he passed by the rock formation, he noticed the fallen stones and furrowed his brow. In the imperial garden, Han Yunluo knelt before Emperor Shengxian, lamenting her grievances. The emperor, visibly impatient, turned to Rui Jinshin upon seeing her and Mo Yunkai returning. Did you step on her hand? Rui Jinshin, unfazed, performed a respectful bow, Your Majesty. There were many witnesses present. Is there anyone who can attest to such an event? Words must be substantiated with evidence. Rui Jinshin cast a disdainful glance at Han Yunluo, finding her persistence utterly intolerable. In plain sight of many, a fact witnessed by all, she still attempted to argue her case. Truly, her audacity knew no bounds. Chapter 71, The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet, Part 6. Lin Runs was the first to speak. We saw everything clearly. The young lady of the heir apparent was concerned for you and leaned down to check on you. Yet you nearly pushed her over. That is the truth. I witnessed it myself. Yes, many of us saw it. Numerous voices arose in agreement. and even the royal physician Wang stepped forward to address the emperor. At that moment, I was examining Miss Han and can attest that as soon as the heir appeared, she was pushed. If not for someone supporting her from behind, the young lady would have fallen. The crowd began to point fingers at Han Yunluo, who found herself at a loss for words, secretly resenting Rui Jinxin for placing her in such a predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Shengxian ordered the recall of Han Ding, wishing to avoid imposing further punishment on Han Yuluo. Leaving the matter to the Empress was a concession, albeit a regrettable one. How foolish of some to act so unwisely. The Empress glared at Han Yunluo, exasperated by her stupidity. Han Baisher felt a chill in her heart as she heard the Emperor declare, unrepentant and persistently slandering others. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Drag her away for 20 strokes with the rod, followed by the punishment just administered. Such a heavy sentence. Both her face and backside would suffer, leaving her unable to lie down or sit comfortably. The Duke of Zhenghua found himself too ashamed to plead for mercy, while Han Baisher turned to the Empress for help. The Empress, still furious at their foolishness, turned her face away dismissively. Han Yunluo was dragged away, wailing. Emperor Shengxian stood up and proclaimed, "Let us disperse for today." Everyone immediately bowed to see the emperor off, with the Empress closely following behind. As she passed by Rui Jinxin, she cast a deep, meaningful glance. This woman was at odds with her. Rui Jinxin lowered her eyes, fully aware of the anger that the Empress could not conceal. In a hushed tone, she whispered to the Princess of Xian, "Mother, I am so frightened. May I not enter the palace anymore? It seems to be against my nature here." "Nonsense. It was Han Yuluo who deliberately sought trouble. What does it have to do with you?" The Empress's earlier gaze had not gone unnoticed by the people of the Xianwang residence. Everyone understood that a rift had formed between them and the Empress, and they had made an enemy of the Duke of Zhenggua's household. Mo Yunlai and Jin Xiang, seated close to one another, expressed their discontent. "Your sister is a calamity, causing trouble as soon as she enters the palace. Now she has dragged the Wang family into this mess." Jin Xiang pouted defiantly. "Humph. My sister is a lucky star. You simply lack appreciation." "Humph. Little brat. What do you know?" As they bickered, their voices grew louder, prompting Mo Yunyang and Rui Jincheng to approach. Jin Xiang immediately complained, while Rui Jincheng glared fiercely. Mo Yunyang stepped forward, silently blocking Rui Jincheng's view. "Third young master, do not argue with a child." Mo Yunyang's goodwill was unappreciated by Yunlai, who shot back, "Mind your own business," and walked off. Mo Yunyang smiled awkwardly, while Jin Xiang insisted, "My sister is a lucky star, and your Wang family will benefit from it." "That sounds excellent. May your words bring fortune to the Wang family," Mo Yunyang replied. "Indeed, just wait and see," Jin Xiang asserted confidently, believing the Xiang residence was thriving. Rui Jincheng nodded at Mo Yunyang, leading Jin Xiang away. Mo Yunyang watched Jin Xiang with envy, aware that as a born of a concubine, her treatment was superior to his own. At the palace gates, the crown prince saw Yao Jingjia off before turning towards Fengqi Palace. Just as he was about to enter, he heard cries from within. It was Han Baisher weeping. The crown prince, half a foot inside, redirected his path back to his own east palace. He could postpone his matters until tomorrow. He held little regard for this cousin from his aunt's family. Today, the young lady of the heir apparent had indirectly aided him, and he felt a secret joy at not having to marry the cousin he found distasteful. Considering the peculiar bond between the young lady and Yao Jingjia, he resolved to nurture a better relationship with the heir apparent. Ultimately, the Empress's compassion prevailed, and she discreetly instructed her attendants to remind the executioners to exercise restraint. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shengxian feigned ignorance, choosing to turn a blind eye. He was in high spirits today, having finally found an excuse to summon Han Ding back after more than a decade, securing a position for his own people. Cui Fu observed the emperor's concealed delight, pondering that the young lady of the heir apparent seemed different from before. The Rui family departed alongside the royal household, exchanging farewells at their front gate. Upon entering the residence, Rui Jinxin immediately apologized to Xian Wang and the Wang Fei. "Father, mother, I acted impulsively today. Your daughter-in-law is willing to accept punishment." The Wang Fei grasped her hand, assuring her, "It has nothing to do with you. Do not take it to heart." Rui Jinxin expressed her concerns. "I fear the Duke of Zhenghua may take out his anger on the Wang family." At this moment, Xian Wang interjected, "Do not worry. The crown prince has long wished to reclaim military power from the Han family, but they are too oblivious to relinquish it voluntarily. Your actions today have greatly assisted the Crown Prince, serving as a warning to the Duke of Zhenghua. He is unlikely to act rashly for the time being. Such occurrences made sense, and it was no wonder that the old man and the Emperor treated matters so lightly. Well then, it is getting late. Let us return and rest. The Princess of Xian glanced at her son and turned to Rui Jinxin. Jin girl, when will you begin treating Su'er? As long as he is willing, any time is fine. The Princess of Xian beamed at Mo Yance. From today onward, you are not to stay out at night. Jin will go to the medical clinic during the day and treat you at night. You must cooperate well. He is quite busy, all right? Mo Yance murmured a soft agreement. Lifting his eyes to Rui Jinxin. Let us go. Rui Jinxin pushed him out of the garden, where Yuan Rong appeared, taking over the wheelchair and guiding them forward. Noticing Rui Jinxin beside him and reflecting on the young lady's recent conduct, he spoke candidly. I just missed a person in the palace but saw that individual return to the lakeside. Rui Jinxin paused in surprise, realizing he was referring to someone who had been scheming against her. Was this person watching her from the shadows all along? A shiver ran down her spine. Mo Yance chuckled. Are you afraid? Rui Jinxin rolled her eyes. Of course I am. Being frightened by someone with ill intentions is rather terrifying. Consider this. When you pursue someone, if they dislike you, they might retaliate. Hey. Rui Jinxin puffed her cheeks, displeased. Mo Yance, he is the one who loves unrequitedly. You should think that it is I who looks down on him, which is why he seeks revenge. Mo Yance concurred with her reasoning, pondering who it might be. How would I know? You've confused me, and now I seem to have developed amnesia. Mo Yance was momentarily silenced. He hadn't meant to provoke her. It was merely a reflex, and he hadn't considered where his hand had touched. Upon returning to Qing Song courtyard, Mo Yance instinctively headed for the study. But Yuan Rong steered him back to the bedroom. Young master, the Wangfei forbids any lying objects in the study. This meant he could only sleep in the bedroom. So he reluctantly closed the door. Rui Jinxin went to wash up in the inner chamber, while the bedroom continued to radiate a festive red hue, filled with a subtle fragrance that was uniquely hers. Was this akin to occupying another's territory? Mo Yance surveyed the room he had inhabited for over 20 years, now feeling both foreign and oddly welcoming. The lovesick girl was quite adept at decoration, displaying a nimble mind and quick wit. How did she earn the title of a lovesick fool rather than a talented individual? Chapter 72. Neurotic disturbance. After a simple wash, Rui Jinxin emerged and found Mo Yance. Her expression tinged with confusion. Are you planning to sleep here? Yes. There's no room in the study. My mother forbids any lying furniture, he replied. Understanding the situation, Rui Jinxin realized that the princess was deliberately orchestrating this arrangement to foster their relationship. You can sleep on the couch, she suggested. Opting to comply with the princess's good intentions, knowing that once the door was closed, no one would discern that they were sleeping separately. Mo Yance glanced at the narrow, soft couch, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Rui Jinxin, with a playful smile, offered, I can get you a larger one. After all, they needed to maintain their marital facade for the time being, and sleeping on a small couch was hardly suitable. Sharing a bed was even less so. Let us leave it as it is. I'll be staying at the Xianying Bureau tomorrow, he stated. Upon hearing this, Rui Jinxin recalled the princess's concerns and their agreement. You should return daily. The sooner we heal your leg, the sooner we can fulfill our agreement. Go wash up, and I'll examine you. She spoke with the air of someone conducting official business, leaving Mo Yance unable to decline. Summoning a guard for assistance, Mo Yance washed up, donned his nightclothes, and settled onto the couch. His long hair fell loosely around him, and in the dim candlelight, his iron mask appeared shrouded in mystery. Rui Jinxin's perceptive eyes activated, revealing that the dark veins around his eyes were more pronounced than she had previously observed, with red veins having increased significantly, intertwining in a grotesque and unsettling dance. Suppressing her discomfort, she approached him, reaching for his mask. Do not touch. His cold voice halted her movement. How can I treat you without seeing your face? I need to ascertain the toxins. There are multiple poisons within you. Without a comprehensive examination, how can I make a diagnosis? Just examine the leg. If you lack the capability, you may as well remain in the royal residence forever. On what grounds? It is you who shuns the truth, not me who cannot cure you. Such arrogance. You've only been studying for a few days. Even old doctor, you could not discern it. What makes you think you can? Rui Jinxin puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Why do you care? You are truly insufferable, provoking irritation with just a few words. Will you treat it or not? Mo Yance remained motionless. Suddenly, Rue Jinsi leaned in closer, teasingly whispering, "Young master, could it be that you have developed feelings for me and are reluctant to let me go, thus hindering my diagnosis?" His skin crawled at her tone. "You're overthinking it. Speak sensibly. Then let me see your face. Hasten your recovery." Rue Jinsi banged her fist on the table, asserting, quickly, "Otherwise, I shall conclude that you have fallen for me and are intentionally delaying." Mo Yuns turned his back to her, resolutely refusing to remove his mask. After an extended standoff, Rue Jinsi relented. "I concede. Turn around. I need to take some blood for analysis." Slowly, he turned, his gaze drawn to the instruments in her hand. "What are those?" "Do not inquire. Just as you refuse to remove your mask, I shall not disclose anything to you." Mo Yuns' eyes flickered, and he ceased to pursue the matter, though his curiosity only intensified. Ignoring him, Rue Jinsi donned a mask and gloves, disinfected his arm, and prepared for the needle. He felt a sharp sting as she drew blood. His curiosity piqued as he observed the crimson liquid filling for small vials. "Is this what you meant by a small amount?" "Indeed," she replied with a nonchalant tone. She placed the collected samples into a box, discreetly transferring them to her space for analysis. Her movements were swift, and Mo Yuns did not notice the vials had vanished. As she closed the medical kit, he remarked, "I realize we are not from the same world." Rue Jinsi shot her gaze up at him. Mo Yuns continued, "These items are unfamiliar to me. It is you who are uncultured." When he opened his mouth to speak again, she cut him off. "No more questions. Even if you remove your mask, I shall not tell you." Attempting to persuade him to remove his mask was futile. She suppressed her rising curiosity. "Aren't you here to collect blood for research? Why did you put it away?" "Oh, to keep it fresh. The light is too dim. I shall analyze it in the morning." Mo Yuns was at a loss for words. "You could have waited until morning to take the blood. I prefer to do it now." "What of it?" Rue Jinsi replied defiantly, her expression radiating confidence. Mo Yuns lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, his arms crossed and legs resting on the couch. Rue Jinsi rolled up his pant leg, revealing the same intertwining blue and red veins as on his face. "Why didn't I notice this last time?" Rue Jinsi murmured. Inspecting closely, Mo Yuns' ears perked up as he caught her words. "When have you seen my legs?" Unconsciously, Rue Jinsi replied, "Just the last time. The patterns are identical to those on your face." "Ah, this is unbearable. It hurts." Mo Yuns gripped her wrist tightly, his voice darkening. "Clarify yourself. When did you see?" "Let go. Let go." He loosened his grip slightly as she explained. "It was on the day of the return ceremony when you complained of a headache. It was actually the poison acting up." "What did you see?" Rue Jinsi's temper flared as she retorted, "I saw that your face and legs were both covered in those blue and red patterns." With a resounding smack, Mo Yuns slammed his palm against the table, splintering the yellow pear wood into fragments. Rue Jinsi instinctively recoiled, stepping back. This provoked Mo Yuns further, and he suddenly removed his mask, grinning maliciously. "You wish to see? Look well." She said, "I have frightened people to death before, and it is true. Those 3 women were all scared to death by me." Rue Jinsi remained unfazed by his words, her composure solidified by the icy edge of his voice. Realizing he had been provoked, she steeled herself against any trace of fear, otherwise he might spiral into madness. She pulled a chair and sat in front of him, boldly gazing into his eyes. To her surprise, ignoring the grotesque patterns, Mo Yuns was indeed a strikingly handsome man. His expressions shifted rapidly, and she wondered if her infatuation was bordering on madness. Yet, she could not help but scrutinize his features from every angle, like a connoisseur admiring a delectable dish. What is happening? This woman is not normal. Mo Yuns felt uncomfortable under her gaze, the violent rage within him dissipating in the face of her scrutiny. Mo Yuns, set aside those patterns. You are truly handsome. This heartfelt exclamation from Rue Jinsi felt like a revelation, as she regarded his face with newfound appreciation. She has gone mad. Mo Yuns thought, hastily donning his mask once more. Why put it back on? You've already removed it. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep with it on? Mo Yuns felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, realizing that he had inadvertently stunned her into silence. How could he have lost control? Rue Jinsi, we should seek out old Dr. Yi or royal physician Wang. You seem to have lost your senses. Rue Jinsi paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mo Yuns, you are neither a monster nor a ghost. How could I be frightened into madness? Mo Yuns gazed at her with concern, believing his visage had truly terrified someone, as her bizarre words suggested a mind unhinged by fear. Chapter 73. fearless, relying on the gaze of Mo Kai, which brimmed with confusion. Rui Jinshin realized his misunderstanding and could not help but laugh heartily. Haha, Mo Kai, it seems you are the one who is frightened, isn't it? I'm perfectly fine. Mo Kai remained silent. Those who were mentally disturbed often refused to acknowledge their affliction. Come, he began, poised to call for a doctor. But Rui Jinshin obstructed his mouth. Don't shout. I assure you, I'm truly unscathed. I wasn't frightened. You aren't afraid? To tell the truth, it was rather terrifying and somewhat nauseating. However, I understand that it is merely poison. There is no need for fear. Noticing her coherent speech, Mo Kai recalled his own disfigured visage and coldly remarked, if you're fine, then sleep. He turned away to lie down, choosing to disregard Rui Jinshin. His mind in turmoil. Why was the infatuation so unorthodox? Shouldn't he feel relieved that he hadn't perished or gone mad? Why was he the one feeling apprehensive? Rui Jinshin understood that he could not accept the sight of his own face. Before lying back down, she feigned a light-hearted tone, saying, You are truly handsome. I will cure you. Mo Kai remained unmoved. The poison he had cultivated was too elusive to identify, and he no longer wished to harbor hope. Rui Jinshin closed her eyes, her consciousness delving into the realm of her space. The detection device indicated that it would take approximately 48 hours to analyze the toxic components. The extended duration of testing suggested the complexity of the poison. She could only wait, if even the venerable Lord Yi could not discern it. Her novice skills would be of little help, relying solely on machinery. She feared that the database lacked information on the unique medicinal herbs found here. As Rui Jinshin's consciousness swept through every corner of her space, she suddenly discovered a scanner. With this, it will be much easier. I can effortlessly record the herbal collection here into the database, allowing the detection machine to recognize a more comprehensive range. With the dawn approaching, she planned to seek out her master for the most comprehensive herbal collection, hoping to include rare varieties as well. Lost in her thoughts, Rui Jinshin soon drifted into slumber. Mo Kai listened to her gentle breathing, gradually turning to face the silhouette rising from the bed, his expression a mixture of complexity. Could it be true that she was not foolish nor mad? Was she genuinely unscathed? He recalled the events of a decade prior when poison had eroded his face, leaving behind grotesque markings. He had confined himself to his chamber, refusing to meet anyone. On that stormy night, feeling stifled, he opened the door to breathe fresh air, only to encounter a maid who had risen in the night. At that moment, lightning illuminated his face, and the maid screamed, dying on the spot from fear. The maid who shared her quarters heard the scream and, upon seeing his face, succumbed to madness. Within days, she had drowned herself in the lake. Since that day, he had donned a mask, except for 5 years ago, when he had been compelled to stay in the palace and a maid had caught sight of his face, leading her to babble incoherently. The emperor, in his concern for Mo Kai, had ordered her execution. Since then, he had slept with a mask on. Today, he had lost control. He had been provoked into removing his mask. Yet, more bizarrely, Rui Jinshin, the infatuated one, had not been frightened to death. Nor had she gone mad. Her words were entirely normal. How could she remain unperturbed? The woman on the bed slept soundly, kicking off the covers, first sprawling in a disheveled manner, then occupying the entire bed with outstretched limbs, eventually covering herself with the blankets in a most ungraceful manner. Mo Kai mused. What kind of woman are you? Not only was Rui Jinshin's sleeping posture unrefined, but she also snored softly. Her neck nestled in the crook of her arm. Mo Kai could not help but chuckle. She resembled a little pig rather than a lady of the esteemed family. Strangely, he found himself drifting into slumber amidst her snores. When Rui Jinshin awoke, the day had already brightened considerably. Mo Kai had long since departed for the suspended mirror bureau. Before even opening his eyes, he sensed Rui Jinshin's tranquil, even breathing. She appeared to be sleeping soundly. It seemed she was indeed unharmed. He opened his eyes, uncertain of how to face her, and quickly got up to leave. Rui Jinshin, upon waking and not seeing Mo Kai, who was typically careless, did not even bother to question his absence. She passed through a small door, returned to the residence, and had a leisurely breakfast before meandering to the medical clinic. Master, do you have the most comprehensive herbal collection? Old man Yi smiled at her. What do you mean by most comprehensive? Rui Jinshin produced her current herbal collection, noting that many entries were unrecorded, hence incomplete. Old man Yi glanced at it. Have you gone through this entirely? Yes, I discovered many unrecorded herbs. such as several components in the blood ginseng pills. Old man, you nodded. Indeed, I possess a volume that has a few more entries, but it cannot claim to be complete. Many ancient herbs require investigation at the palace's archives or in the antique market. The antique market? Is it a place for selling antiques? Yes, there are certainly lost scriptures to be found there. Rui Jinshin immediately stood up. I will go there right now. She reached the door, but turned back. Master, may I borrow your book to look at? Old man Yi chuckled, retrieving a wooden box from behind the treasure rack. He carefully took out the book, touched it, and flipped through its pages. Take it. The old man wore an expression of a warrior severing his own wrist, causing Rui Jinshin to laugh. Master, I promise to return it once I have finished. No need. This gift is for you. Old man Yi spoke earnestly. This is considered a unique edition. You must treasure it. Rui Jinshin solemnly nodded. I promise. At that moment, the medical clinic was not crowded. Rui Jinshin urged Yi Wanjing to join her in heading towards the antique market. By the southern city gate of the capital, a spontaneously formed market had emerged, with a modest flow of visitors, primarily comprised of affluent individuals. There were also a few pure enthusiasts without wealth, merely seeking to satisfy their curiosity. Rui Jinshin and Yi Wanjing, dressed plainly for the sake of consultation, were viewed as mere onlookers by the vendors, who did not engage them. Rui Jinshin found this liberating. She could peruse freely without feeling pressure to spend recklessly due to the vendors' enthusiasm. Each stall offered a few ancient books, but unfortunately, none were what Rui Jinshin sought. To avoid missing anything, the two strolled leisurely. Suddenly, a commotion arose. There's a corpse in the moat. Uncertain who had shouted. The words echoed clearly in the sparsely populated market. Upon hearing of an incident, everyone rushed over to see the spectacle. Rui Jinshin, pulling Yi Wanjing along, followed suit. There was little news in this place, and witnessing a small event could enrich their mundane lives. Make way, make way. The officials are here. The crowd parted, revealing Rui Jinbo and a group of official colleagues approaching with an air of authority. The body in the river was finally retrieved. Rui head, the individual is deceased. Their face appears somewhat swollen, suggesting they have been dead for about a day. Rui Jinbo surveyed the crowd. Does anyone recognize this person? Many stepped forward to inspect, only to shake their heads and withdraw. Rui Jinshin and Yi Wanjing also moved closer. Rui Jinbo frowned upon seeing his sister and quietly inquired, Sister, what are you doing here? Just here to see the excitement. This is a dead person. There's nothing to see. You should head back. Rui Jinshin gazed at the body on the ground, retorting, Didn't you ask for identification? Rui Jinbo was momentarily speechless. Dear sister, please don't look. I fear it may frighten you. Frighten Rui Jinshin? That is hardly possible. Rui Jinshin moved even closer to examine the corpse, even pressing down on the deceased's abdomen with her hand. Chapter 74. The discovery of a murder surrounding them was a chorus of gasps as Rui Jinbo hurriedly pulled Rui Jinshin aside. Sister, do not touch it. Rui Jinshin whispered. Elder brother, this person did not drown. He was thrown into the river after death. What? Rui Jinbo was taken aback. If that is the case, it indicates a homicide. Sister, are you certain? Essentially, yes. A coroner needs to conduct a thorough investigation. Rui Jinbo promptly ordered someone to fetch a board to transport the body back to the Ministry of Justice. Rui Jinshin continued to observe the corpse. A middle-aged man around 40, with a slightly swollen face, yet his features were still distinguishable. His complexion was dark, and he had a common appearance, marked by a mole behind his left ear. He was of average height, his hands curled like claws, as if attempting to grasp something. His abdomen was flat, devoid of any water accumulation, clearly indicating he had not drowned. His shoes and socks were missing, and the thick calluses on his feet suggested he was accustomed to walking. The garments he wore were not extravagant, yet they were of fine quality, hinting at his wealth. How could he have such thick calluses? As the board arrived, Rui Jinbo instructed the men to lift the body onto it. Rui Jinshin interjected, Wait. Elder brother, this person's identity raises suspicions. It would be prudent to call for the coroner to conduct a preliminary examination before moving him, in accordance with the family teachings of the Rui residents. My sister's words hold weight, and I will heed them. Despite his doubts, Rui Jinbo complied with his sister's request and dispatched someone to inform the authorities and summon the coroner. Yi Wanqing, appearing with a basin of water and a piece of soap, urged, Jinshin, wash your hands quickly. Rui Jinshin had touched the corpse and felt compelled to cleanse herself. Retrieving a pair of gloves from her sleeve, Yi Wanqing looked at her in surprise. You even wear gloves when you go out. Yes, it has become a habit. The gloves were taken from her spatial storage, but she could not divulge the truth. Wanqing, please help me tie up my wide sleeves. What are you planning to do? Yu Wanqing asked while assisting her. Rue Jinxin did not respond, turning to Rue Jinbo, elder brother. Please instruct the crowd to step back and observe for any suspicious individuals. Understood. Rue Jinxin produced another pair of gloves and offered them to Yu Wanqing. Are you afraid? Can you assist? Yu Wanqing accepted the gloves. Her narrow-sleeve dress did not require binding. As she crouched down beside Rue Jinxin, she said, Wanqing, fetch me some paper and a pen to record this. All right. Borrowing supplies from a nearby shop, Yu Wanqing began to document the details. Male, approximately 40 years old, dark complexion, with a mole behind the left ear. Rue Jinbo stood in astonishment. Sister, did you not go to study medicine? How did you come to perform an autopsy? Sister, let us wait for the coroner. You are? After all, a lady. It is of no concern. Elder brother, focus on the individuals around us. Rue Jinbo wished he had more eyes to keep watch over his sister's actions. Rue Jinxin removed the hairpin from the corpse, parting the hair to examine it closely. Note, there is a fracture in the skull. Yu Wanqing quickly recorded her findings, gazing at Rue Jinxin in admiration as she pried open the man's mouth. Ah! Yu Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Rue Jinbo swiftly turned, rushing forward. What is it? Sister, focus on your task. Ah! Rue Jinbo was momentarily silenced by his sister's serious demeanor, obediently turning his gaze back to the crowd. A small segment of a finger was found in his mouth, presumed to belong to a woman. Rue Jinbo's heart raced with the realization it was indeed a murder case. Just as Rue Jinxin was about to examine the man's chest, a sharp voice rang out, Stop! Immediately cease your actions. Lin runs, drenched in sweat, arrived, breathless and scolding. Who are you? Who permitted you to touch the corpse? Rue Jinxin turned her face to see a somewhat familiar figure. Oh, it's you. Why such a fuss? Why, young lady? Lin Runs was taken aback. How could you be here? How peculiar. Why does everyone question my presence? Why can't I be here? Lin Runs stammered, unsure how to respond. His gaze landing on Yu Wanqing. Miss, is it you? Rue Jinxin and Yu Wanqing simultaneously rolled their eyes. Rue Jinxin asked, How did you arrive here? Lin Runs fixed his gaze on Yu Wanqing. I am Lin Runs, currently in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I heard there might be a murder case, so I came specifically. Yu Wanqing turned away, ignoring him, while Rue Jinxin remarked, You are in charge of the ministry? Where's the coroner? Behind us, Lin Runs replied, finally recalling that he had yet to inquire why the young lady was present. What brings you here, if I may ask? How absurd. We came to explore the ancient market and heard about a deceased person, so we came to witness the commotion. Lin Runs, with a serious expression, stated, Is it appropriate to witness a death? Indeed. If I were not here to assist, how could it have been determined to be a murder? Rue Jinbo finally interjected. It was my sister who made the discovery. Although it was not a drowning, it was a homicide. The young lady discerned this? Lin Runs found it hard to believe. Turning to Rue Jinbo, he asked, You are the young lady's brother? Indeed, sir. How can you neglect your duties and allow a mere woman to inspect a corpse? Rue Jinxin, displeased with his questioning of her brother, was about to retort when Yu Wanqing interjected. Jinxin is no ordinary person. She knows how to investigate. You have taken so long to arrive. She is merely assisting you. Your response should be gratitude, not reprimand. Lin Runs, elated to be spoken to by the woman he admired, smiled broadly. You speak the truth. I have acted foolishly. You are not only foolish, but also a scoundrel. Lin Runs realized he had misspoken again. But his duties required clarification. Sir, the coroner has arrived. Rue Jinbo's timely announcement alleviated Lin Runs' embarrassment. Not only did the coroner arrive, but also Lu Taining and a few others. Taining, what brings you here? Rue Jinxin chuckled, while Yu Wanqing rolled her eyes again, knowing this would be his only question. The coroner was occupied and sent Shannan from the Ministry of Justice to investigate. We came along to observe. Oh, please, proceed. A young man emerged from behind, carrying a box. Brother Shan. Yu Wanqing greeted Shannan, Jinxin. This is the son of Dr. Shan from the medical clinic. Shannan approached, smiling at Yu Wanqing, and turned to Rue Jinxin. I have often heard my father speak of the young lady. I extend my greetings. Truly, the tales do not deceive. Handsome men abound in ancient times. Rue Jinxin regarded the pleasing figure before her with mild admiration. Brother Shan, this is what Jinxin has just examined. Yu Wanqing, Seeing Rue Jinshin nod, handed the records to Shun Nan. Rue Jinshin explained, I observed he did not die from drowning, and his position is somewhat peculiar. Fearing evidence might be destroyed en route to the office, I took the liberty of conducting an examination. Shun Nan did not reprimand her for overstepping, rather. He expressed genuine interest. I did not expect the young lady to possess such knowledge. Would you be willing to assist in the examination? Certainly. We must ensure the collection of evidence, preventing its disappearance during transit. Upon returning to the office, further examination and possibly an autopsy will be necessary. Of course, your words are most valid. Chapter 75. Mind your image. The trio returned to the corpse, meticulously inspecting the records. Rue Jinshin instructed Shun Nan to extract the finger first. Lin Run's attempted to intervene, but Lu Taining interjected, you would do well to remain silent and observe. Taining, the heiress wife, is a woman, and propriety dictates that men and women should not make physical contact. Even though it is a corpse, we must avoid any implications. The two individuals behind Lu Taining abruptly coughed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Rue Jinshin looked up, recognizing the individuals behind Lu Taining, and greeted them warmly. Deng Tu, are you feeling agile today? Deng Su stiffened momentarily, then lowered his head and fled, unable to confront Rue Jinshin directly. Hey, don't run off. You're not supposed to engage in strenuous activity yet, Rue Jinshin kindly reminded him, only to spur Deng Tu to flee even faster. Yuanqing burst into laughter, and the concealed Xiao Wu, startled, also turned and ran away. Confused, Lin Run's inquired, what is happening? Why are they running? Lu Taining covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Nothing. Perhaps they recalled some unfinished business. Lin Run's did not press further and turned his attention back to Rue Jinshin and her companions. Undisturbed now, Shun Nan and Rue Jinshin swiftly completed their preliminary examination. Shun Nan addressed Lin Run's, my lord, this individual indeed met with foul play. Please cordon off the area for a thorough investigation to ascertain whether this is a murder scene. Upon hearing this, Lin Run's felt a surge of respect for Rue Jinshin. Yet he reiterated, heiress wife, you should still exercise caution. I shall not. What is there to be cautious about with a corpse? That is not how it should be said. You must consider your own reputation and that of the heir. Do either of us even have a reputation left? Rue Jinshin scoffed, finding Lin Run's concerns rather trifling. She approached Lu Taining with a smile. Lu Darren, should I be concerned about my reputation? Lu Taining, taken aback by her charming yet slightly threatening smile, seemed to convey, speak cautiously, or you shall face consequences. Recognizing the wisdom in the situation, Lu Taining replied to Lin Run's, the heiress wife is a physician of Shanyuan Hall. Physicians do not distinguish between genders. Rue Jinshin's smile widened, and she playfully patted Lu Taining's shoulder. Well said. You shall receive a reward. Next time at Shanyuan Hall, you will receive priority. Lu Taining hesitated. That place is best avoided. Indeed. Take care of yourself. Lu Taining was at a loss for how to respond to her banter, prompting Lin Run's to intervene. Heiress wife, you must be mindful of your image. Go away. If you disapprove, stay out of my way and stop bothering me. Rue Jinshin detested such pretentious individuals. She almost revealed Wanqing's true identity earlier. When you tease respectable women, why is there no concern for your image? I simply could not help myself. Wanqing chimed in. You are just the type who allows officials to set fire while forbidding common folk from lighting lamps. I did not. Lin Run stammered, struggling to articulate his defense. As everyone ignored him and continued their search for evidence, Lin Run stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting, how did Yunsu end up with such a woman? As Rue Jinshin searched for evidence, she observed her brother, Rue Jinshin, grinning at Lin Run's agitation and quickly lowered her head when he glanced her way. In the grass, something glimmered, and he reached for it. Wait, second brother. Rue Jinshin dashed over, having noticed her brother's unusual expression, suspecting he had stumbled upon something significant. Before Rue Jinshin's feet lay a bloodied stone. She requested a piece of rice paper from Shun Nan and carefully wrapped the stone. There may be the murderer's fingerprints on this. If you take it barehanded, you might destroy the evidence. Oh, Rue Jinshin realized her sister was indeed becoming increasingly astute. Father was right. We should listen to our sister. Lu Taining, hearing this, found it quite reasonable and began discussing it with Rue Jinshin. Can you determine whether the finger belongs to a man or a woman? It belongs to a woman. Based on its size, length, skin tone, and texture, it is undoubtedly feminine. Then this woman must have sought treatment at a medical facility. Not necessarily. A severed finger typically does not result in death. A bit of styptic powder would suffice to staunch the bleeding. Unless there is inflammation leading to life-threatening conditions, this person likely would not frequent various clinics. Lin runs, eavesdropping, interjected, if that is the case, does it imply the murderer is a woman? Rue Jinshin regarded him with disdain. How did you manage to enter the Ministry of Justice with such reasoning? Based on the current evidence, it is impossible to ascertain the murderer's gender. We can only confirm that a woman was injured. Lin Runs felt thoroughly scorned by Rue Jinshin and became even more resolute that Wan Qing should not marry such a man. He attributed his lack of insight today to Wan Qing distracting him. In addition to the bloodied stone, the constables discovered disordered footprints near the riverbank, confirming that a third party had been present at the scene. This further obscured the murderer's gender. First, let us ascertain the identity of the deceased. Lieutenant advised Lin Runs to commission an artist to render the deceased's likeness and post it for public identification. Lin Runs, enlightened, could hardly wait to return to the office and dash to a nearby shop. Rue Jinshin frowned at Lieutenant. Are you quite familiar with him? His father is a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Our families reside adjacent to one another. Oh, then keep your distance. That individual appears somewhat foolish. Surely having relied on connections to enter the Ministry of Justice. Lieutenant chuckled. He is quite clever, though for some reason, he seems a bit dim today. I suspect he has read too many books, rendering him foolish, like an old man, overly pedantic. Lieutenant longed to assert, Lin Runs is correct. You should exercise caution. However, the words that escaped his lips were, you are right. He has indeed read himself into foolishness. Rue Jinshin's brother interjected, my sister speaks nothing but the truth. Rue Jinshin beamed at her brother. Brother, do you know what I am thinking? Rue Jinshin inquired, what is it? Rue Jinshin, unable to contain her laughter, revealed. I was contemplating the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Rue Jinshin and Lieutenant awaited her to finish her mirthful outburst before she cleared her throat and declared, when my sister ventures out, she must obey. When my sister gives orders, they must be followed. When my sister makes mistakes, they must be blindly accepted. When my sister adorns herself, one must wait patiently. When my sister spends money, one must be generous. When my sister is angry, one must endure. And my sister's birthday must be remembered. Rue Jinshin's brother laughed. Isn't that our family motto? Father has said that whatever my sister says or does is correct. Only others can be wrong. Lieutenant's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a peculiar 3 obediences and 4 virtues indeed, and it is even a family motto. No wonder she can commit such absurdly audacious acts while still receiving fervent protection from the Prime Minister. What pampering! What indulgence! Lin Runs finally emerged from the shop, a stack of papers in hand, depicting the likeness of the deceased. Rue Jinshin had to concede. This fellow truly possessed talent. The likeness was remarkably accurate. To produce so many copies in such a short time required considerable skill. The portraits were quickly disseminated, yet the constables uncovered no further evidence. Lin Runs ordered the body to be transported back to the Ministry of Justice. Just then, a man on horseback galloped towards them from the distance. Wait. Chapter 76. The desire for leisure. As the horse approached, Lin Runs exclaimed joyfully, Wu Yongyi, you have returned. Rue Jinshin gazed in admiration at the magnificent steed, reminiscent of the million-dollar racehorses from her past life. The horse was robust, muscular, tall, and well-proportioned, its glossy coat shining as it moved with grace and agility. Lieutenant noticed her captivated stare and felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed Dr. Jean had succumbed to her infatuation once more. The man named Wu Yongyi halted his horse, dismounted, and held a portrait in his hand. Rue Jinshin's fervent gaze was impossible to ignore, prompting Wu Yongyi to sharpen his eyes and glance over. Lieutenant instinctively positioned himself in front of Rue Jinshin, wishing to shield her from any misunderstanding. Oh, you're blocking my view. Rue Jinshin gently nudged Lieutenant, but when he did not budge, she circled around him to continue admiring the horse. Wu Yongyi, unperturbed, noted the wonder and curiosity in her eyes, which were fixed upon his steed. With a proud pat on the horse's head, he remarked, you have an excellent eye. Huh, this horse is simply stunning, Rue Jinshin declared sincerely, which relieved Lieutenant. It turned out her admiration was directed at the horse, not the man. Lin Runs then noticed the portrait in Wu Yongyi's hand. Do you recognize this person? Indeed, where is he? Lin Runs pointed to a nearby board. Over there. Wu Yongyi stepped closer, scrutinizing the image, and confirmed it was someone he knew. How did he die? Was there anything on him? He's been murdered, Shun Nan interjected. A severed finger was found in his mouth. The rest is just his clothing. Rue Jinshin interjected. The attire of this individual does not align with his presumed status. Wu Yongyi looked at her in astonishment. Miss? No. I mean, madam, how did you deduce that? His feet are calloused, suggesting a life of travel. And his dark complexion further indicates that he is likely a bodyguard or merchant, unfit to wear such fine cloth. In the hierarchy of the Daong dynasty, different classes were permitted to wear different materials. Lin Run's moved closer to examine and found Rue Jinshin's assessment accurate. Wu Yongyi nodded appreciatively. You are correct, madam. He is indeed a bodyguard. Everyone turned to Rue Jinshin, and Lin Run's wondered aloud. Is the infatuated girl from the capital truly so astute? Rue Jinshin's brother, Rue Jinshin, beamed with pride. This is my younger sister. Yuanqing gazed at Rue Jinshin with admiration. Jinshin is incredible. She can heal people and even identify the dead. What other surprises does she hold? Lu Taining also regarded her with admiration. Dr. Jean is truly exceptional. All right, let us move the body and discuss this at the Yamen. Lin Run's gestured for the officers to carry away the corpse. He turned to Wu Yongyi. Have you just returned to the city? Come with me to the Yamen and elaborate on this individual's identity. Yes, I saw someone posting the portrait on Onping Street, glanced at it, recognized the person, and came directly over. Rue Jinshin then noticed the baggage strapped to the horse's back. Seeing her gaze linger on the horse, Wu Yongyi proudly stroked its head. If the lady likes it, perhaps your husband can procure one for you. However, such an opportunity is rare. Lin Run's jested. This horse was a gift from her husband. What? Both Wu Yongyi and Rue Jinshin exclaimed in surprise. Wu Yongyi quickly bowed in respect. So, you are the lady of the air. I am Wu Yongyi, soon to serve under the air. Hello. Rue Jinshin greeted politely, feeling a favorable impression towards him, finding him preferable to Lin Run's. As you are heading to the Yamen, we shall part ways here. Rue Jinshin called to her brother and departed with Yuanqing. Having just encountered a corpse, she chose not to visit the ancient market and instead returned to the medical hall for disinfection and cleaning. Jinshin, how do you know so much? Yuanqing marveled. Now a devoted admirer of Rue Jinshin. You too can understand. It is merely that you subconsciously differentiate between the living and the dead, believing you cannot touch the deceased. However, with dedication, a doctor can also perform the duties of a coroner. I have no desire for that. I prefer healing the living, Rue Jinshin mused, recalling Shun Nan. How could Dr. Shun allow Shun Nan to become a coroner? Shun Nan did so to repay a debt of gratitude. He nearly drowned and was presumed dead, even acknowledged as such by grandfather. A passing coroner revived him, and the coroner needed an apprentice, so he went. Is that so? In this era, becoming a coroner is so simple. After tending to 2 female patients in the afternoon, Rue Jinshin returned to the Xian Wangfu with the book given by Elder Yi. Seizing a moment when the room was empty, she placed the book into a space, using a scanner to quickly scan and upload it to the database. Updates might affect the initial results, but that was of little concern. She could draw blood from Mo Yunce several more times. After changing her attire, she went to Yuyuan to dine with the Princess Xian. The dining table was occupied solely by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Rue Jinshin looked around and inquired, Isn't my father returning for dinner? Your father has been summoned to the palace. Yunlai has been punished by the teacher and is confined to his room to study. Yun Su will return later. The Princess Xian smiled, detailing the situation, making Rue Jinshin feel as if she were being monitored. Jinshin, regarding the skincare products, your mother intends to have someone create them to prevent the formula from leaking. Rue Jinshin found this unnecessary. After all, this was ancient times in a different era, and she needed to adapt to the local customs. As long as mother has decided, that is fine. I simply wish to take it easy and reap the rewards. Then I shall proceed entirely according to my own intentions. Rue Jinshin nodded vigorously. Whatever you wish to do, I fully support. Good girl. The Princess Xian was amused by her adorable demeanor, finding her daughter more delightful than the troublesome sons. Rue Jinshin wholeheartedly agreed. Your 2 sons indeed cause much annoyance. Rue Jinshin initially ate with restraint but soon relished her meal, causing the princess to consume another bowl as well. The maids exchanged worried glances, concerned she might overindulge. Noticing this, Rue Jinshin instructed Xianglan, Please brew some hawthorn tea. What is hawthorn? The Princess Xian had never heard of this term. Xianglan smiled, replying to the princess. It refers to red dates. The daughter-in-law mentioned that the book also calls it hawthorn. Rui Jinxin swallowed her food, wiped her mouth, and explained. Hawthorn is beneficial for the spleen and stomach, aiding digestion. Mother, do you not plan to plant fruit trees? We could grow hawthorn trees, which are red date trees, and we could make candied hawthorn to eat. The thought of candied hawthorn made Rui Jinxin nostalgic for its flavor. The Princess Xian, unaware of this delicacy, could see the longing in Rui Jinxin's eyes and understood it was something delectable. Since my daughter-in-law desires it, as a mother-in-law, I must certainly satisfy that. Jinxin, how is candied hawthorn made? What ingredients are needed? Please instruct them to prepare it. Rui Jinxin's eyes sparkled. It was the harvest season for hawthorn, and fresh ones could be purchased. Mother, we are in for a treat. She immediately conveyed the recipe and ingredients to Xiangxiao for preparation. The mother-in-law pair chatted idly as they awaited the finished product. Outside the courtyard, the furious voice of concubine Qi could be heard. Chapter 77. Caution is the best policy. Qi was stopped by the guards outside Yuan, her temper flaring. With her brows furrowed and eyes wide open, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at the guards, she resembled a furious teapot. I am the side consort of Prince Xian. And who do you think you are to block my way? Do you wish to be punished? Rui Jinxin, witnessing the scene from within the room, nearly choked on her water from laughter. The consort, who was supposed to be angry, found herself perplexed when she saw Rui's amusement. Jing girl, what is so funny? Mother, look at this. Rui pointed at the teapot on the table and then outside. The consort, bewildered, first glanced at the teapot, then out the door, and suddenly understood, bursting into laughter. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. The maids and old servants in the room caught on to the humor and stifled their laughter behind their hands. The consort lifted the teapot and approached the entrance, exclaiming, "Look at yourself. The guards are acting on my and the prince's orders. You have no right to issue commands here." Qi responded with indignation, "Lan Ruxin, I am a side consort recognized in the royal register, and my brother is the Duke of Northern Defense. You cannot humiliate me like this." The consort, amused by Qi's fury, raised the teapot to compare poses. Of all things to emulate, you choose a teapot? Please, do try to act like a person. The consort's insults were devoid of vulgarity, earning Rui's silent admiration. She arched an eyebrow and instructed the guards, "Throw the teapot out." While she spoke of the teapot, her finger pointed directly at Qi. Rui stifled her laughter as Qi finally caught on, gritting her teeth. "If you disregard the Duke of Northern Defense, the Emperor will not." With a haughty demeanor, Qi continued, "I am here to inform you that my son Yang has been appointed to the military, and I intend to choose a wife for him. As his future matriarch, you must prepare a dowry." Without waiting for a response, she sashayed away, her voice trailing behind. "Regardless of your reluctance, you must assist my son." In a fit of frustration, the consort hurled the teapot at Qi's heel, causing her to jump and stumble, falling to the ground. The consort erupted in laughter at Qi's awkward fall. "Qiwen, if you have the capability to request a marriage from the Emperor for your son, then perhaps I shall consider assisting. Otherwise, I will not lift a finger." Qi, supported by her maid, shot a venomous glare at the consort and her daughter-in-law, swallowing her indignation in silence. Rui observed Qi's retreating figure. Her curiosity about the prince's romantic history piqued, yet she dared not inquire, as it seemed a taboo within the royal household. Mother Water, standing nearby, advised the consort, "Your Highness, young Master Yang is still the prince's son. If you do not assist, there may be repercussions." "Humph. Whoever wishes to assist may do so. Do not expect me to." While the consort spoke dismissively, her expression betrayed no anger. Rui mused that the harmonious relationship between Mo Yunkai and Mo Yunyang indicated the consort's favorable disposition toward the latter. After all, it would be unlikely for them to refer to each other as brothers if that were not the case. As the candied hawthorn skewers were prepared, Mo Yunlai, freshly punished, collided with them. Surely, this would not lead to more scandal, would it? This fellow, having been disgusted by Rui previously, held a grudge, yet despite the prior distaste, he indulged in food without remorse. Truly a peculiar character. The consort ignored him, captivated by the beauty of the candied hawthorns. Each skewer, adorned with glistening syrup-covered fruits, resembled a cluster of radiant red lanterns, inducing a mouth-watering desire to take a bite. She picked up a skewer and bit into it. The perfect balance of sour and sweet, just to my liking. Mo Yunlai followed suit, his face reflecting surprise and satisfaction. Delicious. What is this treat? Just then, both the prince and Mo Yunkai entered. Upon seeing Rue's lips dusted with red sugar, Mo Yunkai felt an impulse to wipe them clean. Father, big brother, come quickly. This is delightful. The prince, seeing his wife and son enjoying the treat, unceremoniously grabbed a skewer for himself. Mo Yunkai noticed that ever since Rue Jinshin entered the household, everyone seemed to be turning into food enthusiasts. Yunkai? This is called candied hawthorn. It's absolutely delicious. Jean girl thought of this delightful treat. It's quite impressive. Rue smiled sheepishly, knowing this recipe was not her creation. Seeing everyone relish the snacks, Mo Yunkai couldn't resist tasting one himself. The sourness overwhelmed him, causing his features to scrunch up, though his mask concealed his reaction. Observing the others savoring their treats, he felt utterly out of place. Unable to bear it any longer, he discreetly set his skewer down and said to Rue, "Let us return to Chingsong Courtyard. I have something to discuss." Rue looked at him, questioning if he couldn't speak now. The consort interjected, "Quickly return and speak. We are not interested in hearing." Rue obediently stood up to bid farewell, munching on a skewer as she walked away. "You've already eaten 3. Be careful not to damage your teeth." Mo Yunkai watched her, saliva pooling in his mouth. "Why do you care? Aren't you the one avoiding me?" His gaze diverted, he muttered, "I'm not." The two exchanged no further words until they reached Chingsong Courtyard. Rue tossed off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. "Now speak. What is it?" Mo Yunkai turned his face away, choosing not to acknowledge her unrefined posture, and spoke gravely. "Did you perform an autopsy today?" "Not quite an autopsy, just a preliminary examination." Rue's tone was dismissive. Mo Yunkai replied sternly, "If you intend to treat me, it is best not to expose your medical skills to the public." "Why not? I heal and save lives openly. While there is no need for fanfare, I should not have to hide it. I am concerned for your safety." "For my safety? My father has already assigned 4 guards to me. People often find themselves in unforeseen circumstances. It is better to be cautious." Rue, intrigued, settled beside him and leaned in closer. Mo Yunkai stared at her, his hands supporting his chin, captivated by her large, expressive eyes and delicate, rosy lips. "Young master." Rue's call startled Mo Yunkai back to reality, leading him to awkwardly grasp the armrest. Unfazed, Rue continued her inquiry. "Are you worried that more people will discover my medical prowess? Do you suspect someone of poisoning? Who is it? Is it from the palace or the Duke's residence? Anyone could be a suspect from that day at the hunting grounds." Rue pressed further. "Was nothing uncovered back then? How could the horse have gone mad? Who administered the poison, and who was responsible for capturing it? Who was in charge of brewing it? There must have been intermediaries, and..." Rue realized she had a knack for deduction. Mo Yunkai acknowledged her analytical mind, recalling that earlier in the evening, Wu Yongyi had praised her. "You enjoy analyzing things." "Indeed, it is in my nature to dig deep into the unknown. I can only tell you that we investigated for a long time. By the time the poison manifested, several days had passed, making it impossible to determine when and where the poisoning occurred. Everyone was a suspect, but no one could be definitively accused. We missed the optimal time for investigation and the initial source of the poison. Is that why you insisted on not moving the body today?" Chapter 78. Except for you, as the conversation veered towards the case from the day, Rue Jinsi did not dwell on it much and recounted how she discovered the matter at hand and arranged for her second brother, Rue Jinbo. In conclusion, she expressed her grievances that Lin Runs is quite the charmer when pursuing women. Yet, when faced with a situation, he becomes rather archaic and lacks adaptability. He is not typically like this. He likely wishes to leave a good impression on Yuan Jing. Unfortunately, it has led others to misinterpret him as rigid and inflexible. "That horse is impressive. I hear it was a gift from you." "Indeed, it was meant to be his steed." Noticing his sudden melancholic demeanor, Rue Jinsi surmised that he too longed to ride. She heartily patted Mo Yunkai's arm, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. With me by your side, you shall rise again. And you will have a horse that belongs solely to you." Her resolute tone ignited a flicker of hope within Mo Yunkai. However, Rue Jinsi's heart sank as she perceived the deepening lines on his face through her keen insight. "Extend your hand." As Mo Yunkai observed her abrupt change in expression, he obediently presented his hand. Rue Jinsi pressed her fingers onto his wrist. "Have you experienced any abnormalities in your health these past few days? Where have you been? What have you eaten? Who have you encountered? What of it?" Rue Jinsi did not conceal the truth. "The poison within you is evolving. in just a few days. It has intensified significantly, far worse than on the day of your return. I am perfectly fine, without any surprises or peculiarities, except for you. For days, he had been plagued by headaches, yet Mo Yunkai believed Rui Jinsi to be the source of his discomfort and chose not to voice it. You see, the poison I've ingested is quite sinister. The one who poisoned me is certainly no ordinary individual. The fact that it has gone undetected for so many years indicates a formidable adversary. You must exercise caution and not fall into their trap. Understood. They mean well. Rui Jinsi replied obediently. Get into bed. Disrobe. Let us proceed, she commanded briskly, leaving no room for any inappropriate thoughts in Mo Yunsai's mind. As Yuan Song prepared to knock on the door, he swiftly withdrew his hand, noting how fiercely the young lady was. He thought it best to postpone the conversation until the next morning, cautiously exiting to avoid disturbing those inside. Mo Yunkai lay sprawled on the soft bed, enveloped by the faint scent of chrysanthemum and a hint of medicinal aroma that lingered from Rui Jinsi. She loosened his hair and removed his mask. I have already observed. Before me, you need not conceal anything further. I shall scrutinize you closely. Mo Yunsai's muscles tensed momentarily before he relaxed, slowly placing the mask beside the pillow. Rui Jinsi began to focus on administering acupuncture. Today, we shall start with your back. In 3 days, we will address your entire body, and then your legs. She outlined her acupuncture plan, and gradually, under her gentle murmurs, Mo Yunkai drifted into slumber. How foolish to cling to pride while suffering in silence. Do you not realize that hiding your symptoms from the physician is a perilous choice? Rui Jinsi yawned widely, seated on the bedside, leaning against the post while her consciousness ventured into her own space. The detection apparatus indicated that data was being updated, and the results would be delayed. Rui Jinsi anticipated this, but was uncertain whether the new data would include insights into Mo Yunsai's poisoning. Reflecting on her master's mention of the palace's library, she decided to gather any supplementary information before conducting another blood test, understanding that repeated blood draws would not be beneficial to his health. Suddenly, Rui Jinsi pondered. Could the intensification of the poison be attributed to the blood draws? Could blood loss lead to a transformation of the toxins? Eager to validate her hypothesis, she opened her eyes, gazing at the slumbering Mo Yunkai, and sighed lightly. You poor thing. I shall wait until another day to draw your blood. Let you enjoy your rest. Gently extracting the golden needle, she mused about procuring a set of silver needles, as the golden ones were too precious to be used carelessly. Glancing at the distant soft couch, she furrowed her brow, wondering if she might fall. To avoid injury, Rui Jinsi decisively opted to sleep on the bed, knowing that Mo Yunkai slept peacefully, and the bed was spacious. She lay close to the wall, creating a barrier with 2 blankets between herself and Mo Yunkai, and drifted into restful slumber. At the break of dawn, the dim light filtered into the room, and Mo Yunkai felt a weight upon him, prompting him to open his eyes warily. Rui Jinsi was sprawled atop the blankets, her hands and feet draped across him. Mo Yunkai marveled at her sleeping position, thinking how she could traverse mountains and valleys in her sleep without a hint of fatigue. Gently shifting his body to the side, he picked up the mask from the pillow, lingering for a moment to gaze at the bed. Yes, he was admiring the bed, not the person upon it. For the bed was remarkably comfortable, while the occupant was rather bothersome, often disrupting his dreams. As Yuan Song and the others practiced their morning exercises, they noticed the door to the young master's room creak open, revealing Mo Yunkai slowly wheeling himself out, making not a sound. Yuan Song exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, who grinned mischievously. Mo Yunkai, annoyed, retorted, Is it morning already, or have I suffered a stroke? The others hurried off to continue their training, while Yuan Song approached Mo Yunkai and whispered, Young master. News from last night revealed that a corpse discovered in the moat showed signs of poisoning. It went unnoticed during the day, but was identified by Shan Nan during a detailed examination last night. Oh, what poison could still be detected post-mortem? Unknown. Lord Lin wishes to consult a physician, and both Lu Shaoqing and Deputy Wu hope that the young lady will accompany us. Lu Shaoqing? Lu Taining? Is this under the auspices of the Dali Temple? Indeed. It is said to be connected to a case recently investigated by the Dali Temple. My subordinates suspect it may relate to the suspended mirror division as well. Mo Yunkai turned to glare at him, insisting, Speak plainly. Yuan Song hurriedly added. Wu Yongyi mentioned that the deceased was a bodyguard from Yongzhou who was escorting valuables to the capital, reportedly a bridal crown. Mo Yunkai narrowed his eyes. Do you suspect it is a phoenix crown? My subordinates merely speculate. What sort of bridal crown would necessitate the escort of a bodyguard? Investigate. What connection does it have with the Dali Temple? During Shinan's examination, a knife wound was discovered on the corpse, identical to the weapon that had previously injured the head of the Dali Temple, Deng. If it truly is a phoenix crown, then it implicates the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the suspended Mirror Division. How intriguing, Mo Yunkai thought, his mind racing as he sensed that a grand scheme was unfolding. Upon rising, Ru Agency was informed of the need to attend the department. She leisurely sipped her porridge, causing Yuan Song beside her to fidget anxiously. Yet, as the young master remained silent, he felt he had no authority to rush her. He silently urged, "Young lady, please finish quickly. Everyone is waiting." Ru Agency glanced at Yuan Song and then at Mo Yunkai, questioning, "Are you not afraid I will expose my medical skills? I'll clear the area. You will enter through the back door with me. Complete your investigation first, and then summon the physician." Are you admitting my medical skills surpass those of the physician? Ru Agency raised her chin defiantly, fixing her gaze upon him as if to caution him to choose his words wisely. Mo Yunkai chuckled softly. That remains to be seen. Ru Agency pouted, "Then I shall not go." Yuan Song grew anxious. "Young lady, you are highly sought after by several esteemed individuals. You cannot decline." Ru Agency locked eyes with Mo Yunkai, who finally conceded, "You are indeed more capable than they." Ru Agency's radiant smile nearly blinded Mo Yunkai and Yuan Rong. Let us be off. Chapter 79. A man's fear of choosing the wrong path on the way to the Ministry of Justice. Ru Jinshin deliberately took a detour to the medical hall to procure 2 bags of silver needles. As she exited, she cast a glance back at the empty hall to ensure no one was paying attention to her. When she emerged again, she carried a medicine box and a bundle, and no one thought twice about it. Upon entering the rear courtyard of the ministry, she proceeded directly to the mortuary, where several individuals were already waiting. After exchanging greetings, Shun Nen recounted his findings in detail. He was brimming with excitement. While others may have been oblivious, he was aware of much more. His father had been extolling the virtues of the heir's consort daily, praising her as a remarkable woman. Her unconventional medical skills at the clinic were not only selflessly shared, but also thoroughly taught, showcasing her broad-mindedness. Ru Jinshin wasted no time and surveyed the attendees. "Do you all wish to observe?" Both Lu Taining and Wu Yongyi nodded in agreement. Lin Runs, however, asked in confusion, "What are we to observe?" Mo Yunkai furrowed his brow in displeasure, replying, "Of course, we are to witness the autopsy. Could that not be deduced? I certainly intend to watch." "But will the heir's consort be performing the procedure herself?" "Naturally. Did you not invite her specifically for this purpose?" came the retort. "But Yunkai, she is a woman." "Your wife." Mo Yunkai exchanged a glance with Ru Jinshin, acknowledging her singular identity in this context, that of a coroner. Ru Jinshin chuckled. If the term were changed to forensic doctor, it would sound far more appealing. Forensic doctor? The others found the term intriguing yet comprehensible. Ru Jinshin elaborated. The primary responsibility of a coroner is to utilize specialized medical knowledge and techniques during judicial investigations, conducting scene examinations, gathering evidence, assessing injuries, performing autopsies, and identifying remains. All of this is aimed at ensuring a truthful judgment during legal proceedings. Does it not seem more precise to refer to her as a forensic doctor? Nods of understanding rippled through the group, and the discussion of terminology ceased. Noticing that no one was withdrawing, Ru Jinshin opened her bundle. She distributed masks to ensure that Shen Nan and she donned protective gear. Shen Nan, fascinated, examined the mask for a while. He instructed everyone to hold slices of ginger in their mouths to mask any unpleasant odors. Ru Jinshin declined, insisting that he refrain from lighting incense, as its fragrance could muddle the evidence. If it was for the purpose of honoring the deceased, incense could be placed outside. Upon hearing her reasoning, Shen Nan conceded and moved outside to light 3 sticks of incense at a distance to pay respects to the departed. The group entered the inner mortuary, which was significantly cooler than the outside. Ru Jinshin noticed ice basins surrounding the room, surprised that people in ancient times were already aware of using ice to preserve corpses. Remove all his clothing, Ru Jinshin instructed earnestly, and Shen Nan quickly complied. Lin Runs gasped. "No, you cannot look." Ru Jinshin frowned, her almond-shaped eyes wide with exasperation. "Speak one more word, and you shall leave." Mo Yunkai cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Runs, who obediently fell silent. Internally, Lin Runs grumbled, "Isn't this for your benefit? It's rather inappropriate for a man to accompany his wife while she examines another man." He kept his thoughts to himself this time. Shunnin stripped the corpse bare, carefully using cloth to conceal certain areas. The others were taken aback. Was such thoroughness truly necessary? Rue Jinshin raised an eyebrow at Mo Yunkai, whose expression was obscured by a mask, but he refrained from objecting, which pleased her. Lu Taining had already been shocked before and had developed a degree of resilience, while Wu Yongyi, being pure-hearted, did not dwell on the matter. Rue Jinshin retrieved her specialized tools and made incisions in the corpse's chest. She examined meticulously, with Shun and documenting her actions. Lin Runs watched in horror as she worked, hearing her speak in terms he could not comprehend. The ginger in his mouth failed to quell his nausea, and he retched. "Leave," Rue Jinshin commanded without raising her head. Mo Yukai glanced at Yuan Song, who promptly escorted Lin Runs outside. Mo Yukai looked at Rue Jinshin, her focus unwavering, and thought, a crush with secrets. Her professionalism could not have been taught by old Master Yi. Moreover, the precision of her tools is beyond what could be crafted in the Great Yong or any other nation. While Mo Yunkai was lost in thought, Rue Jinshin completed her examination and meticulously stitched the corpse back together. The onlookers had witnessed the entire process, and it would be a lie to say they were not astonished. How could a woman remain so composed? Shen Nan, with eyes gleaming like stars much like Yi Wanqing, exclaimed, "Heir's consort, may I learn this technique from you?" "Certainly. Am I not already teaching?" She replied. "May I become your apprentice?" Wu Yongyi interjected, "Hold your horses. Let us first address the matter at hand." He turned to Rue Jinshin and asked, "Heir's consort, is this person indeed poisoned?" "Yes. And he must have been poisoned for some time. He should have exhibited symptoms before his demise." Rue Jinshin glanced at the corpse, having secretly collected samples for analysis. The circumstances surrounding this death were peculiar. Lu Taining interjected, "Let us discuss this outside." Even with the ice, the odor was unpleasant. It was hard to fathom how Rue Jinshin could endure it for so long, even with ginger in his mouth. The group relocated to the guest hall in the rear courtyard, where Rue Jinshin meticulously disinfected herself. Mo Yukai had perused Shinan's notes. Rue Jinshin took a seat, and Lu Taining poured her a cup of tea. "Thank you." She smiled warmly at him. Mo Yunkai found the scene somewhat irksome and inquired, "Is there anything peculiar about the shape of his hands?" The record had noted a distinct description of the hand's form. After sipping her tea, Rue Jinshin glanced around for something to illustrate her point, but found nothing suitable. She gestured, before his death, he must have been gripping something tightly. Judging by the size of his hand, it was likely an object of this width and square shape. "Can you discern such details?" Wu Yongyi asked incredulously, extending his hand for comparison. Lu Taining thrust a teacup into Wu Yongyi's palm, noting the rounded shape of his hand, contrasting with the deceased's square hand. Lin Runs ordered several wooden boxes of varying sizes to be brought forth, and Wu Yongyi tested them one by one. Ultimately, he discovered a medium-sized box that fit perfectly. Rue Jinshin fetched paper and a pen, sketching a delicate flower that sprang to life on the page. "This is the imprint left on his hand. Though it is not entirely complete, it likely depicts a pattern from the wooden box. You may investigate further." After taking another sip of water, Rue Jinshin leaned closer to Mo Yukai, whispering, "The poison found on this individual bears similarities to that which you possess." Mo Yunkai's pupils constricted, and he quickly glanced at her, signaling her to refrain from discussing the matter in public. Lin Runs shouted, "Heir's consort, if you have any insights, you must share them. It cannot be limited to just the heir." Rue Jinshin shot him a disdainful glance and turned to Mo Yunkai, saying, "He is ill-suited for the ministry. I suggest a swift reassignment, for men fear choosing the wrong path." Mo Yunkai was taken aback by Lin Run's behavior, but chose not to express his surprise at that moment. Wu Yongyi inquired, "Will the suspended mirror bureau be involved?" "Yes." Mo Yunkai replied affirmatively, and Wu Yongyi immediately stood up, stating, "I shall investigate the box." Chapter 80. Enjoying great blessings, Lu Taining also rose to take his leave, stating he would investigate the murder weapon. Lin Runs glanced around and said, "I'll look into when he arrived in the capital." Rue Jinshin teased him, "And who will investigate the severed finger?" "Of course, it will be the Ministry of Justice," Lin Runs replied, curling his lip as he stepped outside to call out, "Rue Jingxinbo, you go check the severed finger." Rue Jinshin felt concerned about her elder brother's future. With such a superior, How could he ever be promoted? Mo Yunkai pondered the necessity of discussing matters with Lin Runs, as he seemed ill-suited for the Ministry of Justice. In the carriage on their return, Mo Yunkai inquired about the poison. How do you determine the nature of the poison? I merely deduced that the poison was not recent. It must have been administered before his arrival in the capital, or Rue Jinshin suddenly halted, continuing her analysis, or it is possible that the goods he was transporting were tainted. Upon entering the capital, he questioned the recipient and consequently lost his life. Mo Yunkai fell silent, recognizing the validity of her reasoning, despite her thoughts being rather far-reaching. Yuan Song, investigate the goods he was transporting and who sent the assassins, he commanded. Outside the carriage, Yuan Song acknowledged and departed. Rue Jinshin resumed her previous topic. The poison he used is similar to yours, as the characteristics of the toxin align with yours. Over time, it manifests. My master once mentioned that few can concoct such hidden poisons, primarily because the recipe has been lost for ages, and several of the necessary herbs are nearly extinct. Thus, he and Imperial Physician Wang could not identify the components of the poison that afflicted you. Mo Yunkai seized upon the contradiction in her words. If they are indeed extinct, how could someone succumb to this poison? Rue Jinshin shook her head. How would I know? Moreover, we can only ascertain the similarity. We cannot confirm it is the same poison. However, if you investigate thoroughly, you may uncover new leads. After 10 years, the sudden emergence of new clues left Mo Yunkai incredulous. Could there truly be a turning point? Following lunch, Mo Yunkai, intending to rest briefly, was called by Rue Jinshin. Hey, Mo Yunkai, it's time for acupuncture. You can sleep more soundly now, and you won't need to worry about him stealing your bed tonight. Mo Yunkai pressed his palm against the soft couch and leapt onto the bed. Undress, Rue Jinshin commanded. Complying, he began to remove his clothing. Recalling how she had shown no reaction when observing a naked corpse earlier that morning, what would she think of him? Yuan Rong remarked that she inevitably saw the injury on Deng Tu, and Deng Su still dared not face her. Yet, he found himself blissfully unperturbed. Curiosity getting the better of him. Isn't it awkward for you to look at men? In that way? She chuckled. Firstly, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Secondly, a physician sees no distinction between genders. And thirdly, I can regard everyone as corpses. So what is there to feel awkward about? Mo Yunkai was momentarily speechless, burying his face in the pillow as if playing dead. Rue Jinshin stifled a laugh, helping him tuck his long hair forward, exposing his back. She noticed faint bluish lines appearing around his lumbar region and instinctively traced her fingers over them. The texture felt slightly raised, and she believed that it would soon manifest on his face and legs, resembling worms crawling. Mo Yunkai felt the warmth of her fingertips and stiffened, realizing something was amiss. He suddenly turned around. Do you have it on your back too? Rue Jinshin nodded honestly. Just a little. Mo Yunkai gazed at her in silence, lost in thought, forgetting that he had removed his mask, sitting there in a daze. Rue Jinshin cast him a sympathetic glance, only to widen her eyes in surprise. Mo Yunkai snapped back to reality, reaching for his mask to put it back on. Wait, how curious, Rue Jinshin said, extending her hand to touch his face, but he blocked her. Let me touch it, they look much flatter now. Mo Yunkai, perplexed, felt his own face, noticing it seemed less pronounced. Mirror. Rue Jinshin quickly fetched a small copper mirror. Perhaps the acupuncture from yesterday had been effective, causing the toxins to surface on his back, possibly linked to the needle treatment. Mo Yunkai remained non-committal, repeatedly touching his face, while Rue Jinshin, unable to tolerate it any longer, snatched away the copper mirror. Lie down. Mo Yunkai complied, feeling a surge of excitement. Could this infatuation truly cure him? From his head to his tailbone, numerous needles had been inserted. Today, silver needles were used, and Rue Jinshin observed with keen interest. Mo Yunkai soon drifted back into slumber, while Rue Jinshin noted that the silver needles began to darken. The toxins around his tailbone were darker than in other areas, exhibiting a blend of black, purple, and a hint of red. This region harbored a significant accumulation of toxins, which impeded his ability to stand. By the time she removed the needles, the silver needle at his tailbone had turned completely black. She retrieved gloves made of special material from her space, which could isolate the toxins, and collected all the silver needles for examination. Looking at the blood testing device, she noted that time had been delayed once more. It seemed she needed to visit the library and the ancient market. She had to hastily gather more data on medicinal herbs. Otherwise, The machine would be unable to identify herbs that did not match the database. Mo Yunkai slept soundly until dinner when Rue Jinshin roused him. After so many years of restless nights, he felt as if he were truly enjoying great blessings these past days. Once dressed and stepping out of his room, Xiang Yu approached to report, "Young master, the miss has returned to the Xiang residence for dinner. Please feel free to join." Feel free? Could he simply go over for dinner? After several moments of hesitation, he headed to Yu Yuan. In the Rue residence, the family was in high spirits. "Father, I merely returned for a meal. You're making it feel like a festival. Well, you are married now, and it is not as comfortable as being at home. I want you to enjoy yourself, to eat what you desire, and to eat heartily," her father replied. "Father, I'm not a pig. Sister, I'll eat for you." "All right. Our little Jinxiang is indeed a little pig." Rue Jinshin affectionately pinched his cheek. Over the past few months, Jinxiang had grown plump like a balloon, adorably resembling a fortune doll. Lu Shi's complexion had improved significantly, and Rue Jinshin felt genuinely grateful for her contributions to the family. Unfortunately, their father remained unyielding. "Father, shouldn't you be looking for matches for my brothers? No rush. Let them choose for themselves." Rue Jinshin's siblings nodded in agreement. "Sister, in our family, we do not engage in blind marriages. Yours was a matter of necessity." Rue Jinshin asked, "Does the young master treat you well?" Rue Jinshin took a large sip of mung bean soup and casually replied, "There's nothing particularly good or bad about it. We are merely sharing life together." Rue Xiang stroked his short beard. "Let us just make do for now, and we can discuss separation later." "Indeed, the princess treats me very well. You needn't worry. My daughter, General Yao, and his wife have returned. Do go pay them a visit when you have the time. The general's wife is a close friend of your mother and treats you like her own daughter." "General Yao has returned? Why didn't Jingjia send word?" Rue Jinshin realized she hadn't seen Yao Jingjia for several days and thought she would go visit tomorrow. Chapter 81. The general's residence. Early the next morning, Rue Jinshin made her way to the Grand General's residence and encountered Lu Taining at the entrance. With a cheerful demeanor, she greeted him. "Lord Lu, are you here to see the Grand General?" "Indeed." Lu Taining clasped his fists in salute. Upon receiving the announcement from the doorman, Yao Jingjia hurriedly emerged to greet them. Seeing the two together, he quizzically asked Rue Jinshin, "Did you come together?" "How could that be? We just happened to meet at the entrance." The steward led Lu Taining to the front courtyard, while Yao Jingjia took Rue Jinshin to the back courtyard. "Why did you come so suddenly? Aunt Zhao and the general have returned, yet you did not inform me until my father mentioned it yesterday." "It is not that I did not inform you, but mother returned a few days ago and has been feeling a bit unwell, wanting to rest for a few days before receiving guests. But I am not just a guest. Of course, mother will be delighted to hear of your visit." This was Rue Jinshin's first time entering the general's residence. Compared to the verdant gardens of the Wangfu and the fresh beauty of the Xiangfu, the general's residence felt somewhat somber. Perhaps it was due to the owner's prolonged absence, as the servants had not tended to it with sufficient care, resulting in many areas appearing dilapidated. However, the main courtyard was quite tidy. Noticing her confusion, Yao Jingjia explained, "We did not know how long we would stay in the capital, so we did not bother with renovations. No matter how fine a residence is, it requires a master to dwell within. Are you still planning to go to the frontier?" "At present, it is uncertain. The northern Zhou is seeking peace, and for the time being, there will be no war, but no one knows how the negotiations will unfold. If the Marquis of Northern Town returns to the capital, my father may have to go back to defend it." Rue Jinshin was not well versed in court matters and refrained from inquiring further. Before they even entered the house, a strong medicinal scent wafted through the air. Yao Jingjia lifted the door curtain, calling out, "Mother, look quickly, Jinshin has arrived." A frail woman was propped up against the bed, her hair dull, complexion sallow, eyes sunken, and her form emaciated. Those unaware would assume she was 50 years old. Yet Rue Jinshin knew she was not yet 40. "Jinshin, come here quickly and let Aunt Zhao take a look." Rue Jinshin stepped forward, but Aunt Zhao hurriedly added, "Stay over there to avoid the illness." Rue Jinshin continued without hesitation, smiling as she sat on the stool beside the bed. "Aunt Zhao, greetings. I am a female physician, and fear not. Let me take your pulse." Aunt Zhao, touched, grasped her hand, saying, "Let me see first." Her hand trembled slightly as it brushed against Rue Jinshin's forehead, brow, and the corners of her eyes, examining her closely, her eyes reddening. "Your mother bore 3 sons before having you, the cherished daughter, and she would have loved you dearly. If she were here now, she would surely be heartbroken." Mother, Jinshin is already the heir's wife, and the princess treats her like her own daughter, protecting her closely. Please do not be saddened. Yes, Aunt Zhao. The princess treats me very well. Aunt Zhao wiped away her falling tears and said with concern, Jingjia mentioned you were injured and lost your memory. Is there any way to treat it? Rue Jinshin shook her head, unsure herself. The memories of the original owner were gradually fading. Only certain people and events could be recalled when mentioned, yet no images remained. For instance, she might recognize the name of a man the original owner pursued, but she had no recollection of their appearance. It was quite perplexing. Aunt Zhao, the past does not significantly affect my present life. I am indifferent to it. What I do not know will eventually be made known to me. Rue Jinshin gently placed her hand over Aunt Zhao's wrist, interrupting her concerns. Yao Jingjiao watched Rue Jinshin anxiously, but upon seeing her calm expression, she speculated that there was no serious issue. She had learned much about Rue Jinshin from Yuan Qing, who had let slip in a moment of excitement that Jinshin was not only an apprentice but a skilled physician as well. Rue Jinshin released her hand, noting that Aunt Zhao had suffered a miscarriage, which had left her body weakened and unhealed. Aunt Zhao's eyes sparkled, yes. The doctor from the border city said the same, but his skills are limited, and he had no effective remedies. Jinshin, you truly have learned your craft well. Mother, Jinshin has many skills. Rue Jinshin chuckled. Where's that true? I merely exaggerate. I am aware of your work at the medical clinic. Do not be modest. Rue Jinshin hastily cautioned. I cannot disclose my medical knowledge for now. To the outside world, I am merely an apprentice at the clinic. Oh, understood. Aunt Zhao and her daughter did not know the reason, but sensed that there was a rationale behind it and refrained from further questioning. Rue Jinshin was pleased with their understanding. It was beneficial to have a few more such old friends. Aunt Zhao, your health is not in grave danger. But do not take it lightly. You must take care to recuperate. Yao Jingjia instructed someone to fetch paper and ink, and Rue Jinshin wrote down a prescription for her recovery. In a few days, I will send a topical ointment. Aunt Zhao must persist in using it for some time. And during the treatment, you must avoid intimacy. Yao Jingjia's face flushed, and Aunt Zhao shot her a reproachful glance. Child, how can you speak so bluntly? From now on, be mindful to avoid discussing such matters in front of young ladies. Rue Jinshin scratched her face, having forgotten they were in ancient times. Glancing at the blushing Yao Jingjia, she thought, who isn't a young lady? Worried that Aunt Zhao might not understand how to use the ointment, Rue Jinshin whispered instructions into her ear, causing even Aunt Zhao's face to redden. Oh dear, these two ancients are so innocent. Aunt Zhao insisted on keeping her for lunch, but Rue Jinshin excused herself, mentioning she had an appointment with Mo Yunkai for acupuncture after lunch, and it was getting late. Aunt Zhao repeatedly urged her to visit more often, and she obediently agreed. Upon reaching the front gate, she coincidentally bumped into Lu Taining, who was also preparing to leave. The two exited together, and Rue Jinshin inquired about Deng Su and Xiao Wu's injuries, reminding him that they must avoid strenuous activities, or they would face lingering repercussions. Lu Taining nodded, furrowing his brow as he recalled the two disobedient patients. Rue Jinshin understood at a glance, her smile revealing, go back and tell them that if they do not listen, they can await my personal examination. Lu Taining's gaze drifted past Rue Jinshin's head, catching sight of a swiftly retreating figure, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, you look truly beautiful when you smile. Rue Jinshin was enchanted by Lu Taining's smile, sincerely praising him. His face flushed crimson, and Rue Jinshin imagined steam rising from his head. With a teasing grin, she remarked, another innocent soul added to the mix. Let us go. Rue Jinshin walked away with a carefree demeanor, leaving Lu Taining staring blankly at the direction the carriage had departed. My lord. A large hand clapped on his shoulder. Lu Taining turned to see Deng Su and could not help but scold him playfully. You are quite cowardly, even less graceful than a woman. With Rue Jinshin absent, Deng Su spoke freely. Is she a woman? Young Master Su does not even keep her in check, allowing her to examine naked men. She makes no distinctions between genders. Recalling the autopsy that day, Lu Taining added, perhaps she does not differentiate between humans and animals. Mo Yunkai, who had been treated like a corpse, could relate to this deeply. He had endured 3 consecutive days of acupuncture. The first day was tolerable, as he was merely barebacked. On the second day, he found that Rue Jinshin had begun to pull down his trousers, and he was a moment too late. He received a needle in his tailbone, leaving him too ashamed to speak, and he could only feign unconsciousness. Today was no different, and the indignation was all his. for Rui Jinshin treated him as if he were invisible. Chapter 82. The elusive encounter. Rui Jinshin administered acupuncture to Mo Yunkai, sitting beside him and offering unsolicited commentary. Your physique is quite impressive. How do you maintain it? The muscles in your legs show no signs of atrophy. Is someone assisting you with massages? Or is it related to your training? Mo Yunkai buried his face in the pillow, wishing to ignore her. This woman was becoming increasingly brazen, showing no signs of restraint. He felt his face flush, and an intense heat radiated from his backside. Rui Jinshin had no expectations of a response. She continued, "Do you know how I honed my acupuncture skills? Initially, I practiced on pigs. The difference between humans and pigs isn't substantial." Mo Yunkai wished he could silence her, grumbling, "Enough." Comparing him to a pig was clearly intentional on her part. Rui Jinshin pouted, thinking that if he didn't want to talk, she wouldn't either. She had merely noticed that he had not slept well and sought to distract him. But if he was disinterested, she would refrain from speaking. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Mo Yunkai felt his heart racing like a drum. He sensed something amiss with his perceptions, as if Rui Jinshin were scrutinizing him, yet he dared not lift his gaze to confirm. Indeed, Rui Jinshin was watching him. More precisely, observing the dark energy swirling across his back. It was fantastical, akin to scenes portrayed in films, and utterly unexaggerated. After several deep breaths, the dark energy dissipated, and the silver needles appeared darkened to varying degrees, with the one at the base of his spine being the most sinister. Entering a meditative state. She recalled the silver needles sent for inspection yesterday, which had yet to yield results. This would not do. She needed to swiftly gather information on various poisonous plants and flowers, particularly those unique to this time and space. Mo Yunkai, are you asleep? Startled, Mo Yunkai awoke instantly. No. It's difficult to sleep when someone is staring at me. I wish to visit the library. Your poison must contain ancient herbs that I am unfamiliar with. My master mentioned that the library and the ancient market may have relevant texts. Mo Yunkai pondered for a moment. The library was not open to just anyone and required permission from the emperor. Then please arrange it swiftly. I will explore the ancient market in the meantime. You were present at the crime scene because you were searching for books in the ancient market? Indeed. Did I not mention it? Mo Yunkai recalled that she had only shared the details of discovering the deceased. That is less important. What matters is that you seek the emperor's approval as soon as possible. Understood. Perhaps it was psychological. But Mo Yunkai felt a sense of relief after having the needles removed today. All right, rise. Tomorrow at noon, we will proceed with acupuncture. Ensure your schedule is arranged accordingly. It cannot be missed. Additionally, you must bathe before the treatment. Tomorrow we will conduct a full-body treatment, both front and back, for a grand cycle. Mo Yunkai's scalp tingled at the thought, and he remained motionless, continuing to lie down. Understanding his discomfort, Rui Jinshin moved to the desk, turning her back to him as she contemplated whether she could offer him some ordinary detoxifying medicine. Mo Yunkai hastily dressed and fled the room like someone escaping danger. Wheeling himself out swiftly, Rui Jinshin, lost in thought, did not notice his departure. My lord, is something amiss? Yuan Rong, nearly colliding with him, glanced between the door and the flustered lord. Nothing. Mo Yunkai quickly composed himself, adjusting his breathing. Prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace. Rui Jinshin deliberated, realizing she could not administer medicine blindly without consulting her master first. Upon glancing back and finding herself alone, she couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone else felt embarrassed. Yet she remained the oddity among them. At the Shanyuan Medical Clinic, Elder Yu listened intently as Rui Jinshin recounted her observations, surprised by her revelations. Dark energy? The silver needles turned black? Rui Jinshin produced the silver needles from today's treatment. Elder Yi examined them closely, noting their careful wrapping. Caution is prudent, he advised. Nodding in approval, he rose and retrieved a pair of gloves as delicate as silk from the treasure shelf. Remarkable items. Rui Jinshin's eyes gleamed with excitement. These gloves were said to insulate against heat, cold, and toxins, truly wondrous. Indeed, I hope you cherish them. They are a gift from your master. Please, keep them for Wanjing or Mingli. Mingli was the younger brother of Yu Wanjing, a name bestowed by the elder. Here, my descendants and students are treated equally. Whoever possesses the skill shall benefit. Rui Jinshin felt gratitude for her master's impartiality, but still declined. Elder Yi did not press further, examining the needles with keen interest. The peculiar coloration, black with hints of purple and red, was unsettling. He had heard of such a toxin before, but could not recall any specifics. Sighing in resignation, he remarked, "Alas, my memory fails me." "That is quite all right. Take your time, master." Elder Yi stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Acupuncture at noon tomorrow?" "Yes. We have opened the back for 3 days. Tomorrow will be a grand cycle." "A grand cycle? You mean to treat the front first, then the back?" Upon hearing this, Elder Ye's method differed from his own. "I shall come by tomorrow to observe." "Excellent. I shall not visit in the morning. I will prepare a meal to honor you." "That sounds delightful." After leaving the clinic, Rue Jinxin noted that the hour was still early and, accompanied by Xianglan, made her way directly to the ancient market. "Madam, you have visited once before. What treasures are you seeking?" Rue Jinxin paused at a stall displaying a variety of antiquities, including some jade ornaments and numerous ancient texts. The young vendor, a boy of 17 or 18, inquired. "Sharp eyes, you recognized me." "Hee. You are beautiful and acquainted with the Ministry of Justice. Naturally, you left a lasting impression." "How do you know I know someone from the Ministry of Justice?" "I attended the lively scene by the river a few days ago and saw you there." Understanding now, Rue Jinxin neither confirmed nor denied it. She pointed to the ancient texts before her, asking, "Where's the stall owner?" "That would be me. I manage 2 stalls." "Impressive. To be honest, my wares are the most comprehensive in this market." Rue Jinxin glanced at the neighboring stall, noting its diverse offerings. The boy grinned widely. "Are you interested in ancient texts? You seemed focused on them last time." "Truly a merchant, with keen observation skills. I seek medical texts, particularly those akin to Herb Compendium, especially unique editions with comprehensive records." The boy's expression turned troubled. "I regret to inform you that I do not possess such texts. However, I know someone who does, though he is quite eccentric. He sells books solely based on his mood. If he is in a good temper, he might gift you one. If not, even a mountain of gold would not persuade him to part with it." "Oh, such a person exists?" Rue Jinxin mused, considering that someone so unique must possess genuine skills, perhaps even valuable items. "Where can I find him? Could you take me to meet him?" "That, I am afraid I cannot assist you. This peculiar individual has an erratic schedule and happens to be absent today." The boy gestured toward a large locust tree across the way. "His designated stall is beneath that tree, but at this hour, he will not be here." "Will he come tomorrow?" "That is uncertain. No one can say for sure." Disappointment washed over Rue Jinxin as she wandered through other stalls, finding nothing of interest. She had pinned her hopes on that individual, but alas, his business was conducted with too much character, making him an elusive encounter indeed. Chapter 83. A moment of borrowing just as Rue Jinxin was preparing to return home. 2 figures obstructed her path. Jian Ruochu and Li Yuru had come to the ancient market to seek treasures, with the upcoming Qianxiu festival. Jian Ruochu desired to present a unique gift to the Empress, while Li Yuru sought a respite from her worries. The 2 women regarded Rue Jinxin with palpable animosity. Jian Richu gritted her teeth at the sight of Rue Jinxin, lamenting the misfortune of encountering an infatuated fool wherever she went. Surely, the disabled heir must be incapable of fulfilling her desires, prompting her to seek other men. Li Yuru maliciously mocked Rue Jinxin, and Jian Ruochu's cold laughter echoed, revealing her unchanging nature. Rue Jinxin cursed under her breath and, donning a smile, retorted to Jian Ruochu, "You are like a dog that cannot change its nature. You bark at every opportunity. You dare call me a dog?" Jian Ruochu exclaimed, indignantly pointing at Rue Jinxin. "At least I have the self-awareness to recognize my own faults." Jian Ruochu shouted, "You are doomed." Xianglan swiftly delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "How dare you act disrespectfully towards the heir's consort?" The 4 guards, who were about to reveal themselves, retreated into the shadows upon witnessing Xianglan's fierce demeanor. "Xianglan, one must use a stick to beat a dog," she quipped. "I understand, consort." Xianglan shook her stinging hand, pondering that she ought to carry a stick when venturing out, as her mistress had a peculiar talent for attracting trouble. The maidservant trailing Jian Ruochu stood frozen at the sight of her mistress being struck. Jian Ruochu, covering her face with one hand, pushed her maid with the other, urging, "Are you dead? Fight back." Reluctantly, the maid responded, though she dared not confront Rue Jinxin directly. Instead, she aimed her strikes at Xianglan, only to be swiftly kicked away by Rue Jinxin. The maid fell to the ground, conveniently lying down to avoid further punishment. Li Yuru shrieked, "The infatuated fool from the capital has killed someone." These 2 women had never seen eye to eye with the original owner of this body, and now, upon her arrival, a new conflict had arisen, leaving Rue Jinshin utterly exasperated. As Li Yuru clamored for assistance, a crowd of vendors gathered, including a young boy. Where can I find a stick? Rue Jinshin inquired of the boy. Before he could respond, a voice from the crowd chimed in. I have a stick. Do you need it? Thank you. May I borrow it? Rue Jinshin took the stick without even catching a glimpse of the boy's face and swung it towards Li Yuru, who, startled, recoiled and stumbled over her own skirt, crashing down onto the maidservant. Ah! The maid emitted a sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Xianglan promptly declared, Li Yuru has crushed her. In a state of panic, Li Yuru attempted to rise but kept tripping over her skirt, repeatedly landing atop the maid, who appeared to have truly lost consciousness. Surely she hasn't been crushed to death? A follower of Li Yuru shouted, urging, quick, fetch a doctor. Others echoed the call for the authorities. The scene descended into chaos, with onlookers buzzing with speculation. Lu Taining and his entourage arrived to investigate, hastening through the crowd upon hearing the shouts for help. Consort. Rue Jinshin stood proudly, wielding the stick like a warrior. Lord Lu, you've come at the perfect time. She has killed someone, Xianglan quickly reported, earning Rue Jinshin's silent approval. You lie? Jian Ruochu shouted in fury. It was you who caused the death. The infatuated fool kicked her to death. Lu Taining's expression darkened as one of his subordinates checked the maidservant's pulse. My lord, she is not dead. Lord Lu, she is slandering me, tarnishing my reputation. You must investigate impartially, Rue Jinshin proclaimed, inciting Jian Ruochu to seethe with anger. You are grasping at straws. Your maid struck first. Jian Ruochu began, only to be met with Rue Jinshin's calm and assertive gaze. In that moment, she recalled the many who had fallen victim to Rue Jinshin's schemes, including when Xiangqian, Han Yunluo, and even the Yuan Marquis' household. How could she have been so foolish? She had endured the strictness of the nurturing matron and wished to avoid further confrontation. Regaining her composure, Jian Ruochu regretted her earlier impulsiveness and sought a way to extricate herself from the situation. Li Yuru, helped to her feet by her maid, disregarded her disheveled appearance and pointed an accusatory finger at Rue Jinshin, declaring, she struck me with a stick. Look, she still holds it. Rue Jinshin did not deny it. Instead, she addressed the surrounding crowd. Do not merely spectate, speak the truth. Did I strike her? No. Someone in the crowd spoke up, followed by a chorus of agreement. She did not strike. She tripped over her own skirt. Indeed, it was true. Li Yuru had stumbled over her own garment. Embarrassed and enraged, Li Yuru sought to argue. But Jian Ruochu grasped her arm, cautioning, if you wish to avoid punishment, hold your tongue. Momentarily stunned, Li Yuru recalled her imprisoned mother and her father, who had lost his title, and glanced at the arrogant Rue Jinshin. All her resentment boiled within her, yet she could not afford to escalate matters further. With a frustrated stomp, she resolved to leave. Lu Taining intervened, calling out, Miss Li, please wait. This young lady on the ground appears injured. Is she one of your household? Li Yuru gazed in shock at the maid on the ground. She is not from our household. She was injured by that infatuated fool. What? Are you attempting to slander me? She was indeed kicked down by me, but you have trampled her multiple times, leaving her unconscious, and she charged at me first. The consort acted in self-defense. The crowd's perspectives varied, with many believing the maid had intended to attack Rue Jinshin. Yes, I can testify that it was that lady who incited the maid to strike. The lady merely lifted her foot. Rue Jinshin felt her ears flush and her lips twitch. Who was this ally? This voice had come to her aid multiple times. Are you blind? Did you not see that her maid struck first? Jian Ruochu snapped, indignant at the crowd's support for Rue Jinshin. The root of this conflict stems from your insolence, the voice echoed again, prompting Rue Jinshin to scan the crowd. Eager to recognize this noble defender, Lu Taining surveyed the scene, unable to pinpoint the direction of the voice despite his abilities. The nearby vendors nodded in agreement with the speaker's words. It was your words that provoked her. Do not blame this young lady. Lu Taining shot a fierce glare at Jian Ruochu and Li Yuru, who flinched under his gaze. It was a misunderstanding. We were merely joking. They protested. A joke? You insult others and consider it jest? Then I shall beat you into a state of half-disability, and we shall call it a joke, shall we? Rue Jinshin declared, unwilling to let them off easily. Otherwise, they might trouble her again. Infatuated fool. Rue, consort, we were in the wrong. Jian Ruochu begrudgingly apologized, wishing to retreat from the confrontation. Apologies must be sincere. Your words lack earnestness. You. Jian Ruochu bit her lip, rendered speechless. Li Yuru, dissatisfied, shouted, "Do not overstep." Lu Taning's voice turned stern. "Miss Li, do you wish to head to the magistrate's office?" He had grown weary of their incessant taunts of infatuated fool and was inclined to offer Rui Jinshin a small measure of retribution against them. Chapter 84. The antique treasure. As Jian Ruochu and Li Yuru heard about going to the Yamen, they felt a wave of trepidation and hurriedly offered their apologies once more. Rui Jinshin let out a cold laugh and spoke sternly. "I hope you will remember this lesson. In the future, upon encountering me, the noble consort, do take care to avoid collision. Otherwise," she brandished the stick in her hand, declaring with authority, "if we meet again, I shall strike once more to help you learn your lesson." Li Yuru instinctively raised her arms to shield her head, and her abrupt gesture elicited laughter from the onlookers. She covered her face and fled, with Jian Ruochu closely trailing behind her. No one paid attention to the maid lying on the ground. Rui Jinshin sighed and used her keen sight to assess the situation. Discovering that the maid had suffered a broken rib under Li Yuru's weight and had sustained a considerable bump on her head, which accounted for her unconsciousness. "Lord Lu, it appears she has been injured by Li Yuru. We must hurry her to the medical clinic," Rui Jinshin urged. Lu Taning directed his attendants to fetch a wooden board, and with the help of Rui Jinshin and Xianglan, they carefully lifted the maid. The pain jolted the maid awake, and upon realizing her mistress had abandoned her, tears streamed down her face, yet she uttered not a word. Rui Jinshin softened her tone, saying, "You might be hurt. Please go to the clinic. Lord Lu will notify your family." The maid glanced at her with gratitude and murmured a low thanks. Lu Taning's attendants found 2 people to escort the maid to the clinic, as they had a case to investigate. Rui Jinshin sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lu Taning, who replied, "There is no need for thanks, noble consort. Should you encounter them again, maintain your composure and disregard their words." Rui Jinshin managed a bittersweet smile. "We are bound to cross paths again, and it will likely be more troublesome. The noble circle in the capital is too small. One cannot avoid encounters at palace banquets or birthday celebrations. Men often fail to grasp the depth of a woman's grudges, and Rui Jinshin chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in agreement. In that moment, she exhibited no arrogance, only resignation, aware that her very nature seemed to invite their animosity, a senseless hatred. Rui Jinshin brightened her expression and declared, "Lord Lu, you may attend to your matters. I must return now." Lu Taning pointed at the stick in her hand, prompting Rui Jinshin to exclaim, "Ah, whose stick is this that I borrowed?" She surveyed her surroundings, noting the crowd had dispersed, leaving no one to claim the wooden stick. "Where have they gone? How peculiar." Rui Jinshin recalled the voice from earlier. "Lord Lu, did the person who spoke on my behalf happen to see where I was?" "No," he replied. "It is strange. I could not discern the direction of his voice." "Ah, could he be an extraordinary individual?" Rui Jinshin mused, suddenly struck with inspiration. "Could he be the one I am searching for? The one you seek?" Lu Taning inquired. "Yes, I am looking for the ancient medicine collection. I have heard that someone possesses it, but alas, that person is too eccentric, making them difficult to find." An attendant beside Lu Taning interjected. "Is it the vendor beneath the large locust tree?" Rui Jinshin nodded vigorously. "Do you know him?" Lu Taning responded. "We are also searching for him, but do not know him personally." "I see." Rui Jinshin's previously sparkling eyes dimmed momentarily. Not wishing to see her disheartened, Lu Taning said, "If we locate him, we will certainly inform you." Rui Jinshin smiled, suggesting, "Perhaps we should inquire about his appearance. That would aid in our search." With that, she made her way toward the young vendor, followed closely by Lu Taning and his attendants. As the young man noticed her approach, he asked, "Madam, do you require assistance? Could you describe the appearance of that person?" Rui Jinshin inquired, pointing toward the direction of the large locust tree. The young man smiled. "Did you not see him yourself?" "Saw him. When?" "I was unaware." Rui Jinshin exclaimed in astonishment. The young man pointed to the stick in her hand. "That stick you are holding belongs to him." "Ah, I did not see his face." Rui Jinshin had not expected they had crossed paths. Could it be that the one who spoke for her was indeed him? "Yes." The young man affirmed, "I recognized his voice, but he never shows his face." "What? How can he remain unseen?" Rui Jinshin asked. "Does he wear a mask?" The young man shook his head. "Each time he comes, he covers his face with a cloth." Rui Jinshin turned to Lu Taning. "Are we certain we are seeking the same individual?" Lu Taning nodded. "It should be him. We have received word that he appears and vanishes without a trace." "Why are you searching for him?" Rui Jinshin inquired. We have learned that he possesses a book on weaponry that could help identify the weapon that harmed Deng Tu. Rui Jinxin's interest in this individual deepened, recognizing the value of his collection. Lu Taining added, "It seems we may not encounter him today." Rui Jinxin agreed. If we were to meet him, he would not have disappeared. She then asked the young man, "What is your name?" "Madam, I am called Bao Xiao." "Bao Xiao, I shall take this stick with me. If you see him, please convey my desire to thank him in person." "Of course, madam." Rui Jinxin exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Lan, who discreetly retrieved a silver coin from her pouch and handed it to Bao Xiao. "If you see him set up his stall, please inform Lord Lu at the Dali Temple." Seeing her offer a coin, Lu Taining hastily attempted to refuse. But Rui Jinxin playfully winked, "Then you can send someone to notify me." After some contemplation, Lu Taining realized that ordinary people could not easily enter the royal residence. It would indeed be more convenient for him or his men to do so, and thus he relented. With that, they bid farewell, and Rui Jinxin returned to the royal residence, clutching the wooden stick. Inside the carriage, she examined it closely and soon realized its extraordinary nature. The stick, approximately 1 meter long and of an ancient bronze hue, was intricately carved with unknown floral and faunal designs. Its material was also unusual, light yet remarkably sturdy. She had not struck Li Yuru with it. The stick had merely struck the ground. Yet, it remained unblemished, smooth as if brand new. "Miss, could this stick be an antique?" Rui Jinxin's eyes brightened. "You are absolutely right. It must be an antique." She posed with the stick in various ways, though the confined space of the carriage limited her movements. Upon entering the royal residence, she rushed to the Yun, exclaiming, "Mother, come quickly and see this treasure." The Princess of Xian was engaged in conversation with Prince Xian and Mo Yunlai. Upon hearing her joyous voice, she curiously emerged to inquire, "What treasure?" Rui Jinxin brandished the stick, prompting Mo Yunlai to scoff dismissively. "It's merely a wooden stick. What treasure could it possibly be? Clearly, you lack discernment." The Princess of Xian promptly delivered a light smack to his head, declaring, "What do you know? If your sister says it's a treasure, then it is indeed a treasure." Rui Jinxin raised an eyebrow at him, thinking, "This little brat certainly deserves a scolding." Upon seeing the stick, the prince's pupils contracted, and he reached for it. Examining it closely, his fingers gliding over its surface. "A treasure. It is indeed a treasure." Mo Yunlai, now curious, demanded, "Let me see. What would make a treasure?" The prince blocked his hand, sitting aside to scrutinize it seriously, his heart in turmoil. "Jing girl, where did you obtain this stick?" "Father, is it truly a treasure? I borrowed it from the antique market and must return it." "The antique market?" The Princess of Xian, noticing the prince's reluctance to relinquish the stick, inquired curiously, "Is it an antique? Could it be some divine weapon?" The prince remained silent, but as his fingers brushed a particular area, one end of the stick suddenly sprang open, revealing a gleaming sword that shimmered ominously. Chapter 85. The Nine Nether Divine Sword. "This is indeed a sword." The excitement in King Xian's voice was palpable as he exclaimed, "The Nine Nether Divine Sword." Mo Yunlia's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was the legendary, unparalleled divine sword. Rui Jinxin, though lacking knowledge of swords, could sense its formidable nature from its name. However, the princess consort inquired with concern, "If it is a divine sword, how could it be lent to you so easily?" Rui Jinxin pondered how to explain her involvement in the altercation when the steward's announcement interrupted her thoughts. "Your Highness, the princess consort, the Prime Minister, and young Master Rui have arrived." "Father? Second brother?" Rui Jinxin wondered about the timing of their visit. The princess consort promptly invited them in, while King Xian sheathed the sword and placed it on the table. Upon entering, Prime Minister Rui circled around his precious daughter, asking anxiously, "Jinxin, are you hurt? Sister, were you bullied?" Rui Jinxin's brother, Rui Jinxian, also inquired with concern. Having received the news, they headed back, meeting their father at the entrance. The two entered the royal residence without hesitation. Rui Jinxin understood their fragmented words, while the princess consort and others remained bewildered. The princess consort scrutinized Rui Jinxin. "Are you injured?" "No. Father, second brother, please sit down. I was just about to recount the events," she replied. Steward Ao Shan brought in tea, and Rui Jinxin poured for everyone before casually narrating the afternoon's events. "Well done." The princess consort exclaimed in fury upon hearing the tale. "Jinxin, if you encounter such a situation again, strike fiercely. If they dare to harm you, your father, your brother, and your royal uncle will not let them escape unscathed." They are simply courting death. King Xian nodded in agreement with the princess consort's sentiments. Even Mo Yunlai, who had harbored disdain for Rui Jinxin, felt a shared animosity. Those who dared bully the royal family must face consequences. Humph. If they dare to bully my daughter, they shall not escape my wrath. Rui Jinxin discreetly glanced at King Xian, noting his father's rising anger, and thought it prudent to tread carefully. King Xian caught her gaze and chuckled. The Prime Minister's precious daughter is known throughout the court. He will exact vengeance on anyone who harms you. Indeed, I have but one daughter, and she is precious. The Prime Minister did not find this excessive. The princess consort quickly added, exactly. We have only Jinxin as our daughter-in-law, and we shall protect her fiercely. The Prime Minister retorted, you cannot claim to have only one daughter-in-law. But I cherish Jinxin above all. Besides, the others are merely figments of imagination, he replied. Rui Jinxin forced a smile, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Was her father attempting to curry favor on her behalf? It was unnecessary. Father, the princess consort treats me as her own daughter. You need not worry. Rui Jinxian noticed the wooden stick on the table and asked, is that your weapon? Yes. But I did not strike anyone. I merely fell, she explained. Tomorrow, I shall find you a suitable weapon for self-defense, he offered. That would be wonderful, she replied, appreciating the notion of having a means of protection. Mo Yunlia's heart raced as he realized how fortunate he was not to have executed his prank plan. Otherwise, he would be facing the wrath of the princess consort and the retaliation of so many others. Rui Jinxin chose not to mention the 9 nether divine sword to her father and brother, as it belonged to someone else. While it could be admired as an antique before the truth was known, revealing it could lead to unnecessary trouble. King Xian was thoroughly pleased with Rui Jinxin's demeanor. She was a child who understood the gravity of the situation. After the Prime Minister and his son departed, King Xian cautioned Mo Yunlai. This sword was borrowed from your sister-in-law and must be returned. Do not speak of it indiscriminately. Mo Yunlai, though somewhat reckless, understood the gravity of the matter and assured King Xian he would remain discreet. Mo Yuns returned late, having arranged his affairs for the upcoming treatment. Your Highness, the king requests your presence in the study, the chief steward Ao Shan informed him. Is father still awake at this hour? Mo Yuns inquired. The king has been waiting for you, Ao Shan replied. Mo Yuns furrowed his brow, sensing there was something important to discuss. In the study, after closing the door, King Xian handed Mo Yuns the wooden stick. It was left by Rui Jinxin, as she thought I would enjoy examining it for the evening. Mo Yuns received the stick, puzzled, but felt its weight and began to inspect it closely. The seemingly ordinary wooden stick was intricately carved with exquisite designs. Mo Yuns' eyes widened in surprise as he continued to examine it. His fingers traced the patterns, and suddenly, he discovered a protrusion near the top. Pressing it revealed a blade. Startled, he drew the sword, which was approximately 1 meter long, forged from black cold iron that shimmered with a chilling light, occasionally flashing with a hint of purple. Upon inspecting the wooden stick that served as the scabbard, Mo Yuns' eyes widened in realization. The 9 nether divine sword? He exclaimed, looking at his father, who nodded in affirmation. There was a legend on this continent. He who possesses the 9 nether shall conquer the world. While the legend may be exaggerated, the sword was undeniably remarkable. It had been lost to history for a long time. How could it suddenly reappear? Your wife borrowed it to defend herself. Its owner is currently unknown, King Xian explained. Mo Yuns raised an eyebrow. Defend herself? Who did she strike? The daughter of the former Duke On Yuan and the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Jian Xian. King Xian recounted the events. Mo Yuns recognized both names. They were individuals he truly despised, far worse than mere infatuations. It seems time to give Jian Xian a task, he mused. Your father-in-law will certainly seek retribution. Mo Yuns noted, fully aware that his father-in-law was a protective figure. What are your thoughts on this sword, father? He inquired. King Xian shook his head, expressing that he had no particular thoughts, yet felt an instinctive belief that Rui Jinxin would not return the sword. Are you suggesting that it was purposely lent to her? Mo Yuns asked, to which King Xian nodded. For such a valuable item to be lent so casually, it must either serve a purpose or be a matter of fate. They pondered what motives anyone could have regarding Rui Jinxin. Mo Yuns speculated, could it be related to the Prime Minister? It seems unlikely, King Xian concluded, unable to discern a clear reason. For now, King Xian attributed it to fate, believing that Rui Jinxin had caught someone's eye. Do remind your wife to exercise caution and minimize her outings. I've heard many opinions regarding a daughter-in-law who ventures out frequently, and while the royal residence remains unconcerned, safety must still be a priority. With the 4 guards you provided, she is more than capable of defending herself, Mo Yuns replied, recalling her fierce display against Wen Xiangqian. Late at night, at a modest farmhouse on the outskirts of the capital, the lights in the main room suddenly illuminated, revealing a hoarse voice. Why the sudden arrival? Another low voice responded. The 9 Nether Divine's sword has been dispatched. Oh, the hoarse voice expressed delight. Wonderful. You need not set up a stall anymore. I hear the young lady is searching for ancient medical texts. Shall we provide them? Ancient medical texts? Why? Came the inquiry. I heard she is studying medicine under Yisheng. However, when I witnessed her performing an autopsy, her technique was remarkably professional, unlike that of a novice. After a moment of silence, the hoarse voice replied, give them to her, but you must not show your face again. Find a way to deliver all the ancient texts to her. We must make our exit. Chapter 86. Fate. On the following day, as Elder Yi was set to arrive, Rue Jinxin rose early to make preparations. The usually anxious Mo Yunkai felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Elder Yi would be present during the acupuncture session. A smirk danced upon Rue Jinxin's lips. It was rare to witness him shy. Miss, Lord Lu has arrived and wishes to see you. Lieutenant, has there been news regarding Bao Xiao? Rue Jinxin inquired, her steps light as she made her way to the front courtyard. Mo Yunkai furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance towards the corner of the yard where a figure emerged from the Qingsong courtyard. Lord Lu, do you have news? Lieutenant, observing her radiant smile, reciprocated with a friendly grin. Indeed, a vendor has brought word that the individual has gone out for a while and entrusted the sale of his ancient books to him. The vendor asked if you would like to take a look. Absolutely. We must not allow anyone else to seize this opportunity. Without even changing into her outdoor attire, Rue Jinxin hurriedly followed Lu Taining out the door. Just before boarding the carriage, she instructed the doorman to relay a message to Xiang Cao, asking her to prepare lunch independently. Mo Yunkai, upon receiving the news of their departure, felt a peculiar sense of frustration. At the antique market, Rue Jinxin and Lu Taining made a beeline for Bao Xiao's stall. Madam, he has arrived. All of his books are over there. Please take your time to see if any catch your fancy. The vendor smiled, adding, he will be away for a few days, and his staff is still with me. He said he no longer needs the old stick. It has been gifted to the young lady. What? He gifted it to her? Does he not know the stick's secret? Rue Jinxin found this utterly incomprehensible. Lady, would you still like some books? Rue Jinxin snapped back to reality, hastily rummaging through the wooden boxes in the corner. Well, this individual possesses an impressive collection. There are numerous types of books, including several on ancient medicine, as well as texts on the mysterious arts of strategy and formations. The comprehensive weaponry book that Lu Taining desires is also among them. Rue Jinxin flipped through the pages, utterly captivated. I want them all. What should I do? Bao Xiao chuckled. You truly are a fortunate soul. He mentioned that for a few books, each would cost 50 taels of silver, but if you take them all, they are yours for free. What a peculiar person. After a moment of astonishment, Rue Jinxin's excitement surged. Then I shall not be polite. These books will be of immense benefit to my elder brothers, and little Jinxiang will also gain from them. With these ancient tomes, the Rue residents will possess heirlooms to pass down through generations. Lu Taining, amused by her greed, instinctively found her adorable, momentarily forgetting to request the weaponry book. However, one of his attendants piped up, Young lady, may we take a look at that weaponry book? Lu Taining was about to reprimand the attendant to spare her any embarrassment when he heard Rue Jinxin's cheerful reply. Certainly. The attendant eagerly reached out, but Rue Jinxin deftly evaded his grasp. Please handle it with care. Return it to me immediately after you are done. It must not be damaged. She cautiously handed the book to Lu Taining, her demeanor both cautious and endearing. The attendant scoffed quietly, muttering, I can handle it just fine. In a distant corner, a man concealed by a hat and cloak observed the scene, a bemused smile gracing his lips. What a greedy soul, even when receiving books for free. She is so stingy. Yet, Rue Jinxin held a different perspective. Since it was her fate, it rightfully belonged to her, and thus she must cherish it. Lu Taining, feeling honored by her trust, handled the book as if it were a rare treasure. Bao Xiao, watching their hurried movements, mused, is this truly fate? With her arms laden with books, Rue Jinxin returned home, exuding the glee of a child. Upon seeing Princess Xian, she enveloped her in a warm embrace. Such a darling, exclaimed Princess Xian, while Mo Yunlai leaned in towards his elder brother and complained, Mother's eyes are filled with infatuation. What is so special about her? Whether she is good or not, I shall not comment. But remember, she is your sister-in-law, Mo Yunkai replied. Mo Yunlai pouted in grievance, and Mo Yunkai suggested, why don't you cuddle up to mother and act cute? Mo Yunlai shuddered, a wave of goosebumps washing over him. Do not tease me, Jean girl. What brings you such delight? Mother, I have acquired treasures. She instructed her attendant to place the box down. Tada! Look, it is filled with treasures. Curiosity piqued. Mo Yunkai maneuvered his wheelchair closer to inspect the books. Excellent choice. These are rare to encounter. You must have spent a considerable sum? Princess Xian, recognizing their worth, instructed the steward, go fetch silver for the young lady. We must not allow her to leave empty-handed. No need for that. I did not spend any silver. Rui Jinxin replied, as the family exchanged puzzled glances. I initially intended to acquire only the medical texts, but upon seeing how splendid all of them were, I decided to take them all. I was fortunate to have received them as gifts, she explained, recounting Bao Xiao's words. The stick does not need to be returned for now. I suspect he is unaware of its true value. We shall return it when he comes to regret his decision. Princess Xian and her son exchanged knowing glances, silently pondering why such fortune had fallen upon their daughter-in-law, the infatuated one. Rui Jinxin initially planned to set the books aside and select the medical text to return to the residence later. However, seeing both Princess Xian and Mo Yunkai engrossed in reading, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Princess Xian selected a few books that piqued her interest and retreated to the study for a leisurely read, causing Rui Jinxin to feel a pang of regret. Oh, I shall deal with this later. Once we part ways, I will take them all with me. For now, let them enjoy reading. At noon, Elder Yi arrived. Accompanied by his son Yi-sun, Princess Xian personally attended to them, as Mo Yunkai was to undergo acupuncture and could not partake in the meal. They dined in the Yuan courtyard, while Mo Yunkai returned to the Qingsong courtyard for a bath. Having heard that Jinxin had been treating him for 3 days, Princess Xian anxiously inquired, Jin, has there been any improvement? Mother, progress does not occur so swiftly. We must remain patient, Rui Jinxin reassured her. Princess Xian recognized her own impatience. It is my fault. I shall refrain from asking and await your surprise. Her incessant inquiries could place undue pressure on Rui Jinxin. At the beginning of the 5th hour, Mo Yunkai complied with Rui Jinxin's request, covering only the essential areas. With the mask removed, Elder Yi noticed the changes in his face immediately. The lines are not as pronounced. Indeed, Master, observe his back. Rui Jinxin instructed Yi-sun to assist in turning Mo Yunkai so Elder Yi could see. The lines on his back were visible. Lay him flat, Yi-sun, and note down our discoveries, Elder Yi ordered. Rui Jinxin smiled at Mo Yunkai, who felt a shiver down his spine. Close your eyes. I am about to begin, she instructed. Mo Yunkai obediently complied as Rui Jinxin swiftly produced a series of silver needles, puncturing from his forehead to his face, then to his chest and abdomen, and finally to each of his 10 toes. When she reached his toes, Mo Yunkai nearly flinched from the pain. Elder Yi and Rui Jinxin exclaimed in unison. Your toes have sensation. Mo Yunkai was taken aback, suddenly realizing it himself. Rui Jinxin grasped his fingers, inserting the silver needle. Mo Yunkai felt a brief sting, but it was within his tolerance. Elder Yi and the others gathered around his feet, intrigued. The legs are numb, yet the toes have sensation. What does this signify? Chapter 87. Weighty thoughts. Old Master Yi attempted to pierce the Yongquan acupoint with a needle, yet there was no response. Unable to comprehend the situation, the group proceeded to investigate other areas. Mo Yuns felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, recalling how Rui Jinxin had once compared a naked person to a pig, he lost his composure, and his breath became erratic. Father, Jinxin, look. The patterns on Mo Yuns' face began to shift. Old Master Yi and Rui Jinxin each grasped one of his hands and felt his pulse. Rui Jinxin activated her X-ray vision and discovered that energy was wildly coursing through his body. Are you lost in thought? Calm yourself. Old Master Yi urged anxiously. Rui Jinxin understood that the erratic energy was what the ancients referred to as true qi. Due to the chaotic breath, the area where the needle had been inserted began to ache, which paradoxically helped Mo Yuns regain his composure. He noticed a faint discomfort in his calves. It seems my calves are also feeling something. The three turned their attention to his legs, observing the bluish patterns moving as well. Is this the toxin circulating? Yi Sun asked with concern. Perhaps we should remove the needle. This appears quite perilous. Rue Jinshin hesitated, recalling that previous treatments had failed to balance the toxins within him. Now, her current treatment had disrupted that balance, resulting in such a reaction. Mo Yunce, aside from the pain, do you feel any other discomfort? She inquired. After a moment of reflection, he replied, nothing else. Rue Jinshin admonished sternly, do not dwell on it. Close your eyes and gather your thoughts. Without removing the needle, the three fell silent, distancing themselves slightly to observe quietly, while Yi Sun diligently recorded every change. The needle before them retained only a slight amount of darkness on the facial side, while the back was nearly entirely engulfed in a sinister black. Such potent poison, Old Master Yi remarked after finishing the acupuncture. Jinshin, this toxin proliferates faster than you can detoxify it. Rue Jinshin gasped in astonishment. Master, are you suggesting it can regenerate? Old Master Yi frowned. It appears so. While the silver needle seems to draw out the poison, it possesses the ability to reproduce, as if it were alive. Could it be a kind of goo? Yi Sun inquired. What is goo? Rue Jinshin was momentarily taken aback. Was there no mention of such creatures here? My mysterious master spoke of unique goo insects from the southern regions that can thrive within the human body. Old Master Yi and his son had never heard of such things. Your mysterious master is indeed well informed. There have been no records of such insects in Daeong or any other country. Rue Jinshin blinked nervously. That is a relief. I am most fearful of insects. She had read about them in novels and was grateful they did not exist, finding the thought utterly repulsive. Yi Sun continued to inquire, where is the southern region? I am not certain. Isn't it just south of Daeong? She realized she needed to brush up on her geographical knowledge. The southernmost point of Daeong is Huaqing, a place of eternal spring. Oh, I wonder if that is where my mysterious master referred to. Yi Sun ceased his questioning, having formed an impression that Rue Jinshin was indifferent to such matters, hence her confusion. Meanwhile, Old Master Yi pondered the implications of the southern region. Perhaps this poison was indeed not of Daeong's making. Which place could it be? What kind of individuals would seek to procure poison from another country? Mo Yunce, who had been lying there, felt overwhelmed as the situation grew increasingly convoluted. The infatuated girl possessed a mysterious master, and her unorthodox medical skills were likely acquired from him. The poison within him could regenerate. Who harbored such animosity towards him? At the tender age of 11, whom had he offended? Who brought the poison from a foreign land? After much deliberation, Old Master Yi and Rue Jinshin concluded that acupuncture was still beneficial, for at least he had regained some sensation and could continue. However, the consumption of detoxification medicine was dismissed by Old Master Yi, recalling that a previous hasty decision to administer an unknown toxin had led to complications, making it even more challenging to expel. Rue Jinshin acquiesced to this counsel, opting solely for acupuncture until she accumulated more knowledge of medicinal herbs. After donning his clothing, Mo Yunce escorted Old Master Yi away and proceeded to the Yuyuan study. When the Duke of Xian heard his inquiry, he too fell into deep contemplation. Our Duke of Xian's household is aligned with your royal uncle. There is no contention over succession, thus no imperial power struggle. The Duke meticulously analyzed at the time. You were merely 11. Who could you have offended? Chisher. Mo Yunce shook his head. It should not be her. Did you not investigate? You may wish to re-examine. She was excluded because she was accompanying the dowager of the Ho family to the frontier during that time. Mo Yunce recollected that year when the northern duke had just been ennobled, and the emperor granted Qi's matriarch permission to visit family. Could it have been poison from the northern zhou? There was no warfare then, and you were merely a young master. I held no military authority. So there was no reason. Unable to deduce any rationale, they decided to set the matter aside for now. Rue Jinshin placed the ancient medical texts into her spatial pocket to update her data. The blood drawn earlier had become ineffective, and she resolved to wait until the data had completely refreshed before drawing blood again, as the toxin might have altered by then. That night, as Mo Yunce reclined on the couch, he remarked, the Empress's birthday is approaching. Your royal uncle has requested your presence at the library that day, which should not attract undue attention. Rue Jinshin understood that her sudden appearance in the palace might alarm the individual behind the poisoning, jeopardizing their treatment. Then we shall wait. After all, Mo Yunce cannot perish in the short term, and I will not allow him to die. A divorce is one thing, but becoming a widow is unacceptable. In the palace, within the Fengqi Palace, the Empress was conversing with her wet nurse. For my birthday, Should we invite General Yao's wife? Certainly. All the noble women in the capital are expected to attend. However, a maid named Haitong interjected, not necessarily. I have heard that Madame Yao's health has not been well. And since returning to the capital, she has not ventured outside nor entertained guests. In poor health? The Empress paused her examination of the illustrated album. When selecting a consort for the crown prince, one must ensure she is healthy and capable of childbearing. The emperor has only 2 sons. The eldest is frail and has produced no offspring in 3 years of marriage. My Huaner must father several children. The wet nurse remarked. I believe Miss Yao is in good health, and Madame Yao has already borne 2 sons. Upon hearing this, the Empress's thoughts began to stir once more. Haidong observed where the Empress lingered in the album and softly suggested, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue's assistant is also quite commendable. The Empress lowered her gaze. The woman depicted in the painting was charmingly smiling, with delicate features, yet lacked an air of grandeur. The Empress gently marked a dot with her red brush. Who is this delicate creature? This is the daughter of the Northern Duke, who returned to the capital alongside the Crown Prince. Oh, what is her character like? I am not certain. The Empress, considering the Northern Duke's reputation, made a mark. She continued to flip through the pages, occasionally marking with her brush. On the day of my birthday, keep a close watch and observe how these individuals conduct themselves. The wet nurse inquired, Your Highness, what of the noble ladies? The Empress furrowed her brow. Do not mention them. They are but foolish creatures. The Emperor would never allow gossips to enter the Eastern Palace. What of Doctor Who's daughter? Is she not without hope? Haidong tentatively asked. The Empress pondered for a moment. I believe I have marked her. Let her remain for now. Who could have foreseen how many lives of young women would be altered under the Empress's red brush? Chapter 88. Autonomy in Marriage. The Queen's Chinchio Festival is the most significant event in the Palace of Late. The Queen places great importance on this occasion, as she intends to choose the Crown Prince's primary and secondary consorts on this day. In the Yangxin Hall, she presents the images of young ladies she has selected to the Emperor. The Shengxian Emperor casually flips through them, saying, You decide. The Queen feels pleased with his lack of interference, yet simultaneously harbors dissatisfaction with his indifference. The marriage of Huaner is a matter of great consequence, as the quality of the primary consort could impact the fate of the nation. To be a future matriarch of the realm, one must possess a broad mind and be well-versed in propriety. Upon hearing this, the Emperor casts a glance at the Queen and sarcastically remarks, How can you be certain that the chosen one will remain unchanged in temperament? The Queen's expression stiffens as the Emperor continues, You may know a person's face, but not their heart. Moreover, amidst the intrigues of the harem, how many can remain untainted? Your Majesty, the events of the past were my oversight, the Queen replies. Oversight? What a fine term. Your carelessness has cost me Yue and that child forever. The Queen loses her composure, retorting, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is also your child, your legitimate son. You cannot neglect other children for the sake of a prematurely departed infant. Is not neglecting the selection of a consort a form of neglect? Has he even expressed his preferences? He does not even know what type of person he likes. He does. He is fond of General Yao's daughter. The Shengxian Emperor looks at the Queen in surprise. Are you certain? Just the other day, General Yao entered the palace, requesting his daughter's autonomy in marriage. To which I agreed. I am certain, and I have decided to choose General Yao's daughter as the crown princess. The Shengxian Emperor scoffs. You shall be disappointed. I have already promised Yao Jianjun that his legitimate daughter shall have autonomy in her marriage. You. The Queen trembles with anger. Why? Why agree to such a thing? I am unaware of the crown prince's thoughts. Besides, if he truly has feelings, let him win her over with sincerity. The Queen, shaking with rage, struggles to speak, her lips moving without sound, before she sweeps her sleeve and storms off. The Shengxian Emperor feels no concern for her unreasonable behavior and instead feels a sense of relief. Cui Fu, the eunuch, boldly advises, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is, after all, your own son, and possesses a pure disposition. You should not let your grievances against the Queen spill over onto him. The Shengxian Emperor remains silent, though he takes Cui Fu's words to heart. He has only 2 sons, one of whom is naturally frail. Stability is crucial for the Daong dynasty, and General Yao's daughter is indeed a commendable choice. He flips through the images left by the Queen, with Yao Jingjiao's portrait prominently placed first, clearly labeled. The lady depicted possesses bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding grace and dignity, with an air of intelligence, suggesting her character is straightforward. Such a woman would likely not wish to enter the palace. However, should mutual affection blossom, she would be a great support for the crown prince. Cui Fu perceives the emperor's shifting sentiments and whispers, "Your Majesty need not be troubled. If the crown prince can win Miss Yao's heart, and she willingly enters the Eastern Palace, it would not contradict your promise." The Shengxian emperor slowly nods, "Let fate decide." At the residence of General Yao, Zhao Shi has noticeably improved in health these past few days, her complexion rosy. "Jinxin, your medical skills are truly remarkable." Zhao Shi praises sincerely. "I am glad to hear that. I will adjust a few more herbs for Aunt Zhao. After this course of treatment, she should only need to consume nourishing medicinal dishes," Rui Jinxin replies, while writing the prescription. The external application should continue for another 7 days to reinforce the effects. Zhao Shi smiles and acknowledges each suggestion. "Madam, the general has returned." The door curtain lifts, revealing a tall and robust figure entering. "Has Jinxin arrived?" General Yao surveys Rui Jinxin from head to toe. She gracefully bows and greets. "I have met the general." You used to call me uncle. But after a few years of separation, you've grown distant." The last time she visited, Rui Jinxin had not seen the general and was unaware of his affable nature. With a charming smile, she sweetly calls out, "Uncle." Her youthful demeanor endears her to Zhao Shi, who gazes at her with affection. General Yao laughs heartily. If Jingjia were as charming, she would have been married off long ago. "Father, are you implying that your daughter resembles a man?" Yao Jingjia's tone carries a hint of danger. General Yao chuckles, feigning innocence. "I said nothing of the sort." Rui Jinxin's eyes narrow in amusement. Clearly seeing the general's fondness for Jingjia, she appreciates such a warm elder. "Jinxin, in a few days, it will be the queen's birthday. You must help your uncle take good care of Jingjia." "Is Aunt Zhao not going?" "She plans to visit the library that day and may not be able to attend." "Is it concerning Aunt Zhao's health?" General Yao inquires with worry. Zhao Shi replies, "I should be fine by then. Since we are returning to the capital, not attending the palace to celebrate would invite criticism, which would not benefit Jingjia's marriage prospects." During her time back in the capital, she had not ventured outside nor received visitors, which had already begun to stir talk. "Do not mind the gossip of others. We shall live our own lives." Unaffected by them, General Yao states gruffly, "The emperor has promised me that Jingjia's marriage will be autonomous. We shall take our time to choose a suitable match." Rui Jinxin whispers to Yao Jingjia, "You have a wonderful father. And you have a wonderful father too." Indeed, the two exchange compliments about their fathers, bringing smiles to the faces of General Yao and Zhao Shi, with General Yao humbly asserting, "I cannot compare to your father. Even the people of Beizhou know of his reputation for doting on his daughter." Zhao Shi dismisses. "The people of Beizhou wish to marry you off to them to restrain Rui Xiang. My father is merely a chancellor. How significant can he be? The emperor could easily replace him. It is not as though he must remain as chancellor." She has always found this issue perplexing. General Yao chuckles lightly. "You do not comprehend your father's importance to Daong. He is not only a pillar in the court, but also a revered scholar. He is indeed a significant figure across the Chiyu continent." My father is so impressive." She genuinely had no idea. Zhao Shi taps her forehead. "Your father's reputation has been overshadowed by you." His indulgence towards his cherished daughter has surpassed even his scholarly fame." General Yao laughs heartily, clearly unconcerned about Rui Jinxin feeling awkward. After all, he does not mind being praised. On the way home, Rui Jinxin recalls the queen's upcoming birthday and realizes she has not prepared a gift. "Xianglan, what gifts have we presented to the queen in previous years?" Xianglan hesitates. "Miss, in the past, the prime minister's family was poor. The prime minister would only send auspicious words." Is that acceptable? Would the queen be angered? Could the queen be angered? The emperor is there to support her. The emperor truly treats the prime minister well. Indeed, it is because her father is capable. Otherwise, who would tolerate an incompetent person? "Do you know what my father is sending this year?" Xianglan shakes her head. "Miss, now that you are married, you must present a separate gift." "What will you give?" "Let Mo Yunkai decide." She is reluctant to choose a gift herself, as anything she finds appealing would surely be something she would be reluctant to part with. Chapter 89. She made a valid point as Rui Jinxin disembarked from the carriage. She noticed a lavish carriage parked beside the gate of the Wang residence. "Xianglan, could you inquire if there are any guests at the manor? If they are of no significance, I shall not meet them. If they are important, I will return to the Xiang residence first." Xianglan muttered, "After all that, it seems you do not wish to meet anyone." Just as she turned to ask the doorkeeper, laughter from a group of women emerged from within the gates. followed by two figures. Ran, you must prepare well to capture the Empress's attention. Your aunt will also bask in her glory. Chancellor chuckled, her eyes crinkling with mirth, while the young lady beside her whispered, Aunt will be attending as well, and you must have your gifts ready to present to the Empress. Of course, your cousin is also seeking a marriage proposal. I must ensure that all the ladies see what a splendid choice your cousin makes as a husband. As they stepped beyond the threshold, they caught sight of Rue Jinshin and her maid. Chancellor snorted disdainfully, Ran, when marrying, you must choose wisely. Never settle for a cripple, or else you may never truly appreciate a man's virtues. The girl named Ran innocently inquired, what virtues do men possess? Rue Jinshin could not suppress her laughter. Dear aunt, do enlighten us. What exactly are a man's virtues? Chancellor abruptly realized her words were inappropriate, retorting, the virtues that a cripple lacks. How do you know they lack them? Rue Jinshin approached Chancellor, whispering, it seems Chi concubine is quite knowledgeable. Have you personally verified this? Humph. Engaging in such modern banter with her is misplaced, Chi concubine scoffed. This girl calls you aunt. She is your niece, is she not? Discussing matters of the marital chamber before her is akin to a brothel madam instructing her girls. Are you intending to push her into such a life? What nonsense are you spouting, Rue Jinshin? Chancellor stepped back, pointing at Rue Jinshin. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation. My niece is destined for the Eastern Palace. Oh, is she to become a crown princess? Rue Jinshin turned to Chi Ran, kindly advising, then it would be prudent to have the palace's tutors instruct you. It would be unwise to have Chi concubine as your guide, for you may not learn well. You, Rue Jinshin, how dare you interfere in my teaching of my own niece? Rue Jinshin shrugged dismissively. As a concubine, how could you possibly impart the poise expected of a crown princess? Your teachings on a man's virtues are hardly sufficient. Rue Jinshin shook her head regretfully at Chi Ran. If you follow your aunt's guidance, you will only be suited to be a concubine. And what of being a concubine? To be the crown prince's concubine is to one day become a respected lady of the palace. Rue Jinshin sneered, how delightfully self-deprecating. You. Chancellor was infuriated, pointing at her. Rue Jinshin sidestepped, stating, enough of you. Standing beside someone like you has sullied the air. With that, she raised her chin high and strode through the gates with an air of indifference. Chancellor fumed and prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, but Chi Ran interjected. Aunt, I shall return first. I need to ask grandmother to help me find a tutor. Chancellor glared at her. You, aunt, she speaks the truth. I aspire to be a crown princess, not a mere concubine. Once Chi Ran finished speaking, she ignored Chancellor and boarded a nearby carriage to depart, leaving Chancellor in a state of confusion. Xianglan returned to Rue Jinshin's side. That carriage belongs to the young lady. She left Chi concubine behind. Huh, such a person could never form genuine bonds. If it were not for Mo Yunyang's influence, I would have confronted Chancellor directly. From atop the wall, a pair of attendants slid down. Liuzi chuckled, young master Lai. The future princess is truly Chi concubine's nemesis. Mo Yunlai laughed. It is quite enjoyable to see her put others in their place. Young master, shall we continue to deal with the future princess? No hurry, we shall discuss it later. Mo Yunlai walked back to his courtyard, turning to instruct, inform the kitchen that I desire stir-fried pig's stomach today. Liuzi felt nauseated upon hearing this. Young Master Lai's tastes were becoming increasingly extravagant, consuming innards thrice daily, only to complain afterward. If you can refrain from eating, then do so, Mo Yunlai would retort. I cannot resist. The commotion outside the manor soon reached the knowledge of Princess Xian. Shui Mama, do you think the situation with Suer and the others is harmonious? Shui Mama, momentarily taken aback, noted the princess's deep gaze and recalled what she had just overheard. I am unsure. Princess Xian self-deprecatingly mused, look at me. Why am I even asking this? It is all Chancellor's fault. She is truly bothersome. As she pondered how to ascertain the well-being of her son's marital affairs, she heard Shui Mama remark, I wonder if the poison in the young lord will affect the grandson? Princess Xian was startled, realizing the implication. Indeed, though Jinshin may struggle with fertility, it does not mean she cannot conceive. What if she does? Will the fetus be affected? Feeling restless, Princess Xian headed to Qingsong courtyard to find Rue Jinshin. Rue Jinshin was reclining on her bed, indulging in leisure, while her consciousness had already entered the space. The scanner continued to analyze ancient texts, which contained numerous remedies and records of ailments, though references to medicinal herbs were scarce. Some documented flora had already gone extinct. Rui Jinshin observed the computer screen flashing the message updating, suspecting the computer struggled to recognize the ancient characters. The knowledge she possessed seemed to stem from the innate information in her brain, likely remnants of the original owner's memories. It was curious. Many memories of the original owner were gradually fading, yet certain knowledge and cognitive elements remained intact. Is the young princess asleep? Princess Xian inquired softly to Xiangyou. She seems to be. Shall I help you wake her? No need. Let the young princess rest. Rui Jinshin felt immense gratitude for Princess Xian's thoughtful nature. She truly was a remarkable mother-in-law. Mother, you have come? Princess Xian whispered, did I wake you? It is no matter. Rui Jinshin sat up, smiling as she beckoned Princess Xian to join her at the tea table. Rui Jinshin personally poured tea for Princess Xian and pushed a plate of snacks toward her. Did you seek me for something, mother? Princess Xian, being straightforward, immediately relayed what she had heard outside the manor and her subsequent concerns. Rui Jinshin appreciated Princess Xian's candidness. There was no need for subterfuge. She replied directly, rest assured, mother. Our primary focus now is to detoxify the young lord and treat his leg. Everything else can wait. Indeed, we must be responsible for the fragile life. We cannot allow a child to suffer from the moment of birth. Princess Xian's words touched Rui Jinshin deeply. Do not worry, mother. The young lord will have healthy offspring in the future. Yet who would be the mother was uncertain. In any case, it would not be her. Unaware of Rui Jinshin's true thoughts, Princess Xian felt reassured by her words, her spirits lifting considerably. Rui Jinshin then spoke of the Empress's upcoming birthday celebration, to which Princess Xian responded with disinterest. Every year, we merely present some trinkets and jade ornaments. It is all by convention. Do not trouble yourself. I will handle it. But that cannot be. I must prepare something myself. Bah, just thoughtless gifts. What does it matter? We do not need to curry favor with the Empress. Then I shall not be polite and will leave it to you, mother. Rui Jinshin was unaware that the Empress would hardly care for her gifts. The Empress was solely focused on ensuring the birthday feast proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Chapter 90. A gift to you on the 10th day of the 10th month. The Qianqiu festival of the great young Empress arrived. Early in the morning, the palace attendants had adorned the Fengqi Palace, and both inside and outside the palace resonated with joyous festivities. The banquet was set in the Qianghua Hall, where numerous exquisite flowers were arranged, particularly a variety of chrysanthemums in vibrant colors, their fragrances wafting delightfully through the air. A throng of elegantly dressed ladies and noble women had arrived outside the hall well in advance, as the Empress had yet to make her appearance. Several noble women proceeded to the Fengqi Palace to pay their respects. Rui Jinshin had just entered the palace with the Princess of Xianwang when she caught sight of the Zhao mother and daughter waiting in line for their audience. Mother, I wish to go to the library. Could you please look after Madame Yao and Jingjiao for me? On their way, Rui Jinshin had already informed the princess. And upon this request, the princess nodded in agreement. Do not worry, I will keep an eye on them. You must also trust in Madame Yao's capabilities. Thank you, mother. After exchanging pleasantries with the princess, Rui Jinshin discreetly veered into the left courtyard, slipping out through another gate while others were distracted. Mo Yunce was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing her peering around furtively, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? You look like a thief. Did you not tell me to avoid people? Rui Jinshin pouted, displeased. I would prefer to be open about it. Who has made it so I must act in secrecy? And you dare call me a thief? I am toiling for whom? With a single remark from Mo Yunce, she retorted 3 times. Haughty, follow me. Rui Jinshin found his wheelchair moving too slowly and stepped forward to push it. Mo Yunce, taking advantage of the momentum, directed her, turn left up ahead. The inner palace corridors were dim and eerie. Without Mo Yunce's guidance, Rui Jinshin would never have dared to venture there. Is the library hidden in a deserted place? How come we haven't encountered a single patrol along the way? This path is deliberately chosen to avoid people. It is somewhat off the beaten track. My dear brother, it is not just a few. There are many, all right? In such a secluded place, there is not even a shadow. Just as she finished speaking, a dark figure flashed past, nearly causing her to scream. Fortunately, she recognized Yuan Rong and steadied her breath. Yuan Rong touched his nose, realizing his timing was less than ideal. Mo Yunce chuckled lightly. There are shadows here. The palace's shadow guards are everywhere. Rui Jinshin glared at Yuan Rong. Speak quickly. Yuan Rong, looking aggrieved, said, the emperor wishes to see the young lady. Me? What could he possibly want? Is the time so pressing? Mo Yunce glanced at Yuan Rong, who hurriedly added, the Emperor is waiting on the third floor of the library. Could you not convey everything in one breath? Rui Jinxin shot him a dissatisfied look. I can see him when I arrive. There is no need to frighten me. Yuan Rong quietly stepped aside, not daring to say more. You push. Rui Jinxin snapped at him, prompting Yuan Rong to quickly lend a hand. Mo Yunce wisely kept silent, sensing that she needed to vent her frustration. With Yuan Rong pushing, they moved swiftly, navigating numerous turns until they finally reached a spacious courtyard. Towering trees surrounded the yard, and in the center stood a grand 5-story building, reminiscent of Ming Dynasty architecture. The words Library of the Great Moon were inscribed in gold at the entrance, guarded by 2 attendants. Cui Fu emerged, sweeping his feather duster, and respectfully greeted the young master and young lady. Greetings, young master and young lady. Such deference from a high-ranking eunuch was to be valued. Mo Yunce was taken aback by her tone, but chose not to comment. Following Cui Fu, they ascended to the 3rd floor, while Rui Jinxin's eyes widened in astonishment. So many books. The scent of literature fills the air. Fearing she might trip while distracted, Mo Yunce explained, the medical texts are on the 3rd floor. You need not run up and down. Oh, it seems the books are categorized. At that moment, Rui Jinxin noticed Yuan Rong using his strength to lift the wheelchair upstairs. She quickly stepped aside. You go ahead. Cui Fu glanced back with a smile and moved aside as well. Yuan Rong mustered his strength and pushed the wheelchair up in one go. Cui Fu amiably said to Rui Jinxin, please, young lady. Thank you, Master Cui. Rui Jinxin felt no disdain for him being a eunuch, which pleased Cui Fu. She was unlike the rumors suggested. Upon seeing Mo Yunce had arrived first, Emperor Sheng Xian gestured for him to sit beside him. What do you think of the Rui family daughter? Mo Yunce replied nonchalantly, you may observe for yourself. Impudent boy. What do you mean, observe? Is she not yours to select? Emperor Sheng Xian shot him a glare. You are the one who invited her, Mo Yunce retorted silently, lost in recollection of the day when he had indeed initiated this. Rui Jinxin soon arrived and greeted Emperor Sheng Xian. Since their last meeting, his impression of her had continually evolved. How did you come to learn medicine? Upon hearing the Emperor's question, Rui Jinxin realized Mo Yunce had not disclosed her medical skills. She concocted a lofty reason. Your Majesty, I could not bear to see the young master suffer from poison and be tormented, nor face the scorn of the world. Humph, who dares? The Emperor's anger flared. Have you heard anything? Mo Yunce interjected. Uncle, I have grown accustomed to this. Do not let it anger you. You have heard too? Uncle, time is of the essence. Let Rui Jinxin find her books. Seeing he did not wish to elaborate, Emperor Sheng Xian waved his hand. What books do you need? Let them assist you. Rui Jinxin quickly requested Cui Fu and Yuan Rong's help. I need medical texts, particularly ancient tomes on herbs. And anything about poisonous plants and flowers would be even better. The 3 dispersed into different areas, beginning their search. Emperor Sheng Xian squinted as he observed for a while before suddenly saying, your wife knows medicine. It was not a question. Mo Yunce did not conceal it, admitting, she learned some peculiar medical skills from someone before, and now she is studying under Lord Yi, who praises her talent. Emperor Sheng Xian did not probe further into Rui Jinxin's mysterious mentor, recognizing that talented individuals often had their quirks and preferred anonymity. Does she have the confidence to cure you? Mo Yunce shook his head and shared his recent findings. Poison from other countries? Indeed. Lord Yi and others suspect as much. The emperor fell silent for a while, then stood abruptly. Cui Fu, go fetch the chronicles of the Chiyue continent. Cui Fu complied and returned shortly, cradling a hefty tome. Miss Jean, take a look at this book. It may be of use to you. Curious, Rui Jinxin approached and opened it. Emperor Sheng Xian continued. This book encompasses all the plants of this continent. I hope it aids you. As she read, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Majesty, may I take it home to study? A gift to you. Chapter 91. Permission to utilize influence with the assistance of a few individuals. Rui Jinxu managed to procure several essential medical texts, including a toxicology manual and an ancient formulas compendium. The shadow guards escorted her back to the royal residence, where she, along with the emperor, proceeded to the Qiongfang Hall. Rui Jinxu pouted, mumbling to herself about the promised discretion, yet it seemed everyone was aware of her actions. Noticing the multitude of envious glances directed her way, Mo Yunkai softly remarked, you are overthinking. They will not know of your visit to the library. Only that they envy your company with the emperor. Envy? It is jealousy, clearly. None of their gazes are ordinary, Rue Jinshu retorted. What? Are you intimidated? She straightened her posture, lifting her chin defiantly. How could I be? I am of noble lineage, a formidable ally. Are you intending to leverage your status? He countered. Incorrect. I merely utilize the advantages at hand. Both Cui Fu and the Emperor, skilled in martial arts, overheard her words distinctly. Cui Fu mused that the heir's consort was both astute and exceedingly audacious. The Emperor's lips curled into a sly smile as he suddenly turned and declared, I permit you to utilize your influence. Rue Jinshu chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Imo Yukai shot her a sidelong glance, recognizing her keen sense of opportunity. The Empress had already seated herself in a position of honor, and upon the Emperor's arrival, she had to rise and pay her respects. The Emperor offered a subtle gesture of support, his silence speaking volumes. His presence alone was a mark of respect towards her. The Empress, understanding the unspoken sentiment, managed a gentle smile as she lifted her gaze. As the gathering filled with guests and music filled the air, the dancers glided gracefully into the hall, captivating the audience. Rue Jinshu and Mo Yunkai settled at their designated table, adjacent to the Rue family. My daughter, what took you so long? Her father inquired. Father. I was at the library, Rue Jinshu softly explained, feeling no need for concealment from her father. He nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. Rue Jinshu surveyed the grand hall, noting that only her father and elder brother from the Rue family were present. The feast today was arranged for family, facilitating the upcoming birthday celebration. General Yao and his family sat diagonally across, flanked by the families of military officials. Yao Jingjia exchanged smiles with Rue Jinshu as she continued to scan the room. Nearly all those with whom she had past grievances were present, their eyes flickering with varying sentiments upon meeting hers. Except for one, whose gaze was fixed towards the direction of the Wangfu, but not upon her. Just as Rue Jinshu was about to discern whom she was observing, her elder brother's voice interrupted. Sister, you may enjoy a peaceful meal tonight. They will not trouble you. Why is that? Rue Jinshu inquired. Tonight, the Empress is selecting a consort for the crown prince, Rue Jinshun whispered. Rue Jinshu realized, no wonder their eyes are so shifty. They all yearn for the Eastern Palace. I cannot fathom their fascination. What is so desirable about sharing a cucumber? Mo Yunkai had been attentively observing her, and upon hearing her comment, he was perplexed. Isn't a cucumber meant for consumption? How else would it be utilized? Rue Jinshun, equally bewildered, turned to his sister for clarity. Rue Jinshu, with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, teased, curious to know? Just ask the eunuchs. Moments later, Rue Jinshuan's face flushed crimson, and he coughed violently, desperately covering his mouth to avoid drawing attention. Mo Yunkai coldly remarked, your jest nearly endangered your brother. Rue Jinshu was taken aback by his brother's exaggerated reaction. I am fine, do not blame my sister. Mo Yunkai shook his head, exasperation evident. This family was hopeless. Their frivolous remarks were boundless, and instead of reproach, they indulged in affection. Rue Jinshu gazed at Mo Yunkai and said, it seems the heir has grasped the situation. Mo Yunkai faltered, lowering his head to sip his drink in silence. Such a child. Seated behind Mo Yunkai, Mo Yuyang inadvertently overheard their exchange and quickly deduced the cucumber reference. Rather than find Rue Jinshu's comments reckless, he considered her perspective quite valid. Observing the noble ladies adorned in splendid attire, he recognized their intentions. Seeing her son's gaze linger on those girls, concubine Qi felt delighted. Yuang, which young lady has caught your eye? I shall propose a match. Mother, this is the palace. Be mindful of your words, lest you provide them with ammunition. Concubine Qi instantly became aware. Mother is aware. Whom do you fancy? Mother, do you not realize? Today is the Empress's selection of a daughter-in-law. Do you dare compete with her? Mo Yuyang looked at his mother, bewildered by her lack of awareness, urging her to focus on the meal without dwelling on trivial matters. How can I not think about it? Concubine Qi insisted, her voice rising unexpectedly. Just then, a performance concluded, and her voice cut through the ambience, drawing everyone's attention to the Wangfu. The Empress's gaze immediately fell upon Rue Jinshu, sensing her as a source of trouble. Rue Jinshu, noting the Empress's scrutiny, turned her attention towards Concubine Qi, wondering what was on her mind. Concubine Qi, under the collective gaze, felt her neck shrink in embarrassment. Mo Yuyang quickly intervened. Mother is merely reminiscing about the osmanthus cake from the palace. She longs for it. Upon hearing this, the Empress addressed a nearby eunuch. Wasn't the osmanthus cake prepared for today? Go prompt them. We cannot keep concubine Shi waiting. Some stifled their laughter, finding concubine Shi's behavior embarrassing for the Wangfu. The princess of the Wangfu felt the weight of the onlookers' stares and pinched the flesh of the Wangfu's heir, her expression turning cold. The Empress, noticing the princess's displeasure, felt somewhat irked. Chui Fu exchanged glances with those beside the Empress, and soon a eunuch clapped his hands, signaling the music to resume. Concubine Shi, feeling the pressure, dared not lift her head or eat, becoming stiff as a statue. Mo Yuyang, in exasperation, offered her a piece of pastry. Eat. No one is paying attention to you. Before long, palace maids presented the osmanthus cake, and she had no choice but to partake. Attention shifted to the center of the hall, where a large drum was brought in, adorned with a veiled woman, surrounded by 12 smaller drums. The woman gracefully spun, her feet keeping rhythm with the drum beats as she elegantly waved her sleeves, striking the smaller drums. The performance elicited admiration from the audience. Yet Rui Jinshu found it lacking the aesthetic appeal seen in films. The obscured face deprived it of soul. Disappointed, Rui Jinshu rated it poorly and turned her focus to her meal, appreciating the culinary skills of the royal kitchen. Noticing her fondness for crystal shrimp dumplings, the princess of the Wangfu served her share. Rui Jinshun also offered his portion. Rui Jinshu beamed with gratitude, relishing each bite with gusto. The emperor, catching sight of her appetite, suddenly felt his own hunger stir, reaching for a shrimp dumpling. Chui Fu observed the emperor consuming 3 dumplings in quick succession, pausing momentarily before diving into the meatballs, finishing the entire plate. When did the emperor develop such an appetite? Chui Fu scrutinized closely, uncovering the reason behind it. Chapter 92. Someone has drugged Emperor Shengxian followed Rui Jinshin's lead as they dined, mirroring her choices in food. Whatever she favored, he indulged in, and if she abstained, so did he. He observed that whatever Rui Jinshin relished, the princess of Xian and Rui Xiang would send their portions to her, while Rui Xiang and his son would only consume what she left untouched. This girl was indeed excessively pampered, yet her disposition was undeniably charming. When she savored a delectable dish, her eyes would squint in delight, and she would generously share with others, although everyone adored her too much to partake in her bounty. Chui Fu, concerned that the emperor might overindulge, hesitated to interrupt him. It had been quite some time since the emperor had enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. He could only hope that the future heir's consort would set down her chopsticks. Unfortunately, his wish went unfulfilled. Rui Jinshin had an insatiable appetite. As Emperor Shengxian continued to feast, he eventually realized he had overeaten. He unconsciously rubbed his abdomen, prompting Chui Fu to twitch his lips and hastily instruct a nearby eunuch to prepare digestive tea. The commotion on this side did not escape the notice of the Xian prince and princess, with the latter proudly proclaiming to her husband, "Our Jinshin is truly a wonderful girl, both pleasing to the eye and appetizing." The Xian prince chuckled lightly. This must be fate. She is destined to be a royal bride. The empress was preoccupied with the noble ladies present and did not notice the emperor beside her. As the dancers concluded their performance, a noble lady stepped forward, offering to perform a dance for the empress's birthday celebration, wishing her eternal youth. The empress, delighted, granted her request. Rui Jinshin quietly inquired of her elder brother, "Whose daughter is she?" "The daughter of Lord Ji from the Bureau of Revenue." "Oh," Rui Jinshin thought, having no recollection of this person, deeming her inconsequential. Entertainment options in ancient times were scarce, yet such a mundane performance captivated the audience. Bored, Rui Jinshin could only engage with the food on the table. As she lifted a cup of fruit wine to drink, a hand reached over. Too much of this wine could lead to intoxication. Mo Yunkai could no longer bear to watch. She had already consumed over a dozen cups. Throughout the entire evening, her mouth had not ceased its chatter, and she had devoured the portions meant for an entire hall of noble ladies. Rui Jinshin pouted. "What do you care? Spoil sport. Don't blame me for the reminder. Getting drunk will be embarrassing," Mo Yunkai said coolly, casting a glance behind him. Rui Jinshin had no desire to embarrass herself like Qi Shi, so she obediently picked up a cup of tea. Suddenly, Rui Jinshin paused, her hand hesitating near the teacup. "When was the tea replaced?" "Just a moment ago. The original had cooled, so I had a palace maid bring a fresh pot." "Why?" Mo Yunkai discerned her unusual expression. "Have you already drunk it?" "Not yet." "Someone has laced the tea with a disorienting drug." Mo Yunkai's hand tightened. Someone had indeed drugged her. He glanced around at the attending palace servants, failing to spot the one who had replaced the tea. Have another pot sent. Rui Jinshin stopped him. No? I want to see who wishes to make a fool of us. The drug was non-lethal but would impair her judgment, causing inappropriate reactions. The perpetrator merely sought to witness her embarrassment. Undeterred, she retrieved an antidote pill she had prepared in her space, originally intended for Mo Yunkai. Although Elder Yi had disagreed, she had set it aside, and little did she know it would come in handy today. After downing the tea, Mo Yunkai anxiously inquired, "What sort of reaction will it provoke?" Rui Jinshin flashed a toothy grin. "None. I have taken the antidote." Playfully, she added, "What reaction do you wish to see?" "Now is not the time for frivolity," Mo Yunkai chided, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. Rui Jinshin shrugged. "Keep an eye out. See who is watching us." Without her prompting, Mo Yunkai began to observe their surroundings, discreetly signaling. Emperor Xingxian, who had been watching closely, was the first to notice something amiss. He whispered a few words to Cui Fu, who left for a brief, while before returning to report, "Your Majesty, the secret guards of the future heir say someone has drugged the tea." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingxuan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart seethed with anger. Someone had dared to poison the palace banquet. He cast a suspicious glance at the Empress and the concubines. Noting that the Empress was wholly focused on selecting a consort for the crown prince and would not jeopardize her own birthday celebration, the other concubines had no vested interest in Rui Jinshin. Who could it be? Who possessed the audacity to act within the palace? As the entertainment resumed, numerous noble ladies presented their talents to honor the Empress. Rui Jinshin enjoyed the performances while finishing the pot of tea. She noticed the woman who had initially caught her attention glancing in her direction again. This time, she discerned that the woman's gaze was fixed on Mo Yunkai beside her. It turned out to be Hu Yu, the one who had targeted her upon her arrival. Rui Jinshin realized she was secretly enamored with Mo Yunkai, perhaps envious of her engagement. What a peculiar taste, to be fond of a faceless cripple. Rui Jinshin could not help but glance at Mo Yunkai. "What? Have you noticed something?" "Nothing." Rui Jinshin replied, "I need to change my clothes. Bring Xianglan with you. There's no need for fear. The dark guards of the manor will follow." Mo Yunkai cautioned. Rui Jinshin smiled. "I am not afraid. I fear that person will not reveal themselves." Upon hearing that she intended to change, the Princess of Xian declared that she would accompany her as well. The two women exited the Qianghua Hall, heading towards the lavatory. The Qianghua Hall had the advantage of proximity to the lavatory, which was quite convenient. The Princess of Xian complained about the difficulties of finding a restroom in the palace. In ancient times, it was truly inconvenient. They had to control their food and drink intake, and Rui Jinshin finally understood why. After emerging from the lavatory, Rui Jinshin keenly sensed someone watching her. "Mother, I wish to get some fresh air outside. You may return to the main hall first." The Empress's birthday gifts had yet to be presented, so it was unwise to linger outside. The Princess of Xian returned to the Qianghua Hall, assuring her daughter that with the Empress present, she could stay a little longer without concern. Rui Jinshin watched the princess depart before heading towards a nearby pavilion. Just as her feet touched the steps, Xianglan called out in alarm, "Miss." As Rui Jinshin turned her head, Xianglan collapsed. Rui Jinshin instinctively shielded her as she gently lowered her to the steps, preventing her from hitting her head. Straightening up, she scanned her surroundings. She now faced the Qianghua Hall, not far away, and could still faintly hear the sounds of music within. To her right was a flower pond, and to her left stood a rockery, accompanied by a small pond nearby. "Who is it? Come out. Stop hiding." Rui Jinshin waited, but no figure appeared. With her hands on her hips, she shouted into the surroundings, "Coward, craven, incompetent, despicable, lowly." She called out every insult she could think of, yet silence prevailed. Had the person fled? "Huh, I see you. It's you dimwit." Rui Jinshin continued to shout, hoping to draw them out. "You ugly creature, faceless freak." Her voice abruptly halted as a shadow appeared on the ground before her, growing larger. Rui Jinshin felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Chapter 93. Calculation. As the shadow grew larger, Rui Jinshin discerned his position, abruptly turning to gaze upward at the pavilion. Under the moonlight, a man clad in a dark blue brocade robe stood atop. His eyes filled with disdain as he looked down at Rui Jinshin, a fierce glint in his gaze. Unable to ascertain his identity, Rui Jinshin's instinct told her that the original owner had offended him. The man was of modest height, and his features were fairly symmetrical. Straining her neck was uncomfortable. Rui Jinshin retorted, "Who are you?" If you have the audacity, come down and speak. Don't you remember who I am? Came a voice with a distinctly juvenile tone, clearly still in the throes of adolescence. Huh, do you think you are so remarkable? Why should I remember you? The man lunged down from the pavilion, prompting Rue Jinshin to instinctively take 2 steps back. You are nothing but a despicable woman, chasing after men, fit for anyone. His stance faltered as he began to bellow, but his lack of height diminished his imposing presence. Rather than being intimidated, Rue Jinshin detected an underlying jealousy in his tone. Your words reek of a jilted suitor, she remarked, his face flushed with embarrassment, evidently struck by her assessment. Let me guess. I, the original owner, preferred tall, handsome men, and you don't meet the criteria. Am I right to assume you were spurned by me? Are you angry? With her arms crossed, Rue Jinshin poked at his sore spot, seemingly revealing that he had once pursued her but had been rejected. Enraged by the truth, he hissed, Shut up. You have no right to disdain me, you shameless wretch. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, stripping you of your dignity. He charged at Rue Jinshin, who swiftly sidestepped. Why don't you take your medicine? I distinctly saw you drink a pot of tea, she taunted. Huh, you've just incriminated yourself. Come on, confess. Were you the one who covertly struck my leg at the flower banquet? She scoffed. You're quite resilient, surviving after Mu Yunt's nearly finished you off. Rue Jinshin's anger flared. He was nothing short of a pervert. Out of unrequited yearning, he sought to take the original owner's life. You pathetic creep. Have you looked in the mirror? You barely meet the standard of a disabled person, and your appearance is quite ghastly. How dare you dream of a beautiful swan when you are but a toad? You deserve to die? A mere infatuated fool dares to scorn me? You deserve to perish. I shall kill you. He lunged at her once more, this time with incredible speed, rendering her unable to evade. At the critical moment, a tall figure intervened, shielding Rue Jinshin. With a resounding thud, the man was thrown to the ground. Young Master Bai, you have overstepped your bounds. Lu Taining, do you dare to strike me? Rue Jinshin shoved Lu Taining aside and addressed the fallen man. Who are you? What is wrong with hitting you? You deserve it. She approached and delivered a sharp kick. But Bai Guanghua dodged just in time. Rue Jinshin nearly stumbled due to the momentum, but was steadied by Lu Taining. Thank you. She quickly regained her footing and expressed her gratitude, then turned to Lu Taining. Lord Lu, quickly apprehend him. He drugged me at the banquet. Bai Guanghua rose with a cold smirk. What can you do to me? A mere minor official of the Dali Temple. What can this son of the house do to you? Came the icy voice of Mu Yunt's. Bai Guanghua immediately froze, contemplating escape, but 2 shadow guards descended, blocking his path. Rue Jinshin, displeased, complained, Where have you been? I nearly got beaten. Mu Yunt's glanced at Lu Taining and replied. He did not land a blow. It was Lord Lu who saved me in the nick of time. Lu Taining clasped his fists in respect. I merely happened to pass by. Mu Yunt's thought to himself. How fortuitous. Rue Jinshin nonchalantly patted Lu Taining's arm. I'll treat you to a meal someday, as a token of my appreciation. Both Mu Yunt's and Lu Taining exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Rue Jinshin pointed at Bai Guanghua and inquired, Whose perverse spawn are you? I am the 3rd young master of the Duke of England's residence. Release me. The Duke of England, the maternal family of the Empress? How could they raise a disgrace like you? How embarrassing. Bai Guanghua, unable to process her disdain, snapped back. Rue Jinshin, I shall ravage you. You will learn of my might. A resounding slap echoed as her palm struck his face. What nonsense are you spewing, you vile creature? Bai Guangrue, having arrived without notice, trembled at his younger brother's rash words. Yunts, Guanghua is still young. He has merely had a few too many drinks and is confused. Don't hold it against him. Mu Yunt's coldly regarded him. He is 16 and has spoken foully of my rightful wife. You expect me to overlook this? Bai Guangrue, at a loss, implored, Yunts. Today is my aunt's birthday. Show some grace. The Duke of England's residence will provide a satisfactory resolution. That will not suffice. Rue Jinshin interjected, angrily stepping beside Mu Yunt's. Addressing Bai Guangrue, I am the victim here. Why do you not speak to me? Your face holds no value. The Duke of England's residence owes me an explanation, and Mu Yunt's cannot act on my behalf. Such words, spoken to another man, might incite anger, yet Mu Yunt's found them admirable. Besides, they had an agreement for future separation. Indeed, I cannot speak for her. The one owed an apology is her. Bai Guangrue was taken aback by Mu Yunt's disregard for masculine pride, refusing to grant him any favor. Rue Jinshin rebuked. From the very beginning, you intended to apologize, and I will hold you accountable for it. She turned to Lu Taining. The Dali Temple has the authority to detain him, right? He is merely a royal relative. Without a title, Lu Taining nodded, requesting assistance from the young master's men to escort Bai Guanghua to the Dali Temple. Bai Guanghua panicked. Elder brother, I refuse to go to the Dali Temple. Then we shall proceed to the main hall, before the Emperor and Empress, to thoroughly discuss this matter. Rui Jinshin would never let them off lightly. Bai Guangrui looked to Mu Yunce, hoping he would intervene, yet he remained unwilling to engage with Rui Jinshin. He perceived her as merely a woman, subordinate to her husband, believing Mu Yunce should take the lead. Moreover, he held a deep-seated disdain for Rui Jinshin, recalling how she had once pursued him, which only added to his aversion. Rui Jinshin acutely sensed Bai Guangrui's contempt, a sentiment birthed from the original owneress' actions, leaving her speechless. Yet, his disrespect for women equally repulsed her. This matter I shall pursue relentlessly. He must be held accountable for the harm he inflicted upon me during the flower banquet, nearly costing me my life. She has already perished. The thought of the deceased original owner filled Rui Jinshin with resentment, causing her to harbor animosity towards Mu Yunce as well. Both had treated life so callously. Mu Yunce noted the palpable bitterness radiating from Rui Jinshin, mingled with sorrow. After a moment's thought, he understood she mourned the grievous injury she had suffered. Lu Taining observed her somber expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. At the flower banquet over half a year ago, Bai Guanghua had intended her demise. Rui Jinshin would never forgive him for that. Mu Yunce, do I need to repeat myself? Mu Yunce, recognizing her resolute gaze, addressed Bai Guangrui. If you wish to avoid disrupting the Empress's birthday celebration, allow Lord Lu to take him to the Dali Temple first. Bai Guangrui clenched his fists, casting a furious glare at Rui Jinshin, who defiantly held her head high, regarding him with disdain. He turned to Mu Yunce. Do as you see fit. Chapter 94. Celebration of Longevity. Rui Jinshin fixed her gaze on Mo Yunkai, contemplating the repercussions should he dare to spare Bai Guanghua. Mo Yunkai felt a sense of impending peril as he turned to meet the icy stare of Rui Jinshin. He shall receive the punishment he rightly deserves, I assure you. Lu Taining, with the aid